Chapter 131. Answer my question. Vritas Laisho, a man whose very name brims with rationality and wisdom, was, in Anna's eyes, genderless, a mere ruthless questioning machine. No need, Professor, said the illiterate student, adhering to the principle of staying silent whenever possible, answering questions as if on an exam. I come first, then judgment. As a material being, I am primary. The meanings assigned by society serve only as a reference for the reaction of consciousness upon matter. Why take it personally even if it's already a reference? Professor Laisho, Is this guy stupid? I just wanted to remind you that staring at strangers of the opposite sex can be dangerous. Not to poke you with a digital pen. Both of them spoke quietly, the increasingly loud voices of the high-achieving students on the other side of the pillar easily drowning out the awkward conversation in the corner. The meeting time had arrived, but the professor was nowhere to be found. The resentful students' courage and voices gradually grew uncontrollable. He's just using his talent to embarrass us. There aren't so many flashes of genius in this world. Don't ordinary people deserve to live? Anna, would you mind your own nonsense? How many people in the entire universe could possibly get into First Truth University? As for whether ordinary people deserve to live, unless we're desperate, we ordinary people wouldn't bother approaching a professor known for his strict demeanor. Self-awareness is a valuable quality. The students who came to their professor for his signature, requesting his expulsion, were outraged. They, too, had been geniuses of their respective galaxies, many of them the center of attention and envy, since the day they first touched a book. Arriving in the star system, where First Truth University resided, they suddenly found themselves in the numerator, the denominator. The professor's caustic sarcasm was unheard of. A mere oversight, a minor mistake, couldn't be forgiven? Why was he being publicly criticized? The outcry against Dr. Truth's harshness and strictness reached an undeniable level. Showing off his knowledge to gain fame, that's all Dr. Truth is. If he truly is a one-in-a-million genius, why did the Interstellar Peace Company extend an olive branch instead of the Genius Club? Master Bashi wouldn't even glance at him. The petty complaints eventually merged into a raging wave. Anna stole a glance at Veritas Laisho's expression. His face showed more amusement than anger at being insulted. Even for someone as liberal as Pierpoint, insulting a teacher would raise questions about a student's character. With so many people risking their reputations to speak freely at the headquarters of the Bashi Society, it's easy to wonder, could the problem truly be with Veritas Laisho? Hey, what do you think, Febricht? The man sneered, catching the foolish student stealing a glance at him. Anna slid her gaze away. Does a unified voice always make it right? If everyone declared that someone struggling to survive in a desperate situation is an unforgivable villain and should be executed immediately, would you agree? I noticed you're quite adept at using analogies to supplement your explanations. Not bad. The student was stunned for a moment. At least he knew that hard work was the key to mediocrity, but he also had a correct understanding of himself. That already put him above the ranks of fools. The world's evaluation of people is by no means based on absolute, black and white criteria like smart or stupid. From a scholar's perspective, Anna Febricht's admission to First Truth University was an absurd mistake, but in terms of character and self-awareness, she possessed greater perseverance and dedication to a subject than most scholars present. This world is never fair. Geniuses wander among the stars, achieving epic-making achievements with a single flick of their wrist. Meanwhile, ordinary people, busy and toiling throughout their lives, are relegated to the ranks of etc., quietly fading as a dispensable speck of dust in the background. Should one, like an angry mantis, raise one's forelimbs to strike at the divine carriage, or drift with the tide, living day by day in a daze? Or is there a third path for those who can ascend? He hoped that every student who sincerely questioned him would find the path that best suited them. That path might be filled with flowers or thorns, and at the end of their lives, they could smile with no regrets as the curtain fell. Even if he were being verbally and penetratingly criticized, being able to correctly judge and take timely action to prevent losses was a sign of wisdom. As a teacher, a healer of intractable diseases, who would be held back by such feeble insults? Let them curse, they only dare to swear behind his back. If he were to step out from behind the pillar now, half the students would probably be frightened and unable to sleep for a month. He folded his arms and listened indifferently to the complaints, while Anna, being praised, kept picking at her ears with her pinky finger. No, something's wrong. This shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't there be a but here? Why isn't there? Could it be that Professor Laisho really praises his students? Is he possessed by the spirit of Wu? Put that stupid expression on your face, or I have trouble breathing. Vritas rolled his eyes, grumbling at the birthplace listed on Anna's fake identity. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. A good kid being made stupid by someone else is unbearable. Anna fell silent instantly. That's perfect. Stay here until these losers stop complaining about themselves. Tell them to send their applications to my email address according to the format. Any applications that don't meet the format and writing requirements will be shelved indefinitely. They'd be left to fend for themselves. I already wasted enough of my life today. One reading of this idiotic joke is enough. A second reading would be painful. And this semester's final papers. I bundle them up and send them to your email address. You can send them to everyone one by one. Since we're not familiar with using a laptop, let's start by learning how to use our portable gadgets. Anna, ? No, this shouldn't be my business, right? Professor Lachaud clearly wasn't in the mood to explain things slowly. He simply put on his plaster head and turned away, dodging the group of clueless rookie scholars outside the pillar as if they were avoiding a source of poison gas. Anna, What a unique individual. Good luck to him. The unintelligible rant continued. Anna couldn't understand why these people would rather waste their time gathering together to loudly denounce others than proactively find a solution to their predicament. The professor is nowhere to be seen. He has to teach, eat, and rest. Even if it's a bit unethical, he has to go to the bathroom. With so many people organizing a riot and a prison break, they're really incapable of stopping Veritas Lachaud and making reasonable demands. Or is their courage only enough to sustain a few back-talking taunts, with nothing left to do beyond that? If it were me, Anna put herself in the shoes of a student hoping to graduate. I would do everything in my power to stop Veritas Lachaud, using every possible means to force him to give me the minimum passing grade. This includes, but is not limited to, any means necessary to achieve my goal. Even if I had to roll on the ground in front of the cafeteria, it wouldn't change my resolve. This person won't let me finish my course, so I won't have enough credits to graduate. I still not graduate if I assault the professor and get expelled. The worst case scenario is that I won't graduate anyway, so why not take a chance and give it a try? A single ordinary person is like a fat sheep, ready for anyone to take a bite. Ordinary people in droves are the current of history, and no one dares to defy its will. Not even the star gods, and certainly not the professor. Any gods or ghosts who oppose him will be beaten to a pulp, but then again, Professor Lachaud just praised me. She didn't have the patience to listen to these weaklings ramble on over and over again. Stepping out from behind the pillars, Anna cleared her throat and said softly, "The professor has been standing here listening to you complain for almost an entire hour." The bustling group meeting, as lively as a market, fell into a dead silence. A sharp-eyed, strikingly handsome woman, fearing she wouldn't scare the useless seniors to death, said, "Now, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" The novice scholars. "Lachaud, Professor, have you been here all this time?" Someone quickly reacted, "Why didn't you say so sooner? I know you. Are we friends?" Anna raised her chin, narrowed her eyes, and stared at the man who took a step forward, demanding a question. "What gives you the right to question me? Because of the loudness of your voice, or the number of curses you hurled?" This senior, even complaining, lacked literary creativity. He kept repeating the same few words, his vocabulary even less rich than that of a prison inmate. The person she was staring at retreated silently into the crowd, muttering a few words under his breath and falling silent. The newcomer's eyes were cold, like a knife that had been frozen in the freezer for 49 days, and then held to someone's neck. Even knowing it was encased in ice, the chill alone was enough to intimidate. No wonder, Anna finally gave these less courageous unfortunates a last chance to save face. She swallowed the no wonder and said nothing. "Choose quickly. Which news do you want to hear first? You're the one who openly declared in class that even the tan are just creatures." Veritas Lachaud really picked a good dog for himself. The resentful rookie scholar didn't have the courage to offend the instructor in person, but if they were to offend an unknown freshman, they wouldn't have to prepare much. "We wait and see you walk out of First Truth University in disgrace." "Humph." Anna's response was to roll her eyes in front of everyone. "It seems you don't want to choose." Forget it. She wasn't about to argue with these ordinary people who had never experienced hardship, but she wasn't so good-tempered as to pamper them either. Those wishing to terminate their mentorship relationship should submit their application to Professor Lachaud's public email address as soon as possible, following the official document standards of the Polymath Society. Be sure to avoid any errors in wording or formatting, as this could negatively impact your future plans. After saying this, she added, "Those seeking alternatives, please return and submit your application immediately. Those wishing to remain, please wait." A large number of people suddenly vanished from the corridor, leaving only a few kittens staring at each other in bewilderment. This year, the academic administration system assigned more than just these few students. Some, heeding the advice of their predecessors, preferred to wait a few more days rather than waste a year. As a result, the remaining number is extremely small, with Anna being the only one studying natural theology. What a lonesome individual. Chapter 132. Back in the dorm, the computer received the message promptly. Anna turned on her external device and took a quick look. She couldn't even understand 3/4 of the paper titles Professor Lachaud had sent. Yes, even with the synesthesia beacon, she couldn't understand them. No wonder Silver Wolf said natural theology was the easiest subject to study. It was indeed true. At least there weren't any characters she didn't recognize between the lines. She slumped in a soft chair in the communal living room, working slowly, struggling to decipher which unfortunate individual the inscrutable text belonged to, while poking her finger at the computer's virtual screen to find the corresponding ID. This was the scene Phaeton and Damon's, carrying Sid, saw when they entered from outside. The white-haired and pink-haired had agreed to send the green-haired back to the dormitory to survive before rescuing the black-haired. If Professor Lachaud threw Fabrito into the ward, someone would have to bring him food, and yet no one? He sat there perfectly still, frowning, poking at the virtual screen with an index finger from each hand. Their movements were clumsy, like those of an 80-year-old. Ha ha. Why don't you sign up for an instrument elective, Febri? Your fingers are stiffer than a carrot stick in the cafeteria. The white-haired man nearly fell over laughing, and Damon's and Sid joined in. Sid chuckled delicately. Relax. A void whale won't leap out of the virtual screen and bite your fingers off. This guy, to save time, simply shortened someone's last name to just one syllable. He's the only one in the universe so lazy. Anna, She glared angrily at her useless roommates, who couldn't even fight, and turned her back to them. As if oblivious to the irritation radiating from the other person, Phaeton leaned forward. Oh! It seems Professor Lachaud values you so much that he's given you the job of connecting with other students. The wealth these connections represent is inestimable. But what good would such connections do me, a Star Corps hunter? It's not right to politely write a letter to the target before a robbery, telling them that I was the one who published your thesis title. Is it possible, she weakly repeated the cycle of copy, find list, paste, send, that the professor simply believes I'm the least likely to be fooled by my fellow students, suffer the least damage, and, overall, be best suited for manual labor? Don't be so self-deprecating. Too much modesty can backfire. I dragged over a chair, sat beside her, and pointed at the screen. Here's a shortcut that saved you a lot of effort. He considerately put aside his fuss. You can also choose to call out. Mode, the chip's built-in optical computer, doesn't necessarily require manual operation. Fabricat came from a remote galaxy, and his optical computer must have been upgraded just before he enrolled. It's normal for him to be unfamiliar with the operation. Oh! Anna's eyes widened as she concentrated like a cat, trying various shortcuts. As for the exhale mode, she simply understood it as simply thinking instead of physical action, just like Silver Wolf. It didn't seem impossible. Multitasking, or even multitasking, was easy for her. She already mastered it in Iver prison. Wow! You learned so quickly. Sid didn't quite understand someone who'd been through the rigors of prison life. He simply thought of Fabricat as a genius, someone who could learn anything. Anna was already flipping through the text on the external device's screen. She needed to figure out whether those mysterious languages were categorized as mechanics, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, or medicine. Sometimes they intertwined and reinforced each other, and sometimes they diverged and had their own uses. Professor Lachaud's teaching style is very strict. The good news is that anyone who can make it through will become a leader in their field. The bad news is that it's very difficult to make it through. First Truth University's diploma and degree weren't easy to get to, and under this professor's tutelage, the difficulty was raised even further. Easy, normal, hard, abyss, Dr. Truth, that's about it. Damon's casually opened the refrigerator, pulled out a small cake, and placed it next to Anna, watching sympathetically as she stumbled and scratched her head in thought. This guy is truly terrifying. He can manage two things at once, and still chat with them. Is he a monster? How do you do that? Phaeton was extremely curious. He tried to open the virtual screen to call out the operation, and then lowered his head to open the external device. The screen immediately turned into a mess of gibberish. Anna took a bite of the cake and mumbled, just this and that, and then it'd be fine. What could she say? She couldn't encourage her roommate to break a law and get sent to Iver. Then tell him he only needed to find a way to escape within 6 months to learn the technique. Professor Anaxes would block her at the dormitory door and scold her to death. I don't understand. Phaeton slumped in his chair, looking like a giant seal with its belly exposed. Maybe that's the difference between a genius and an average person. Ahem. Anna nearly choked on the cream in her mouth. What genius? What nonsense are you talking about? Sid's right, Fabry, you're too modest, you nasty fellow. Despite the nasty utterance, the white-haired young man held a kind smile in his eyes. To make up for the shock to my fragile heart, you have to treat me to a good meal. Anna raised her hand and pushed his face away as it leaned too close. No good meal, but I give you a beating. Although they were already scholars, these young people were still naive and innocent, as if they hadn't been through the rigors of life. She pushed Phaeton out, fished a candy bar from her pocket, and tossed it to him. Ms. Maya sent me a new product to try. Delaney's online store had only been open a few days, but its excellent quality and taste had already won the approval of buyers. She received the payment promptly, and Anna, fearing the extra money would bite her, quickly transferred it to Abigail. Abigail's family no longer had to worry about their products sitting unsold in the warehouse. Even if the alliance, holding the acquisition rights, refuses and the victims' families try to outlast them, what good will that do? Those worthless people wouldn't dare intercept a delivery robot bearing the Interstellar Peace Company logo. Furthermore, the battle for half of the Senate seats is raging, and more oppressed herders are privately contacting Maya after hearing the news. One day, they amass enough strength to secure their own revenge. The white-haired young man snatched the candy and examined it. The packaging is a bit crude. Just find an art student to buy out the design. It won't cost much. So, since it's a trial of a new product, the packaging is a plus. Anna was no longer multitasking. She even had time to consider a third or fourth option. Who among you can do this? Or do you have any recommendations from acquaintances? There's an old saying in the Immortal Boat Alliance. Good things should be kept within the family, and I really appreciate that. I have a friend who might be able to do this. Well, her situation is a bit special. You wouldn't discriminate against patients with special conditions, would you? Phaeton exchanged a glance with Damon's. Sid looked at them disapprovingly, shaking his head. Castorea isn't ill. To this day, no scholar has been able to fully explain the subject of the soul, and we shouldn't arbitrarily reject what we can't see. The three of them suddenly fell silent, and Anna looked around. She said, carefully choosing her words, I have nothing but sympathy for anyone with a medical condition, not discrimination. I also deeply respect other people's religious beliefs and personal habits. It's just a candy wrapper. There's no need to get so heated. I contact her. Sid is right. My friend Castorea is just a little introverted, that's all. Phaeton stood up and returned to his room to send a communication request. Anna watched him disappear behind the door and sent the last of her classmates' final assignments to his email. To ensure nothing was missed, she made a backup copy and had it checked on the computer. She honestly told anyone with questions to ask, fully learning from the academic system's experience of sending multiple messages simultaneously to prevent students from skipping classes or group meetings, leaving herself no room for blame. To eliminate the weeds at their roots, no one understands this sophisticated gardening technique better than Hunter. Gestures. In the evening, a drone delivered fresh vegetables and eggs as food. Damon's, wearing an apron, paced around the kitchen. Anna put away her external devices and virtual screen and stood up to go outside. I'm going to be out for a while. Please leave some dinner for me. She would definitely return to the dormitory for dinner. That was the only way to establish a pre-existing alibi. Oh! The young man, oblivious, replied without even looking up. The dormitory door opened and closed, and he glanced outside in confusion. Had a flying car just arrived? He didn't seem to hear any takeoff or landing. The pan quickly heated up, and he didn't have time to dwell on it, focusing his attention back on cooking. Completing something methodically, following the steps, was his favorite way to relax. How about baking some cookies and bringing them to class tomorrow morning? Fabriquet went out before dusk and returned a little later. After dinner, he took the dishes to the kitchen and handed them to the housework robot, then retired to his room to rest. Just like every other day, there was nothing suspicious about it. The next morning, the academic system suddenly sent a message requesting all students to remain in their dormitories. Damon walked from his bedroom to the common living room. His friends Phaeton and Sid were already there. 10 minutes later, Fabriquet finally arrived, wiping his damp hair. Why were classes cancelled so suddenly? His doubts echoed Damon's. As Fabriquet approached, The pink-haired young man faintly detected the scent of rust. Ever since childhood, he had been extremely sensitive to the smell of blood and had never made a mistake in that regard. But Fabricat moved with ease, looking nothing like he'd been injured. Damon stood up from his armchair and looked down at his roommate, who was over 10 centimeters shorter than him. His thin arms and legs made him look vulnerable. So, it was just an accident, right? Who dares to bully my roommate? The Starnet community is in turmoil. Phaeton raised his eyes, his messy white hair atop his head. Several scholars died in the Institute's lab last night. The Polyscience Society and the Interstellar Peace Corporation have jointly established an investigation team. Normal classes can only resume after the preliminary investigation is complete. Anna, Mr. Blade is truly a master fighter when he strikes. He's full of martial virtue. Chapter 133. From the moment she received the command message, Anna knew it wouldn't be long before she would be the only Star Corps hunter left guarding the Boise Academy. Luing briefly mentioned in the message that something had gone wrong with Kafka and Xiong's mission. The mission itself was completed flawlessly, but only one person had returned, so Ren decided to act early and return to base as quickly as possible. The food ordered before dusk was delivered to the dormitory door by drone. Damon's was an honest young man, busying around in the kitchen, never realizing that his roommate wasn't as fragile as he appeared. She hijacked the delivery drone, leaving a message saying, "Come back for dinner." The piano wires untied, and the small robot quickly spun its propellers and fled. Its camera was mounted under the wing. Since its use was limited to First Truth University, the designers hadn't considered anyone so naive as to use a delivery drone as a means of transportation. Flying cars are free, darling, but Anna couldn't leave any trace of her movements on the flying car, so she set her sights on the delivery drone, which had blind spots. It wasn't all about the drone. Using the cover of darkness, she successfully fooled her roommates and the entire campus security system. There was no distinction between day and night within the Polyscience Institute headquarters. Darkness was simply another natural experimental condition for the scholars, who would have eliminated sleep and appetite if they could. However, despite the bright lights, infiltration was not difficult. There were no guards standing sentry, no diligent panoramic surveillance. Everyone was absorbed in their research. Even Anna, even if she casually passed by under their noses, wouldn't attract the slightest attention, let alone a disguised person walking through the corridors. Ren gave her a long flowing wig. With her long straight, golden hair pinned up, she looked even more ladylike. "Alright, just keep wandering around where there are cameras for an hour, then leave." Ren had already entered all the regular grades for his courses into the academic system. Anna's scores weren't impressive, but after careful calculation, even if she got a 0 on the final exam, she'd still get a low score of 60. He was really lucky to have any points. Anna quickly changed into her clothes and wig. A slender blonde girl with a flowing long dress appeared on the surveillance camera in the key experimental area of the Boise Society headquarters. The robotic security guards responded immediately after their warnings were ignored by the suspicious individuals. Unexpectedly, the man was skilled and swift. With a few taps of the silenced muzzle, the supposedly infallible robotic guards fell to the ground. Soon, news of the complete destruction of the mechanical guards under attack reached the security staff's terminals. The long-missing mechanical pumpkin reappeared, and the heavily shielded team leader led the black-suited men through the headquarters corridors, drawing a wave of criticism. A pale golden figure loomed ever so slightly ahead, several security teams swerving here and there under her wing. Elsewhere, Ren calmly tricked the target's laboratory door open. 10 minutes later, he calmly departed with a mission item, leaving the mess behind. Observe the corner and reflect on the past. The king's orders are unwavering. Borrow a city. The blonde woman suddenly vanished into the darkness, and even searching with a simulated starlight source revealed no trace. Anna tucked her wig and camouflage dress into her space button and, taking advantage of the bright lights and bustling crowd outside, quietly returned to the crime scene where Ren had left. These scholars possessed a unique knack for acquiring experimental materials. It now appeared that not only were the materials at issue, but the source of the results themselves was also questionable. The contents of the safe had been taken, leaving the documents scattered across the floor. She carefully skirted the bloodstains spreading across the floor and reached the lab table. Mr. Blade's mischievousness had frightened his targets to their core. The remaining records indicated a heated argument, but the true owner of the results didn't seem to be on the task list. This was becoming quite interesting. After further messing up the lab and leaving a trail of clues, Anna randomly chose a panicked car and attached herself to its belly, safely leaving the area surrounding the Boise Society headquarters. It was a complete no-brainer, and the security was appalling. The next morning, the academic system sent the suspension notice. Anna used the bathroom to clean her shoes and clothing of any potential hazards, then dried her hair and left the bedroom. The StarNet community is in turmoil. Phaeton, his messy white hair atop him, raised his eyes. Several scholars died in the Institute's laboratory last night. The Polytechnic Institute and the Interstellar Peace Company have jointly established an investigation team. Normal classes can only resume after the preliminary investigation and records are completed. The academic administration system naturally wouldn't tell students what exactly happened last night. The news in the StarNet community was more like bait. If a less skilled individual without a false identity and no contact was the murderer, then he would surely be nervous and terrified, either worried about leaving clues at the scene that would lead to discovery, or racking his brains to escape outside the star region. Either side would be caught. Returning to the scene and destroying the evidence would guarantee arrest. Boarding the starship would be like jumping into someone else's already bulged bag. The disgusting anti-escape devices in Evere Prison were designed by the Society of Knowledge. The leviathans swimming in the ocean alone speak volumes. Breaking out isn't difficult, actually. Think about it the other way around. Either lie low and wait for the opportunity, or breach the planet's defenses and escape unscathed. How could a being of the rank of commander be called a prisoner? It's definitely a wrongful conviction. In any case, don't rush around like a headless chicken. This is already her second time challenging the Society of Knowledge in the shadows, and she's already mastered the art. Since you can't go out, just stay in the dorm and read. There's food in the fridge, and you can order takeout. There's nothing to worry about. Anna lowered her hand from wiping her hair. Meanwhile, Damon hesitated to speak. What's wrong with you? Phaeton happened to be sitting across from him. The look on his friend's face, as if he'd been irritated by the sourness of an orange, was truly hilarious. The young man asked whatever came to his mind, and Damon couldn't help but glance at Anna. She casually lifted her eyelids and glanced at him. The pink-haired man suddenly realized that his dark-haired roommate's facial features were much softer than he imagined. Could a man's facial features be so soft? Even surgery and medication wouldn't make them look so natural. A closer look revealed that her face was merely cold, with sharp eyebrows and pale lips when expressionless. But a movement of her muscles, like spring ice breaking and a cold spring flowing, took on a completely different aura. Ahem. Sorry. He was startled by the details he observed, suddenly reminded of Anna's tangled, Mobius strip-like gender identity, and the young man felt uneasy. A vegetarian pica patient, who was born male and later became female but also has homosexual tendencies. Isn't that just a complicated description of someone who is male and not vegetarian? He quickly shook his hair to clear his mind, thinking about something else that was bothering him. Did you get bullied when you went for a walk yesterday evening? Otherwise, you wouldn't have smelled faintly of blood. Anna, does this guy have a dog's nose? He was just helping Mr. Blade set up the scene and buy time, and he could smell something wrong? For a moment, she felt the urge to kill, but quickly suppressed it. No need. As a woman, it's so easy to explain away the smell of blood. No, it's safe around the dorms, she calmly said, keeping her composure. Why do you ask? The smell of rust. Damon's tried not to sound too aggressive and make his roommate uncomfortable. If someone bullies you, speak up. Feberket came from a remote galaxy, his grade slightly below average for First Truth University, and he foolishly revealed his star god hypothesis of higher dimensional life. Adding to the pressure, even a burly man would inevitably be picked on. Phaeton and Sid looked over. Don't hold it in. We in the philosophy and history department have our own special ways to circumvent school rules. Don't condone violence against you. Anna, honestly, I'm already doing a good job of not being violent. Can you please stop encouraging me to go further down this path of lawlessness? Thank you for your concern. At least, up to now, no one in the star region where First Truth University is located has taken any action against me beyond words. As for the rust smell Damon's mentioned, she said calmly and matter-of-factly, my menstrual cycle has begun. It's normal. What's the big deal? Humanity was born from this, so why should we turn our backs on the nest that nurtured us? Phaeton, Although, even with reproductive surgery and medication, men can't achieve a normal menstrual cycle like women. Is Febrick mentally okay? Damon's was completely petrified, frantically recalling Anna's move. Have I done anything disrespectful since moving into the dorm? It seems like I've been quite disrespectful since day one. I really don't want to think about those tattered, colorful dresses. Sid was the first to accept the truth. He happily changed his pronouns. Congratulations. As long as you're happy, any gender is best for you. This kid is so honest. Anna rubbed her stomach. Perhaps there was a trace of conscience there. To be honest, I always wanted to come straight out. If she hadn't discovered over time that her roommates weren't fluids, but normal young men, she wouldn't have been able to use gender to hide the clues from Damon's. I thought you guys liked wearing skirts, so I held it in. That gender? That's the punishment for losing a bet I made. I requested a change from the administrators when I enrolled, but because I encountered space pirates and missed the system refresh, I was assigned to the men's dorm. If you look at my profile now, you see it's changed. It's really hard to explain why I mistook someone for a real fluid because of my own gender setting. As if scalded, Phaeton quickly retracted his outstretched hand, nearly touching Anna's feet. He didn't exactly sit up straight, but at least he acted very politely. Sorry. Anyway, please forgive me. No matter what, as long as I apologize first, the female students usually won't get angry anymore. That's how Castorea is. The almighty teacher Anaxes. Help! Chapter 134. The morning after classes were suspended, Anna scratched her hair and prepared to catch up on missed classes in the common living room. The advantage of specializing in a specific field is that many required undergraduate courses are not even on graduate school schedules. Catch-up is simply filling in the foundational knowledge of your major, effectively saving the effort of 7 or 8 other subjects. The designated reading list for the Natural Theology course at First Truth University is limited, as research proving the existence of God purely through logical deduction rarely has practical application, and most people don't want to waste their brain cells on such tedious material. Therefore, over the past millennia, the only significant works available are those few. Compared to her roommate's often multi-page reference books, the amount of reading that barely filled an A4 page was already minimal. Any further compression would surely reveal itself. Next to her favorite soft chair, a plate of steaming cookies and equally steaming hot cocoa were placed. An eerie rustling noise echoed in the kitchen, punctuated by a few muffled whimpers. Friends with cats know that cats have their moments. It's normal for them to hide in dark corners and spy on bipeds, and it's also common for them to be suddenly pounced upon by furry claws when passing through narrow gaps. Anna pretended not to notice anything unusual in the kitchen, taking a sip of the hot cocoa. She was putting on a good show, embracing the kindness of others. She wouldn't refuse food. Now everyone understands why Warden Teledazov deserved his death, right? How could he throw a woman who was feeling unwell into the icy water? The bear-shaped cookies were adorable, and the icing, baked at high temperatures, exuded a unique sweet aroma. Nothing else could replace that allure. She took a bite of the cookie on the top shelf. It was crispy and sweet, a testament to the maker's extra effort, hoping to express their apology. There was nothing to apologize for. The 4 people in the dorm were very particular, always dressed neatly whenever they were in the common areas. There was no offense to being naked, nor was there any trouble with littering. And the idea of smelly shoes and socks was absurd. No, not even there. Housekeeping robots aren't just for show. Even the 3 men didn't have any strange quirks in their speech. Forget about the roughnecks in Avel prison. Kakavasa could give them all a beating when it came to cursing. Anna didn't find anything to dislike about them. If there was, it wouldn't be their roommates' faults, that would be a headache for their future partners. But Professor Anax's 3 most accomplished students seemed to be having a hard time getting over their psychological hurdle. From yesterday morning until this morning, it could be described as completely strange and awkward. It was like the dwarf-like, all-around house cleaners mentioned in some modern fairy tales. The only good news was that Damon wouldn't bang his head against the wall, Phaeton wouldn't ramble on about the relationship between clothes and freedom, and Sid wouldn't hide in the corner, ready to jump out and offer housekeeping services at any moment. They huddled in the kitchen like 3 oversized cats, observing from the sidelines. The hot cocoa and cookies, accepted by their roommates, symbolized the generous forgiveness of a non-existent offense. If you follow my stupid advice again, I eat up a woohoo. Damons glared at Phaeton. If it weren't for his random suggestion, their roommates wouldn't have mistaken them for cross-dressers. Neither the school rules nor the laws of Pierpoint say men can't wear skirts. You're having fun wearing them. You even stopped people from leaving and insisted on seeing you in a skirt, Phaeton argued. He had made the suggestion, but he hadn't forced the man to obey. He couldn't beat Damons in a one-on-one fight. It was just the man who had put on the skirt of his own free will. And now, he's turning the tables on me. How unreasonable. You're the one who's spreading rumors. The thought of that bright red and green outfit made Damon's vision darken. He'd rather have a piece of cloth wrapped around him than leave such a dark legacy. Thinking of his frustration, he couldn't help but raise his arm. Watch out. Phaeton swung his arm to block. Ha! Finally gathering his scattered spirit, Sid closed his eyes. Stop fighting, you two. If you keep fighting, Febrick will hear. Half an hour later. So, you two nearly destroyed the kitchen over such a small matter, and both of you got hurt? Anna appeared at the kitchen door with her arms folded. She didn't want to ask or look at the mess on the floor. The point was that Phaeton had a black eye, Damon's had a swollen face, and even Sid wasn't much better off. Heroes, brave men, warriors, are you all of age? A little fighting is fun, but a big fight is harmful. We are all scholars, so of course gentlemen should talk, not fight, she asked, and the three tall, burly men flinched, as if a slipper would smack them in the face at any moment. Ah! Could the combined age of these three be more mature than Plata and Praya? It seemed impossible. Come out and sit down. I tried to be gentle with you. At least not by using all the battlefield support techniques my original self had honed in the Popuk slave camp. Oh! The white-haired, pink-haired, and green-haired men filed out of the kitchen in a neat row. Anna retrieved some emergency medicine from the space button. Anyone got a broken arm, leg, or rib? If so, it's best to get to the hospital as soon as possible. No, Phaeton hissed, shaking his head. Damons covered his face and groaned. It wasn't very hard. Sid twisted his arm. The young man blushed as Anna applied an ice pack. Thank you. At that moment, there was a polite knock on the door. The housework robot rolled over and opened the door. The four people, one standing and three sitting, were caught off guard by their mentor. Huh, are you guys imitating the ancients with some kind of unlimited debate tournament? Anaxa glanced around. All his foolish students were injured, while Leisho's students were unharmed. Professor, we just had a rather heated exchange of views on a matter. Thankfully, we reached a consensus now. Phaeton had a small cut on the corner of his mouth, severely hampering his performance. Come in, Anna almost elbowed him. Sid immediately stood up and made room for a chair so both professors could sit. Looking at this scene, Professor Leisho felt a strange sense of relief. My student may be a little clueless, but she's not stupid. That's truly wonderful. He walked over to where Anna had been sitting recently, and noticed she was halfway through a book. His relief grew palpable. Stupid, yes, but knowing it and proactively making up for it, such students could even be described as adorable. Let me get this straight to the point. Were you all in the dorm the night before last? Professor Anaxes looked at Sid, who, with a bewildered expression, answered without hesitation, Yes, we were. We were reading in the living room from the afternoon group meeting until dusk. I went for a short walk before dinner, came back, had dinner, and then went into my bedroom and never left again. Anna took the initiative to continue his timeline, saying, I finished a study of the locust plague in the world and created a simple outline for my final paper. Show me your notes and outline. Professor Leisho's plaster head was cold and ruthless. He didn't let Anna off easy just because she was his student. Fortunately, she had been studying diligently. Her notes and outline were on the first few pages of her notebook, the handwriting clear and the ink distinct, indicating they had been completed in the last few days. You're uneducated. Is this the kind of garbage a human brain can produce? He threw the notebook back. Thank goodness we're not in class now, Febrick, or I make you retake this class. Anna, Compared to the unfortunate individual who at least managed to produce his notes and outline, the other three injured individuals were subjected to even more harsh criticism. Professor Anax's extensive vocabulary was truly remarkable. Anna shrank her neck and managed to control herself from turning away to watch the scene in front of Veritas Leisho. Professor Plasterhead picked up the pen next to her notebook and wrote a list of books, tapping the table with her knuckles. Tear up that nonsense and throw it in the trash. Don't pollute the academy until you finish reading all of these books, okay? Professor Anaxa next door had already completely excommunicated his three students from the human category. Looking at the classification table, they could probably be ranked alongside Paramecium. Yes, Professor, no problem, Professor. Anna had made 3 attempts to escape, and given her obedient and honest attitude, Professor Leisho finally cooled his temper. Think before you answer. I patiently await your answer. The 2 professors who had received the Academy's request to investigate their students arrived and left with a sullen rage. While their students were either foolish or inept, it was certainly puzzling, but the fact that none of them wasted their time, unsure of what to do, was a relief for the teachers. It seems Professor Leisho finally has a chance to finish his course this year. Congratulations. Anaxes indiscriminately attacked everyone, from colleagues to students. Leisho had only one response. I look forward to your new show, Professor Anaxis. The two of them held similar, but also different views on theology, so it was not uncommon for them to argue whenever they met. But this time, they were in a rare agreement. Whoever cleared up the academic garbage deserved a generous commendation from the Society of Knowledge, not a reward. I'm going to go see what new tricks these idiots can come up with. Maybe I prove some theories. Anaxis still had to question the other students. He refused to say goodbye properly, and his words were always sarcastic. Laisho rolled his eyes behind his plaster head. Good luck to you. I hate fools, idiots, and idiots. It's mysophobia, and the sight of those three makes me want to die. The few remaining surveillance cameras in the dormitory area, combined with the testimonies of the students, were enough to prove that they had stayed in their dorms the night before and hadn't gone anywhere. The perpetrators weren't one of their own students, and they posed no threat to their safety. The Interstellar Peace Company could handle the rest. Chapter 135. 4 days later, classes at First Truth University resumed as normal. The security department at Interstellar Peace Corporation had reason to believe the perpetrators had escaped. Traces left at the scene indicated the assailants were at least 5 individuals. The items locked away in the safe, which the scholars cherished as their lives, had vanished, and of course, their lives were among those lost. The school's explanation to the students was certainly not so detailed. They were simply told that an accident had occurred in a laboratory, and that it needed to be closed and disinfected. A burglary and multiple murders, that was impossible, absolutely impossible. Another reason the matter needed to be mitigated quickly was that the Internal Review Committee of the Academy had discovered some clues regarding the ownership of the experimental results. To ensure scientific freedom, the review committee generally only verified whether the experimental funds were used for other purposes and remained aloof. Scholars with moral integrity and conscience were able to humble themselves and join other teams in the pursuit of truth. However, a few individuals with reasonable academic qualifications, but questionable morals used various tactics to manipulate others for their own benefit. Unfortunately, the lab targeted by the murderer is precisely this case, and even all the researchers leading and participating in the project have some degree of misconduct. This is arguably the most serious academic misconduct case at First Truth University in several amber ages. Yet, the participants became victims before justice arrived, and the Academy and the university chose to remain silent until the truth of the incident was fully revealed. Judicial fairness should not be influenced by public opinion, and discussions on how to safeguard the integrity of scientific research should be based on a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Until the truth is revealed, young and easily motivated students should just stay in class and do their homework, and avoid complicating the already difficult investigation. The discussion thread in the community has been blocked. They say it involves confidential company research. What the hell? Phaeton slumped in his chair, clutching his laptop like an internet-addicted child, unwilling to look away even for a moment. Damons, slumped not far from him, reached for a cookie from his plate and stuffed it into his mouth to muffle his noise. He worried that cursing too loudly would tarnish his image. Diagonally across from him, Anna was furiously writing, struggling through a sea of books. She looked a bit irritable at the moment. "Anne, Castorea sent the candy wrapper designs. I passed them on to you. Only the thick-skinned Phaeton would dare to make such a fuss at such a time." His old habit of laziness had struck, and Anna's first and last name had been shortened to half a syllable. The man, buried in his studies, didn't even raise his eyes. "How many credits are appropriate? Of course you have to pay someone to draw a picture. It's a legitimate business." "You haven't even seen it yet," Phaeton said, clicking on the picture. "It's cute, much better than mine. It's really bad that my aesthetic taste is even worse than yours." Sid taunted mercilessly, much like his uncle. A khaki sleeveless top paired with an eggplant purple straight skirt. What a terrible combination. 60 or 70,000 credits will buy it all. It's just a candy wrapper, not a set. Damons offered a sincere suggestion, and Anna nodded in agreement. 100,000 credits, and by the way, have Miss Castorea give Mr. Phaeton a beating. I agree. Being compared to this guy's aesthetics is definitely the worst insult Castorea has ever received. Damons thought Anna's move was a perfect match, achieving multiple goals with one stroke, and living up to her reputation as a scholar. They were from the same star system, and were already familiar with each other before registering for school. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen the same dorm. Phaeton hadn't listened at all. He suddenly sat up straight, like a husky sniffing a rabbit. "Oh my god! Look what I found!" The internet-addicted child, dissatisfied with the clarity of his external devices, simply opened his personal computer's virtual screen and pointed at a news headline for everyone to see. The head of the Enolia family has won their lawsuit against the Interstellar Peace Company for violating their personal freedom rights. They will visit the First Truth University on a certain date in the Amber Era and donate the compensation to students who uphold freedom and exploration. Someone actually dared to challenge the company's legal department, Sid exclaimed softly. Even Anna, momentarily forgetting Professor Lachaud's digital pin warning, looked up to see the excitement. Is it the Enolia in the binary star system? Damon's also opened his virtual screen. Sometimes, it really took up space and got in the way. Most people preferred to use external devices. He quickly found the news and clicked on it. A street photo of Edmund popped up, looking quite respectable. Pretty young, huh? This guy also graduated from First Truth University, albeit as an undergraduate, with a degree in communications technology and mechanics. No wonder he's here to donate. Phaeton surmised maliciously about the capitalists. This is a secret settlement with the company. This involves innovative communications technology, so his victory is astonishing enough. The company's legal department is known as the Pizza Hut of the galaxy, so getting them to bow down is a serious matter. Enolia, having taken advantage of the situation, instead spent the compensation on First Truth University, a subtle gesture of goodwill towards the company. Perhaps he's more interested in using this money to piss off the company? Funding is essentially an upfront investment in talent. After all, the saying goes, slow and fast, when it comes to high-end talent. Without the support of the Polytechnic Institute and First Truth University, the company will quickly fall behind in the technological revolution. Damon stroked his chin. Regardless, the head of the Enolia family had made a brilliant move. He poached his rival's talent and then hooked up with the institute, which he considered a talent pool. And yet, the company couldn't say anything. There's no reason to stop graduates from giving back to their alma mater. The advantage of being surrounded by smart people is that you can get the right answer simply by remaining silent. Anna, pen in hand, listened with rapt attention. Suddenly, Sid turned and asked, Anna, after graduation, are you planning to join the company or try Enolia's olive branch? Since finally figuring out everyone's gender, no one had deliberately called out the fictitious last name to avoid awkwardness. The young people looked at her expectantly. Anna thought without hesitation, I'm not going anywhere. I don't like the life of having to sign in and out and punch the clock. What about you? Yvelle had enough of that crappy class. If anyone mentioned the word work to her again, she hit them. Many scholars share her dislike of being constrained. If it weren't for the need to make a living, who would be willing to waste precious time on unnecessary things? Me too. We all have to go back home. We signed a letter of intent before coming to school. The Star Federation will cover our tuition, and after graduation, we have to return and serve for 10 years. Sid turned off the light screen. Then, there's no need for us to move forward. There's bound to be a lot of people attending the donation ceremony, so it's better to avoid it. The bulk of Enolia's investment will undoubtedly go to science and engineering, or at least medicine and agriculture. Philosophy and history, which are also quite niche within the liberal arts field, are definitely not on the agenda. The only law student who might be involved, Phaeton, certainly wouldn't abandon his hometown to join a wise leader. Why would he even bother? The discussion about wealthy individuals splashing out money has ceased here. Everyone is more concerned about how they will bravely meet their mentors for their professional classes tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. The living room soon became filled with the sounds of flipping and writing, with the occasional household robot rolling by, each time leaving disappointed after failing to find the trash. Anna had always believed that Edmund's actions had nothing to do with her, but a few days later, Delaney suddenly sent a message with great enthusiasm. As successful entrepreneurs, with a small online store that sold well, they had earned the favor of the head of the Enolia family. The head even sent a stunning red-haired beauty to discuss the journey of opening an online store with her. It said they're willing to invest more to help them expand their operations, and they're even interested in acquiring agricultural products from Boys 3 and even the Lyra constellation through this channel. This would essentially allow them to transition from retailers to wholesalers and engage in bulk business. You are the supplier. Don't forget me when we become rich and powerful, sister. Delaine's calls of sister were incredibly sweet, and Anna instinctively searched for her blood sugar medication. Okay, I get it. Tell me the time, and I'd be there. It's just that Edmund wants to see her. He still owes her a beating that's 3/4 dead. I thought it wouldn't be convenient to take action now that everyone was watching, but this guy had come to me on his own initiative. So, I couldn't let him go easily, Shady. After hanging up, Phaeton, who had listened to the entire conversation, immediately popped up. If you need us to go with you, just let me know. We promised we'd be no match for the bodyguards hired by the head of the Enolia family. The muscles in his arms were quite convincing. Anna accepted his offer, as long as it doesn't disrupt your classes. Damon clenched his fist in the other direction. It absolutely must. Sid raised his hand. I won't go. I stay behind so I can notify the teacher if I see anything wrong. When there were so many people around, he couldn't help but want to hide. He wouldn't be of any use going, so he might as well just watch the wind or something. Everyone knew his personality, so they naturally wouldn't force him. A wealthy man whose assets encompass an entire galaxy. He's probably the richest person I ever come into close contact with. Phaeton rubbed his chin and began to daydream. I heard that rich people pay their floors with gold. I wonder if it's true. Are you an idiot? Of course not. Damon's refuted him flatly. Gold doesn't wear out. Anna, Sometimes it's hard to understand the world of smart people. Why would they make such an assumption? Who would pave their floors with gold if they had enough? There are definitely more expensive and extravagant ways to show off. No, gold isn't worth it. If you really did that, you'd definitely be laughed at. She calmly recalled the extravagance of the rooftop garden. Only then did she realize that what she had blown up wasn't just a special detention area, but also a costly work of art. Well, no wonder the company offered a $3 billion reward. I'd be furious too. Chapter 136. Sid, can you lend me your plain glasses? Since she was about to appear in front of everyone, Anna decided to disguise herself a bit. The Bapuks had very distinctive features, but since she wasn't nearsighted, she had to borrow her roommate's glasses. It's not that sunglasses are bad, but walking around campus wearing them only makes them more conspicuous. The more plain, low-key, and inconspicuous the outfit, the better. She even chose the college uniform, fearing any trace of something out of place. To match her, Phaeton reluctantly gave up his latest online purchase of lemon yellow short-sleeved shirt and sky blue crop pants and replaced them with the white shirt he loathed. Damon's and Sid breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, at least they had saved their face. Damon's, if anything goes wrong, just message me and I contact Professor Laisho immediately. Sid reminded her several times, fearing he'd get carried away and ignore her. The pink-haired young man rolled his eyes at his words. I'm a scholar, not a warrior. At least I know the situation. Don't worry, okay? This isn't a question of whether or not to worry. I wonder who tried to sneak into the Colosseum to challenge the beasts before. Phaeton muttered, pouting. Anna turned back, gazing at Damon's in horror. What's this guy got nothing better to do? You were young and ignorant back then. Why didn't you tell me about yourself and try to jump into 50-degree water? Damon's decisively put Phaeton down. Anna turned back to stare at the white-haired man. Are you ready? Of course not. They stopped them. Phaeton sighed. I just wanted to see what 50 degrees felt like. You could have just given up one finger. Sid muttered quietly, quickly being attacked by Damon's and Phaeton. At least we don't have an uncle who's looking for chaos, let alone someone so audacious as to join him in alchemically splitting and refining souls. Anna, this place is so dangerous, dear. Anna didn't really care why Edmund came to First Truth University. Perhaps he was trying to curry favor with the Interstellar Peace Company. Perhaps he was trying to poach employees. Perhaps he made the long journey on his own initiative. Or perhaps Rosemary and Kakavasia had exerted unavoidable pressure on him. None of that mattered. Strictly speaking, their relationship was a legitimate and pure employment one paying the other for the work. It's just that now that the work is done and the promises haven't been fulfilled, withholding wages is unacceptable. What she cared about was whether Edmund's revenge was complete. If he was, she'd be revealing the evidence bit by bit. Anna never intended to let the Interstellar Peace Company off, much less let Eve Air Prison off. Her earlier silence was waiting for the head of the Enolia family to assert his rights. Now that the struggle among the capitalists has concluded, the anger of ordinary people continues unabated. What a coincidence! Just the right time to continue the previous meal. She wasn't a mean person, but she wasn't forgetful either. On the day of the donation ceremony, Delaney was completely overcome with excitement early in the morning. She sent Anna a message almost every half-system hour, and spent 10 minutes on the phone each system hour expressing her admiration for credit points. Of course, it was for credit points, not any particular person. At least the head of the Enolia family wasn't worthy of replacing the young man, and even the young man wasn't as important to her as credit points. Anna didn't even listen to what she said. After opening the external device, she tossed it on the desk and walked around to change clothes and adjust her glasses. Last night, she stayed up late reading again. This morning, while washing her face, She looked in the mirror and was shocked to find dark circles under her eyes, as dark as if she were wearing too much makeup. 20 minutes later, she encountered two makeshift bodyguards with identical looks in the living room. "Good morning." Phaeton propped his head up weakly, his usually energetic alopecia drooping, looking listless. Anna walked over to him and sat down. "Good morning. You look like Professor Anaxis has been stuffed into a washing machine all night." "Same here." "You look like Professor Lachaud has been exiled to a mining planet and spent the whole night digging for coal." He lazily pushed a cup of hot milk over to him. "I hate rich people. Rich people can add to your research funding and reimburse you for the sugar you consumed while writing your paper. Isn't that a better way to think about it?" Anna picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Whitehair sighed, "Damn it. There are so many rich people in this world. Why can't I be included? I can even give you additional research funding and reimburse the sugar you consumed while writing your paper. This is definitely the episode one most want you to become successful, brother." Damons walked out of the kitchen carrying pancakes. Sid washed some fruit and placed it on the table to match the colors. "How long?" 40 minutes, Anna snorted. "It doesn't matter if we're late. We're not going there to ask for investment. We already have the money, so there's no need to be polite to the capitalists." The three men all gave a thumbs up. The car leisurely brought them to the undergraduate teaching area. The donation ceremony was scheduled for the engineering teaching area. By the time they got off the car, the area in front was already packed. Anna pushed her glasses up on her nose and turned to leave. "It was so crowded, it made me hot just looking at it. I just wanted to turn into a fish and find a cool place." In the open space in the distance, a platform about a meter above the ground had been built to facilitate the ceremony. Rosemary's fiery red hair was clearly visible. A sea of heads of all colors converged into a huge crowd. Someone was convinced that they had no sense in the crowd, and that slipping away to catch some fish would be no problem. "It's so crowded. I'm starting to hate rich people again." Phaeton, at nearly 1.8 to 1.9 meters tall, was almost unable to stand because of the crowd. Anna, a head shorter than him, stood firm. "Go stand under the pillar over there first. You don't have to go on stage." Damons was also jostled and twisted, his appearance completely shattered. It was Delaney who would go on stage to publicly thank the investors. Anna would merely be her collaborator, meeting the head of the Enolia family later. The three of them conspired and quickly headed for the corridor pillars. "Phew, it's much better here." Everyone sighed in relief after squeezing through the crowd. The corridor was deserted. The students had all gone to the stage to get a closer look at the head of the Enolia family. Anna scratched her short hair to let her scalp breathe. Before she could say anything, she heard footsteps behind her. Phaeton's blue eyes widened in surprise. "Wow! Wow! Two adorable little red mushrooms." Big sisters Plata and Praya ran over from a distance, squatting and jumping. The twins almost simultaneously jumped onto Anna's back and threw their arms around her neck. "Murder. Absolute murder." Anna turned and, under Phaeton's envious gaze, picked up the little mushrooms, then quickly set them down again. They'd gotten a lot heavier. The children in Evere prison don't eat or sleep well, and they don't grow. 8, 19, and so on, look like tiny carrots. It's only been a short time since I left, and they already look like teenagers. Hee hee. Praya smiled brightly, showing off the same holes in their teeth as her brother. "Sister, I missed you so much." "Yeah. I was thinking about you while I ate," Prada added with a nod. The two little mushrooms smiled in unison at the two people behind Anna, then quickly turned back. Phaeton quietly covered his chest with his hands, and Damons glanced at him with disdain. "Don't run around." Anna straightened herself. "Rosemary will be worried if she can't find you." She had clearly thought she wasn't conspicuous, so how could she have been caught red-handed by these two sharp-eyed little creatures? "Mom saw you a long time ago." Prada ruthlessly exposed her. Only the eldest sister herself would think she could slip in among ordinary people, but anyone who had spent time with her would instantly recognize her from the vast background. Prada turned and pointed behind her. The red-haired beauty stood on the stage, waving and smiling across the crowd. Screams echoed, resembling those of a celebrity-chasing crowd. For Rosemary, leaving her child with Anna was more reassuring than leaving her with her own child. There was no need to worry. "Come on, big sister." Prada tugged at Anna's trouser leg, pulling her back. "Let's go to the back to eat." Even the directors of the Interstellar Peace Company couldn't park a starship above the First Truth University's teaching area, let alone an upstart like Edmund. However, considering the thin face of his donation, the school still provided a conference room for investors to use for rest and to interact with students. From the school's perspective, no matter how dire the legal battle between Honoria and the Interstellar Peace Company, the credit points were innocent, and the students were still employed regardless of who they graduated with. On that point, there was no difference between the two sides. Go together? Plata and Praya's actions had already attracted the crowd's attention. Anna didn't stand in the corridor, looking like a curiosity. She greeted Phaeton, Damons, and the others, and the three of them followed the twins into the conference room through the back door. The large space was divided into several sections. From the moment they entered the conference room, Plata and Praya put away their outward smiles and walked through a series of greetings with serious expressions. A well-dressed person stood outside the private lounge. At the sound of footsteps, it turned, its features shifting with surprise, just like a real person. "Ms. Anna, it's nice to see you again." It took a half step back, resting one hand on its chest and bowing. Prada grasped his sister Praya's hand and said calmly, "Open the door, Xiao Bai." "Yes, young master, at your command." The door swung open, and Anna narrowed her eyes at it for a moment. "You're an Omnic, not just an ordinary AI robot. Well, the whole world is ganging up on the illiterate, or something? It's you robots who know how to play it. I'm sorry. To survive, I had to disguise myself as a normal robot and hide in a pile of scrap parts. It turns out my calculations were correct. Thank you for your selfless help." Xiaobai finally had a functioning voice module, and compared to a real human, it had a certain coldness and hardness that silicon-based lifeforms possess. "But my current master is Mr. Enolia. If you have a conflict with him, I can only side with him. Please forgive me." "It doesn't matter." She shrugged and introduced Phaeton and Damons. "These two are Professor Anaxis's disciples. Come with me to see the fun of the rich." Indeed, Thebricht is a young leader in the field of natural theology, and we are honored to be with her. Damons cleared his throat, easing the eerie atmosphere for a second. Anna almost turned away and laughed. "Young leader?" I almost felt like Veritas Laisho was hitting me with a digital pin. Xiaobai paused. He hadn't anticipated such a possibility. When did this woman get into First Truth University? Is she truly a genius? Chapter 137. The Omnics attentively served the visitors specially Nolia snacks and drinks. No one brought up the matter of Evel in front of Phaeton and Damons. Plata and Praya watched as Xiaobai set the table and left before jumping off their seats and rubbing shoulders with Anna. She realized the two little creatures were probably holding back something, but they couldn't help but speak. Recalling the journey from the speeding car to the lounge, she raised an eyebrow. "Where's Kakavasa?" Sure enough, the little mushrooms pout as if they were about to cry. Edmund gave him to the old lady at the company. Praya gritted her teeth, and Plata tugged at her sister. Because of this incident, Praya still has bodyguards with her. Not that the Emerald Lady would relent over a child's angry words, but her followers saw this as a good opportunity to curry favor. What woman doesn't enjoy being complimented on her eternal youth? But there was this little guy who went against the grain, so naturally someone wanted to teach him a lesson, perhaps to curry Madame Xiu's favor and potentially gain greater benefits. Old lady. Thank goodness Praya could come up with such a disgusting name. Anna looked up and thought for a moment. Oh, I remember, it's that lone shark. Phaeton, Damons, You're not much better. While your words are blunt, they're a bit too blunt, sister. As long as your personal safety is guaranteed, that's all. Adult grudges have nothing to do with children. Don't get yourself into trouble. Kakavasia's legs are on him. Given his personality, he must have been lucky to use Edmund's hand to reach the executives of the Interstellar Peace Company, otherwise he'd have run away long ago. Anna rubbed Praya's forehead. I'm not forcing you to flatter anyone against your will. If you don't know what to do, ask your mother. She's more knowledgeable about socializing than I am. In other words, Edmund was probably the only one who was as unskilled in socializing as she was. He didn't need to learn. Mom told us to observe more and talk less. Plata rested her head on Anna's lap. Sister, will you come with us to Enolia? No, Anna said without hesitation, to the shocked looks of Phaeton and Damons. I have a lot of classes and final papers to finish, so I don't have time to visit relatives and friends. If you don't hurry up and finish, the consequences will be serious. She emphasized the word serious and changed the subject. Are you two in school? Praya said gloomily, yes. Edmund hired a lot of tutors to teach us. Oh, tutor. Huh? Anna discovered her blind spot. Why tutor? Aren't you going to school? While going to school isn't a big deal with the twins' talents, children need friends. Even if they're born with a half-sister, they need to develop their own circle of friends as they age. They can't just stick with each other their whole lives. Plata sighed, with a stern air, School is full of idiots. At one point, 3 top students from the philosophy and history district simultaneously saw Professor Lachaud, who was several sizes smaller and had dyed his hair red, sighing. Most people in the world are stupid, myself included. Anna rubbed the center of his forehead with her free hand. But you can't isolate someone from the universe just because they're stupid. Ultimately, we all have to be in the same space, breathing the same air. Wearing a plaster helmet won't help. Plata hesitated, finally uttering, "We already have a lot of friends." After being adopted by the head of the twin star Inoria family, they never worried about making friends. Most of their peers approached them under their parents' guidance. It's okay, you can choose. At the very least, Rosemary won't just stand by and watch. She muttered a few words, dropping the sad topic. At that moment, the red-haired Rosemary entered, with Little White behind her, bowing respectfully. "My dear, I was so worried about you." As soon as she saw Anna, she quickly stepped forward and embraced her. The red-haired beauty's embrace was fragrant and soft. Phaeton and Damon's, once again, were stunned by their quiet, gentle, and introverted roommate. No! Sisters, brothers, godfather. This isn't just any plot, especially the white-haired man nicknamed Fictional Historian, whose brain was churning with plots that could almost support an epic. "Phaeton, before I can't help but hit you, will you please take your eyes off me?" Anna glanced at him gently, while Plata and Praya saluted him with the gaze of a martyr. "Big brother, you look just like the prince in the picture book." "Big brother, are you a prince?" Though not long ago, these 2 little mushrooms had been complaining about their peers being idiots with their aged faces. No sane adult could escape their cute mushroom aura if they chose. Phaeton, dazed, spilled all his secrets. I'm not. I was born in a small, remote corner of the galaxy, on a small planet. It's a small town. If you really want a prince, Damon's is right, buddy." Damon's remained cautiously silent. When the twins gazed at him longingly, he turned away awkwardly. "I used to be, but not anymore." "Wow. Big brother is a prince." Praya twisted her body slightly, her hands behind her back, tilting her head and blinking her large, azure eyes. Phaeton clutched his chest, nearly fainting. "Ahem, that was a long time ago. I'm just an ordinary scholar now." Damon's ears were red, practically blood red. Leaving her useless roommate to play with the little mushrooms, Rosemary pulled Anna to a seat a little further away. "Edmund has adopted Plata and Praya. I'm currently staying in Enolia as his administrative secretary to care for the children. Xiaobai, you already seen this, but Cock of Asia. My dear lady, I'm so glad you're willing to see me." Edmund, under Xiaobai's protection, just interrupted Rosemary. Anna raised her chin and glanced at him. "Pay the bill." Of course. At his gesture, the Omnic presented a contract. "Here are all the things I promised. Large transfers of property require my signature. You won't refuse, will you?" "Why would I refuse? I deserve it." Anna took the contract and glanced at it. Phaeton, a law major, frowned and stood behind her. "Do you need my help?" She made no secret of her trust and handed the contract to him. "I'm not good with legal matters. I leave it to you. I treat you to dinner." Edmund smiled bitterly. "I envy you for still being able to trust others. I can't trust anyone except Xiaobai, Mary, and the twins. What's there to envy? You deserve it." After being tortured by Professors Lachaud and Anaxa, Anna declared she was no longer a jerk, capable of choking people to death without remorse. Phaeton read the contract from beginning to end, puzzled but silent. He handed it back to Anna. "No problem, you can sign it. I just have to think about the taxes." Of course, the contract didn't mention taxes. Rosemary gave Edmund a subtle look. Anna snorted, signed, and tossed the document to Xiaobai. "The collection fee has arrived. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." She stood up and walked out. No one in the room tried to stop her. Phaeton and Damon's followed closely behind. After leaving the room, Anna slapped her forehead and said to them, "Go get a taxi." I suddenly remembered, I have some things to give to Plata and Praya. Perhaps she wanted to share some snacks with the children? Damon's glanced cautiously at the closed lounge door. "Are you sure you don't want one of us to stay with you?" "Don't worry." She smiled, a rare, bright smile that sent a chill down her spine. "Edmund and I knew each other long ago, but we're having a minor disagreement now. He asked me for a favor before, and now this is my reward. Well, you know what I'm doing." Phaeton, dragging Damon's with him, disappeared in an instant. Anna pressed the protruding knuckles on her fist, smiled, and turned back into the lounge. 3/4 dead, her subordinates were always very measured. The sound of overturned tables and chairs suddenly emanated from behind the lounge door, but neither the master nor his omnic butler, secretary, or adopted son or daughter called out for help. The staff milling about in the conference room didn't approach to ask for work, so naturally, no one noticed the boss being beaten to a pulp. When Anna turned back to the lounge, Edmund hadn't realized the severity of the situation. Xiaobai might have had a premonition, but it wasn't a combat-capable omnic. Upon contact, it spun around and rolled under the table, becoming a foothold for the twins. The capitalist didn't even have time to hide his smile before someone gagged him. Rosemary quickly covered Plata and Praya's eyes to prevent them from cheering inappropriately. As the adoptive father, who had given them 2 children public identities, Edmund Inolia deserved Plata and Praya's respect, but what this guy had done in secret. He deserved a beating. People still need a sense of justice. Thinking of this, she loosened her fingers slightly. The little mushrooms could easily see everything through the crack. 10 minutes later, Anna put her hands behind her back. Before she could even pull out the piano wire, Edmund was already unable to open his eyes. If she did, he wouldn't even have the chance to say his last words. Find me a doctor at First Truth University to remove the chip in my brain. Can you do it? Anna took out the contract and tore it into pieces in front of him. Then we be even. She had no expectations of the Inolia family's wealth, nor did she need it, a fortune that was bound to bring trouble. Rosemary lowered her eyes and gently stroked the twins' heads. Number 08241321 always claimed to be unintelligent, but in reality, everything she did was clever. Chapter 138. Considering Edmund's fragile condition, Anna stopped beating him after 10 minutes and rested. Lil White rested under the table, restoring himself to a comfortable state. After the system cleanup was complete, he opened his eyes and crawled out from under the table, lifting his employer to a sitting position. Ms. Rosemary placed the ice pack she had prepared directly on Mr. Inolia's face. Although her movements were a bit rough, such an action to deal with the swelling was common sense. Even if there was a hint of personal emotion involved, it couldn't be classified as revenge. Identification completed, no need to stop. Plata and Praya sat on their chairs, their toes barely touching the ground. The little mushroom sat in a corner, sharing snacks and the fun. Edmund grinned at Anna, whose brows softened. Have you calmed down? Will you forgive me if I get rid of that chip? Rosemary slapped a piece of tape on the ice pack to secure it in place. She shook her hand and returned to the twins. Children shouldn't learn this. It will make them stupid and a laughing stock when they grow up. Anna glanced at him, her eyes cold and deep. What are you thinking? You paid the price, I did the work. Now, it's either you or I deserve it. Why bother yourself? She had never truly trusted this man from the beginning, so naturally, she held no grudge against his sudden betrayal. When she accepted his offer of cooperation, she knew this day would come sooner or later. How could a wealthy family with an entire galaxy be on the same side as a poor amnesiac? The former had too many forced circumstances, while the latter had only one life. After lurking at First Truth University for so long, the dark and gloomy aura she exuded had almost completely disappeared. But that look just now made Edmund realize that the serious criminals in Avel prison had never changed. Don't provoke her, and she's the safest person in the world. Provoke her, and the hunter's revenge will come sooner rather than later. Resolving a grudge with a single beating is a truly remarkable bargain, a painless experience. He thought he should be happy about this, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't smile. His face was swollen, his head swollen. Perhaps that was why he couldn't do it. I accept your offer. Hoping to reclaim half of the Inolia family's assets through inheritance is too complex. Who knows which of us will survive longer? So, I'm trading this asset for surgery. Edmund, if the surgery fails, expect Inolia to become the second largest sponsor of First Truth University. The contract fragments still lay on the ground. By avoiding the repeated transfer process, both parties would save a significant amount of tax. Anna's move was essentially prepaying for the surgery and avoiding the tax risk. Edmund's sentimental warmth quickly faded. He clasped his hands together to support his swollen jaw, his bruised eyes barely open, filled with calculation. Dozens of minutes passed, then tens, then minutes, perhaps only seconds. He nodded, signaling a deal. I understand. Just as you say. From now on, we're even. If the emotional part didn't work, then business would prevail. He knew at this point that Anna wasn't serious. If she truly wanted to spare someone's life, she wouldn't fail today. He wasn't ready to leave the stage of life behind. There's a medical team on board, and all the treatment pods are the latest models. He began to bargain. But brain chip removal is always an invasive procedure, inherently risky, and no one can guarantee 100% success. Edmund spread his hands. Frankly, ma'am, I hope you prepared a will in addition to the risk disclosure form. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how mad some newcomer at Interstellar Peace would be if something went wrong. He was already crazy enough, always causing him trouble. Being his friend was a heartbeat, but there were always gains and losses. Being his enemy was even more annoying than being targeted by a swarm of insects. Plata tried to speak, but Rosemary covered his mouth in time. Children should just keep quiet and watch while adults talk. Anna thought about it, and realized that the capitalist had a point. Since leaving Avelle, she's long since ceased to be alone. Not to mention the distant past, she still hasn't completed the tasks on Boys 3, hasn't handed over the paper she promised to complete on time to the kindly Professor Lachaud, and hasn't finished eating the melons of Delaney and the young man from the Yaoqing immortal boat. Having just lost a comrade, the Star Corps hunters can't afford to lose another member. Please arrange the surgery. I'd bring the will with me when I come back. She didn't even have to worry about notarizing the will. The 3 living people in the dormitory were more than enough. She yawned, turned the doorknob, and left the lounge. Edmund sat in his chair, neither moving nor making a sound. After a long moment, he muttered something to himself. Both Rosemary and Xiaobai pretended not to hear. What do you mean by I was here first? Cockavasia hasn't even said that yet, so who the hell do you think you are? Outside the corridor, the flying car that Phaeton and Damons had called had been waiting for a while. Seeing Anna approaching with a calm expression, the white-haired young man waved happily at her. Over here, over here. The donation ceremony had concluded. A few students, waiting to meet their sponsors, remained, while the onlookers had already dispersed. They were among the last to leave. After getting in the flying car, Phaeton suddenly laughed out loud, blinking his blue eyes and teasing Anna. A treat? He was referring to the contract, half of the assets of the twin stars Enolia. Who would believe you if you said there wasn't some deeper meaning to it? It's exactly 49%, and doesn't involve taxes. Only a marriage certificate can be signed that way. A treat? What's the format of a will? Anna had no idea about all those twists and turns. She simply believed that Edmund's offer was a price for her life, so her attitude was naturally surprising. Damons hadn't read the contract, and Phaeton hadn't told him about his roommate's private affairs. He was now, like an outsider watching someone else's gossip, completely bewildered. Why is this a will? Phaeton had assumed she was making a will to determine the ownership of marital property. Many people who acquire property through marriage immediately seek legal confirmation of its future, a measure of self-protection that also serves as a powerful threat to the other party. Just like Anna's threat to donate half of Edmund's family fortune to First Truth University, if his surgery failed beyond an accident, it was enough to coerce him into behaving himself and refraining from any mischief. I need 2 official documents, a will and a declaration of renunciation. I'm handing them over to you. You can pick any window in the cafeteria. She slapped Phaeton on the shoulder. I need them within the next few days. You need to work overtime. White hair, eh? No, sister, this isn't just a matter of working overtime. Do you want me dead? Professor Anaxes is waiting to see the assignment. I never imagined my first case would be a roommate's marital property dispute. He was imagining a lot of things. Suddenly, as the car stopped at the dormitory entrance, Damons heard this faint remark. He almost fell and smashed the door open. Huh? What did you say? Fibrick is going to marry that kidney-deficient head of the Honoria family? Sid nervously rushed over to open the door. Huh? Anna's already married? Anna angrily kicked the white-haired and pink-haired children, then glared at the deaf and green-haired child and said, divorced. What interesting news. Professor Anaxes, who had been nervously invited by the green-haired child to guard the house, sat in the living room, gazing at his useless nephew with amusement. Pointing to the external computer device still on the line, he said to the 4 instantly petrified students, I hope Professor Lachaud can also see the fun in this. Are you sure it was the Lord of Knowledge who glanced at you, and not the disguised star god of pleasure? Vritas Lachaud's cold voice echoed, and Anaxes flatly attacked everyone around him. Anyway, it wasn't the star god of hunting who glanced at me. In short, the conclusion is, your precious disciple is safe, that's all. He hung up the call without hesitation, stood up, nodded to the 4 students, and walked off gracefully. Why not just get rid of this guy now? Anna thought darkly, stroking the piano wire wrapped around her wrist. Thanks to the timely notification from the computer, Professor Anaxa had escaped unnoticed. Professor Veritas Lachaud, the name on the external device's screen was completely unmissable. Anna took a deep breath, suppressing her nervousness as she walked into the dormitory. She said to Phaeton fiercely, If I'm killed by Professor Lachaud's digital pin today, you be the first to turn a 3-year prison sentence into an immediate death sentence. Hiss. Phaeton gasped, almost unable to believe that anyone could come up with such a horrific curse. I don't know. Damons and Sid huddled by the door, trembling. She glanced over, and they both shuddered as they entered the room and closed the door. The external device on her personal computer continued to buzz with call reminders. The person requesting the call was incredibly patient, determined to persevere until their goal was achieved. Anna could ignore any malicious person looking for trouble, but she couldn't ignore a conscientious and kind teacher. Finally, she sighed and connected the call from an arm's length away. Her instructor, as calm as ever, though a bit loud, said, regarding your marital status, please update your personal information promptly and inform the school. If you need legal assistance, please let me know directly. After saying this, he added, somewhat worriedly, have you ever experienced marital violence? Did you report it to the police promptly? Phaeton and Damons clutched their chests, and Sid looked like he was about to faint. Good conscience. Good conscience is killing me. Professor, you're listening to our excuses. No. Listen to our explanation. Chapter 139. Marital violence happening to her? Anna had never considered such a thing. Regardless of whether her non-existent partner might exist in the future, as long as that person didn't want to say goodbye to the beautiful world, they should and must learn to be civilized. Pierpoint abolished the death penalty hundreds of years ago. Even if the judge's hammer sparked, the prison sentence would still be life imprisonment. If a couple kills the other in a fight, it's like moving into a closed-off apartment with food, housing, work, and a healthy lifestyle. If someone condones and is killed by the other person, they can only consider themselves unlucky. So, in a dispute, verbal attacks wouldn't guarantee a loss, but physical attacks would guarantee death. Professor, you misunderstood. I'm currently single and unmarried, and there's no record of divorce. That was just a thoughtless joke. Anna glared at her roommates. Phaeton looked up at the sky and Damons at the ground. Sid rubbed his conscience and breathed a sigh of relief. Fabriquette, our beloved godfather, Professor Lachaud's voice quickly returned to normal. You truly opened my eyes, Miss Fabriquette. It seems the confusing narrative in your paper wasn't intentional. Rather, your logic has always been at a level I can't grasp. I was wrong about you. In short, is there something wrong with your brain? Given the age listed on your profile, I'm going to assume for the time being that you and your roommates are adults, correct? Are your entire dorm over 10 years old? Anna gritted her teeth and replied, yes, Professor. I'm sorry, Professor. Then I implore you all to consider your age when making such grand pronouncements. Don't always do such childish things that cast doubt on the quality of First Truth University. The professor seemed a little angry. Phaeton, taking advantage of not being able to see the video during the call, gestured and mouthed his words to Anna, getting angry out of embarrassment. Anna grabbed the book Professor Anaxis had left on the table and threw it at him. Shut up. Okay, Professor. I try to be more discreet. With the distinct sound of air being sliced, Professor Veritas Ladio hung up the phone. Anna didn't dare mention her plan to take time off for surgery just yet. Brain surgery couldn't possibly be done the same day, and she could be back to doing whatever she wanted. Otherwise, Edmund wouldn't have risked another beating to remind her to write her will first. It wasn't just the will. No one knew what would happen during the surgery. Anything could happen. The worst-case scenario was that the will would come in handy. Phaeton picked up the books she'd thrown and put them away. However, her adoptive father hadn't hit him on the head. The threat was more than actual harm, and she was simply irritated. Tell me, what's the deal with that head of the Inolia family? The roommate blinked his sky-blue eyes. Plata and Priana might not have been able to hold out, but facing a roommate who was over 10 centimeters taller, there was no way he couldn't hold out. It's nothing more than a creditor and a capitalist who refuses to pay back his debts. A perfunctory response would suffice. It's not right to claim that the 49% return on assets was due to someone successfully getting a holdup out of some interstellar prison. Could you keep your voice down? Is prison escaping really that glorious? Do you know how much the entire binary star system of Enolia is worth? Phaeton began to wonder if his roommate's math skills were on par with Damon's. Not counting the various businesses and real estate he owns, the price of just one habitable planet is over 10 billion credits. A healthy star system is itself priceless, Anna scoffed. What's a 10 billion credit? 3 of me stacked together are worth 10 billion. Edmund's wealth is his business. What does it have to do with me? He just wants a scapegoat to share half the taxes, keep the treasury safe, and provide a personal bodyguard. According to you, I'm at a huge disadvantage. I'm doing the work of 3 people, and still have to bear the burden of being married for nothing. I'm inexplicably burdened with this extra burden, yet I don't even get paid. Am I some kind of cheap, low-level labor? The computer's email notification chimed. She clicked on it, glanced at it, and quickly closed it, not wanting to look at it again. After hanging up, Professor Lachaud, still unsatisfied, personally assigned new homework to the illiterate student. How to understand Pierpoint's current marriage law, and what is self-defense. Anna, Phaeton, could you please get me a drink from the refrigerator? Thank you. Whitehair didn't think much of it for a moment. Only when he got closer did he realize something was wrong. He turned and fled, having already lost his best chance. Thebrick raised the cushioned back of his chair and smacked him hard. The fictional historian's laughter startled the delivery robot, causing it to circle several times before slowly descending. It wasn't until the weekend that Rosemary sent Anna a message to let her know that the preparations for the surgery were going smoothly. Of course, Edmund was reluctant to donate half of his fortune to First Truth University. Compared to the uncontrollable power of a single individual, wealth is the most untouchable weakness of capitalists. But then again, Anna's style might be unfamiliar to others, but he was familiar enough. This guy hadn't forgotten to settle his old debts before escaping. Telvizov's death remains a hotly contested topic among company executives. Who wouldn't worry about the hanging knife of Hunter falling on their heads these days? So he readily adjusted his strategy and agreed to her suggestion of trading surgery for a contract. There were countless security companies willing to work for him across the universe these days. Even if it was Popuk slaves, he could probably buy a few and keep them around. There was really no need to cling to a specific person. Edmund repeated this in his mind a dozen times, barely suppressing his resentment. She was different from others. That precious quality couldn't be bought or collected, which was truly frustrating. Upon receiving the news, Anna prepared her will and a property relinquishment statement overnight, the latter for Prada and Priya. Back in Yver prison, Rosemary legally sold her children to another inmate. Even with their new identities, the debt must be written off. To avoid future problems, she decided to exploit Phaeton now. As for Caucavasia, a verbal agreement without formal documentation wouldn't be legally recognized, so there was no need to disclose it. If she passed away due to force majeure during surgery, the profits from Delaney's online store would go to Mr. Giocchio of the Alkinxianzu. 49% of the binary star Enolia would be donated to First Truth University to fund research, and all of her personal books would be given to the red-haired twins, Plata and Priya. There would be nothing else. The Starcore hunters would have to be contacted separately, and this couldn't be included in any public documents. As Baimao drafted the document, he wondered what a strange relationship his roommate had with the head of the Enolia family. Why were the red-haired twins her property, and yet also adopted by Mr. Enolia? It was a mind-boggling puzzle for anyone with ordinary sensibilities. Anna borrowed his copy of the marriage law and sat beside him, flipping through it, searching for cases on her laptop that could serve as examples. As for the meaning of self-defense, she had thoroughly understood it. Choosing the right moment to strike back was crucial. A few days later, the Enolia family's starship fleet was about to depart for the galaxy, and the scheduled surgery time had arrived. The only remaining issue was requesting leave. According to First Truth University regulations, graduate students seeking leave only needed to submit a statement of reason to the administrative committee via the academic affairs system. The university encouraged scholars to gain true knowledge through practice. But she felt this approach was inappropriate. With Professor Lachaud's temper, if you dared skip a class without a word from him, he would literally fail you without a word. Hunting, why bother with hunting? If you can't lie, then don't tell it. Why not just not tell the truth? So, Anna anxiously found Veritas Ladio after class and carefully asked him for 3 days off. Adding the 2 days off during the week and half a day on the weekend, that's 5.5 days in total, more than enough. Ask for leave? What's going on? The professor's eyes narrowed behind his plaster head, his intuition telling him this clueless student was up to something. To visit the Enolia family's starship. You know, I come from a small town and don't have much experience. Mr. Enolia's secretary, Miss Rosemary, was impressed by me and invited me to see the world. She told no lies from beginning to end, but she also didn't tell all the truth. To secure her vacation, she submitted all the extra homework assigned by Professor Lachaud. In just a few days, she thoroughly studied the criminal code and marriage law implemented by Pierpoint. Even an illiterate person like her was truly working hard. The heavy workload was a testament to her dedication. While hard work doesn't necessarily make up for a lack of talent, diligence is always better than laziness and is worthy of praise. The content of her homework also showed that she had put serious thought into it. The answer she provided was a bit far-fetched, but it was highly practical. From the perspective of choosing the lesser of two evils, it could be considered a solution. Which scholar didn't realize the numerous loopholes in Pierpoint's current laws? They were simply using homework as a warning to students not to fall into those traps, without even realizing it. They were scholars, not politicians. They could only hope that young people with talent, ability, and courage could change the status quo. Professors can't do much, just offer a little protection until these students truly grow into towering trees. Huh, so that's what you call gaining experience? Professor Lachaud almost laughed out loud. Go ahead, and submit your reflections on the visit when you come back. See, enough. If you learn something from this, I wouldn't mind taking you out for a tour someday. Knowledge can be accumulated, but wisdom can only be gained through practice. But the latter part isn't necessarily true. Some people know that failure teaches wisdom, while others simply keep repeating it, never changing their ways. I hope Anna Faberich is particularly the latter type. Fortunately, based on current circumstances, she certainly isn't. Anna, yeah, I fooled him. Chapter 140. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. After successfully securing her vacation, Anna, upon returning to the dormitory, grabbed Sid and demanded he sign her will as a notary. The young man, who signed without even having time to read the contents, frowned. Are you ill? Why didn't you go to the school's affiliated hospital for treatment, instead choosing the Enolia family's doctor? Of course, this illness was inexplicable, forcing her to do so. Craniotomy surgery requires general anesthesia. She couldn't control any accidents during the procedure, so she could only choose a relatively safe environment. Edmund was an accomplice to the prison break. Regardless of any agreement he had reached with the Interstellar Peace Company, he was indeed the lowest risk. Besides, half of his family fortune was on the line. For the sake of credit, the capitalist wanted the surgery to be successful more than anyone else. It's just a few minor issues, mainly a disagreement between me and Edmund. Well, he and I aren't on the same page, and I don't want to accept his gift of wealth. Let's just find some excuse to make peace, so we don't have any more ties in the future. Sid's eyes narrowed as he leaned back, looking very much like Professor Anaxis. He looked at Anna worriedly. I know you're not telling the whole truth, but it's not far from the truth, is it? For people in a room, 3 are smart and only 1 is stupid. Unfortunately, that stupid person is me. Anna looked away guiltily. There are indeed some embarrassing details here. Just consider it a private matter I don't want to share. Since she said that, Sid didn't ask any more questions. Later, when Damon's returned from outside, furious, he stopped him. Inexplicably, he had a recipe book in his arms, the kind for patients. Are you sick? Do you want us to go to the hospital with you? He picked up the stack of papers and flipped through them. Sid shook his head and whispered, No, it's not me, it's Fabrique who's sick. She doesn't want to talk about this. It's probably related to the head of the Enolia family. I understand, Damon said, tucking the recipe into his textbook. I won't ask. At dinner, Anna brought out the will again. This time, Damon signed her name without even asking, giving her the title of notary. Phaeton had drafted the will. This guy, who usually joked around, was serious when it came to business. If anything happens to you, I will oversee the execution of this will. He wrote his name neatly with a pen, and then handed the document back to its owner. The weekend had arrived in the blink of an eye. Anna woke up that morning, washed up, changed into the casual clothes she wore to First Truth University, and waited for her roommates to finish breakfast before joining them for class. When I returned at noon, I saw Xiaobai waiting at the door in his flying car. Ma'am, you worked hard. The overly elegant words, and Anna's casual attitude made Phaeton and the others raise their eyebrows. The Omnic butler was meticulously dressed from head to toe, the epitome of a wealthy family. Even the flying car wasn't the common model sponsored by the Interstellar Peace Company in the star field. But to Fabrique, all this seemed natural. Her confidence didn't jibe with her background as from a remote star system. Before leaving, she handed one of the 2 copies of her will to Phaeton and, in front of Xiaobai, asked him to repeat the instructions for supervising the doctor's execution. If it were just an ordinary person, these words wouldn't hold any weight. Even if the procedures followed the law, they wouldn't count for anything compared to credit points. But Phaeton was no ordinary person. First, he was a scholar at the First Truth University. Second, he majored in law and would pursue a related career. Finally, he was a disciple of Professor Anaxis, the blasphemer. These 3 factors combined created a powerful guarantee. Xiaobai, What else could I do but smile? The speeder car soared into the air and disappeared in an instant. Sid breathed a sigh of relief. May the god of luck bless her. Damons and Phaeton nodded in unison. Edmund had done his utmost to ensure the success of the operation. Ever since the last time the Interstellar Peace Company ambushed him in Avelle, he always carried an entire fleet with him whenever he went out, along with a medical team of top professionals on standby. If it were just a simple craniotomy, it wouldn't be a problem. The problem was that the doctors had to extract a theoretically useless biochip from the patient's brain tissue. The origin of this thing is 99% certain to be the work of the Interstellar Peace Corporation, and it's even possible it was developed by the Institute of Knowledge. It's conceivable that Anna's purpose in infiltrating First Truth University was precisely to resolve this potentially life-threatening problem. Who knew Edmund would offer himself up to her robbery? Of course, it would be a waste of time. The preoperative period went smoothly. The patient had been fasting and abstaining from food and water since last night, so well behaved that the doctors and nurses were moved to tears. The report indicated that she was in good health and met the surgical requirements, but after waiting for the results of the head radiograph, the surgeon removed his glasses, wiped them, and then put them back on. Judging from this angle, the chip was probably inserted by a fate walker from Abundant through the power of destiny. Its placement is truly inappropriate. Even the slightest misstep could significantly impact the functions of different areas of the patient's cerebral cortex. We have a fate walker from Abundant on our team, but a delicate operation like this, unless a doctor above the rank of master, the success rate is unlikely to be guaranteed. Anna was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled nonchalantly. It's okay. Rather than relying on the chances of survival to the mercy of a star god, it's better to trust in the experience accumulated over many years of practice. I simply don't want to be constantly controlled by others, and giving up something for that isn't a problem. She solemnly signed the risk notice, and the doctor sighed. Every one of us will do our best. Not doing our best was impossible. Half of the boss's net worth was tied up in this woman, and they had to at least save her life. The patient followed the nurse to prepare for surgery. The doctor approached Edmund and suggested it would be best to consult with a senior physician from the Institute of Knowledge. I can only guarantee the chip's removal, but I can't guarantee that the surgery won't cause any unnecessary harm to this woman. Edmund waved him off and sat in his chair, thinking for a long time. Her memory had been wiped clean before due to the chip, and perhaps this time, like last time, she would start over again. There was nothing wrong with forgetting everything about evil. His promises to her would always stand. So, let it be. Hadn't Anna fully understood the potential problems with the surgery and signed her consent? I'm just respecting her choice, Edmund thought. There's no need to alert the scholars of the Society of Knowledge. How else would he explain her identity? I don't know. We met in prison. How can I say that? Rosemary, let's get the property transfer documents ready again. If the surgery doesn't go as expected, why don't we take her back to Enolia for care? What do you say? He used a question, but there was no solicitation or inquiry in his words. You have to understand, this might not be a trivial matter that can be resolved with a beating. Rosemary rarely warned anyone, and Edmund didn't want to hear it. So she stopped talking and just stared at the man quietly. Everything went smoothly for Anna. The nurses smiled as they shaved her head clean and changed her into loose pajamas. The necessary needles were ready, and the treatment chamber was adjusted to her body's optimal state. The anesthesiologist handed her a mask, which supplied enough gas to ensure she would sleep soundly throughout the operation. You be free when you wake up. Although they weren't close friends, no medical staff disliked a patient who was obedient, easygoing, and cooperative. She was especially attractive, making her even more popular. Anna walked over to the operating table and lay down. After donning the mask, she quickly lost consciousness, as expected. Just after the examination, the AI had already suggested several optimal surgical plans. The surgeon waited for a long time without receiving any feedback from the boss about sending someone else, and he understood the Inolia family's attitude. Alas, the employer's personal connections weren't something salaried workers like them could casually inquire about. At this point, all that could be said was that this woman was unlucky to be targeted by such a person. In the office, Rosemary had already left, and Edmund sat alone in a chair. Before he made up his mind, he thought he was perfectly calm and composed. But after Xiaobai informed him that the surgery had begun, he found himself shaking uncontrollably. Surgery carries risks, and the greatest risk is letting that page of the will take effect. I just can't accept this. He hugged his arms, trying to control the unnatural tremors. I don't want her to die. I never thought about it. I just have too many constraints. The Inoria family and those who rely on them for jobs are the pressure and necessity he bears, So in every trade-off, she always comes in second place, by a narrow margin. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Shouldn't I contact Kakavasia and ask him to roll the dice? Ah, that guy even changed his name now, to a code name that sounds very much like the Interstellar Peace Company. He sat there, his mind a blur of thoughts, sometimes praying to the Amber King, sometimes thinking he should switch his prayers to the apothecary. How much time has passed? Has the surgery not yet concluded? What? Only 20 minutes? Is the timer broken? The Onic butler, Xiaobai, returned and knocked on the office door. Sir? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it's important? Edmund turned to look at his few accomplices. The Onic said helplessly, There's something only you can handle right now. Hopefully Master Prada and Miss Pry can stall for a little longer. Ms. Anna's mentor is truly one of the most dedicated and responsible people in the universe. Because his student had asked for leave to visit someone else's home, the mentor took a moment to see what the student had learned on this trip. Probably not much. After all, the person was already under anesthesia. Chapter 141. The scholar from the Polymathic Society visited, and the head of the Honoria family had no reason to refuse. The quality of Professor Lachaud's 52 courses was clearly on display. Anyone who had attended First Truth University could hardly have failed to be a student. Edmund had never imagined that after years away from campus, he would still relive his nightmares. The threat posed by this legendary figure's digital pen was even more terrifying than Anna's piano strings. The latter was unnecessarily quiet, at least to avoid causing psychological damage to the target. The former. It was difficult for a teacher to be quiet. The head of the family had locked himself in his room, leaving the responsibility of entertaining the guest to his adopted children. Heard that this visitor was a renowned teacher throughout the universe. Rosemary quickly moved the twins out and then vanished. Teacher, could you please see if my mushrooms are salvageable? Plata and Praya huddled together to carefully observe the man who had suddenly appeared. Veritas Lachaud was not angry. He stood patiently, waiting for the little mushrooms to ask questions. Are you Big Sister's teacher? Even though this man's expression was serious, Praya wasn't afraid of him. There were too many people in Yver prison who appeared kind, but actually had ulterior motives. Living in that kind of place from a young age, she had long learned to distinguish between kindness and malice. The red-haired cub, hands behind his back, tilted his head and smiled sweetly. Professor Lachaud's gaze lingered over her and her brother's heads for a moment. Then, realizing something, he pulled out his external computer device to confirm his suspicions. It's true that seemingly honest students are often more likely to get into trouble. I'm your teacher, and now I have a question for you. He put away his equipment, crouched down, and looked at Praya. Tell me what you observed. The child's ability to read expressions far exceeded her years. She was restrained, yet she tried hard to hide it, trying to appear more innocent and adorable. In other words, she was trying to confuse him, trying to confuse someone several times her age. People don't act without knowing what they're doing. This little girl was very confident in her abilities, which showed she did it often, and she rarely been caught, and she knew that even if she were caught, there wouldn't be any serious consequences. She was too young. A normal adult wouldn't bother with a child that old. Praya lowered her hands, stood up straight, and stopped her cutesy twisting and turning. You're really clean, aren't you? You smell so good. Vrida's Ladio, The little girl deliberately said things that an adult might find embarrassing and shameful, testing his limits. Her brother stood quietly by, ready to support or rescue his sister at any moment. It only took Professor Lachaud a single round to clearly understand the students' genuine honesty. Even though they were just two small children, they were aware of their abilities and purpose, and were not afraid to use them. I can't live without books and the bathtub, especially the former. When a person's head is filled with dirt, their body can't be much cleaner. No one, he closed the tablet device he was using as a book. Cleanliness is a good quality, at least that's what I think. Excuse me, sir, Plata said, stepping forward to protect his sister. Sister Anna is very important to us, just like family, just like a father, maybe even more important. Please forgive our shallow probing. Tears welled up in the little mushroom's large, azure eyes. We haven't seen our father since we were born. Only Sister Anna protects us, unquestioningly. Could you please not hurt her? If these two brats acted unreasonably, Lachaud would not hesitate to give them a stern lesson. However, if one mushroom failed to test the other, it was clear that the other was more advanced than the younger one. This clever and calculating child is more difficult to deal with than 10 honest students combined. I really want to know who instilled these things in the youngsters. I promise not to kill that person. Veritas Lachaud. I just came to see what technical difficulty Honoria had overcome that made my disciple lie and ask for leave to come and learn from her. Where's she? Plata looked at Praya. The two mushrooms remained silent, but simultaneously turned toward the entrance of a corridor. Very good. I can already foresee the future of these two little creatures after they enter First Truth University. Professor Lachaud? Your sudden visit is truly surprising. What can I do for you? Edmund, accompanied by his omnic butler, appeared in the reception area. The surrounding staff bowed their heads and retreated one by one, fearing they would displease their boss. Facing an adult human, Veritas Lachaud was clearly less compassionate. He circled the capitalist, then stopped and said calmly, "If my information is correct, you must have used illegal means to escape Iver prison. Although I personally did not participate in the design of that prison, there are some rumors about it. Mr. Enolia, based on your student experience, I don't believe you're capable of solving those puzzles on your own. Of course, since the company has made peace with you, we won't discuss the details of the prison break today." Professor Lachaud glanced at Prada and Praya, who had suddenly gone silent and expressionless. That idiotic student was lucky. Where's my student Anna Fabricet? He shook his head almost helplessly. Fabricet, fabricate. She's really bad at lying. Edmund, I don't know her origins, Professor. He surrendered. She's lost her memory. She doesn't know who she is, nor what crime she committed to deserve a life sentence. But she never intentionally challenged Yvel's rules. Professor Lachaud rolled his eyes. Do you want to hear what nonsense you're talking about? She never intentionally challenged prison rules, yet she managed to escape with her family? I'm willing to pay 3 billion credits to ransom her, Professor. Edmund struggled to maintain his composure in the face of the relentlessly pressing scholar. Seeing his adoptive adopter grow increasingly cowardly, Praya leaped forward, hugged Professor Lachaud's legs, and launched a wailing sonic assault. Don't take my sister. She rescued us from Yvel, gave us clothes, food, and even school. The little creature gestured with its sweaty palms. Praya is willing to read so many books every day. Please don't hurt her. A child's cry is often more terrifying than a bomb, especially one with a healthy body, a loud voice, clear logic, and great courage. Once they decide to use the ultimate means, they will never give up until they achieve their goal. The impact they inflict on adults is more effective than any weapon. Praya shout nearly deafened Lachaud. Seeing a mushroom brewing nearby, and considering he was stronger than his sister, even the wise Dr. Truth had to raise his hands and plea, I'm just a poor teacher looking for a lost student. I'm not a Pierpoint police officer, much less a judge. Please, young lady. As long as Fabric's means of gaining access to First Truth University didn't infringe on other students' right to an education, he wouldn't pursue her past. The Interstellar Peace Corporation had already made peace with the perpetrators. It was just a minor prison break. Wasn't it worth making such a fuss? Education is fair, even for prisoners. I'm so glad that foolish student had the sense to arrange for her mushrooms to go to school. Promise. Praya persisted. Professor Lachaud struggled to suppress the frown on his forehead, deciding to put the blame entirely on Edmund. I promise. The little girl immediately burst into laughter, letting go of his leg and returning to her brother. Prada expertly took out a handkerchief and wiped her face and hands. 11 months ago, Anna rescued Prada from the Rolling Stone assembly line, nearly causing her to fall into a pile of shredded flesh. She gave them a chance to live. Rosemary quietly appeared, clutching a small handkerchief. Miss Anna suffered a head injury and has lost a significant portion of her memory. A biochip of unknown origin remains in her brain, and doctors are currently attempting to remove it. I have no choice but to ask for your leave. If I delay any further, my condition will worsen, and she has no one in the universe to turn to. The beautiful red-haired woman sobbed softly, occasionally wiping her eyes and whimpering. Professor Lachaud responded by opening his tablet and pulling up a brain image. Is this it? 52 courses were worth the price. A year ago, he'd been slapped with this image by a worthless student working at the medical station of a department of the Interstellar Peace Company. Unexpectedly, not long after, the patient had obediently come to him. Alas! I don't know any escaped convicts from Yvel. I only know that my student, Anna Fabric, is a diligent and well-behaved student who's not stupid. She's even-tempered, and even when some idiots at school make ridiculously ridiculous remarks, she doesn't resort to violence. Overall, she's a promising talent. The professor tapped the tablet with his knuckles, a crisp, melodious sound. So, which top-tier expert performed the brain tumor removal surgery on my student? Yeah! Praya cheered, her joy making all words pale. Professor Lachaud raised an eyebrow, As for you, young lady, please keep your promise. Read 5 books a day, no matter the subject. Submit your reflections to Anna Fiberricht at the end of the week for her to review. I do a random check. Ah. The little mushroom quickly withered. Sadly, even tears couldn't change the professor's hardened heart this time. Even her dearest mother expressed strong support. Write carefully. Keep your word. Edmund gave Xiaobai a wry smile. The Omnic butler cheerfully stepped forward to lead the professor. Please follow me this way. Miss Anna's preoperative preparations are going smoothly. We also have Abundant Destiny Walker on the medical team. Everyone suddenly gathered around the solemn scholar, surrounding him as he headed toward the decisive corridor. Edmund was left alone in the living room, sighing. It's all about trivial matters. Chapter 142. Miss Febricott, please explain, does seeing the world mean lying on an operating table, serving as dissection material? The cold, stern voice was so close that any student at First Truth University couldn't lie still with a clear conscience. Anna scratched her ears, muttering to herself, hallucination? It had to be a hallucination. Otherwise, how could she hear Professor Lechaud's voice? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The next second, the door to the treatment chamber opened. The light wasn't stimulating, but it was enough to make one open their eyes. Anna rubbed her eyelids and forehead drowsily, then immediately closed her eyes and lay back down, adjusting her sleeping position so that she was lying on her side, facing the door, to escape reality. Edmund, that unreliable piece of shit, is there anything more terrifying than being caught red-handed by your professor for lying about asking for leave? Yes, your professor's name is Veritas Lechaud, and he likes to have a plaster head sculpture made of himself to isolate himself from idiots, and retards. I'm sorry, I seem to be something that needs to be isolated. Outside the treatment chamber, the medical staff could be heard chuckling. The surgeon patted the hull and said, so Miss Febrick is also Professor Lechaud's student. What a coincidence. Humph. The professor treated every student equally, even those who had already graduated. If I were you, I open the latest edition of this year's textbook to page 1342 and read the relevant material carefully. The doctor's face darkened, and the nurses lowered their brows, exchanging glances. No, he. Girls, please make way. Professor, please make way too. The elderly head nurse stepped forward graciously to take charge. She not only successfully moved the stiff-limbed doctor out of the way, but also Professor Lechaud, who was admiring the sheer stupidity of his student. A large group of nurses rushed forward to perform a post-operative examination on the patient. This was a crucial step. The anesthesia had worn off. If everything was fine, the patient would at least be able to move her fingers and toes. If she couldn't even move those two, let's call for help. We can only call for the forces of abundance. Thankfully, the patient was very resilient. Although she tried to hide her ears and eyes, she obediently moved her arms and legs, and her arms and legs followed her brain's instructions and moved where they should. The operation was a complete success. The doctor paid no attention to the new material in the new textbook. No one was more eager for the patient's recovery under his care than he was. He announced the success of the operation with a beaming smile, happier than the day he received his diploma. This level of skill was achieved right after the anesthesia wore off. By the time the recovery period is over, the patient might be even more agile than before the surgery. How could this be considered invasive treatment? Besides the Xianzhou Alliance, how many others within the company's reach could achieve similar technology? Manually excising tiny biochips embedded in brain tissue, you could publish a paper on this in a journal. Professor Lechaud's lips curled upwards a few pixels. Not bad, a perfect operation. You improved significantly since you were in school. As for you. He turned to face Anna, not noticing the surgeon, who had jumped 3 feet high behind him, his mouth almost gritting from ear to ear. The person who had feigned death to escape reality was eventually uncovered. The professor didn't hit the student, who had just undergone brain surgery, with his digital pen. Instead, he poked the bandage on her forehead with a finger. Rest well, and then focus on your studies. You still owe me several reports and a final paper. I look forward to your masterpiece. His calculations were spot on. 5 days in the treatment chamber was just the right length for such an injury, without missing a single class. Anna first opened one eye, cautiously observing Professor Lechaud's expression. Only when she felt she was no longer in danger did she open the other, looking pitifully at the plaster cast standing outside. Unfortunately, her expression was usually limited, and now it was even more stone-faced, with no hint of apology or plea for mercy. Telling someone who had just had their brain dug out by a doctor to focus on their studies was a terrible way to persuade them to study. She didn't dare utter a single word that might even suggest disobedience, sobbing as she accepted the generous gift package of homework from her professor. I mean, do theses just multiply? Why do they keep getting more and more? Ahaha, well, professor, please sit down and rest for a while. Tea and snacks will be here soon. The head nurse's timely appearance once again saved the patient's precarious state of mind. The doctor, now aware of the situation, stepped up and enthusiastically invited the professor to sit for a while. Having left school, it's not often you get guidance and help from a professor at work. Such a good thing doesn't happen every day. Paper authorship goes without saying, but even the most senior members should be treated to tea and food. The Onic butler, Xiaobai, promptly delivered a variety of Enoria-style food, and Prada and Priya graciously entertained the guests. Even if the little mushrooms had already thrown away the contents due to their crying and fussing, they could still pick them up from the ground, dust them off, and continue using them. Having experienced the boundless and pure hostility of Avel prison, minor matters, like someone's unpleasant face or unpleasant words, were nothing to the twins. The older sister's teacher, though seemingly menacing, gave them a feeling of security greater than even the most gentle prison guard's smile. Children's reactions were always direct. For you? Priya held up the Stillwater drawing paper. My brother and I drew this together. Thank you. Plata added helpfully, thank you. A circle of stick figures with pumpkin heads formed a crooked circle, like a cult ritual, surrounding a stick figure lying on a platform. This would have been a misunderstanding if it weren't for the fact that those who witnessed the incident were not so high-ranking. Professor Leisho, No, I'm a university professor, not a kindergarten teacher. Don't let me see these cubs scribbling foolishly on the paper. Come on, someone, anyone. Take these 2 mushrooms away. Unfortunately, the only 2 people who could control the twins were one lying in the treatment chamber, idly fiddling with his fingers, while the other lowered his eyes and smiled, pretending to be clueless. He accepted the drawing with a stern face and tucked it inside the tablet's cover. Priya, your painting is amazing. Keep up the good work. Try to kill more people. Luckily, Professor Leisho didn't have much free time. The next day, he checked on the unfortunate student assigned to him by the academic system. After confirming one last time that she had recovered better than expected, he took the tablet and left the starship. One moment, everyone bowed their heads and stood in awe to bid the professor farewell. The next, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even Anna, who still had to lie in the treatment chamber, peeked out, eager to make a move. The head nurse was the first to notice the patient's condition was so good it was unsettling. She immediately arranged for staff to rotate, ensuring constant monitoring. The surgery was a success, but the patient's ultimate recovery depended on ongoing care. For the next few days, the treatment chamber was sealed off. The medical staff treated their thesis with even greater concern than their own children, fearing any inadequacy might upset her and cause low readings. The implementation standards followed the same guidelines as those used for dissertation care. The teacher had already placed food right before her mouth, yet she didn't even open it. She deserved to be hit with a digital pen and start crying. How are you feeling today? On the 3rd day of recuperation, the doctor appeared outside the treatment chamber, carrying a stack of color charts and examination tools. Anna was now able to sit up on her own, making the examination much easier. I'm fine. Thank you for your trouble again. No. Vision, hearing, speech, body coordination. The doctor looked at the test data with confusion. The more he looked, the more baffling it became. Miss Favoricht, he said, comparing the 2 pre- and post-operative reports side by side in surprise. Do you feel any discomfort? It's not a bad thing for a patient to recover faster than expected, but this is too fast, and the numbers don't seem right. This doesn't even feel like invasive treatment. It's as if the patient's original functional indicators were even higher, completely affected by the chip before the surgery, and only after the surgery did they gradually improve to their natural level. Generally speaking, the purpose of placing a biochip in the brain is to control the person. Your life is in someone else's hands. If you don't obey, you will die. However, this approach requires preserving the recipient's most valuable abilities as much as possible. For example, let's say I hire a thief to break into a museum and steal antiques. For safety's sake, I implant a biochip in their brain. The preferred location would be far from their control center. At least, it wouldn't cripple them. How could they steal antiques if they were lame? Miss Favoricht is a special type whose indicators are all suppressed, as if the chip's sole purpose is to make her appear more normal. From a logical point of view, it doesn't make sense. Anna had no idea the doctor's thoughts had raced back and forth several times in just a few minutes. She tilted her head, carefully feeling the sensation, and replied, "No discomfort, nothing bad." So what about her memory? Are there any signs of recovery? Perhaps the answer lies within Miss Favoric's lost memories. Under what circumstances had she agreed to and undergone such a delicate surgery, and with what courage and fortitude had she endured the adjustment period? That was inserting a foreign object into the brain. Forget about anything else. Even if it was just a wisdom tooth removed, some people would still experience phantom pain a year or two later, not to mention having their brains tampered with. No, I still can't remember anything. Anna lowered her head and sighed. It seemed the original owner's memories weren't so easily restored, and it also indirectly suggested that the chip had indeed cost her life. Where's the chip you removed? Here, I just happened to give it to you. The doctor pulled a sample bag from the bottom of the medicine box and handed it to her. The golden biochip was no bigger than a quarter of a person's pinky fingernail, but even that size would be a formidable burden on the human brain, not to mention that it had once been connected to her flesh and blood for a period of time. Since the topic was on, the doctor simply shared the other necessary information. Professor Lachaud has confirmed that this item didn't originate from the current Polytechnic Institute. Its origins are likely, not entirely legitimate. Polytechnic Institute isn't some shady den where you can't leave once you sold yourself in. Researchers are highly mobile, and it's hard to say who brings what technology and who leaves. I investigate this. Anna put away the sample bag and thanked the doctor again. Clearing this matter would also provide an explanation to the original body. Chapter 143. After 5 full days in the sleeping pod, Anna swished a metal spoon from the dining table for her final checkup. With her deft fingers, she spun it from top to bottom and back again. It was silky smooth, like a knife slicing butter after being scorched by a flame. Perfect. The delicate manipulations were unaffected. What about your memory? The doctor excitedly ticked off each item in his notebook, pausing only at this point. He stared at her intently. Did you remember anything? Anna shook her head regretfully. She was no longer obsessed with recovering her original memories. Many things didn't necessarily need to be dug out from within her own mind. As long as a person lives in this world, they inevitably leave traces. Following those traces, sooner or later, you find the end. Why did you risk your life to infiltrate Yver prison? Was it because you knew there were still so many injustices there? It doesn't matter. The human brain is so sophisticated that even now, we can't claim to fully understand it. He optimistically wrote down the actual data in his notebook. If you ever find that forgotten memories have a chance of being revived, remember to contact me as soon as possible. Her case was truly unique, and it was impossible not to be curious. The doctor also wanted to know what kind of person Miss Fevert would become after the biochip was removed. With all her attributes reduced, how cruel would someone be to do such a cruel thing to herself? You must rest well. His eyes were so affectionate that it was uncomfortable, as if he was so reluctant to leave that he almost wanted to move into Anna's dormitory and sleep on the floor. Anna shuddered. Okay, I get it. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to hit you. Haha, fine. You rest well. You can return to class anytime you feel comfortable. He could barely contain the smile that curled his lips. That's how good a smile it was when someone who had already graduated looked at someone still struggling in their studies. Haha. I got caught in the rain, but you don't have an umbrella either. Seeing the patient was about to explode, the doctor finally stopped teasing her. He pulled Anna's personal computer peripheral from his coat and returned it to her. I've been keeping this for you to rest better. Now that you're almost fully recovered, it's time to return it to you. All patients are the same. Whenever they have free time, they always want to play with their computers. The treatment chamber blocked out the signal, allowing her to lie still, but external devices were difficult to control. The medical staff were so used to this situation that they confiscated them. Forced to rest, Anna, seeing her external device connected to her optical computer, didn't bother to argue with the doctor about the minor incident of his ridicule. She took it and opened the message page. The ding-dong sound nearly blocked the communication channel. The roommate's screams were completely expected, and the lengthy book list Professor Lachaud sent wasn't surprising either. Delaney had sent a message saying that the Immortal Ship Alliance's trading volume had been skyrocketing recently, like a starship jump. If we didn't do something, those elderly people who lived to be 4, 5, 6, or even 7, 8, or 1900 years old would buy out the shop. It seemed that the rumors were sometimes true. The Immortal Ship people had to be persuaded 3 times before they would agree to an invitation. Anna sent a message to Ms. Maya, asking if she had contacted the excluded farmers and herders in the Lyra constellation. She had to wait a while for a reply, so she decided to pack her bags and prepare to return to school. If Professor Lachaud knew she recovered but was trying to slack off, the consequences would be dire. Everyone knows that when teachers and doctors are willing to slam their hands on a desk and yell at someone, they're likely salvageable. When they turn a blind eye and let someone falter, it means they've been abandoned. Being looked up to is a wonderful and uplifting feeling, and trust can foster a warm and innate confidence. This is why Anna was able to bravely withstand her own instructor's digital pen attacks. Professor Lachaud gave every student the opportunity to receive an education, and she didn't want to waste this precious equality. The doctor, seeing this, stood up and said goodbye. He carried his toolbox in and out again, and on his way out, he happened to run into the twins, who had finished their online course, and were looking for Anna to play. Ah! Be careful, kids! He raised the toolbox excitedly, twisting his body, afraid the little mushrooms would bump into it. They certainly wouldn't get hurt, but if they did, it would undoubtedly hurt. Thank you, Doctor. Plata and Priya saluted in unison, watched the doctor leave, and then whispered to each other for a moment before opening the door and peering inside. Sister Anna, how are you? Anna had already packed up and was searching the room for lost items. Hearing the noise, she stepped forward and opened the door for them. I'm fine. I plan to go back to school soon. Ah. The mushroom sighed in disappointment. Is that really necessary? Anna evaded the question. Have you finished your reading today? Plata and Priya twisted their arms behind their backs, one to the left and the other to the right. What's so obvious? They haven't read a single page. That won't do. If Professor Lachaud finds out, you'd be severely criticized. She already knew the cubs well enough. They promised with great enthusiasm, but when it came time to actually put in the work, they were often absent-minded and avoided it whenever possible. Considering the twins' promise to read 5 books a day was based on her plea to their instructor, Anna, holding a small mushroom in each hand, walked towards the reading room. I have a little time left, so I can finish your reading with you. Thank you for stopping an adult male of unknown strength for me. Thank you very much, I'm very touched. Entering the reading room, she sat down elegantly on the floor and pinched Prada's chubby cheek. But not everyone is as upright and kind as Professor Lachaud. Dear Prada, dear Priya, I agree with your mother Rosemary on this point. She patted the shaggy carpet on either side. Prada fetched 5 children's books. They leaned against Anna, one on each side, and listened to her slowly read. This was a life they hadn't even dared to dream of in a Vale prison. The twins glanced at each other through the pages, winking and making faces. Sister Anna, can we come visit you more often from now on? Priya wanted to cling to her, waiting for her pause to ask a new question. She felt Anna's head being touched, but she didn't hear Anna say yes, nor did she hear her say no. The little mushrooms no longer needed someone to protect them. Separation was only a matter of time. Of course, she wouldn't waste the children's kindness, but she didn't hold out much hope for frequent visits. Sister Anna. Plata stepped forward, took her sister's hand, and looked up at her eagerly. Anna began to think. Anna tried hard to think. Anna gave up. Okay, sure, but you can't leave without Rosemary's permission. Without that restriction, these 2 mushrooms might be able to live at First Truth University. Plata and Priya exchanged a glance and raised their hands in cheers. Yeah. Showing even the slightest hint of pity softens the older sister's heart. This is a tried and true formula that only we have. In the afternoon, Rosemary gently pushed open the door to the reading room and, as expected, found the 3 of them sprawled out in a slumber. The artificial lighting conditions were perfect for reading, and, it seemed, for catching up on some sleep. She gently carried Priya away, then returned and took Plata away. When she returned, she saw Anna energetically stuffing books into the shelves one by one. I'm finally relieved. She took Anna's arm and looked her up and down, her gaze filled with heartache as she glanced over the bandage still bandaged on her head. What are your plans for the future? The man before her had not only saved her child but also pulled her out of a hell of endless restlessness. Naturally, Rosemary considered Anna family. But family didn't necessarily mean they had to be together every day. She was willing to respect every decision she made. Let's study first, Anna smiled, not mentioning the Starcore hunters. There's still things to do at Abigail's house. Rosemary knew that Anna and a young girl had partnered up to run an online snack shop. After all, it was a legitimate business that could support her. She didn't delve into her story, but simply nodded and smiled, as if relieved. Don't overwork yourself. Let me know if you need any help. She couldn't contribute much in terms of sheer physical effort, but she definitely had no problem providing intelligence and personnel. That's great. Anna smiled, a sort of acknowledgement, and the two walked side by side to the docking bay where the flying car was located. The Onic butler, Xiaobai, was already waiting beside the car. He treated Anna with the same respect as the head of the Honoria family. It was a matter of professional ethics to follow a certain routine. After all, Edmund was now paying him a salary. "Glad to see you back to normal, ma'am. Please get in." He politely opened the door of the flying car. "Since I brought you here, it's only natural that I take you home." His highly anthropomorphic face always held the calm and composed demeanor characteristic of silicon-based creatures. Rosemary looked away at him. Xiaobai humbly made way for her. "Will you come with me, ma'am?" "No, I have work to do," Rosemary replied politely. The complexities of human language were so complex that Onyx could only grasp them, not understand them. Anna raised an eyebrow. It looked like the fire in Edmund's backyard was bound to ignite sooner or later. However, she wouldn't interfere in the rest of the story. Everyone was starting from an equal footing now. What was there to get involved in, no matter what fair competition? Was he looking down on Xiaobai or Rosemary? Just kidding, either of them had more ulterior motives than her. The personal butler and the administrative secretary clashed inconclusively. Anna boarded the flying car. Xiaobai good-naturedly watched Rosemary leave and bid her a cordial farewell. Actually, the system where First Truth University is located isn't far from Honoria. If you like, you could even spend every weekend there. Its warm invitation passed like a gust of wind past a horse's ears, passing by and then vanishing. "Xiaobai, do you know what I enjoyed most these past few days?" She often didn't like to talk because everyone else had already said everything, not because she genuinely couldn't talk. The Onic butler was stunned. When it saw Anna, she was already surrounded by many people, and it hadn't recorded any information about her solitary activities. Anna's delight left the man speechless. "What I'm most satisfied with is that Edmund has finally stopped feigning affection and walking back and forth past me. I may not be smart, but I definitely know my place. My advice to you, just work, don't get so absorbed in it. What's the point of talking about relationships with capitalists? You're on the wrong track." Chapter 144. For the rest of the journey, the car remained silent except for the melodious music. Anna was delighted with the quality of her rest, leaning against the window and resting her eyes until it stopped at the dormitory entrance. "Goodbye," she said cheerfully, opening the door and jumping out. Her movements were light and graceful, even more agile than before. Xiaobai realized that this might be their last encounter. The vast starry sky was such that even if they chose to miss each other, they could still never meet again. As the one with a longer lifespan, it rarely felt close to sentiment, as if a power component had suddenly seized up, its mechanical heart skipping a beat. "I suddenly remember I never thanked you before," it took off its hat. "You brought me from the depths of the garbage mountain back to the surface. I'm deeply grateful, and I always be." Anna waved him nonchalantly. "You're welcome." "Bye." She hadn't dug it out for no apparent reason. At the time, she needed a housekeeping robot to care for the twins, and Xiaobai needed help getting it out of Avel. They each needed something, so there was no need to thank or not. Besides, she didn't lend a hand just to hear a thank you. It was nice to have it, but it didn't matter if she didn't. She walked a few steps to the dormitory door and took off, seemingly reluctant to meet her new friends. "I'm back. What are you doing?" The dormitory door opened slowly, and when it did, Anna saw Phaeton and Damon slumped over the soft chair, arguing. Sid was nowhere to be seen. It's not that she was being overly suspicious, it was just that the way these two people looked at each other made one suspicious. Not only were their clothes and hair messy, but they were also perfectly stacked. They weren't like Priya and Plata, little kids who were simply adorable no matter how they tumbled. Two burly young men, almost 5 feet 10 inches tall, doing this was nothing but an eyesore. And yet, these two didn't seem to notice anything was wrong. Phaeton even tilted his head and waved his paw happily at Anna, and "You're finally back. If I hadn't come back, no one could imagine what would have happened to the dorm." Damon's let go of the white-haired young man and climbed to his feet, panting. Anna noticed he was still holding a spatula. "Looking well?" He brushed his pink hair aside to cool it down, and shook his head, like a lion after a fight. "Sid made me some ingredients to stew for you, and it seems they come in handy." "Thank you. I'm more curious why you're in the living room, like this." She glanced back at the doorway behind her. The starlight was still bright, it was daytime. He cursed under his breath, and Phaeton burst into laughter. "I was just joking. Keep your hands off my pot." Damon's roared, his voice ringing in his ears. Anna slammed the door shut, blocking the inquiring glances from the neighbors hanging in the windows. If this is a waste of food, Damons, I support you in beating Phaeton up. She walked into the living room and chose a seat. Where's Sid? Professor Anaxes is calling for him, poor fellow, Phaeton said with a sympathetic expression. Damons had almost reached the kitchen door, but he turned back and kicked him before turning back again. Get up and clean up. The white-haired young man quickly stood up, ceding the passage to the cleaning robot. The chubby little creature rolled around, sweeping and wiping, while also reporting the current indoor temperature, humidity, and pollutant concentrations. He slowly returned the overturned tables and chairs to their original positions. After finishing all this, he sat down in front of Anna and carefully examined her complexion. Although I'm not a medical student, I think you look much better now. Really? Anna scratched her cheek. She felt her body lighter, her explosive power more precisely controlled, which explained why Bapuk's slaves were so highly valued. Yes, Phaeton answered firmly. Before, you gave the impression that you could be knocked out with one punch. Luckily, there weren't any bullies in their dormitory, otherwise Febreteka's life would have been a mess. Anna hadn't expected to look like a meat bun. She threw her head back and smiled. So what about now? Now I look. He deliberately dragged it out, but the person on the other side didn't take the bait, so the young man had to tell her the truth. I look fantastic now. Full of energy, smooth skin, very healthy. Anyone who eats and sleeps carefree every day and has a regular routine will be very healthy. Thank you for the compliment. Anna was delighted to be praised for her health. She pulled out the small Honoria-style gift she had brought to her roommate from her space button. Decorations and snacks freshly made in the Starship kitchen. She had specially asked the cook to get the snacks for her using credits, and Rosemary had helped prepare the decorations. Both were very practical. Dear Anne, you're practically everyone's godfather. Conclusive, undeniable, irrefutable, dominant. Phaeton clutched the treat in his arms, spouting a string of polysyllabic words that made Anna dig her toes. Enough. Stop. Okay. He obediently stuffed a cookie into his mouth and chewed it, his blue eyes suddenly brightening. Delicious. Damons. And brought back delicious cookies. He turned and shouted towards the kitchen, and someone inside threw a wad of kitchen paper at his head. Shut up and eat yours. If he didn't shut up quickly, he'd be fine. The first thing she'd say was, it's better than what you baked. Can you think of a way? So annoying. Sure enough, after Phaeton ate another cookie, she said word for word, it's better than what you baked. Can you think of a way? Think of you, scholarly swear word. Febricht, why don't you go back to your room and rest? He poked his head out of the kitchen, trying to tone down his smile. Anna nodded to Damons. I give you the presents later. I'm going to lie down for a while. The room was cleaned by a housekeeping robot every day. It was cleaner than she could do herself. She could just change her clothes and lie down. And she really needed to rest. The wound on her head didn't need stitches removed, but it hadn't healed enough for her to do anything she wanted. Febricht returned to her bedroom. The moment the door closed, Damons leaped in and punched her. You're the one with the big mouth. You're the one with the big mouth. Phaeton, of course, wasn't going to be outdone and immediately responded with an eye for an eye. The two men rolled around again, and the door opened again. This time, Sid appeared with two big dark circles under his eyes. I'm back. Is Anna back? The two men, caught up in the fierce battle, had no time to respond. The young man coughed and pulled out his energy gun from his waist. 5-1. There's still 3 in the middle. Phaeton fled in panic, while Damons dug behind the sofa. She just returned and is resting in the bedroom. Sid quickly put away his energy gun and returned to his usual reserved and gentle demeanor. It's too noisy. Keep quiet. Don't disturb the patient's recovery. And is in great condition and even brought us a gift. The man's anger faded quickly. Phaeton came out, opened the bag of cookies he had been holding, and gestured for him to reach out. Try it? Sid, undeterred, grabbed a handful and offered a few to Damons. It's really good. The three of them looked at each other, and suddenly laughed simultaneously. Just do what needs to be done. You see me at dinner time. Damons went to the kitchen first, turned down the heat, and picked up the book he'd been tucking into his pocket to read. The cleaning robot was so exhausted that parts were practically popping out. Sid watched it tumble back and forth, with a look of distress. Before dinner, Anna appeared in the living room without needing to be reminded. Sid's joy turned to worry when he saw her head still bandaged. So it's so serious. How long will it take to heal? It won't be noticeable once the hair grows back. Anna sat down and thought, then pulled out the excuse Professor Lachaud had helped her with. It was surgery to remove a malignant brain tumor. The professor was there. He said the operation was perfect, and the surgeon was a former student of his. Wait a minute. How many people at First Truth University haven't been students of Veritas Lachaud? Phaeton scratched the back of his head, and Sid rolled his eyes at him. Are you stupid? Professor Lachaud offers 52 courses, all free. Who hasn't taken one of his electives? Unless you're rich enough to ignore the course fees, everyone sees Professor Lachaud at least twice a year. Damon sneered. Although his courses have a pitiful 3% completion rate, anyone who completes them will undoubtedly become a successful person in their field. So there will always be those who show up in class with a sense of luck, Sid snorted sarcastically, and then walk away dejectedly mumbling something. I heard that. Anna nodded, indicating that was the case. But the professor doesn't care whether they come or go, let alone what they say. He is a fair and good man. If Professor Lachaud hadn't been so conscientious and responsible, one could hardly imagine what she would be like now. I send you my course notes right away. We take it all your electives and have the notes, so remember to receive them. Sid's major was also natural theology, but they had different instructors, so his and Anna's courses overlapped but also differed. Professor Lachaud believed that the star gods were material beings, but Professor Anaxa was more radical. He believed that all star gods once possessed human-like personalities, but during the ascension process, they discarded these irrelevant personalities and transformed them into concepts that current methods cannot fully understand. Therefore, everyone has the potential to become a star god. Anna thanked her roommates for their generous help and immediately distributed the gifts she had scavenged from the starship. Thank you so much. Professor Lachaud was worried I might accidentally remove my entire brain during surgery, so he urged me to focus on my studies during this time. Not only the more eccentric Phaeton, but even Damon's and Sid shared sympathetic looks. Studying under Professor Lachaud's watchful eye was truly miserable. Chapter 145. Back at school, Anna sadly realized how quickly she had become a pitiful figure struggling in the ocean of academics. She was preoccupied with finding time to finish her books and write a presentable report, never once considering slacking off. If one were to truly measure her lethality, the professor, who never killed his students, might not be able to defeat her. Anna might take action to eliminate Warden Teledazov, who was blocking the gates of Avel, but she never even considered doing the same to Professor Lachaud. The next day, she went to class with a head full of gauze. Everyone except Sid thought that the guy had finally been secretly put in a sack for his rude remarks. It's not that she hadn't considered other ways to cover it up, but even if she wore a hat, she had to take it off. Without the gauze, her hair wasn't long enough to hide the hideous blade. No matter how she tried, it would still be extremely conspicuous. After rejecting Phaeton's suggestion of a purple headscarf, she changed into the school uniform and walked into the classroom without hesitation. My uncle recently got some new ideas from Ms. Juan May from the Genius Club and is working on some experiments. Would you like to come with me? We might even get some extra credit. Sid sat next to her and thoughtfully brought her a new notebook. The last few blank pages of your old notebook were torn out by Phaeton, while he was a little unconscious at the time. This is his way of making amends. The notebooks were all free gifts from undergraduate clubs. Anna was surprised to find that the books Phaeton had collected were actually thicker and more durable than her own. Why? She flipped the thing over and over again, and a red maple leaf drifted out from one of the pages. They both paused in surprise. Sid bent down and painstakingly picked it up from the ground and wiped it. The content on it was clearly not meant for outsiders like him or Anna. Wow. What happened to that innocent campus romance? Looks like I missed so much. Anna whistled softly before the professor arrived. Sid turned around, looked around, opened the external device, and clicked send voice. Phaeton, are you crazy? Why do you want me to take someone else's love letter to you to Fiber Rich? So embarrassing. With a slam, he shut the device and tossed it into his pocket. For a moment, he looked just like Professor Anax's. Ahem, let's get back to the experiment, Anna said, timidly for once. Send me the time. I go whenever I'm free. Go help with the cleaning. She's good at that. After all, she's a seasoned professional cleaner, the kind with a 100% 5-star rating. We're just there to record data. The experiment itself won't require us. Sid was also quite self-aware, with a pretty good sense of self-awareness. My uncle doesn't like too many noisy, chattering people around him, so he always chooses quiet students as his lab assistants. Anna gave him a live demonstration of quietness, as she glanced at Professor Lachaud, carrying a tablet disguised as a slate. Do all teachers enjoy silently peeking at students, sneaking around, and making surprise attacks? Her sudden silence also alerted Sid to the danger. The young man pretended to be quiet and adjusted his sitting position. The professor, shrouded in a chill, walked from the last row at the entrance to the podium. He slapped the lecture notes, making them snap. The slap seemed to hit everyone who was chatting loudly. The lecture hall fell silent for a moment. Professor Lachaud looked from the back row to the front. He was pleased with the half-empty classroom and the student in the front row who had obediently attended class. Very good, class begins now. Anna opened a new notebook, and Sid followed suit, fearing that a change in breathing rhythm would attract the professor's attention and prompt him to call on her to answer questions. Professor Lachaud was relatively lenient towards a student who had just recovered from brain surgery 5 days ago. He didn't ask Anna or Sid any questions during class. As soon as the bell rang, he immediately took the lecture notes and left. Huh? The green-haired young man let out a long sigh. Thank God. The students, who had survived the ordeal, shared his expression. Anna nodded slowly, about to say something, when her personal computer suddenly alerted her of several unchecked messages. At that moment, Sid was busy fiddling with his messages, not noticing them. She opened her device and took a look. It was Elio's message. Go to the Black Tower station to assist Kafka and Silver Wolf, and help Dome revive there. Huh? No, someone can still be revived after dying? She's no longer the illiterate person she was a few months ago. Don't think you fool her so easily. Where is the Black Tower station, and how do I get there? Elio's scripts always have outlines, no details. He keeps handing out various scripts to the Star Corps hunters, as if he already knows what will happen in the future. I didn't expect such a counterintuitive content to appear. Back in the dormitory, Sid happily announced to everyone that Professor Anax's new project would allow everyone in the dormitory to spend a month at the Black Tower station. During the interim classes, everyone could attend directly at school using projection, and the project team would reimburse the expenses. Anna, who had originally planned to just sweep the floor as a cleaner, quickly responded, stating that she would diligently complete the professor's assigned tasks. Even though Professor Anax's wasn't her advisor, that didn't stop her from respecting him. Is it already respectful? How did you raise your favorability? Phaeton was playing games on his external device. Anna glanced at him. Tell me, what's going on? She slapped the red palm-shaped leaf in front of the white-haired young man, her tone teasing. Sid also remembered this and patted Phaeton on the shoulder. Yeah, tell me about it. Huh? Puzzled, he picked up the leaf and examined it for a moment, then nodded. There are 2 typos and a grammatical error. Scumbag. Damons gave a precise assessment. Someone confessed to you, and this is your reaction? Do typos matter? Do grammatical errors matter? What matters is the feelings, you idiot. I don't even know who gave this to me, Phaeton said, feeling wronged. Undergraduates. What a joke. There are countless notebooks and brochures distributed during Tion Club activities. If this one wasn't signed with my name, who would know who wrote it to whom? I already used the notebook. You better go back and find the writer and respond, accepting or rejecting. What's the point of reading it without replying? Anna pushed the leaf under his nose and turned back to the dormitory, intending to inform the other Star Corps hunters of her own plan of action. Hitting Professor Anax's ride to the Black Tower space station? Wouldn't that be much more efficient than robbing a bunch of pirates? Sneaking onto the space station and worrying about food and lodging is a minor issue, but as a visiting scholar, it's not a problem. Others will take care of it. Suddenly, I realized studying is better. Well, I finished the report for Professor Lachaud first. She suddenly felt incredibly motivated, and the other 3 people in the living room exchanged glances. Why does the atmosphere seem heated? Phaeton, still lingering in his Chinabaku style, raised a hand in a questioning gesture. Damons thought he was a talkative person. Hey, a word of advice. Being overly involved isn't the key to longevity. Maybe she enjoys interstellar travel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it from her hometown to First Truth University. Sid's perspective was more straightforward. He pulled out his external device, ready to write back to his uncle. Confirm whether you're going. If not, I can get back to the professor sooner. Go, you must go. Professor Lachaud. All the disciples agreed to help out, but these biological students still had to be begged and pleaded to work for their own professor. Perhaps they wanted to retake rhetoric. Sid sent a message to Professor Anaxa about everyone's willingness to go to the Black Tower space station. He put down his equipment and talked about something else. It said that Luofu Xianzhou is planning to send someone over for this academic exchange. The last person left less than 6 months ago, so that's quite frequent. Because his uncle is a professor, he's always better informed than other students. The life science technology there is not to be underestimated, and the Polyscience Society is also willing to exchange and cooperate. But Phaeton spread his hands. What does this have to do with us, pure liberal arts students who don't even study advanced mathematics? Xianzhou literature, even with the synesthesia beacon, makes me tired of reading it. But this time, a Vidyadhara appears. Aren't you curious? Sid rolled his eyes at him and looked at Damon's. Anyway, I'm curious. A human laying eggs? How bizarre. That's indeed bizarre. Did they suddenly shrink as they aged, or what? Phaeton stared up at the sky, speculating wildly. Damon's, a history student, nearly spat out a spit of water in his face. While the history of the Immortal Boat Alliance wasn't his area of research, he knew more than the others. That's the manifestation of the power of the star gods. The Chiming are all descendants and followers of the deceased star god Immortal. Fertility and abundance each carried away a portion of Immortal's concept, resulting in the distorted phenomena of Immortal's creations today. Anyway, everyone agrees. The Chiming are very fierce. They refuse to open this area of research to the outside world, so it's all speculation. Damon's emphatically warned Phaeton not to resort to such treachery. Don't bring this up in front of the Chiming. It's disrespectful and impolite to them, and it'd be a waste of your time. He slammed his cup down on the table, using his voice to warn his unreliable friend. Do you think I'm some kind of automatic troublemaker? Phaeton tried to argue, but he couldn't find any evidence to justify his actions. He was indeed a bit too lively, and had caused more trouble than everyone else combined. Jokes aside, I treat everyone with the same respect. Finally, he raised 3 fingers to the sky and swore he would never embarrass himself. This was how he escaped his friends' verbal attacks and the public criticism they were bringing. Chapter 146. Since Anna had agreed to do a small favor for Professor Anaxa so she could ride aboard a publicly funded starship to the Black Tower space station, she naturally didn't just talk about it. The next day, she and her roommates agreed to go to the lab to get acclimated. Of the 4, only Sid could help his dear uncle with the operations. The other 3 were solely responsible for logistical support. Well, they were all liberal arts students. At least they had some experience entering data, writing instructions, and adding annotations, so they didn't waste the professor's kindness. The lab was located at the headquarters of the Polyscience Society. Yes, that's right, near where Mr. Blade was conducting his mission. Revisiting her old haunt, the accomplice felt nothing special, except for encountering the cat, nearly melting in the sun, outside the lab. This time, Anna had prepared in advance. She calmly retrieved the can of pet meat she had placed inside the space button. Gently tapping the ring with her index finger, the cat trotted over and fell in front of her, its tail erect. Meow, meow, meow. The cat, its furry belly bared, twisted and turned obsequiously. Seeing the biped crouch down to open a can, it immediately scrambled to its feet, seizing a favorable position. As Anna barely placed the can on the ground between her fingers, the abyssal maw opened. The cat buried its head in the food, its ears and tail trembling slightly with effort. She pulled out her external device, snapped several photos, and saved them, to be used later when the incredibly busy Xianzhou scholar was free to discuss the topic. Why are you carrying a can of cat food with you? Phaeton crouched over. The cat glanced back at him, then lowered its head to continue eating. The white-haired young man, delighted at the sight of prey, reached out and stroked the back of its furry head, earning an impatient meow. Stop! Go eat your own offering. I ran into it last time I came to the group meeting. Anna poked the cat's ear. The cat looked up, grunting softly as it shifted its hindquarters, patting its tail, and continued eating. The passes are ready. Come get them. Sid called from the corridor. The 4 of them regrouped. Anna noticed 2 student assistants busy in the lab behind the glass window. Damon's handed her the pass he had received from Sid. Are you looking at Castorea? That's her twin sister next to her. Oh! Anna put on her pass and followed Sid into another room. The data recording equipment emitted a variety of strange humming sounds, punctuated by occasional shrieks and explosions. That's none of our business, Sid said, walking over as if for no other reason, stopping only when he reached the open screen. You 3 will be processing these records here and clearing them out. The scrolls of manual records are no simpler than those made by machines. They complement the human brain's intelligent systems and contain the secret codes that safeguard the orderly progress of experiments. Will it be the same when we go to the Black Tower station? Phaeton picked up a scroll, opened it, and took a look. He immediately felt dizzy, and his vision went black. It's painful. I can't understand. It's normal not to understand. Just listen to the explanation and you understand. I finished that scroll yesterday, and today's hasn't arrived yet. The whole room is filled with recorded data, and I haven't had time to clear it out yet. Anna rolled up her sleeves without a word and got to work. With the four of them working together, the modest data room quickly became a complete mess. That cleaning robot outside the lab is a long time old. I don't want to fix such an old artifact, but spending a bunch of credits just for it isn't worth it. Anyway, we're the cheapest and most useful labor force. Sid grinned self-deprecatingly, having to admit that even this was better than being useless. The others said it wasn't a big deal, they weren't helping out for free anyway, they were getting paid. We work for 3 hours after class this afternoon. Not only do we get dinner, but Professor Anaxes also pays us. I'd be embarrassed to complain. Phaeton patted Sid's shoulder with a smile, telling him not to worry. After all, among the departments in their dorm, law, history, and theology, the department most closely related to Professor Anaxes' experiment was theology. How is challenging a god not related to theology? Then they went to visit the accessible portion of the lab. Anna was surprised to find Sid leading them to a light blue, egg-shaped culture tank, where an egg of some unknown creature lay. What is this? She pointed at the egg in surprise. Sid sighed. Artificially synthesized creatures. Let's call them that for now. Uncle has given them a mythical, fantastical name called Chimera, or Little Monster. No wonder Professor Anax's reputation is even more terrifying than Professor Lachaux's. From a conservative perspective, this is truly audacious. Even you have that expression on your face, so you can imagine others are even more unacceptable. That's why Uncle wants to move the experiment to the Black Tower space station. The Genius Club doesn't have the same high ethical standards as the educated society. Anna barely knew what expression to strike. She looked at Sid with difficulty. If this technology were only used on animals, and for research and exploration, I could barely understand it. But using it on humans is unforgivable. Sorry, I'm being hypocritical. Putting different kinds of people together to play match 3? What kind of regional joke is that? Of course, it can only be used for animal research, Sid replied firmly. Damons came over to explain. Professor Anaxes believes humans are worthy of being compared to the star gods. Humans are the stars of the ecosystem, and he wouldn't joke about stars. I hope so. Anna couldn't help but think of the photographs she'd taken in a Vel prison, of human embryos of different races and species intermingled with animal embryos. Just a fine line, a mere moral difference, yet two completely opposite worlds. I'm done watching. I'm feeling a physical discomfort. Sorry. She covered her mouth and hurried out. The others watched worriedly, but no one tried to stop her. Let's not even talk about the Genius Club's research. Geniuses unrivaled in the galaxy are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. But even within the biotechnology mastered by the Polymath Society, there's never a shortage of related research. Scholars believe that while all of this research currently appears to violate humanity and the law, the goal of pursuing these technologies is to ensure that no one faces the difficult choice between life and ethics in the future. For example, if you need an organ replacement, simply grow one in a petri dish. There's no need to covet healthy, innocent people. However, growing an identical organ in a petri dish is a technology that inevitably involves borderline experimentation. Humanity has long battled against its innate evil. Research on this subject has taken a long, intermittent journey to reach its current depths, and the pressure to continue advancing will be no less than before. However, scholars have reached at least one consensus. Genetic-related life science technologies are not suitable for premature transfer to less civilized circles. This conclusion holds true for both evolutionary and societal security considerations. Indeed, humanity continues to evolve and adapt to various environments to survive. Immortal species, like the Xianzhou Alliance, are, on the other hand, more vulnerable to the unexpected consequences of drastic environmental changes. From every perspective, Fabry is a kind person who easily gives in to others. I'm really worried about her. Phaeton slammed his hand on the table and said to Sid, "Let me handle all the data collection from now on. This will prevent her from getting upset when she sees the culture tanks." Damons nodded silently, and Sid rolled his eyes. "You're right." The division of labor was thus tentatively determined. Anna would only be responsible for entering data, while Phaeton would do the heavy lifting of fetching items, and Damons would handle the cleaning. The scholars actually conducting the experiments were finally freed from the tedious daily grind. After taking on the odd jobs for Professor Anaxa, Anna became more diligent but also more silent. A month later, before the entire dormitory departed for the Black Tower space station, she submitted the outline for her final paper again. This time, Professor Lachaux didn't comment. After reading it, he simply nodded and told her to go back and try writing it herself. An outline is just an idea and a general outline. Only when you flesh it out will you discover the specific problems. Professor Leishow's research in other areas has recently reached a critical juncture. Looking at her mentor, whose steps were more vigorous than usual, Anna decided to find someone else to discuss her worries. Find? Well, let's find the cat-loving scholar on Luofuxian show. Of the 3 scholars recommended by Mr. Jiaxiu, he's the fastest to respond. The other 2 are always too busy. It just so happens that my external device contains a large collection of cats found all over campus, so I can feed them to my friends. Thinking of this, Anna carefully selected the best pictures of fat cats from her gallery and sent them to her friends. They quickly sent back some very unique emojis. Things like shocked big-eared rabbits. Looks like you had some free time lately. Halfway across the galaxy, the white-haired man playing chess with his disciple opened the Jade Omen and squinted, then leaned in to examine each picture carefully. This kid's taste in cats is very similar to that of the Xianzhou people. They both like the ones with round heads, round faces, and plump bodies. He glanced at his disciple, lost in thought, and shook his head with a smile. Young people are impatient. Everything is written on their faces. Soon, a question popped up on the Jade Omen, troubling the young man. He read it from beginning to end, then back again, putting it down, tapping his leg, then picking it up again, carefully formulating his own opinion. Finally, he sighed. The reason short-lived species are more likely to produce exceptionally talented individuals is probably because their short lifespans and time constraints mean they strive to learn and think as much as possible within their limited time frame. In the face of the vastness of the universe, is there any difference between immortals and short-lived species? On an infinitely extended timeline, a fragment and a point are the same. General, your next move. The young disciple finally made what he considered a brilliant move, eager to earn his master's praise. The white-haired man put down the Jade Omen, glanced at the chessboard, and absent-mindedly moved a piece. The young boy fell into deep thought again. No, I already thought it through. Chapter 147. We're leaving tomorrow. Have you got everything ready? When Sid returned to the dorm after finishing his elective class, he saw 3 people slaving away on their papers. He could understand Anna's behavior. Professor Leishow, if you disregard his words, be prepared to be expelled from the class. But the other 2 weren't usually this diligent. Why were they suddenly so eager to learn? You're back? There's dinner in the kitchen. Go get it yourself. Damons looked up and saw it was him. He gave him instructions and immediately returned to his studies. Sid's behavior became much more normal upon returning to the dorm, neither bowing his head nor avoiding others. As he entered the kitchen to serve food, he reminded everyone, Uncle told me to inform you to gather at the school's starport early tomorrow morning. It won't be too late to pack up in the morning, so make sure you pack your things tonight. I be away for a month, and when I return, I be preparing for finals. Speaking of finals, Phaeton looked at Anna, whose fingers were almost flickering. Would you like to come visit us during the break? First Truth University is generous with its vacations, with 3 breaks each year. According to the Pierpoint calendar, these are the autumn and winter New Year's holidays, the spring break, and the summer internship break. Summer is the longest, followed by autumn and winter, and spring is the shortest. This time, it's the summer break, long enough for students to return home or explore the universe. I don't know. It might not be enough time. Maybe I go back to the Lyra constellation, or maybe I go out and work. It depends on how Elio's script plays out. Many students at First Adian University make this arrangement, going home or working part-time, so it's not surprising at all. Anna stared at the virtual screen unfolding on her personal computer, writing intently. Being quiet doesn't mean they don't have opinions. Perhaps they simply lack the urge to express them verbally, perhaps harboring more thoughts than anyone else. Her current strategy was to write as much as she could, even if it was just to clearly describe a question. Once she was finished, she could review what she could and couldn't use. It was better to reach her word count than to painstakingly count on her fingers. Deleting and cutting was always easier than overthinking. Sid, worried, reminded her again about the luggage issue. This time, all 3 roommates agreed, yes, I understand, and would definitely pack everything they needed tonight. The next morning, Miss Feverick, needing no reminder, yawned and appeared in the common living room punctually, waiting for the others to depart. She had a portable space button, so she naturally went with nothing. 5 minutes later, Damons emerged from the kitchen and dove into the bedroom for a quick shower. Phaeton, still in his pajamas, appeared. What time is it? Don't you have a personal computer? Or has your computer and your brain eloped? Under Sid's sharp gaze, Phaeton fled, taking breakfast with him before leaving. When the two early risers finished breakfast and were ready to go, Damon rushed out of the bedroom, dragging a suitcase that matched only his hair color. He plopped down next to Sid and shoved his breakfast into his mouth. Anna silently stood up and poured him a glass of water. 5 minutes later, the guy succeeded in choking. She pushed the glass toward him, facing Sid's stern face, which resembled Professor Anaxis's, and said, "Drink some." Phaeton hasn't responded yet. "Sid, the dorm clock is 10 minutes ahead of schedule, you know?" She hoped he'd change his expression, at least not let her mistakenly believe she'd have to listen to the professor's scolding in the dorm. "It was my mistake to trust them too much," Sid said, clasping his hands before his face. "Next time, I consider buying a time bomb and sticking it on these two's doors. Maybe that'd serve as an effective reminder." Burp! Damon finally swallowed his food, then began to burp again. At this moment, Phaeton finally appeared, dressed in his school uniform and lugging his luggage. There was only one seat left at the table, and he happily walked over and sat down. "So it's still early, isn't it? Are you saying we need to get to the graduate school Starship docking station in 10 minutes, and then head to the starport at the edge of the system? Darling, how about you try carrying us all the way there?" Sid's expression could already be described as sullen. Anna kicked Phaeton to remind him to stop talking nonsense, then turned and slapped Damon's on the back. "Burp! Huh?" Damon's, a burly man with ticklish skin, was never prepared for the backstab from his delicate roommate. He jumped for a start, but the hiccups subsided on their own. "Miraculous doctor." Phaeton finished his breakfast with a slurred slur, wiped his mouth with a piece of paper, and then threw it aside. The cleaning robot came over, cursing, and worked furiously. "Damn it! You just threw it. All right, let's go," he declared, leaping to his feet with the exuberance of a man about to challenge his boss. The roommates didn't even give him a second thought, grabbing their luggage and marching off. The shuttle had been pre-booked and was already in place. The four of them filed out of the dormitory, locked the door, and got in. Thanks to the air route, they arrived at the shuttle on time. "You're finally here." Professor Anaxis, naturally, was traveling with his beloved nephew. A series of stumbling, idiotic students had injured his eye. Everyone followed him dejectedly onto the small shuttle ship. Once seated, the professor immediately pulled an eye patch from his pocket and donned it, his refusal to even glance at the fools making its point clear. Soon, the other student assistants from the graduate school arrived. Those who weren't there likely had already arrived at the starport. Being later than them meant being late. TSK, 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 TSK. Being late for Professor Anaxis was like playing games in Professor Lachaud's class. Both were courting death, the only difference being suicide or homicide. Anna boarded the starship. According to her pre-booked ticket, she sat in a row with her roommates, perfectly situated between Phaeton and Damon's, like a valley in a mountain. Without a word, she sat down, opened her screen, and continued writing. Phaeton stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, remarking that proving the existence of gods through logical reasoning was beyond the grasp of a law student like him. Damon looked down at the e-reader he had downloaded onto his external device. Sid, sitting across from him in the hallway, peered over at him. So, he stood up and swapped places with his roommate. "You two, both majoring in the same field, can discuss things together. I sit outside and keep an eye on the luggage." Sid thanked him and moved over to Anna's side. After writing a long list, he quietly asked her about a question, which quickly devolved into an argument. This hushed debate continued throughout the connecting starship's voyage. Professor Anaxa, seated in the front row, seemed as soundly asleep as ever, offering no comment. After finally arriving at the starport, the starship bound for Black Tower Station was already poised for launch. The proud creation of the Interstellar Peace Company's logistics department now docked at the starport's pier like a giant, dark gray whale. Arriving at the meeting point, Sid couldn't move his legs in the face of the vast crowd of strangers. His roommates had to run around with him, taking roll calls. Sure enough, two seniors hadn't arrived yet. Professor Anaxa lifted one of his eye patch and glanced at the system notifications with one eye. He looked up and gestured for the students to board the starship first. The reason for their lateness hadn't been explained, and unless it was a sudden illness or a car accident, it was unacceptable. Sid breathed a sigh of relief, pulled out his external device, and buried his head in a message. He could speak at length through the screen, but in front of everyone, he couldn't utter a single word. Soon, the two seniors received replies. One misread the time, while the other, after leaving, realized she'd forgotten important lab notes and had to run back for them. The flustered back and forth only made things slower and slower. Anna, convinced, sympathetically approached him and whispered, "At least no one was killed or hurt." That clumsy senior. Well, let Professor Anaxes make the decision. Perhaps these clumsy, clueless protagonists in novels are endearing, but in everyday life, they're just annoying. Huh? Sid looked at her and forced a smile. You're right. I'm not a professor. After saying this, he walked over to Professor Anaxes and explained the situation in detail. The unsympathetic scholar immediately used his computer to contact the scattered students. 10 minutes. If you can't catch up, don't come. The flight path isn't just for First Truth University. Please be kind and have some sympathy for those poor souls who travel so far to make a living. Your starship's delay in occupying the path could cost them their entire income. After hanging up, he informed the starship crew that the hatch would be closed in 10 minutes at most, and no one's pleas would be of any use. The 10 minutes passed quickly, and the senior who had misread the time barely managed to climb the spiral staircase before the hatch closed. Another clumsy senior whimpered in the communication group, hoping that Professor Anaxes would show some mercy this time. Sid glanced at his uncle, who had put on his eye patch again. He didn't react, so he could only pretend that he didn't know anything because he wasn't in the senior group. Honestly, it's hard to believe someone who can't even meet such a basic requirement as punctuality can be rigorous in their research. Professor Anaxa was borrowing space at the Black Tower station and had no intention of embarrassing himself by bringing his students along. The starship took off on time. Anna activated her external device to inform the Star Corps hunters that everything was going smoothly. Kafka replied gently in the chat, "Thank you." Although they hadn't spent much time together, the new youngest member treated every colleague with genuine sincerity. She was willing to spend time playing games with Silver Wolf that Blade wouldn't even bother playing, proactively helping colleagues clean up after completing missions, and even remembering to bring gifts for everyone when she went on a mission. This time, she even risked being caught to help fulfill her wish. Kafka was truly grateful to her. Silver Wolf replied with an OK emoji, while Firefly sent a big red heart. Mr. Blade, still nowhere to be found. Chapter 148. After the starship escaped from its corresponding jump point, it would take another 2 days to reach the transit jump point. During this time, the 48 system aircraft advanced steadily along the route corridor, making the interstellar journey a leisurely and relaxing experience. Phaeton and Damons dragged Anna out of the vast sea of papers and placed her in front of the window. Outside the viewing window, celestial bodies, large and small, moved in their own rhythmic movements, creating a uniquely majestic beauty as they passed before their eyes. How's it? Aside from interstellar traders and pioneers aboard the Star Train, ordinary people rarely see such a view. The white-haired young man stretched himself lazily. Not many have the courage to embark on a pioneering journey. Magnificent journeys, magnificent and fantastical epics, it's all here. Damon stood on the other side, hands on his hips. Don't just stare at the textbook. You pretty much mastered the basics. It's time to set your sights higher and farther. The galaxy is vast. Anna had seen the splendor of the stars before, but she never felt as calm as she did now. Beautiful. She leaned against the window, gazing fascinatedly at the brilliant deep space outside. Phaeton turned to look at Sid, who was standing at the entrance of the passageway, talking to Professor Anaxa. Sid smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. The aloof, green-haired scholar silently indulged his disciple's petty actions right under his nose, his lips curling slightly as he glanced at the porthole. While pursuing truth, one must also ensure that the world understands its existence. Only seed sown in barren soil can quickly take root, sprout, and flourish. Scholar's place shouldn't be on a pedestal. On this point, he and Veritas Ladion shared the same sentiment. After gazing at the stars for a while, Anna went to the bar and ordered a glass of lemonade mixed with alcohol and syrup. This drink was so popular in Pier Point that students at school often did it. This drink was the only one offered to passengers on the starship with the lowest total sugar and alcohol content. Out of sympathy for her hard-working pancreas, Anna decided not to burden it with excessive sugar intake. Phaeton made the same choice as her, and he also brought 2 for Sid and Professor Anaxa. Damons actually ordered a vanilla, pomegranate, and yogurt ice cream combo. I really didn't realize it. Such a macho hobby is so cute. The 3 of them returned to their seats with their plates. No one else dared to eat at the same table with Professor Anaxa. As Sid put it, if Anaxa wasn't his uncle, he wouldn't want to sit with him. Professor, what are you drawing? Phaeton didn't want a snack that sounded like a visit to a grave, so he tried to change the subject. Professor Anaxa turned the sketchpad over and showed it to him. Here. On the sketchpad lay a creature, the likes of which no one had ever seen before, Gigantic, slow, yet docile. The white-haired young man's eyes lit up. I knew this color combination was perfect. Look! Anna took a look and closed her eyes in pain. Purple scales covering ochre limbs would be striking enough on an animal, but if a human looked like this, it would be truly horrifying. Professor, should the school offer an elective course in aesthetics? Sid looked at his beloved uncle in despair. Professor Anaxa said calmly, we do, and it's even taught by Professor Lachaud, but it's no use for this guy. He spoke calmly, as if unaware of the horrific nature of his assertion. One thing that convinces me that the star god has personality is this guy's aesthetic sense. He must be cursed, the kind that even Veritas can't cure. Ah! Question. The professor suddenly raised his voice, and the 4 students chatting around him shuddered and fell silent. What symbolism can you discern from this pattern? Theology and mysticism are only a letter apart, and the basic concepts couldn't be more different. But when it comes to symbols and symbolism, the two are inextricably linked. Balanced and coordinated? That was Phaeton's answer. It appears large, and its movements are correspondingly slow and clumsy. Damon's racked his brains. Dumb and tough? This animal simply doesn't look very intelligent. Calm and silent. Sid wanted to sigh. Why did his uncle always give off a sense of danger, a calm, maddening presence? It was Anna's turn. She couldn't repeat the previous answer. The last person to answer, letting their brains run wild, began to make up stories. It seems in a good mood? Is it because it doesn't care about outside opinions, and is focused on its own work? This is the kind of chimera I hope to cultivate. Professor Anaxis didn't comment on his students' tentative answers. As long as they were well-reasoned and well-founded, they were considered qualified. Why should he judge them? Anna, Sid, Damon's, Phaeton, That's terrifying. Professor, who wants to keep and observe such a slow, oversized creature in a lab? Don't you know the saying, the more you eat, the more you poop? We're all logistics. We waited in line for a while. When we arrived at the transit point, there was a fee for using the tunnel and the jump point, so of course, those who paid first got in first, and those who arrived later had to wait in line. First Truth University arrived fortunately, being near the front of the queue. As soon as the captain finished communicating with the tunnel, a long, colorful tail of ships began to fall behind them. It's a bounty hunter fleet. Ignore those shouting and screaming hordes. Professor Anaxa glanced out the window. The tranquil scenery outside was replaced by a flurry of small aircraft whizzing through the sky, and the students couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Will we get into a collision? Those small aircraft, with virtually no protection, darted around, making even passers-by feel uneasy. The communication channel was filled with censored greetings, and the helmsman impatiently activated auto-recovery to deal with it. It was clear that everyone was not very accepting of those on the outside. Crude romance can only be appreciated in movies and TV dramas. Real life is a completely different story. Anna silently picked up her cup and turned her back to the window. Although she knew they would never dare to provoke the scholars of First Truth University, she couldn't help but worry about the possibility of someone going crazy and trying to steal a rabbit. All female students returned to the dorms and rest. Professor Anaxis stood up from his seat and walked to the window. Anna obediently blended in with the other women and returned to the rest cabin. The unfamiliar seniors from other research fields were discussing the topic. The discussion centering on the topic of bounty hunters are so annoying. Cutting in line to use other people's passes is disgusting. My family encountered this last time when they were out on business. There was no logic to it, and ordinary bodyguards couldn't defeat them. In the end, they could only blame themselves for their bad luck. It's so annoying. Me too. The school starship is fine, but they still try to get into ordinary merchant ships and passenger vessels. How annoying. Anna listened with rapt interest. It seemed bounty hunters occasionally took on the role of space pirates. Her luck was truly terrible. No wonder she couldn't even get Cock of Asia. I'm a little scared to go back to the separate rest cabins. Why don't we stay in the multi-purpose hall and talk together? The entire research team consisted of only about 10 or 20 people, half of whom were female. Even if they hadn't known each other before, they all got to know each other now. Huddling together felt safer. Anna didn't recognize anyone here. Suddenly, someone gently tugged at her wrist. She lowered her head and met the eyes of a woman in a wheelchair. She was from the same hometown as Phaeton and the others, Castorea's twin sister. Anna hadn't asked her name. What do you need? Anna's gaze fell on her light purple hair, and she couldn't help but exclaim heartfeltly, your hair is so beautiful. Ah! The girl's eyes widened with joy, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Thank you. Castorea ended the conversation and approached from the other side. Besides my fellow townspeople, you're the first person to compliment Perlusia. Thank you. It's nothing. I'm always good at speaking the truth. It's rare to dye hair this color so evenly and glossily, so it's naturally beautiful. Anna nodded seriously. If she hadn't been unfamiliar with them, she might have reached out. Castorea smiled and split the Kit Kat snack in her hand between her younger sister and Junior. Phaeton told me about you. Well, you seemed unwell a while ago. Are you feeling better now? Yeah, I'm healed. I'm feeling fantastic now. A plate of puff food lay before her. Anna picked up a piece and tasted it, convinced it was some kind of bean sliced and fried. The ladies divided into small groups, based on their academic backgrounds, and then gathered in the multi-purpose room to chat. Although there were no windows to view the scenery, it was still a relaxing and pleasant experience. Half an hour later, the starship began to move, but it stopped abruptly shortly after, nearly throwing everyone sitting at the table out. No one was stupid, everyone knew something was wrong. Keep quiet, don't go out, and guard the entrances and exits. The oldest women stood up and looked around. Anna quietly reached out and picked up the handheld firefighting equipment mounted nearby and held it in her arms. She received an approving look. Find something to protect yourself here, just in case. Perlusia looked worriedly at her sister, Castorea. Anna pushed the two sisters behind her. Go back and take care of your sister. That's right. Hide back there first. If we get into a fight here, you can run over and help us. The others lowered their voices in agreement. Castorea, no longer hesitating, nodded gratefully and pushed Perlusia to the back. Anna silently climbed the firefighting equipment onto the decorative table next to the multi-purpose hall entrance. She squatted on the table, adjusted the nozzle, and unplugged the safety valve, patiently and cautiously waiting for her prey to come to her. The remaining female scholars watched her movements, stunned at first, and then followed suit. Everyone found a position that suited them, either hiding in it or climbing up. No one cried or screamed with empty hands. Chapter 149. Anna must go to the Black Tower space station. If she can wrap up her vest and arrive safely, that would be great. If not, she could shed it and put on her 3 billion worth again. Elliot had asked her to infiltrate First Truth University. She had succeeded, and even more successfully, disguised herself as an ordinary, inconspicuous scholar and laid an ambush there. As for how long this stunt would last, Elio hadn't specified. Anna assumed she would lay an ambush for as long as it took, and she would do her best to complete the leader's mission. However, if her life couldn't be guaranteed, then she would have to take action and be exposed. I hope the Black Cat leader will understand. The women held their breath and remained vigilant. They were all people educated in mountains of books, with extraordinary patience and perseverance. No one came from outside the door. Perlusia was in a wheelchair and had difficulty moving, so she took the initiative to inquire for information. The message had been sent through the external device, but no response had returned, indicating that the situation at the bar was not optimistic. Fabricator here? Castorea threw something, and Anna took a step back before catching it. A gleaming, sharp scalpel. She had no idea how many similar knives she carried. Soon, everyone had one. Anna listened intently, listening for every sound. She knew that infiltration and breaking into a place weren't always a matter of front door. Pirates and bounty hunters, as marginalized individuals, often shared the same interests as Avel's escaped convicts. The corridor was silent, save for a faint rustling from the ceiling vents. Ceiling, vents, truly a traditional and classic solution. She turned the nozzle of the fire extinguisher toward the vents, spraying a thick layer of fire-extinguishing foam. A wave of unbearable abuse echoed from the corridor. The senior, seeing her more methodical approach, waved his hand, telling everyone to follow Fiberrick's instructions. 1, 2, 3. Anna timed the signal and gave everyone a signal. The vent shutters were pried open, and a large amount of firefighting foam and an unknown powdery agent poured out. The bounty hunters, caught in the shower, cried out for mercy. Don't believe their lies. These people are armed, Anna warned loudly. Several women, who had let down their guard at the sight of the pleas for mercy, immediately rearmed their weapons and increased their firepower until the bounty hunters threw their weapons. Mercy! Mercy! Aren't female students supposed to be more gullible than the last? How could this group be so difficult to deal with? Throw all your weapons. Quickly! The firefighting equipment has limited capacity, and the foam can only isolate oxygen for a limited time, not completely eradicating the problem. Anna concealed her scalpel in her hand, signaling the others to stay away. Ouch! Ouch! The screaming bounty hunters didn't take these women seriously at all. Even if they pleaded for mercy now, it was just to weaken their guard. Capturing a few women as hostages, holding the captain hostage, and then robbing them and running away was a traditional skill of theirs. As for the captured woman, let's hope she's lucky enough to live long enough to be chosen by the slavers. If you don't act now, I throw concentrated sulfuric acid on you. In reality, no one would be crazy enough to carry something as dangerous as concentrated sulfuric acid. But only the illiterate understand the illiterate best. Sometimes, they simply believe everything they hear. Weapons of all sizes and shapes clattered out. By now, the foam from the firefighting equipment had almost dissipated, allowing everyone to clearly see a mangy mass of humans on the ground. Anna slung the empty metal canister behind her back, her blurred vision hinting at something hidden. The part-time pirate bounty hunters scanned the area, their targets settling on Anna and Perusia. The former was closest, the latter the least able to resist. These individuals were frequent collaborators, seasoned in petty theft, and a glance at each other revealed each other's hidden agenda. When the foam from most of the men's hands had subsided, two unlucky individuals, one at the head and the other at the tail, pounced on their chosen victim. Castorea, eager to protect her sister, stepped forward, blocking Perusia and stabbing her with her knife. The scalpel was incredibly sharp. Even the senior student, who had stepped forward to protect Perusia, couldn't help but turn away. TSK, 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 TSK. Even when this girl was conducting experiments under pressure from Professor Anaxa, her hand speed had never been so fast. She struck over 30 times in a flash, the man in agony and blood gushing, but the injury was minor. Anna's situation was even more unpredictable. The scalpel remained straight, unbending, piercing the bounty hunter's chest. Under her fake identity, she was supposedly someone with no medical training, unable to wield a scalpel and unaware of the body's vital points. Isn't that reasonable? This was the scene Damon's and the company's security personnel witnessed when they rushed into the rest cabin's multi-purpose hall. The senior students and junior students were divided into two groups, one arguing about why the man stabbed by Castorea hadn't died, and the other analyzing how Anna's defeated opponent could have drawn the knife without dying. "Are you all okay?" Damon wiped the sweat from his forehead, his pigtail hanging limply. The older student stood up and clapped her hands. Huh? What could possibly happen? There were only 4 people who had crawled through the ventilation duct and attacked. 2 of them were knocked unconscious by the firefighting foam upon contact. The remaining 2 were lying on the ground, perfectly safe. We're only forced to defend ourselves when our lives are threatened. We ceased our actions once the other party lost their ability to resist. This fully complies with the principles of legitimate defense. Anna added softly. Damon's, armed with a stick he'd taken from security, approached and struck each of them, breaking a leg with each blow. That's what it means to be completely defenseless. Didn't you see those 2 guys just mumbling and rolling their eyes? After a moment of silence, a chorus of agreement echoed in the multi-purpose room. Right. Junior, you're right. This guy, with his shifty eyes, isn't a good person. Anna kept her mouth shut, pretending not to hear Damon's turn around and complain to the company's security about female students being soft-hearted. This wasn't a question of soft-heartedness. Her roommate was trying to allay her suspicion and responsibility, going so far as to confuse right and wrong. It was all an accident, Castorea said sternly to the security guards, who had temporarily become investigators. We were terrified at the time. Those 2 men rushed towards my sister and Fabric without a word. They were so armed, we were no match for them. Look, there's evidence on the ground. The ground was littered with the equipment previously found by the bounty hunters themselves, making it look particularly shocking. The security personnel's so-called investigation was merely a pretext to submit in a report. The scholars quickly agreed. 2 mere bounty hunters weren't worth their fuss. The lightly injured were tied up and dragged away with the others for detention. The one unable to draw his sword was specially summoned to see what was going on. In the complex environment filled with service robots, Anaxa flicked the scalpel, only the handle remaining, and shook his head. No hope. Die. Farewell. Why not just toss the scalpel into the treatment pod immediately? He was still alive anyway, so who cared if he had any after effects? He wasn't a doctor, so he didn't have medical ethics. As for the other small craft circling outside the starship, gazing intently, if you can, chase them into the jump point. This is a good opportunity to test how well a low-cost, small-scale metal frame can withstand the jump acceleration. So what exactly happened? Anna looked at Sid, who wiped his face, and shifted his gaze to the closed treatment pod. These guys are the same gang we captured earlier. Not feeling satisfied with their starship spree, they set their sights on the other starships waiting in line for a quick buck. Aside from one private starship severely damaged, all others organized a prompt and effective resistance. As for the other bounty hunter teams, who didn't join in but were happy to watch the action, their prey not only refused to surrender, but even fought back with teeth and claws. This was quite beyond their experience. Sid struggled to form his words. The starships ahead are from the Luofu immortal ship Minghua Caravan. I don't really understand. They're flying the patrol flag, so why are these people so bold as to approach? Do they really think the patrol is easy to mess with? Oh, if the patrol is hard to mess with, are we intellectuals just pushovers? Just a lucky gamble, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Professor Anaxis quietly cleaned his energy gun, a caliber large enough to land its master in the dock. Fabricant, you're quite good. Calm and composed, with the right balance of force, he eliminated the problem with a single blow. Excellent. Anna, everyone listen. Is this what a scholar should say? But then Professor Anaxis continued, I already told Professor Laisho the truth about this matter, and he agrees with me. Oh. Well, Miss Febrick shifted awkwardly, trying not to let out a silly smile while uttering, thank you, Professor, for the compliment. Phaeton, who had twisted his ankle after striking the intruder so hard, lay quietly nearby, fearing his beloved professor would recall him and call him waste. He made faces at Anna, his lip movements mimicking Damon's complaint that female students are just too soft-hearted. Who's soft-hearted? Who's soft-hearted? I'm just afraid of making a mess and scaring the seniors, okay? Looking at his irritated roommate, Phaeton laughed heartily. This girl, Fabry, is so funny. What do you think she's thinking? Beating pirates with breadsticks, beating bounty hunters with a fire extinguisher. Why are your weapons always so unique and down-to-earth? What's next? A frying pan? Ha. Chapter 150. The starship finally arrived safely at Black Tower Space Station. After the scholars filed off with their luggage, it immediately turned around and returned to Pierpoint with the captured bounty hunters. Some were released with ransom and bonds, while those left unattended were simply thrown into Iver prison. Without Warden Televizov, Iver continued to operate normally, though the rooftop garden had sunk, the secret laboratory had been vandalized, and acting warden Miss Lucy's performance in collecting funds was mediocre. Furthermore, several prison doctors at the medical station requested transfers, threatening to resign if they were not granted them. This matter caused a back and forth between various departments. Enolia's patriarch, Edmund Enolia, chose to make peace with the board of directors. In return, the company would no longer pursue his patents or the escape, but Edmund could not leak any information related to Iveria. A confidential agreement was signed between both parties. Enolia had no intention of going all out, and Interstellar Peace Corporation naturally did not want to expose its weaknesses. Life must go on, anyway. We all live in the same universe, so why not get along? Iver prison is now living in a state of mediocrity. As long as there's no trouble outside, the prison pretends no serious criminal escapes have ever occurred. Who is number 0824131? I don't know. Has there ever been a prisoner with that number here? Even then, the scholars from First Truth University were warmly welcomed upon boarding the starship by Ms. Esther, the acting station master of the Black Tower Space Station. Not only were they immediately assigned to a dormitory for rest, but their laboratory was also already prepared. The base of the Black Tower Station boasts a large open area suitable for grazing large creatures. Professor Anax's projected chimera is over 4 meters tall, and a smaller space might not accommodate it. Furthermore, that area is relatively independent from the rest of the station, and can even be locked down as a separate, dedicated section, eliminating the risk of rebellion by guests' pets. Thank you very much for your support, Ms. Black Tower. Of course, I will always remember your help. Professor Anaxa is quite graceful when he's willing to be polite, and it was a rare experience for Esther to see the Society of Knowledge extend its kindness rather than offer any harassment. The curious girl smiled politely and said, I hope you all achieve the results you desire at the Black Tower Station. Thank you for your kind words. Anaxa, looking at the girl, younger than his nephew, was less sarcastic than usual. After all, she wasn't his student, so he didn't bother to elaborate. As the station staff gazed upon the cosmic treasures, a scholar from the Society of Knowledge led his students through the corridor to the dormitory. Miss, is Professor Anax's research dangerous? Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way from First Truth University to the Black Tower Station. Alan, the head of the Defense Department, appeared behind Estelle, his gaze darting between several burly young men who looked nothing like scholars. The acting station chief, fiddling with a newly purchased trinket, smiled gently. It's okay, Alan. Professor Anax's request is legitimate. Why shouldn't I accept him? Compared to those nagging old pedants, he's a very understanding and considerate person. I'm just worried about the station's safety. Alan left one thing unsaid. He was even more concerned about the safety of the station commander himself. Esther's eyes curved. Don't worry, don't worry. Aside from the sudden appearance of the Legion of Destruction, I can't imagine any danger to the station. Alan, who had never disobeyed her, simply moved his lips and remained silent. Forget it, I just take the defense staff and keep an eye out. Luckily, the commotion caused by the scholars is usually manageable. His wandering heart calmed down considerably at this thought. Thebrecht, you live with the Dioscuri sisters. Thank you for your hard work. Please help Castoria and Perlucia a little. Thank you. The senior student took the list of girls and arranged their dormitories. The others were all 4 to a room, but Anna's room would be 3. Perlucia's wheelchair made it difficult for her to get in and out, so considering her situation, only 3 of her age were assigned to the dormitory. Anna quietly followed Castoria, who was pushing her sister, into the makeshift dormitory. The interiors resembled those of a space station and a starship rest bay. It was all made of one-piece, anti-gravity construction, gleaming white. Feel free to decorate with a different color scheme, as long as your roommates are okay with it. You all stay on the lower bunk, I take the upper. Anna took a long step, grasping the railing with one hand and floating to the upper bunk, where she sat down and arranged her personal belongings. The Dioscuri sisters looked at each other, their words of thanks choking in their lips. She was incredibly self-righteous, with a resolute air of I just like the upper bunk. She didn't feel like she was being taken advantage of at all, and felt completely comfortable accepting this kindness. Thank you. Pelusia murmured a thank you. The 2 sisters rustled through their belongings, rummaged through their peripherals, and then eagerly inquired with Damonsfee and the others about Thebrecht's preferences. She's quiet, clean, and a reader, not picky about food, mild-tempered, and has a strong sense of justice. Knowledgeable. What a sweetheart. Pelusia looked at her elder sister with regret, and Castoria looked at her younger sister with regret. The old Dioscuri family was gone for the rest of their lives. They could only be friends with Thebrecht. Thebrecht? Castoria pulled out a bag of sweets the sisters both loved and tried to feed Anna to boost her favor. Can I call you Anna or Anne? You can call me Castor, and this is my sister, Pelusia. You can also call her Pelusi. You're welcome. Call her whatever you want. Anna readily accepted the olive branch, and the girls quickly became engaged in conversation. The Dioscuri sisters' conversation turned to their hometowns, and naturally, they asked where Fibric was from. Anna lowered her eyes, pondered for a moment, and then decisively resorted to her old method of amnesia. Actually, I suffered a severe head injury after receiving the notice, and before boarding the starship. I don't remember much, and I only know my name from my personal records on the optical computer. I don't remember where my hometown is, but the information says I'm from the Lyra constellation, so I just assume it's Lyra. No wonder you had surgery again, and your roommates asked me for a nutritional supplement for patients. The Dioscuri sisters are experts in life sciences, otherwise Sid and the others wouldn't have asked about Castoria. So that recipe is yours. It's quite delicious. Anna unwrapped the sweet and ate a piece, sharing the rest with the twins. Anything I can help you with? Just let me know. I do it. After the students had their belongings settled, they had to rush to the lab to arrange for equipment. Anna and the Dioscuri sisters went together. After several rounds of traversal, they finally entered the lower compartment of the station, where the enormous circular laboratory came into view. Poor Phaeton, poor Daemons. May the Lord of Knowledge bless them. Moving data and cleaning in such a large space would be frustrating, even with robots. The blue egg was carefully nurtured in the space beneath the lower compartment. The pipes in the incubator could connect automatically, but they needed to double-check to ensure they were connected in the right places. Castoria and Perlusia went to work as soon as they entered the lab. Anna looked around and found Sid. Together, they chose a desktop computer and took up a spot in a corner near the corridor, where they could sneak around without being noticed. This place is like a god's throne, as good as a window seat in the last row of the classroom. Back row window. Just open the window, and you can escape into the hallway. No credit points needed. Sid was envious, but he had to stay behind his uncle and help him coordinate relationships. Otherwise, with Professor Anax's mouth, he offend everyone sooner or later. Anna looked at her bare document entry station and felt that sitting there wasn't very safe. This place was a must-have for slacking off. Who knew if someone else would take notice? I'd let you keep it for now. Why don't you go to the main control module and buy some souvenirs to display? Sid gave her a good idea. The space station is far from the surface, and living there for a long time can be monotonous, which can easily cause psychological problems for the staff. To address this problem, the main control module allows private sale of small, innocuous items for everyone to decorate their workstations and dormitories. If the main control module souvenirs aren't your thing, staff can buy them online for a delivery fee and have them delivered by drone. But students saving for tuition shouldn't even think of such an opportunity. Just buy a magnetic badge to sign in and say you've been there. I'll be back soon. You sit here and read a book. Anna made a quick decision, slipping out of the lab unnoticed and heading for the elevator that led directly to the main control module. This elevator connected the entire station, making it convenient to reach any level. The Black Tower station was chaotic yet orderly, and everyone was busy with their work. Anna stepped out of the elevator and nodded habitually to the security officers standing by. Amid their friendly responses, she asked where the decorator was. Go talk to Wenshichi first. With his advice, everything will be much easier. Wenshichi was a unique young man with a permed afro. After a few words, Anna managed to see the various gadgets the officers were secretly enjoying, mostly emoticons of Ms. Black Tower, along with countless Black Tower-style items, and the magnetic badges she wanted. Give me 20 of each, the puppy one, and the space station model one. Do you have any small potted plants? One of that too. She had plenty of money. The snack shop she co-owned with Delaney was already becoming an internet sensation. She bought all those magnetic badges to give as small gifts to colleagues and friends. The potted plants were eye-catching and would just take up space. Okay. Wenshichi clattered a bag into hers. The two of them made a friendly deal, and even added each other as a messaging friend. If you don't know anything, just ask me. I guarantee it. The Afro liked to hang out with customers who didn't bargain. Although he was from the Society of Knowledge, he didn't have an unbearable, unpleasant aura. Give him a break so we can meet again in the future. Anna said goodbye and returned to the lab with her bag. After a few rounds, she finally found Sid in the corner she'd been in. This spot was truly hidden, perfect. Here, one for you and Phaeton and the others. She generously pulled 4 pairs of magnetic badges from her bag and handed them to him. Sid looked from the white-haired puppy to the space station, smiled, and looked up. It's a good thing you didn't choose Ms. Black Tower's large-headed badge, or your uncle would have been furious. Do you think I'm stupid? Anna then took out a small potted plant and placed it on the seat, affixing a badge on each side. It looked quite real. This feng shui treasure land is mine. Chapter 151. The laboratory borrowed by the Polytechnic Institute was fully constructed in just 72 system hours. The extra time was mainly due to debugging the equipment. The experimental equipment Professor Anaxes brought from school differed slightly from some of the equipment provided by the space station. These were just minor differences between the Genius Club and the Polytechnic Institute, but it was just a minor issue that the graduate students could handle. The professor didn't need to worry about it. For the first 3 days, while everyone else was busy working with the pipelines, 3 pure science scholars, completely unrelated to the word mechanical, took the opportunity to tour the space station, taking at least 3 photos in every permitted area. Anna couldn't understand why the other 2 were so enthusiastic and even enjoyed it, even though they were the only ones to check out the station. She didn't understand, but never mind. She'd just go along with them. The Black Tower space station was conical in shape, with each major module a ring fixed to the main structure, connected by a large space elevator at the center. Considering the guests were there for experiments, not sightseeing, acting station manager Ms. Esther had arranged for them to roam freely at the rear of the station. This location was a bit far from the main control room, and with only one elevator serving as the main access point, Anna considered it an extremely dangerous and inappropriate design. But a space station isn't a terrestrial structure, after all. It's impossible to design a complex network of movement routes like a terrestrial building. She'd have to find a legitimate reason to show up before Kafka and the others invaded. What are you daydreaming about? Damon said, pressing her head as a reminder as he passed by. Mr. Allen from the Defense Department said the artifact collection room in the containment section is open for a tour. Would you like to go? Ah. Anna pulled her thoughts back and pointed to the half-blue star reflected outside the window, pretending to be lost in admiring the scenery. She's so beautiful. This incredibly pleasing blue is truly rare in the universe, worthy of the name Absolute Blue, the birthplace of the great genius Black Tower. Thank you for the compliment, young lady. Mr. Allen was actually still a teenager, with pale white skin, purple hair, and eyes. Anna was a head taller than him. Please follow me this way. He politely led the way for the three guests. Phaeton and Damons walked arm in arm on one side, while their roommate walked alone on the other. Interstellar Peace Company's original purpose in building the Black Tower space station was to help Ms. Black Tower seal certain things she deemed necessary. It was also a symbol of the company's partnership with the Genius Club. The overall volume. The head of the Defense Department wasn't particularly eloquent. He gave a dry, 3-minute account of the station's origins and features, leaving the audience unsatisfied and demanding another 500 credits. Alan Waterfall Con, this is the containment section. You can visit any open room, but please do not force your way into any closed one. Scholars are naturally curious, and there have been incidents of forced entry before. Thankfully, everyone had some respect, and a forewarning would have made the situation much better. Damons and Anna both turned to look at White Hair. Phaeton, feeling wronged, was the one with a frown on his face. I'm quite curious, but not to this extent. I understand the basic rules of being a guest in someone else's home. Haha. I hope so. Damons bluntly teased his friend. Watching the two men banter, Alan's long-held tension relaxed considerably. They were indeed scholars new to the field, untainted by the stuffy, old-fashioned air of some older scholars at the Institute of Knowledge. It seemed there was no need to worry about Miss Esther being embarrassed. As long as they weren't embarrassed by the staff, it was good. Thinking of his colleagues, who were so absorbed in their research that they forgot to eat and sleep, he felt he shouldn't be wasting time hanging around. Please enjoy yourselves. I'm going to work now, so I won't be with you. Others were merely polite, but if they took advantage of politeness, wouldn't that be disgraceful? Phaeton quickly responded politely, excuse me. Just go about your business. We find a way back to the lab later. When guests are reasonable and polite, the host naturally feels much better. Alan considered that the three of them would need to frequently travel in and out to coordinate the experimental project, and that contacting him in advance every time to open and close doors was both troublesome and unnecessary. So the young man said bluntly, then I be leaving. Enjoy your visit. Please come see me in the security department later, so I can get you 3 access cards for the elevators and the self-service robots. The elevators are the main access points for each compartment, and the autonomous robots handle cleaning, shopping, and dining needs, so we can't forget them either. That's great. Phaeton and the others also found it tedious to contact the head of the security department first, and then wait for someone to come forward like a prisoner. Having access cards would be incredibly convenient. Do we need to apply for this from the acting station manager? Where can I do this? Damons opened the virtual screen of his personal computer, connected to the Black Tower Space Station's local area network, and opened a web page. Alan explained the temporary account guests could use, and where to submit their applications. Here, one-click operation. Yes, that's it. The young man felt more reassured after confirming that the 3 guests had carefully completed the application process, no longer feeling the anxiety he had a few days ago. Goodbye. See you later at the Defense Department. Goodbye. After seeing off the head of the Defense Department, the 3 of them took a long tour of the containment section. Ms. Black Tower was indeed a genius unrivaled throughout the galaxy's Amber Age. Her collection of rare artifacts was dazzling, each one fascinating. Anna walked behind, examining the Lost World's personal flying device, and poking at its moving eyeballs. Items like the crystallized heart of a marine creature seemed incredibly ordinary, placed in the display case as insignificant decorations. Finally, everyone stood before a gun with eyes. The sign read Fixed Spear. I don't like the sight of guns pointed at me, whether they're weapons or lighters. Damon shook his head, and Phaeton grabbed him. Hey buddy, don't you think this scoring game is fun? Aren't you worried about getting a lower score than me? Your score is lower. Your score is obviously lower. Your score is... The 2 childish creatures huddled together, muttering to each other for a long time, like 2 cats fighting over territory. Bored, Anna quietly walked to the window and looked out. It's amazing that in space, you can enjoy the view from the window just like you can in your dorm room. On a black velvet curtain studded with stars and galaxies, silvery white tracks, invisible to the naked eye, streaked across the sky. A vintage, bronze-colored vehicle, seemingly quite retro, streaked by, then slowed and drew closer. Anna rubbed her eyes and searched on her personal computer, concluding, the Star Train, a creation of the exploration star god Akavali, is piloted by those who fulfilled his destiny. The silver tracks left behind by the exploration effort have cleared the blockage of the imaginary torrent, connecting all planes of the universe. She sent the photo to the Star Hunters message group, and Kafka replied instantly, we're planning to send Chucheong aboard the Star Train. It's a better place for him than the Star Hunters. So, no wonder Elio's script mandated that the boy be resurrected at the Black Tower space station. Silver Wolf had come with Kafka to borrow their Punk Lord's unique virtual-to-real technology. As for the plan to grab a star core and stuff it into him, Anna believed it was to provide enough energy and motivation to revive a person, and secondly, to protect little gray hair. As someone capable of containing star cores, he's naturally the vessel that seals the cancer of all worlds. How rare. Wouldn't the pioneers be curious to see such a Cheong? If so, would they take him along? Wouldn't that be a natural progression? Besides, who would have nothing better to do than to blast a container containing a star core? Did they want to die? Or did they think an ordinary death didn't match their uniqueness? If that thing exploded, even the star gods would tremble. After retrieving the external equipment, Anna decided to take the access card and wander around the support platform. Maybe she could get to know a few pioneers beforehand. She's a legitimate scholar, so why shouldn't she, out of curiosity, explore the fate of pioneers? The outside world only knows that convict number 0824131, who escaped from Evere prison, has joined the Star Core Hunters. No one knows she's number 0824131. She's simply checking in on Kafka's overaged children's future whereabouts. She's not out to rob, so why not? Phaeton Damons, come and see. Anna called over her shoulder, and her roommates glanced over. Phaeton immediately cheered, holding up his external device and rushing to the window. Wow! I got it! I really got it this time. It's the Star Train, a supersized wonder that's only ever been seen in recorded history. Hurry, help me take a few pictures from this angle before it completes quarantine and stops on the platform. The white-haired young man excitedly struck a pose, and Anna and Damons, with stone faces, each took a series of 18 photos. Phaeton excitedly came over to examine the photos, saying to his two friends, "Do you want to take some? I help you." "No thanks," Anna shook her head. "I'm going to take a closer look on the platform." "No thanks either. I'm not a big fan of transportation." Damons didn't think it was necessary to stand by the window, grinning, or eagerly scramble to the platform. "You're such a bore." Phaeton gave Damons a strange look and took a few punches to the head. Anna ignored the two guys, who couldn't have been more than 5 years older than her, and headed for the curio collection room. "I'm going to the security department to give my access card. I come back next time. What about you guys?" After a few quick exchanges in front of the surveillance robots, Phaeton and Damons linked arms again. "Okay, let's go." "Anna, that's enough. Can you wipe the blood off your nose first?" Chapter 152. The process of obtaining the temporary access card went smoothly. The visitor's identity was confirmed, the length of stay was confirmed, a photo was taken, and the film was laminated. The image and identity information were then entered into the system, and everything was done. Anna placed the access card in a soft plastic card holder purchased by the school, and simply hung it around her neck. Combined with the white lab coats everyone on the station wore, she looked quite scholarly. Let's go, let's go! It's getting late, and we have to get back to class. After class, I go to the platform with you to watch the Star Train." Phaeton saw Sid's reminder message on the external device. They were accompanying Professor Anaxes on a trip to help, but they still had to attend their professional courses at school. The roll call, projected remotely into the classroom, was something they couldn't skip. Alan watched the guests from the Polytechnic Society leave in groups. A member of the Defense Department approached him to inquire about the situation. "Is that young lady also a scholar from First Truth University? She looks delicate and frail, with a very gentle temperament. Brother Alan, do you think she'd be interested in talkative men?" Alan, A scholar from First Truth University, what qualifications do you have to pursue her? But he couldn't be so direct. He pondered for a long time before finally managing to say, "Shouldn't you first ask if she has a partner or someone she's interested in?" "Oh." The clerk showed no sign of discouragement. "Okay. You're right. I have to ask these questions first, so as not to disturb her unnecessarily. Wouldn't asking these questions be a nuisance?" "No, but young people blinded by unfounded love are simply unreasonably stubborn." Just as Anna swiped open the elevator door with her newly acquired access card, a panting stranger ran up behind her. "Hello, miss. Please wait a moment." If Anna hadn't spent half a year at First Truth University, she wouldn't have necessarily assumed the term miss extended to her. She paused and turned to look at the newcomer seriously, assuming he had something important to say, never anticipating the gravity of the situation. Who? A strange defense officer rushed up to her in a cloud of dust, holding onto his knees, as he took a few deep breaths. He raised his head with a dazzling smile and asked, "Miss, are you in love or taken? If neither, would you consider me? I may not be highly educated or brilliant, but I'm healthy and have a stable job. I can always be by your side, helping you with chores and taking care of the household." Phaeton raised an eyebrow. "Wow." Damon clenched his fist. "Does that count as harassment? Anna, huh? I volunteered to be a personal assistant? But I don't need one. Do you know me?" After the shock wore off, she frowned and carefully examined the young man, who had regular features, but little to remember. He shook his head. "I didn't know you 15 minutes ago. Have you seen me? That's impossible. Could it be a romantic debt left by my original self?" The young man's smile grew even wider. "I didn't see you 15 minutes ago. Then why are you suddenly asking me this?" She was about to say ridiculous, but after a few seconds' deliberation, she retracted the word, trying to maintain her image as a frail academic. "This absurd question? Is love at first sight okay? The moment I saw you, I finally knew my heart was beating." The young man's eyes sparkled. Phaeton and Damon glanced at each other, then turned and squinted their eyes to scrutinize Anna. This person fibbed her. "Oh, so she's a handsome, dashing, and very chic young woman. Wait, those adjectives sound strange here. Turning away seems awkward, but looking back, they seem perfectly appropriate. Even if I didn't exist, sir, your heart would still beat," Anna added, adding a footnote. "Unless you're an omnic. Of course, that's impossible." After spitting out a refusal without a second thought, she found an excuse to save the stranger's embarrassment. "You're a nice person, but you're not in my ideal partner." What kind of answer is love at first sight? It's nothing more than lust. Anna resisted the urge to rub her face. "Man, I think you should examine yourself and re-examine whether your orientation and perceptions are aligned. Even someone like me could fall in love at first sight. Does that have a certain angle or curve to it? What kind of man do you like?" This guy was a bit stubborn on this question, but Phaeton and Damon understood. After all, it's hard to find your ideal type. The universe is so vast, if you don't seize this opportunity, you might never see each other again. Where would Anna find a man within her range to describe to him? She could only process elimination. And it definitely couldn't be someone like Edmund. She pondered, uttering a few words. "I like blondes, not too old, with bright and lively personalities, good sense and conversational skills. When I'm feeling down, I know where to hide and avoid being bored." She didn't think of anything else. Education and work didn't matter. She wasn't great in either area herself, and she didn't want to embarrass others. Visual K. Phaeton pounded his fist on his palm. Damon agreed wholeheartedly. "That's right, she wants good-looking ones." The two of them said in unison, "Why?" "Yeah, why?" The young man, ruthlessly rejected, said pitifully, "I can have plastic surgery." "Ah, sorry." The man's words became increasingly outrageous. Anna began to look around, trying to find an angle to escape. "Plastic surgery is unnecessary. I have to consider my future children. A good-looking father can barely suppress his anger and tolerate it, but an ugly one is just an old ding." Puff, cough, cough. Phaeton made a strange sound. Damon lowered his head tightly, his shoulders shaking violently. "This is truly cruel. Honestly, my friend is a wolf destroyer, even more cruel than that." The elevator doors opened, and the passengers inside couldn't get out, while those outside couldn't get in. Both sides stared at each other in bewilderment. "Anyway, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm sorry I can't accept it. So goodbye." Anna put an end to the farce, stepping aside and quietly apologizing to the innocent passerby she blocked. I'm sorry. In the elevator stood a girl in pink and a young man in blue. The former blinked her multicolored eyes wide, while the latter instinctively raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. It's okay. Please." On the road to exploration, anything could happen. He really gotten used to it. They exited the elevator, and the pedestrians behind them hurriedly squeezed in to start it. The defense officer, feeling a bit down after being rejected, didn't forget his duties. "What can I do for you too?" "Oh." The girl in pink was lively and intelligent, with a sweet voice. She smiled at the frustrated man and said, as Dan Hun would say, "There are always beautiful women in the world. Your destiny hasn't arrived yet. Don't be sad. Perhaps a girl more suitable for you is waiting for you not far away. We are anonymous guests on the Starry Sky train. His name is Dan Hung, and ours is March 7. Please check the visitor list. Miss Jeezy has already contacted Station Master Esther. We're here to say hello and deliver a list of supplies. Yes, there are records of you two in the system. Please follow me. Station Master Esther is in the main control section. He glanced gloomily at the list in the defense system and listlessly led the way for the visitor. Sanueki smiled at Donhung, who gave her a helpless look in return. Don't eat melons in front of the person involved, and don't ask me for help if you get beaten. Submitting the supply list, coordinating with the staff to move the supplies, and verifying the quantities. These were all tedious, yet necessary tasks. The Starry Sky train wasn't like the Luofu Immortal boat, which simply tethered the mother planet to the back of the craft. They had no means of producing supplies or energy. Besides constantly exploring the unknown to generate power for the train, they also had to establish good relationships and regular interactions with each station along the way. Otherwise, the nameless guests would likely face starvation. When they finished their work and returned to the platform, they saw two of the three people they had encountered outside the elevator taking photos of the Starry Sky train. The white-haired young man was as enthusiastic and excited as a Samoyed, while the black-haired, young lady's eyes were full of inquiry, as if they were comparing something. What was she comparing? Do you two really like transportation? March 7 stepped forward with his hands behind his back to greet the stranger. The black-haired woman glanced back, her lips curled slightly, not much. That's about right, good day, both of you. We are scholars from the Society of Knowledge. We happened to notice the star train docked at the Black Tower Space Station, and we came to visit for a rare visit. Phaeton took over. Yes, she majored in natural theology, and the star train is a pioneering. A creation of the star god Akivali. All of you nameless guests are his followers. This guy is purely curious, but I'm more of a fan of transportation. It's okay, March 7 extended his hand to the guest, inviting him. Want to come aboard and take a look? Even if he couldn't become a nameless guest, the star train wouldn't refuse pioneers. Aren't scholars also constantly exploring the ocean of knowledge? Haha, just knowing each other makes us friends. This girl has a really lovely personality. She probably doesn't hate the sky, does she? Anna pursed her lips in thanks, looking at Phaeton. If he didn't go, she'd go up and take a look herself. What? You can even go up and take a look? Star God. Thank you so much. This guy was more excited than anyone else, eagerly heading for the door. Anna scratched the sole of her shoe with her toes, forcing a forced laugh. Haha, thank you, thank you. March 7 made a suspicious puffing sound, and Dan Hung rubbed his face vigorously. Don't bully the shy and pitiful scholar. Chapter 153. The Starry Sky train's interior is primarily red, gold, and dark brown. A series of large, perspective windows are installed on either side of the observation car, allowing for a clear view of the scenery. A music player is placed at the entrance, and melodious music flows gently, creating a unique atmosphere. Not far away, soft benches covered in red velvet cling to the sides of the car. Round tables and soft chairs are scattered in front and behind, along with a small bar for passengers to place their belongings. The train visual depicted 6 carriages, the front end of which featured a classic, old-fashioned steam engine design. A swaying rabbit with large ears, dressed in a red uniform and a hat that didn't match its height, strolled along the red carpet. Seeing it, March 7 approached it and gave it a big hug. Pam! We're back. The resupply is complete. You can check in the warehouse car. Den Hung walked steadily behind, first giving instructions and then discussing other matters. These are the 2 scholars we met on the platform. Seeing their interest in the Starry Sky train, we decided to invite them up for a tour. The rabbit looked up at Anna and Phaeton, not believing they posed any threat to the train. Welcome, welcome. I'm Pam, the conductor of the Starry Sky train. The Starry Sky train welcomes everyone who has a liking for the nameless guest. Would you like to tour it yourself, or would you like me to explain it to you? Of course, they hoped it would explain. It would be pointless to read without knowing anything. Nothing would make sense. Anna walked up to it, squatted down, and held out her hand. Hello, Pam. Conductor, you can call me Anna or Ann. This is my friend Phaeton. We're both graduate students at the First Truth University. The headquarters of the Polymath Society is located in the heart of the Star region, where the First Truth University is located, so the two can be equated. But Anna emphasized and explained it in detail, making her origins and identity clear as a sign of respect for the host. And she wasn't greeting empty-handed. Since the other person was supposed to be a rabbit, she pulled out a gift of frozen dried fruits and vegetables from her space button. Ms. Maya was worried that she wouldn't have enough to eat while studying far away, so she always included a large gift pack of snacks with her on board. This is a gift for me, Pam. The conductor was so surprised that he could hardly believe his eyes. He couldn't leave the train. The unknown guests came and went, and only Pam remained in the carriage, watching them again and again, watching them make new friends or part ways with old ones. Gifts are a symbol of friendship. Of course, they're for you. Thank you for your hospitality. Anna handed it a large bag of frozen dried fruits and vegetables. The little rabbit was so moved that tears welled up in its eyes. Please follow me. I show you around the train. It looked incredibly enthusiastic. After collecting the snacks, it wiggled its tail and led the guests on a tour, starting with the observation car. Unknown guests gather here, entertain friends, and discuss new developments. Although the chairs may seem unremarkable, they're actually quite special. Only those unknown guests recognized by the train can sit in them. The passenger car is at the back, and from there's the party car. There aren't many places to visit on the train, and after half a system, they already been through most of it. Anna was very pleased with it. It's cozy and compact. Xiong will love it. From both an aesthetic and livable perspective, the Star Train's comfort far surpasses the simple settlements scattered across the universe by the Star Core hunters. Kafka would surely be pleased. Back in the party car, Pam insisted on treating the guests to a drink. While the chairs in the observation car weren't suitable for guests, the bar in the party car was always available for a rest. The kids at home had a new friend over. How could they just send them away after only half a system? That would be rude. Pam, the drink mixer, was a drink mixing robot. The voice was male, and its appearance resembled an ice cream cone with a ball on top. He swiftly served 2 refreshing drinks to the guests. Phaeton took a sip and his eyes lit up. Much better than the popular ones at school. The mint flavor isn't bitter, it's very refreshing. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Perhaps you like to hear another joke? The drink-mixing robot's tone had a certain amusement to it. A red-haired woman, approaching from the other side, said firmly, "Shut up, shut up." "Thank you. His name is Shut Up, not referring to you too." The red-haired woman was followed by a. Pam turned awkwardly to Anna and Phaeton, introducing a man who looked both old and young, leaning on a cane. "These are the train's pilot, Jeezy, and the passenger, Walter." "Hello, everyone." Phaeton stepped forward and repeated Anna's introductions. Jeezy smiled. "I just heard from Donhung and March 7 that they're busy in the warehouse, and have no intention of neglecting any of the guests." In reality, Donhung was worried that Pam had been scammed, so he quietly sneaked over to find someone to calm things down. From his perspective as of a draw master, the seemingly delicate and frail female scholar always felt dangerous enough to threaten the Dragonborn, and he must be on guard. Phaeton smiled innocently. "It's all right, everyone, go about your business. We are the uninvited guests, who have arrived unexpectedly. As the saying goes, guests should follow the host's wishes." He was quite the talker. Anna was almost beginning to respect this guy, who had rapidly aged upon meeting Damon's. GZ, however, felt that the awkwardly moving girl beside him wasn't as dangerous as Dan Hung imagined. Yes, she had the potential to be a dangerous factor, but wasn't the ability to control their actions and avoid dangerous situations what made people human. "Welcome to the Star Train. Feel free to ask me any technical questions." The navigator was a key technical expert, so of course he had to ask her. Unfortunately, Phaeton majored in law, and Anna in theology. Their only technical experience was limited to intellectual property protection laws, and the frivolous witch hunts and burnings of scientists that occurred on certain planets a dozen or so amber ages ago. Anna took a long time to find her words, finally uttering, "Can I add you as my friend? My friends might have technical questions you might need help with." The subtext was, "I don't have it, I don't understand, I can only watch the fun." Jeezy happily took out her external device and swiped it for her. Anna turned to Pam and asked, "Can I add the conductor as my friend?" Pam was practically in tears. The conductor finally had a friend besides the nameless guest. Her ears fluttered with joy, and she was about to take off. "Great, great." Anna swiped it too, and the note application was completed in one go. "Okay, Cheongbao's future guardians and supervisors have already been informed, so there's no need to worry about missing out on first-hand information. Today is also a day for socializing. We almost finished the tour. We still have work to do in the lab, so we won't stay any longer to bother you." "Thank you very much for your generosity," Phaeton said, only trying to be nice. "I go back and ask my professor. If he agrees, I definitely invite you to come and see our lab." "Haha, First Truth University is even more welcoming. We treat you anytime." The tour ended in a joyful atmosphere, and Anna followed the white-haired young man out of the Starry Sky train's doors. As she stepped onto the platform, she couldn't help but turn and look back, realizing with all her clarity that her former companions would soon become strangers, no longer her companions. Goodbye, March 7, and Pam waved to the passengers from the train's door. She lowered her eyes, a gentle smile on her face, and raised her right hand in response. Well, goodbye. I wish you all the best on your future journey. Back in the lab from the support section, Phaeton suddenly turned and bent over to check Anna's face. What's up? You seem a little unhappy? Why, do you want to join the Sky Train as an anonymous guest? Anna, She suddenly laughed and teased, yeah, I regret it. Why don't I apply for a leave of absence now? Huh? Whitehair froze in his place, dumbfounded. No, aren't you afraid Professor Laisho will chase you onto the Sky Train with a digital pen in hand? So what do you all think of my advisor? Did some liquid accidentally seep into your brain? Anna rolled her eyes. Phaeton stalked over to her and grumbled, Look, you're even speaking more and more like Professor Laisho now. A true teacher produces a brilliant student, right? I wonder who was so cautious at the beginning of the semester saying, I come from a remote area, my foundation isn't very strong. He strained his voice, failing to imitate her at all. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, or Anna would have kicked him out of the lab. Sid passed by carrying a stack of test tube racks, and then returned, curiously observing, deciding to save his doubts for a break. When did these two become so close? Febriket hadn't been so talkative yesterday. What's going on? Professor Anaxes passed by his nephew from behind and, without a word, reached out and touched his head, reminding him to be careful. The child was shy but exceptionally intelligent. He was the continuation of his sister's life, like a young seed that needed careful nurturing. So, he resolutely seized the child's naming rights, giving him a name that shared a homophone with Seed, and keeping him within his own family line. Sid blinked. Facing Professor Anaxa, whose name was pronounced Uncle and written Uncle, he didn't hesitate, speaking his mind freely. Nothing. I just think Anna seems to have finally stopped isolating herself from others. She's nothing for you to worry about. Take care of yourself first, then think of anything else. Anaxa curled his lips, holding his silly nephew's hand, as he went to look at the petri dishes. To be able to rise from complete ignorance to a degree of academic achievement in a single semester, Laisho's discerning eye for students is truly sharp. So Sid, you better save yourself. Chapter 154. How was it on the Star Train? Damons rolled up his sleeves, holding a large box of freshly released test results. His bulk often led people to question whether he was actually a scholar. Anna glanced at his exposed arm, and was equally puzzled. The train is beautiful, the anonymous guests are so welcoming. What do you usually do in the library? He didn't do anything special in the dorm besides flipping pots, so it was really hard to believe where he developed those beautifully defined muscles. Why are you asking? Don't you know I usually bring books back to the dorm or download them directly onto my laptop? It's not like we ever traded books and materials before, so it's strange. The young man stepped aside to let her return to her seat. Here your job is. She estimated the weight of the box based on his strength, and frowned. This was just the lab being built. Putting it off until tomorrow would be a disaster. Why so much? Anna moved her class notes aside to avoid confusion. Damons conveniently placed the box at her feet in a fabulous spot. There's going to be a lot of initial data. It's a bit tiring at the beginning and end, but it's okay in the middle. Haven't you ever been in a lab before? Does bombing a lab count? Put it here. I finish it in a few seconds. She unbuttoned her cuffs and rolled up her shirt sleeves, revealing her sleek arms. The scanners were all ready. Manually recording the scan data was then compared and analyzed against the electronic data recorded by the system. Any discrepancies, whether due to observer error or a problem with the experiment itself, could be immediately reported to the responsible person. So, besides being physically demanding, this job was also incredibly tedious. No wonder no one was interested in it. But it's crucial. It can help the person in charge promptly identify potential destabilizing factors in the experiment. There'll be more later, but it shouldn't interfere with your classes. Damons had a major class and needed to find a quiet place to project his video. After putting down the cardboard box, he hurried back to his dorm. Anna's record in the school system had long been corrected. Life on campus wasn't like the constant vigilance she had on Evel. She looked much softer now, and it was naturally difficult for others to mistake her gender, let alone arrange for a young woman to live among the opposite sex. Damons and Phaeton had lost a precious roommate, the kind who could cover for classes. What are you doing here? The pink-haired young man opened the door to see Whitehair sitting on the bed, fiddling with an external device. Phaeton held up the small screen for him to see. The star train has traveled to many places, and these records are hard to come by at school. I was thinking about sharing their think tank. What do you think of the wording? He was writing a collaboration invitation, and the opening alone took up half a page. Damon squinted his eyes, leaned in closer, and tilted his head in thought. Let's find time tomorrow to meet with Sid, February, and the others to discuss this. After all, it's someone else's think tank. Can you just share it? What kind of help can we provide to those nameless guests? There's no such thing as a free lunch, and no such thing as free information. If other think tanks lend their information, you consider it a favor. If they don't, you consider it their duty. Even if the Polytechnic Institute is willing to share its knowledge with all humanity, there's still a price to pay, right? That makes sense. Théoden saved and closed the half-edited text, put away his external devices, stood up and stretched. Thank you for covering for me for a while, buddy. I'm going to go out and work, so you stay in class. He didn't have classes for the next few hours, so naturally he had to cover for his friend who did. After 2.5 system hours, Anna told Phaeton, who was covering for her, to leave the new data at her desk and pick it up after she got back from get out of class. This data entry work wasn't as time sensitive as other tasks, so a little delay wouldn't matter. She could certainly attend the class first. For elective courses, she could take leave to study on her own and then take the exam later, but for major courses, she couldn't do that. Even if the school allowed it, she knew she returned to the dormitory and project herself into the classroom at the appointed time. This ultra-long-distance face-to-face technology was the work of the station's owner, Ms. Blacktower, a feat only a genius could achieve. Anna lay in bed with her eyes closed. The brief dizziness she felt when the projection started up gave her a false sense of reality. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself, faded, standing in the hallway of the lecture hall. Ms. Haida's original technology didn't fade. It was specifically tuned to make it easier to distinguish the projections after implementation to avoid ethical and legal disputes. Some wealthy students with nowhere else to burn would pay extra for decorative projection effects. Scattering petals while walking was a basic exercise. Scholars on business trips could also do this, but Anna felt that the free basic version was sufficient. Asking her to scatter petals while walking, or for flowers to bloom beneath her feet, was too embarrassing. This feeling is quite unique. Anna stretched out her legs, which only existed in her consciousness. She was lying in her dormitory on the Black Tower space station. Of course, she couldn't sleepwalk along the walls in her bed, but the image in the classroom walked all the way to the front row and sat down as if on flat ground. Interesting. Professor Lachaud appeared with his usual gust of wind, walked up to the podium, and flipped open his handouts. He glanced at a certain projection sitting below, and nodded slightly inwardly. Having a clear sense of self, and knowing when to do what, not bad. Bevershot, you answer this question. He glanced at the layout of the classroom. It had been packed at the beginning of the semester, but now it had become loose and unorganized. 2/3 of the students had already abandoned the class and left. Those kids' mental toughness really needed improvement. The harmless questions from the school teacher were already unbearable, and there would be plenty of embarrassing and socially devastating moments in the future when they would be pressed for answers. Your superiors and colleagues won't deduct a few points to force you to retake a test, retake a course, or delay graduation, and then forgive you for your past mistakes. It's best to cultivate a strong inner self before leaving school. Fabriquette is a good example. If you know what you know, you know it. If you don't know what you don't know, you don't know it. She stands and listens, and even gets back up immediately after being hit by a digital pen. It's obvious that she doesn't take these little things to heart. In a sense, you could say she's a completely open and honest student, completely free of the initial trepidation she felt when school started. If she hadn't given up her pretense early on, the professors wouldn't have looked upon her with such esteem. On the long journey of academic pursuit, everyone makes mistakes. It's good to admit your mistakes and correct them, but there's no need to be too clever just to avoid them. An hour and a half later, the lecture ended. Veritas Latios stepped down from the podium, and most of the students fled in a flurry. The remaining few fled like mice at the sight of a cat. Thebrecht, he tapped at a projection that had opened its laptop to organize notes. She immediately stood up. Professor? When this person was confused and doubtful, his sharp features would subconsciously soften, giving him a somewhat dazed look. Is there anything wrong? Her projection seemed to be in good spirits, indicating good health. And Naxer wasn't treating her like a slave. Thebrecht became even more stunned by the concern, frantically flipping through his notes. Yes, Professor, I have some questions about. He listened patiently to her description, and was quite satisfied with her progress. Although her foundation was so poor that it was obvious she was utterly foolish, she had persevered through the loneliness and worked hard to catch up. Hadn't she finally caught up? Very good. The fact that you thought of these things shows you haven't wasted your time on meaningless things. Here's how I think about this. Almost a system hour had passed by the time Anna finished the projection. New data must have emerged. She jumped directly from the upper bunk to the ground, startling Castorea, who had been pushing her sister in. Cat God. And, is your ankle okay? No, I just finished class, and was about to go record the data. Are you guys off duty? She swiftly slipped her foot into her shoe. The Dioscuri sisters considerately moved quickly out of the way. They nodded and relaxed as they passed each other. Perlusia chuckled softly. Professor Anaxa is currently free. Be careful, he might start arguing with people. Thank you for the reminder. Anna turned and waved at the twins. Want me to bring you some food? Of course I did. Space fried rice is fine once or twice, but from the third time on, it's going to make you question your life. Back at her carefully chosen hidden seat, Anna moved the plump, spiky green potted plant and got to work, trying to look incredibly busy. Professor Anaxa's teaching style was completely different from Professor Lachaud's, perhaps due to their different personalities. Professor Lachaud never threw students in the classroom with a laugh, nor did he engage in debates with anyone like a fighting cock. Not far away, Phaeton, captured by him, racked his brains to survive, but was defeated by the professor in just 2 rounds. Dejected, he retreated to a corner to grow mushrooms. And, do you think I'm going to have to delay my graduation? He crouched beside Anna, desperately making a lot of noise and disrupting her work. The illiterate man, not wanting to debate the professor at all, snarled. So why did you walk up to the professor with your head held high? Showing off your claws, wings, and feathers is a must-have display before a cockfight. You're doing it, and you still hope the professor doesn't see it? How twisted. Ouch. The guy clutched his head and wailed, ruffling his white fur into a bird's nest. You changed. You weren't like this when school started. Thank you for the compliment. Anna didn't even bother to glance at him, concentrating on comparing data. You got what you asked for. Congratulations. Phaeton rolled away sadly, hugging his knees and mourning the loss of his dorm mate. Anna's lips curled slightly as a message popped up on her external device. She glanced down. The message from Kafka contained only 5 words. Antimatter Legion. Chapter 155. The Antimatter Legion, commanded by Nanook, the star god of destruction, is vast and constantly practices the faith of destruction. Nanook believes that all things will inevitably return to entropy, and the universe will eventually extinguish, and therefore mercilessly crushes planet after planet, extinguishing cluster after cluster of civilization. His followers cheered and pounced upon the flames of civilization, trampling it, destroying it until only a pile of ashes remained. People also habitually refer to the Antimatter Legion simply as the Legion of Destruction, leaving wailing wherever they go. According to the records of the Society of Knowledge, in the battle against destruction, only the patrolling rangers of the hunting group, with the help of the remaining Zerg swarms, paid a heavy price to annihilate it. This is the only such case in several Amber Ages. All other civilizations, whether faster or slower, sooner or later, were ultimately destroyed by the surging Black Shadow. Anna stared at the external device for a moment, silently put it down, and quietly finished her data entry work. She stood up from her seat, filed the completed records, labeled the unfinished ones, and tucked them into the back of her seat. Then she flexed her wrists. I'm going upstairs to order afternoon tea for the Dioscuri sisters. Kafka's sudden message at this moment wasn't meant to prepare her. It was a clear reminder for the battle. Phaeton leaned against the table and shook his head. I won't go. I have to keep an eye on Damon's. His classes this week are all concentrated on these few days. Poor guy, he sighed, shaking his head. Anna pursed her lips. All right then, I'll be back soon. She had to lure Kafka and Silver Wolf to the containment bay first, then quickly return to ensure these scholars of the Erudite Society survived until they could be transported to the treatment pod. No one knew what methods the Antimatter Army would use to invade, and at this point, it was probably too late to alert the station's acting commander. Indeed, it was too late. Exiting the elevator car that had just been stuck in the containment section, Anna suddenly saw 2 black vortexes appear before her. From their muddy black centers emerged several jet-black void soldiers. These were the Antimatter Army's basic combat units, the embodiment of the will of destruction. Hello? Can you hear me? The Silver Wolf's data stream crackled through the firewall of her personal computer, and Anna hummed briefly, Yes, I'm taking action. The piano wires flashed, and the two void soldiers shattered before slowly vanishing into dust. More black vortices slowly permeated, connecting from a tiny point into a plane, swirling and connecting different dimensions. Star cores won't be stored in ordinary artifact storage areas, Silver Wolf said in a relaxed voice. Leave your external device at the door, and leave the rest to us. We won't expose you. With Anna's detailed instructions, the operation became as easy and relaxing as an outing. Her apparent scholar status also made it easy to help out on the front lines. Silver Wolf enjoyed challenging games, but she preferred winning even more. Understood. Anna stalked forward slowly, striving to portray the essence of a frail academic. The ethereal soldiers in the black vortex behind her finally broke through the barrier and entered the space station, giving her even more reason to flee in panic, accidentally dropping her personal computer external device. According to Silver Wolf's instructions, she hid in the largest artifact storage room, bypassed the teleportation cage, and dropped her external device. Then, frightened by the sudden appearance of another wave of ethereal soldiers, she fled across the cabin. Acting is so exhausting, even more tiring than studying or writing a paper. The space elevator was now out of service, its red warning light blaring brightly. Thinking of Damon's, who had classes all afternoon, and Pelucia, who had difficulty walking, Anna gritted her teeth and climbed out of the isolation shield that had been breached by the void soldier. Aided by piano wire, she inched along the station's internal steel structure towards the aft compartment. Damon's! Phaeton knocked out the void soldier who rushed in front of him with a punch. Then, a moment later, he saw his friend, whose projection class had been interrupted, throwing the centaur-shaped void soldier out of the dormitory like a child. The void soldier, after hitting the wall, exploded in a puff of black mist. The white-haired young man breathed a sigh of relief, then anxiously said, and just left. She was going up there to bring some afternoon tea for Castorea and the others. Professor Anaxes immediately closed multiple space portals, successfully confining the antimatter army's dimensional transmission point to a specific location. Even so, several voids still managed to sneak into the cabin, and clearing them out took considerable effort. The situation outside was only going to get worse. With Fabric's thin arms and legs, the voids could eat 3 in one sitting. We have to get her. Damon's turned and crushed another void, but before he could even catch his breath, a third came charging at him. These things are endless. Endless. He charged forward, grabbing the void's neck and slamming it to the ground, smashing its head to pieces. That's what I meant, but... Seeing the lab was secure and the void's numbers gradually under control, Phaeton felt like joking. Holding a metal pipe he scavenged from somewhere, he stepped aside to dodge the void attacking from behind. He raised his hand and slashed it like a heavy sword, smashing the unfortunate creature into dust. You don't look like a scholar at all. What scholar could beat up a void soldier like a cookie? Humph, Damon snorted. You're no better. In the other direction, Sid followed Professor Anaxa, aiming his gun with one hand. His usual shyness vanished without a trace. Castorea and her sister worked seamlessly, slashing down tiny void soldier with one strike. Professor Fiberic just left. Phaeton shouted over the crowd, and Sid immediately turned around in panic. What? How long has she been gone? At least a system hour. Anaxa calculated that Anna Fiberic must have been trapped by the antimatter army. Hopefully, she'd be smart enough to find a hiding place in time, or that the Black Tower Space Station's defense department would respond in time to repel the enemy. Can you get in touch with anyone? Don't act rashly. The situation out there is complex. Don't let 2 more be lost without saving one. She's all alone. Phaeton stiffened his neck stubbornly, Damon's tugging him from behind. Shut up and listen to the professor. Whitehair turned to look at his friend in surprise. Did this guy get bitten on the head by a void? Damon's glanced swiftly in Sid's direction, and Phaeton instantly fell silent. Got it. Let's find another way. The void seemed endless, but so was human wisdom. Before long, the number of voids in the lab decreased significantly, and the other researchers, working in groups of 3 or 4, were able to handle the situation effectively. Sid, seeing that there was no danger here, quietly slipped away from his uncle to reunite with his friends. Phaeton and Damon's were already waiting for him near the door. The 3 of them met, and Mr. Glass quietly opened the subspace barrier constructed by Professor Anaxes. The 3 of them disappeared like rats. Where can we find her? Sid raised his gun, providing support from the rear. Phaeton and Damon's each looked in a different direction. The corridor lacked a spatial barrier, and surprisingly, there weren't many voids. The troops that infiltrated the vortex leaped toward the elevator as soon as they landed, as if something in that direction particularly attracted them. I don't know, but she shouldn't be in this compartment. Phaeton and I just tried to contact him, but the signal was blocked and we couldn't get through. Damon's casually smashed a round void. Let's head toward the elevator first. Yes. Sid pursed his lips. He couldn't imagine how Fabric would protect herself alone, and he deliberately avoided thinking about the others. What if she was in danger? No, don't think the worst. The three of them fought their way out of the circular corridor. The sensor door had already been damaged. Fortunately, the gravity system and life support system were intact. Otherwise, a space station floating in space would be no different from a sealed tomb. Why are there so many? Breaking through the sensor door leading to the elevator lobby, Phaeton was faced with a dense mass of black enemies. A sudden realization struck him. No wonder there are fewer and fewer void soldiers in the lab. They all come here. The more violently the prey struggles, the more it attracts the attention of the antimatter army. He wondered what this place held to draw so many void soldiers from the lab. Wow! While Phaeton was still dazed, a dozen void soldiers noticed the three-man team and, in the blink of an eye, rushed over to surround them. Phaeton stepped back half a step to shield Sid and Damon's from the side. Suddenly, a massive creature, several times larger than the others, crashed down from above. Be careful. Damon's pulled Sid back to him, and the three of them leaned to the side, shielding each other. Just as they were about to confront this peculiar enemy head-on, a flash so fast it was almost invisible flashed by, and the pitch-black void soldier shattered into several pieces, dispersing into dust before they even hit the ground. After the dark, mud-like fragments vanished, they saw only the fleeting sight of a thin figure. The figure's owner appeared as if in a flash on the other side, and the long string of void soldiers she had been treating like dogs fell to the ground. Only now did they see that the flash was actually a metal wire. Ah! Phaeton smacked his lips and swallowed hard. Anna glanced sideways in confusion as she dodged past him again. As the voids fell like tangerines, she finally had time to inquire about the lab situation. I just taken the elevator to the containment section when the antimatter army arrived. I only had time to evacuate the elevator and find a way back bit by bit. Then she was locked outside the lab by Professor Anaxis's warp barrier. After knocking on the door several times without success, she had to return to the elevator lobby and fly the kite with the voids. Everything is fine in the lab. At first, they didn't react and injured a few seniors, but since then, no one has been hurt. Phaeton's hands were constantly working. With the four of them working together, he even had time to chat. Professor Anaxis activated the warp barrier. It seemed that if Fabric hadn't pulled so many voids away from outside, the fragile warp barrier might not have been able to withstand the infiltration of the antimatter army. Well, no wonder he's a ruthless guy who can kill pirates and bounty hunters with just breadsticks and fire extinguishers. The dormitory assignments in the academic administration system must have a certain pattern. Chapter 156. When will these void soldiers finally stop? The four of them stood guard in the spacious, circular elevator hall, watching the endless black tide. The psychological pressure far outweighed the actual effort required to resist it. After reuniting, they discussed the matter and decided that instead of bringing the void soldiers into the lab, it would be better to keep them outside. The delicate lab equipment and the inexperienced seniors needed extra care. Keeping them inside the lab would be safer and more reassuring. But the situation outside was too dire. The void soldiers were like an endless stream of black ants, seemingly endless. It shouldn't be long. Anna's heart sank. The antimatter army certainly wouldn't have lost their way and come to the Black Tower station to cause trouble. Considering Kafka had even given her 2 minutes to prepare for the emergency, it meant she had known about their arrival long before, or at least knew about it before anyone else. So, did she have reason to suspect that the appearance of the antimatter army was connected to the Star Corps hunters' actions? What was the reason for the staff members of the Black Tower space station to die? Xiong was important to the hunters, but what about the others? Were they not important to their family and friends? She knew she was being overly stubborn, and this thought might be both hypocritical and sanctimonious, but she couldn't help but think about it over and over again. If Kafka and Silver Wolf had a way to control the antimatter army after Qiongbao's resurrection, it would be considered that they had considered innocent people in their plan, but, based on Anna's limited understanding of her colleagues, that was unlikely. At this moment, she desperately hoped she was wrong. Mr. Blade had rescued her from the explosion. Kafka, Silver Wolf, and Firefly had welcomed the troubled individual with open arms and repeatedly offered a helping hand. If it weren't for Silver Wolf's help, Anna didn't know where she would be now, surviving in such a precarious situation, let alone having a public and respected identity as a scholar. In reality, Xiong could be resurrected without the Antimatter Legion, but whether the star train would accept him smoothly was uncertain. Only in times of crisis could Cheong demonstrate his abilities, and only the bond of fighting side by side could unite the nameless guests to put aside past grudges. Anna understood why Kafka and Silver Wolf acted, and she also understood Cheong's importance to Kafka. Her high-profile attack on the Black Tower station would not only significantly increase her bounty, but would also inevitably come at a high price. But the price she paid couldn't be equated with the innocent lives lost. The scales were unfair. Oh my god! What is that? Sid pointed at the massive chimera monster outside the station, his mouth wide open. The Doomsday Beast? How could it be here? This thing is the Antimatter Legion's anti-planetary weapon, an anti-planetary weapon. The Black Tower station is merely a spacecraft orbiting the Azure planet, broadly speaking, a small satellite. It wasn't that Sid looked down on the property of the super genius Ms. Black Tower, but there was no need to deploy Dumont to destroy a satellite. It's like using a neutron bomb to kill a mosquito. Where does that even begin? It's completely illogical. As soon as Dumont appeared, all the voids began to converge on it. One minute the lower compartment was packed, and the next, Anna and her beloved roommates looked at each other in bewilderment. Those nameless guests have taken action. The destruction invasion was about to end, as the Star Corps hunters had achieved their goal. Silver Wolf's voice on the personal computer intercom channel remained as casual as ever, leaving as she pleased. She had never had a clear sense of boundaries in this regard. Hey, we're done. Cheongbao has already started hanging out with those two silly nameless guests. Let's retreat. The Dumont was enormous. Its upper body sprawled outside the containment chamber, its tail dangling in front of everyone in the lower chamber. The warty tail, covered in thick scales, cracked the ultra-hard, transparent aviation-grade glass with seemingly casual blows. Hurry! What if it breaks the glass? It's a vacuum outside. Sid roused the stunned Phaeton and Damons, and the three of them pulled Anna toward the corridor. The damaged isolation door wasn't without a solution. Retreating to the lab was also a good option. Now that the Voids were heading for the Dumont, there was no need to worry about bringing the black tide to the students. You go ahead. Something's not right. The piano wire seemed to have a life of its own, wrapped around her wrist. As a hunter fate walker, she sensed that just now, a terrifying energy entity had swept through the station. It glanced at someone or something. You're crazy! Hid, whose hand she had shaken off, stepped forward to stop Anna. A human can't even survive in a vacuum and radiation for more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds is long enough for me. Anna pushed him towards Phaeton and Damons. Let's go back to the lab. I don't want to be locked out again, knocking for ages with no one answering. Hunting's speed, enhanced by his destiny, was far faster than intelligence. Phaeton sighed, don't be stubborn. We can't stop her. Let's think about how to deal with this. Damons dragged Sid back to the circular corridor. There was no one left, clear and spacious enough for a stroll. Let me go, you guys. You guys. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't find the words. He kept repeating the word you guys as Damons pulled him back to the lab's closed door. Anna will be fine, but if you stay there, she'd be distracted. Do what she can. I know she's stronger than me, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't worry about her. Sid snatched his arm from Damons' grasp. Anna is my friend, just like I'm your friend, Damons. That's a little different. Phaeton cleared his throat and tried to join the debate, but the lab door suddenly swung open from the inside. Professor Anaxes looked at his three worried students with a sullen expression. Phaeton desperately elbowed Damons and Sid, who were arguing like fighting cocks. Stop it, or none of us will win. Where are the Fibricians? The professor's voice was menacing, his expression calm, just like at the end of every class. But if you looked closely, you could clearly see the bulge of veins on his forehead. Damons and Sid visibly shuddered. Phaeton licked his lips, unsure of what to say. Oh, it seems she's all right. The professor's expression turned somewhat mysterious. So what's going on here? The antimatter army's infiltration came to an abrupt halt. This was unusual. After settling the students in the lab, who needed more protection, Anaxa finally found time to search for his nephew and his students. Then, he saw three burly idiots standing at the doorway arguing. Ah, this, that, listen to our arguments. Oh no, explain. Phaethon's voice trembled, his eyes shifting. Damons and Sid tried to help, but they were no better. After a few jabs of glare, Professor Anax's patience ran out. He was about to utter a few venomous taunts, when the corridor of the space station beneath him suddenly shook violently, and the mournful wail of countless corpses pierced through space and pierced his brain. Sid shook off Damons and looked out into the hallway. Anna appeared panting like a flash, rushing towards everyone, pushing and kicking them. Get into the lab. Professor Anax's face was grim. The shield that blocks out outer space has been breached. Everyone rushed through the lab door in panic. The open breach almost instantly vacuumed the elevator shaft. The piercing alarm of a fault lockdown suddenly sounded. The metal door and the second subspace barrier, supported by the life support system, preserved the last safe zone in the lower compartment. Professor. The Dioscurized sisters, ordered to guard the door, were startled. Then, looking at the 4 people following behind, they breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, everyone's been rescued. Is everyone okay? Castorea wanted to step forward to help, but Anaxa waved her hand, indicating no need. I'm fine. I'm afraid there's something wrong with the Black Tower station. The antimatter army was one thing, but then there was the Doomsday Beast. Finally, there was a massive hole in the station. Repairs would be a significant expense. Anna, standing at the tail end of the team, was as quiet as a chicken. Maybe there's more than one big hole. Dumont has escaped, huh? Where's its tail? I saw it just now. How come it's gone? The student observing the danger cried out in surprise. The others rushed to the window, and saw the clumsy Dumont escaping with its bat-like wings flapping. Without its tail, it looked like a shabby kite with an unstable center of gravity. Thebrecht, Professor Anaxis, who had also witnessed the scene, narrowed his eyes. What do you think of this? Sid looked at his uncle nervously. Phaeton and Damons looked back and forth like swinging hammers. Anna tilted her head, pondering intently for more than 10 seconds before speaking firmly. Professor, I confirm that the star god is a concept and even a higher dimensional being. While Dumont claims to be forged from the bones of countless sorrowful creatures, it's not invulnerable or indestructible. Powers from the same dimension can effectively inflict damage on them. By expanding upon this starting point, the same applies to the star gods. They are by no means immortal. Phaeton, Damons, Sid, My roommate, you risked your life to go back just to prove this? Where's your evidence? Professor Anaxis's attention immediately shifted from other unimportant matters to his professional field. Scholars have logically proven the nobility of the star gods, but no one has yet proven or disproven it in the real world. Huh? Anna breathed a sigh of relief and held up the piano wire that had cut Dumon's tail to show him. Professor, the proof you requested. The destruction factor continued to disperse and escape, but some remained. Professor Anaxa held his breath and personally retrieved the experimental equipment to store the remarkable coil of wire. This item is a special device used by the Black Tower space station to seal rare artifacts. The power Nanak left on his followers' creations can also be considered a rare artifact. The fragments of destruction are trapped within it, and a piece of the star god has been captured by humans. From today on, Uncle will occasionally burst into laughter in the middle of the night again. Sid rubbed his temple. Chapter 157. When Dumont appeared, Anna was completely oblivious to the differences in her perspective with the Star Corps hunters. Every second counts was an understatement. Kafka and Silver Wolf's evacuation indicated that Chuan had safely revived, and Dumont was the first gift from his mother. With his normal strength at his peak, there was nothing to worry about in taking down such a small creature. The problem was that he had only been revived for less than 3 hours, had a star core inserted into his body, and had just been glimpsed by Nanak. It was hard not to worry. The terrifying aura made her hair stand on end, and she instinctively wanted to rush to the containment bay and roll up her sleeves to help. But Anna finally restrained herself from being overly protective. She couldn't betray the possibility that she knew Chuan. He would only be accepted on the Star Corps train if he was completely helpless. But doing nothing seemed out of character. So, poor Dumont took a dozen baseball bat blows, lost its tail somewhere unknown, and ultimately fled in panic. The Black Tower station was truly rude. The locals were rude, and the out-of-town guests were even more rude. The antimatter army withdrew with Dumon's defeat, leaving only a few evasive soldiers who hadn't managed to catch up. They were scattered throughout the station, likely to be dealt with by the Defense Department in a matter of days. Professor Anaxis gave Anna and her roommates a token reprimand, then tiptoed into the core laboratory area, carrying the container containing the piano wire and the attached destructive factor, to send a message to Professor Lachaud to alert him to come. However, Anna Fiberrich was a disciple of Veritas Lachaud, so proper manners were still necessary. Otherwise, if Lachaud learns of this through other channels, it won't be a joint research project, but a mentor siding with his apprentice. Mr. Glass is frail, while Dr. Truth is as healthy as a statue. It's easy to imagine what the consequences of a fight between the two would be. Yes, I know you hunters are tough to mess with, but intellectuals have to maintain their dignity, okay? The matter was over, and Castoria dragged Anna back to the dormitory. She worriedly asked her several times along the way if she was injured. Pelucia had even prepared a first aid kit, ready for immediate use upon entering. The two sisters surrounded her, practically stripping her clothes to check. Miss Febrick, clutching her collar, nearly leaped onto the roof, her fur flaring. I'm really not hurt. Really? Not at all. After the biochip removal surgery, Anna found that the body left behind by her original self was becoming increasingly compatible with hers. Previously, she experienced some lapses where her body couldn't keep up with her consciousness, but now it felt as effortless as if her soul and body had finally merged into one. Really? Castoria stood at the small table, hands on her hips, looking up. Anna hugged her bedpost and nodded vigorously. Really? Absolutely. Puff. Pelucia's eyes curved with a smile. Okay, I'm worried about you too. Come down and we won't touch your clothes. A gentle breeze blew, and Anna landed lightly in front of the Dioscuri sisters. You have to keep your word. Castoria smiled again this time. It's because we couldn't contact you just now. It was so scary. Anna then remembered her premeditated excuse. I was planning to go to the main control bay to buy something, but the elevator in the containment bay broke down. I finally managed to escape, but ran into a group of vagrant soldiers. I don't know where my external equipment fell while I was running. You're really unlucky. Pelucia's eyes flashed with sympathy. Fortunately, it's an external device. If you lose your personal belongings, you're gone. Safety is paramount. This year's latest external device has a celebrity, Robin, as its spokesperson. Out with the old, in with the new. Get a good one to get rid of the bad luck. Castoria tucked the unused first aid kit away in the corner of the closet. When she heard a knock on the door, she went to see. Who is it? It was Phaeton knocking. He winked at Anna through the crack in the door. Professor Lachaud replied that he'd be at the station in 5 system hours. Your external device is lost, and it's inconvenient to contact you. Professor Anaxis asked me to pass on a message. Destruction left a lot of ruins, and it's rare to be caught by surprise. Unless something major is holding him back, Professor Lachaud will definitely rush to the Black Tower station as soon as possible. And the station's owner will even show a little interest. There aren't many things that can interest Ms. Black Tower anymore. As a fellow scholar, whether you're a genius or not doesn't matter at this point. Phaeton's message had barely finished when Damon's knocked on the door. The elevator isn't repaired yet. Station Master Esther said, we need to start the backup equipment first. Once the engineering robots have repaired the hole, we can go out. Drones will be dropping off supplies during this time. Also, Ms. Black Tower's puppet has arrived. She's asking if you'd be willing to trade her for a regular station officer position and a share of the destruction factor. These must have been the original words. A job offer might not mean much to Black Tower, but it's a huge deal for a novice scholar. Studying is all about finding employment. Working with a genius is a surefire way to win. It's like having one foot in a safe. Once you put the other foot in, you have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life. I don't need a job. Does anyone here need one? Anna looked at the Dioscuri sisters, then at Phaeton, who had lingered, and finally at Damon's, who was standing outside. They all shook their heads in unison. No, we're all specifically trained. After graduation, we return to serve our homeland. Then leave it to Professor Lachaud. I'm his student, not Ms. Black Tower's. How could a Star Corps hunter like her need a job at Black Tower Station? She might be exposed one day and end up wandering the universe. The mention of Star Corps hunter caused Anna's mood to plummet again. Just now, the situation was urgent, and she hadn't had time to think too much. Now that the crisis was over, the grief and resentment welled up again. Did Kafka and Silver Wolf deliberately lure the antimatter army into Black Tower Station? Damon's left after receiving the confirmation, and even dragged away Phaeton, who had been lurking in the girls' dormitory. Castoria assumed Anna's sudden downturn was due to fatigue and a desire for rest, and indeed, she deserved it. Anyone would feel exhausted after facing the antimatter army's pursuit and the life-or-death struggle. Go take a shower, and lie down for a while. Professor, if anything needs us, we take care of you first, and we wake you up if you need help. Pelucia poured her a cup of hot, sweet milk and handed it to her. Drink a little and take it easy. Okay, thank you. Anna took the milk and drank it in one gulp. She grabbed a change of clothes, went to the bathroom, took a hot shower, and climbed into bed to rest. She couldn't sleep. No matter what she did, she tossed and turned. With no spare parts for her external devices, She simply turned on the virtual light on her personal computer and logged into the Star Network community for a rare opportunity, hoping to find something fresh to distract her. Young people these days focus on a few things: entertainment, work, life. Anna thinks all of them are fine. Even quirky, eye-catching creations are clever works with a clear purpose and purpose. At the very least, if the creator achieves their goal, the work is a success, regardless of whether the reasons for the attention are good or bad. After browsing for a while, she found nothing captivating or engaging. The much-anticipated World Beauty Guide opening screen was just SOSO. The voting list on the cover was overflowing with people. Clicking into the First Truth University community, Anna even saw a photo of herself. A profile shot taken at some point of her walking back to the dorm with Sid and the others after class. The photographer must have misplaced the gender and placed it in the wrong place. The comments below were filled with calls for husband. Countless garbled Evelyn curse words flashed through Anna's mind. This isn't fun, girls. If you have a choice, don't choose a serious criminal as your partner, unless you're a die-hard danger lover. Sliding down the screen, the previous winner of the World Beauty Award was General Shinsu of the Luofu immortal ship. A white-haired young man rested his head on one hand, gazing into the distance with a lazy smile. He probably knew he was good-looking, and wasn't shy about sharing it. Closing the page, Anna thought of her online friend back in the Luofu immortal ship. There are some things you can't say to friends or discuss with your mentor, but confiding in an online friend you never met feels free. Anna clicked on the real name internet access dialog box, repeatedly checking it. While she hesitated, the other person sent her a cat emoji. Young man, you seem hesitant. What's the problem? Someone had just taken a break from playing chess with a young disciple, and had gotten distracted when he found the Jade Omen to wake him up. Suddenly, he saw Ingxing's new teammate, with a bubble of ellipsis on his head, scurrying back and forth, looking like a child with a lot of words to say but unable to express. Being in your early 20s is like being a kid to the people of Xianzhou. Anna unconsciously spilled the beans. My friends, who have done me a favor, don't share my values. I know I can't persuade them, and I also know that if this continues, they eventually face irreparable ruin. I don't know what to do. A certain general, This is really... Where do I even begin? And... Oh well, is my brother about to pull off another horrible, unsettling mess? After a long pause, Anna sighed, closed the virtual screen, and raised her arm to shield her eyes. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Feeling frustrated, she opened her personal computer's virtual screen again. This time, the words she wanted to say were pressed against real-name internet access. The numerous withdrawal records showed that he had been deeply concerned about this issue. But now, with the words on his lips, he didn't know how to begin. It's okay. You don't have to answer if it's difficult. Let time take its course. Perhaps then I naturally know what to do. The words of comfort softened his heart. Sure enough, the other party gave up the hesitation and directly sent an invitation, inviting the distant guest to visit the immortal boat. Chapter 158. Black Tower Space Station escapes crisis in 4 hours. Antimatter Legion's attack failed. Star Corps hunters emerge behind the crisis. 3 headlines, 3 news paragraphs, with different emphases, but all conveying the same story. After the station resumed communication with the outside world, the Interstellar Peace Company, the primary investor and contractor, responded swiftly, working at full speed to condemn the destruction forces and, more importantly, the Star Corps hunters, to every corner of the universe. Ms. Black Tower might not mind the loss of a Star Core from her collection, but that thing is known as the cancer of all worlds. Even the galactic orbit of exploration would be severed by it, a veritable cosmic incurable disease. Such a treasure, like a doomsday bomb, was stolen just like that. Isn't that a joke? Even if the entire world is a giant makeshift operation, it can't be so sloppy. One careless mistake and everyone's doomed. The Star Corps hunters, the instigators behind this, naturally received a massive bonus. While no one could catch them, the company added credit points to their wanted posters. Even the newest member, number 0824131 Anna, saw their value rise to 3.5 billion. Any scrap of the renowned others could provide a normal person with a lifetime of financial security. The only problem is that compared to the other hunters' highly recognizable names, the outdated and overused codename Anna simply doesn't serve as a valid identifier. If he were in a galaxy with a lower level of civilization, he might shout out to at least 3 or 4 ladies of different ages and ages on the street and look back at him. There are even employees with this name within the company. It was embarrassing, truly embarrassing. Send this notice to the employee system. This year's performance indicators have increased by 20 percentage points compared to last year. Let everyone know in advance, to avoid endless grumblings at the annual meeting. The folder arrived unexpectedly. Young clerks with no connections, no background, and no education are often the most bullied in the company. Seniors and superiors push troublesome tasks onto them without consulting them, let alone considering whether they might cause them any distress. If you got what it takes, climb up the ladder. Whether it's a job or a bed, it doesn't matter which one. Looking at the extra work that rained down on her workstation, nearly knocking over the pile of documents, the young woman didn't even have time to protest. This should be an assistant's job. How could I have such authority? What are you looking at? Hurry up and do it, and don't forget to send it out before lunch. The person who threw the folder nonchalantly walked over to join in the conversation. I go upstairs later for a tour, Mr. New Director. Chatter, blah blah. There was no point arguing with him. Outnumbered, you might not win. Even if you win, you won't get a higher salary, and you might even be forced to make things worse. She picked up the folder and, with all her courage, stepped into the elevator. The new director was young, as were all the senior executives in the strategic investment department. But her greatest admiration was for Ms. Jade, a fusion of talent, strength, and beauty. She was elegant and intellectual, the very image every new female employee aspired to. The director's office is located on the top floor of this office building. The decision makers of the strategic investment department often stay here to hold meetings. Or argue. Good morning, Ms. Tapa. As she exited the elevator, she saw a distressed asset liquidation specialist clutching her pet. She hurriedly made way, sidling up to the wall. Tapa walked briskly, carrying the slightly restless piggy bank. Seeing the young clerk clutching the folder, she narrowed her eyes and said gently, "Are you having trouble with your work? Miss Faitsue is talking to Shajin inside. I suggest you wait here for a moment." "Okay, thank you for your reminder, ma'am." She clutched the folder tightly, bowed slightly. Tapa took a few steps outside, paused, turned back, and added with a smile, "Keep working hard." "Ah, yes." The young clerk's eyes widened, and she nodded energetically. The equally young executive waved her off and walked away. The ornately decorated corridor was deserted except for the security guards in black suits. She walked outside the office and exchanged a glance with the colleague guarding the door, who shook his head slightly. Ms. Jade was still talking when a faint voice could be heard from inside. "You're excellent, I was right. Although, there are some controversies, but I'm optimistic, so it was voted in. And passed. Congratulations." The man's slightly frivolous chuckle could be heard from time to time, and the conversation ended after 20 minutes. The door opened, and the blond young man, with a faint smile on his face, said to the person outside, "Is it nice weather today?" The security guard and clerk outside were speechless, staring at the gloomy sky outside. "You call it nice weather? Ha ha, relax. Back home, rain is a rare good day." He was not very tall, dressed in expensive, elaborate clothes, with light-colored sunglasses covering half of his face. As he passed by, he brought a waft of fragrant fragrance with him, and jeweled earrings, as luxurious as peacock feathers, dangled in his ears. In the office, Ms. Jade chuckled and complained to him, "Don't tease my little clerk." This harmless little complaint only served to strengthen their closeness. The young man immediately obeyed, letting go of the blushing, bewildered young woman, even considerately making room for her at the door. "Jade, Ms. Jade." She greeted her boss in a soft, cat-like voice, blushing. Ms. Jade leaned back on the red velvet sofa and beckoned, "Come in, little Anna, what can I do for you?" The young man, who had already walked over, suddenly stopped and turned to look her up and down. Ms. Jade raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Ha ha, nothing. I just remembered that yesterday, or the day before yesterday, this capable young lady was being given a hard time by her colleagues because of her competence. What a shame." He simply stayed put, standing outside the office to watch the fun. Her scalp was about to explode. This fragrant, shiny, wealthy fellow was the new director her unfortunate senior had been talking about. She had no idea he noticed her, and she desperately hoped he spared the poor, low-level clerk. "Don't bother with that smooth-talking fellow," Faitsue quipped with a smile. She practically tiptoed into the office, clinging to the wall, and hurriedly handed her boss a folder. "Miss Faitsue, here's a notice. I don't have the authority to send it. How should I address it?" Faitsue took the folder, glanced at it, and tossed it aside. "You don't need to do anything outside of your responsibilities. The power granted to employees by the company is limited. I appreciate your caution, but bypassing your supervisor's authority is not advisable. She was a little flustered. The fact that Ms. Jade had called her by name clearly showed she knew her position well. A rookie clerk at the bottom suddenly came to the top to complain. It was obvious her superiors wouldn't be impressed. The more affable she was, the more uneasy she felt. Yet, she couldn't bear to just shut up and take the blame. My new office is short of an assistant. Could you lend me this capable young lady for a while? The blonde's words broke the gradually tense atmosphere. Jade glanced at him, her smile impeccable. I'm a newbie too, aren't I? The experienced employees probably wouldn't want to be transferred. Why not let us newcomers get used to each other on our own? Jade stared at him intently for a moment, then smiled and asked, My dear little Anna, what about you? Are you willing? The young man calmly stepped back, folded his arms, and remained silent, completely handing the power of choice back to her. Reject, or agree? If she refused, she'd probably just go back to her old job as a dispensable, bully clerk. It was just that she didn't have to do this job this time. Mr. Shajin's words seemed like a relief, but they actually put her on the spot. Who knows what kind of trouble she'd have to endure in the future. Agree, if she agreed, she'd just be the assistant director, saving 8 years of hard work and getting promoted by half. Had she joined the strategic investment department, and was she still afraid of offending her superiors and colleagues? If she had been so afraid, she wouldn't have suddenly launched into a report to a higher authority today. I agree. The new director didn't seem very reliable, but his reliability wasn't important. As long as the position and salary at Interstellar Peace were reliable, that was all that mattered. Jade took the folder back and handed it back to her. If you become the director's assistant, you have the authority to do the job. Any other questions? No, thank you. She took the folder and hugged it. I get back to work. The blonde young man, still standing in the hallway, interrupted the conversation. Don't rush off. Do you know where my new office is? Yes, you can go together. It's on the other side of the elevator shaft. Jade waved him away. Sandgold chuckled as she looked at her newly minted assistant. Short and limp, like a rabbit that's secretly growing teeth. Although the girl's name was also Anna, it was more reminiscent of Abigail. He wasn't in the office much anyway, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to let her have an easier time there. It was a kind of love for the house and love for the dog. That's how the phrase is used, right? The female name Anna means elegant, kind and pure-point. Several amber ages ago, it often referred to women who were noble, brave, intelligent, and pure. In his opinion, that person was worthy of every human adjective, often even feeling that those admirations were insufficient. It wasn't that he didn't want to find her, but he had no reason and no opportunity. Anna Febrecht was a gifted graduate student from the outer Lyra region, admitted to the First Truth University, not convict number 0824131 who had rebelled and escaped from Iver prison. As a prison escapee known to all the company executives, approaching her rashly would only bring suspicion and danger to her. Besides, an emigrant who had never even been to school suddenly took notice of a brilliant female scholar. Were all those monitoring him blind? That damned Edmund had made peace with the company and escaped punishment. Prada and Praya were safe under his protection. Rosemary was already a dead man on paper, so no one would bother to investigate her now. The only person wanted was Anna, who had saved everyone. Chapter 159. Director Shajin's office was surrounded on 3 sides by empty, transparent, floor-to-ceiling glass walls, giving her a commanding, almost menacing feeling. Moving her new workstation to the wall next to the hallway, she threw all the work not hers back to the original person in charge. A job transfer was the perfect excuse. If you have any questions, go complain to the director. I'm sorry. The guy acknowledged the door and ran away, leaving no trace of where he was or what he was doing, leaving behind only a shopping list so long it seemed to stretch to the horizon. All right. As long as the salary is paid, the boss can go wherever he wants. She opened the shopping list and looked it over. Mr. Shajin didn't like the current office style. The first third of the list was devoted entirely to renovations and decorations. That was easy. Just contact the building materials and construction department directly. Internal employee purchases were much more time-saving and hassle-free than purchasing from outside, and there were discounts. Why not? As expected, the construction department took over the renovations with a grumble, saying they send someone up to take measurements and select materials so they could determine the price. No one would feel bad about using up their credits too quickly if they didn't spend their own money. She lowered her head to look at the middle of the list. Books. Lots of books, many expensive and rarely read. Philosophy books that would make your eyes go dark and your forehead ache just by opening them, as well as difficult poetry collections that were popular several amber ages ago. There were probably 100 or so books in total. Knowledge is wealth. This lavish knowledge, which cannot be cashed in and is difficult to instill in the human brain, would cost her at least half a year's salary, and it was a far cry from Director Shajin's personality. Is he actually this sensitive and delicate type? It was truly surprising that the bookshelves weren't filled with empty decorative items, or financial magazines, or fashion books. As for the last third of the list, well, it was all just furniture, decorations, and textiles to fill the office. Mr. Shajin's taste was truly extravagant, and he prioritized quality over cheap goods. On her first day in her new environment, she placed her orders furiously. She had no idea online shopping could be such a tiring endeavor. At the end of the list, she even specified a snack shop. She clicked on it, and saw that the director's taste was reassuring, and their products had a very high review rate. A box of everything? He's really competing with you rich people. She tapped the screen furiously. After completing her shopping for the day, she also bought herself some snacks to comfort herself. I got a raise. Why can't I treat myself? The next morning, upon entering the office, she was met with some sarcastic remarks from her seniors, but she didn't regret it. Now, they could only offer a few sarcastic remarks. They couldn't push any extra work onto her. The director was still nowhere to be seen in the office. The workers sent by the construction department were working furiously with the help of machinery. Director Shajin didn't want to make many structural changes, primarily changing the wallpaper and flooring, adding some partitions, and tweaking the interior color palette. The furniture and books ordered yesterday are arriving one after another, and once the renovations are complete, they can be unpacked and set up. The new job was even more delightful than she expected. There were no complicated office dynamics, and her boss only showed up briefly before disappearing, completely meeting her expectations. On the third day, after the work was complete, she went to the hallway to call in a few security guards. As they moved the tables and chairs around, she suddenly realized that the office had the ostentatious, luxurious feel of a casino lounge. I heard Mr. Shajin really likes gambling games. No wonder he decorated his office like this. Someone jokingly quipped, "What gambling games?" It was clearly a subtle dig at the new director's gambling habit. The term gambler has always been a bad name. If someone in a family had one, it's clear their ancestors were buried in the wrong place, and their ancestors wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Here are some paper books on the bookshelf over there. She pointed to a pile of cardboard boxes. The hardcover books inside were thick enough to build a wall. The assistant director had spoken, so there was no room for refusal. Everyone painstakingly unpacked the boxes and peeled off the plastic wrap. One by one, the ladders of knowledge were moved to the bookshelves and arranged for optimal visual presentation. Buying so many books and leaving them as decorations is a waste of money. You really have nothing to do with it. To see how expensive intellectual property is, just look at the credits spent on attending an average university. First Truth University doesn't count. They always used IQ as tuition. Oh, you think these are just decorations? The voice, with its smile, sounded pleasant, but the upward pitch at the end of the sentence gave it a sense of arrogance. Of course, everyone knows the new director is a gypsy. Ha, he wouldn't even have a kindergarten diploma, would he? Ha ha. The man was halfway through his laughter, when he suddenly realized something was amiss. The assistant director leaned against the shelf with a half smile, his eyebrow raised, as if enjoying a clown show. I didn't mean that. He looked at the office door with despair. The director, who had disappeared for 3 days, stood leisurely under the doorframe, watching the fun with great interest. Honestly, isn't he destined for joy? He loves to see people embarrass themselves so much. I really didn't even graduate from kindergarten, he laughed, walking to the bookshelf and casually pulling out a book to flip through. How terrifying. How could anyone possibly finish such a long, awkward sentence without suffocating? How on earth did my sister manage to get through something like this? The blond young man, originally named Cock of Asia and now codenamed Gold Dust, silently averted his gaze, his expression composed, not at all illiterate. Going to school and studying are two different things. I hope you can understand this as soon as possible. It's like how some people get promoted right after joining a company, while others, after several years, are still standing in the hallway guarding the gate. The two things couldn't be compared, but that didn't stop him from using them to scare those with itchy lips. He closed the book and carefully tucked it back on the shelf. He created a comfortable reading environment, bought all the books Anna might need, and hoped to meet her again one day. Like a bird eagerly building its nest, it fears its feathers won't be beautiful enough to attract the attention of its desired companion. Few in the universe could see through the Evacan's acting skills. He was so calm, everyone thought the newly appointed director was incredibly diligent and eager to learn. Haha, thank you all for your help. Let's have something nice for lunch, it's my treat. He generously spent his credits, and everyone quickly recovered from their awkwardness, the atmosphere becoming lively. Who cares if he's a slave or a gambler? A generous and uninterfering boss is a good boss. A new computer arrived from logistics, and while the staff were busy installing it, Kakavasia took out his external equipment and infiltrated the First Truth University's Star Network community. He didn't dare, nor could he hastily rush to see her. He could only surreptitiously peek at her screen, hoping to get closer to her online. A global beauty's guide? It seemed like a gimmick from the propaganda department. To be honest, this beauty pageant seemed more like a screening exercise designed to facilitate the pursuit of beauties by wealthy individuals. A useless crown could trick a young, beautiful woman into willingly becoming a mere ornament in someone else's garden. He hadn't expected that students at First Truth University would be interested in such a thing. Kakavasia clicked on the cover, and the link automatically redirected to the voting section. The person with the most votes was a young scholar with blue hair and a laurel leaf ornament, followed by a long line of fawning professors. He swiped his finger downward, and the latest external device landed squarely on the newly carpeted office floor. It was a photo with excellent color and composition. The central figure, wearing the First Truth University student uniform, walked along a tree-lined path. She wore a white shirt and black trousers, her sleeves rolled up a few times, revealing her sleek, strong arms. She tilted her head, as if listening to the green-haired young man beside her. A faint, helpless smile played on her lips, her expression relaxed, and even a hint of indulgence upon closer inspection. A pale yellow flower, falling just right, passed by the camera, capturing the image of a scholar who was calm, confident, yet also exuding wisdom and tolerance. A senior student in the Graduate School of Philosophy. The comments were filled with shouts of husband. Mr. Shahjeen, what's wrong? The assistant's voice interrupted his swirling thoughts. The young director bent down to pick up his external device. Nothing, just a slip of the finger. It wasn't a slip of the hand, it was a chill in her heart. In her memories, she had always been relaxed and carefree, but this relaxed look was rare. It wasn't surprising. Whether it was the volcanic cone prison, the rooftop garden in midair, or the scattered islands on the sea, they were all, after all, parts of a prison housing serious criminals. The subsequent escape was also fraught with danger, leaving her no chance to relax. Who was the handsome young man walking beside her, talking with his head lowered? Why did he bring such a tender expression to her face? What were they talking about? Why were they walking together? Why did they have to walk side by side on such a wide road? Don't think he couldn't see the soft glow in the green-haired man's eyes. Even if the photo blurred the non-essential characters, the expression revealed couldn't be hidden. This guy definitely had ulterior motives. The top comments were all Shah is so hot and monogamy. Kakavasia expressionlessly clicked and downvoted them all. What's so spicy about it? If you want spicy food, order takeout. The man who couldn't laugh suppressed his irritation, turned off his external device, and stuffed it into his pocket. He turned and walked out of the office, aimlessly walking down the fire escape in circles. I couldn't do anything except endure. Kakavasia suddenly realized with unprecedented clarity that he had finally escaped the interstellar prison that had trapped him. He had gained precious freedom, but he also lost all excuses to cling to Anna. She had the right to choose her lifestyle, and the partner she pleased. No one could interfere. Aside from offering their blessings, everyone was an insignificant outsider. He rubbed his aching, weary chest, repeatedly warning himself not to bring trouble to Anna's precious new life. I can hide in a quiet corner and watch her silently. As long as she is happy and content, that's all that matters. I won't disturb her. A small corner is enough. I will just watch over her silently until the end of my life. Chapter 160. Ha! 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 Anna hunched over, covering her nose and sneezing furiously. Sid sat beside her, handing her a tissue with concern. How are you? Are you allergic? Catching a cold or getting sick was out of the question. The Black Tower's life support system had built-in filtering capabilities, so there was no need to worry about the accidental presence of viruses. Only allergies could cause constant sneezing. She reached for the tissue, unfolded it, folded it in half, and rubbed it against her nose, perplexed. I shouldn't be allergic. Bapuk's slaves were carefully selected from the best of their tribe. Those with allergies wouldn't even make it past the first hurdle, and wouldn't be accepted into the camp. Ahem. Professor Anaxes glanced at his nephew, a chill running down his spine. Sid shrank back, not daring to speak again. He and Febrick were the youngest and least accomplished at the table. One owed their place to their uncle's guidance, the other to their accidental capture of the destruction factor. In truth, Anna had long been dozing off. Her urge to survive kept her from closing her eyes, but she was also lost in a trance. She could even hear the crash of waves against the rocks echoing in her skull as she shook her head. Natural theology is about using logical reasoning to verify the existence of gods. In other words, as long as your logic is rigorous and self-consistent, no matter how outrageous it is, it's fine. But the long, scribbled equations the instructors scrawled on the whiteboard. If you don't know, you don't know. If you don't understand, you don't understand. There's no need to struggle. Sid was better off. Having worked as his uncle's assistant for years, he was somewhat familiar with these formulas and theorems. His roommate simply had a blank, wise look in his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? If it weren't for Professor Veritas Lachaud, one of the debaters, brandishing a digital pen with great gusto, she would have flipped the table and shouted, "This academic issue has nothing to do with hunting. We agreed to just focus on our physical strength. Why did we need to use our brains?" It turned out that she was the only one in this improvised conference room who wasn't quite as smart. Sid glanced at Anna sympathetically. The debate between the two professors was truly fascinating, and it was truly demanding. Practical verification of a hypothesis is always accompanied by a back and forth of arguments. This is academic debate. The more heated the arguments, the more you gain. Just get used to it. This is the norm for any ambitious scholar seeking to uncover the truth of the world. She eventually get used to it. Let's stop here for now. We continue the rest when we return to the academy. Professor Lachaud had long seen that the idiot student was distracted, and only because she was diligently taking notes had she avoided being hit by the digital pen. Considering that not everyone can integrate different disciplines, he leniently gave her some face. But a new reading list was inevitable, even if it meant starting with elementary math. He wasn't afraid of the student's poor level. He was just afraid of her being lazy and unwilling to work. Luckily, Febrick wasn't one to slack off in her studies. A late bloomer wouldn't matter at most. She could stay for a few more years to gradually learn. It wouldn't be shameful to delay graduation under Dr. Truth. Professor Anaxa had no objection to his suggestion. Lachaud's student obediently turned her elbow towards her family, which was a good thing. It was heartwarming that she resisted the temptation of a job at the Black Tower space station and handed the sample to her instructor. The teacher was deeply relieved to have such a good child among 100 rebellious students. The teaching was worth it. It truly was. That's all, he said, his temper flaring up, almost starting a fight with Lachaud. He walked over to Sid's desk, hands behind his back, to look at his notes. Maybe we could consider starting a multi-party dialogue. Not bad, presentable. Look at Anna's meticulous meeting minutes. This kid knows absolutely nothing, yet she thinks everything is crucial, even marking the tone of voice. It's hard to say what to say. Her lack of foundation is glaringly obvious, yet she's clumsily trying to catch up. It's a bit embarrassing to criticize her. If she gets her into tears, Lachaud, the protective one, would be the first to be offended. But simply not knowing something you haven't learned isn't a bad thing. It's never too late to start over. What I fear is those half-baked idiots, who are clearly far from ready yet full of ideas, always feeling their talents are being misappreciated and unable to listen to instruction or advice. Despair, just despair. They couldn't even explain what an idiot was. They couldn't just rub a mirror in front of him and let him see it. Go back and organize the records and upload them to the academic system. Let Sid tell you where to upload them. This is part of the project. Maybe you need it for your graduation thesis. Anna had never imagined that a slacker like her could even hope for a graduation thesis. Damn it! She hadn't even expected a certificate of incompetence. Thank you, Professor Anaxis. The female student hurriedly stood up. Her professor snorted defensively, "Read more, idiot. Read more. Don't let your barren brain hang out like a peacock's, but..." She gathered the notebook and stationery on the table, clutching them in her arms, and scurried off with her head lowered. Sid first said goodbye to the two professors, then slipped out of the conference room. "Keep your nephew away from my students, thank you." Professor Lachaud suddenly took on the air of an old father, looking at everyone as a potential misguided child. Even Sid, whose mint green hair was identical to his uncle's. Hee, Professor Anaxa sneered. Who told your $1-in-a-million student to be so foolish as to fill in the wrong gender in his early years? It wasn't my child who approached first. Anna and Sid, having escaped, both breathed a sigh of relief, their faces simultaneously etched with relief at having survived. Guess I have to start remedial classes again. She gave a wry smile, her features wrinkled. After finally getting her natural theology classes up to par, she hadn't even waited for the relaxing time she hoped for, when new remedial lessons beckoned from afar. I can help you. Yeah, Phaeton would be fine too, Sid said with a faint smile. But forget about Damon's, his math is a bit of a pain. As long as you live long enough, exhaustive enumeration is truly the ultimate solution to any problem. Puff! Anna chuckled under her breath, and soon the two of them returned to the laboratory, which had returned to normal operation. Station Commander Esther was exceptionally capable. In just 4 system cycles, the 2 large holes in the station had been repaired. After 6, the main system, which had been down, was restarted. Now, only the elevator remained under repair. You're back. Phaeton stood beside a space box, distributing supplies with a bright look. Seeing his roommates, he immediately handed one to each of them. This is the last batch of emergency supplies. There's no need to keep them. I'm just going to distribute them all, and keep them for personal use. Any more? Interstellar Peace Corporation's support for key projects has always been prompt and immediate. There were still quite a few supply packages in the box, far exceeding the total number of scholars. I don't need any more, thank you. Give them to the injured seniors as comfort items. I'm afraid they can't buy their favorite things online right now. Anna glanced at the remaining packages in the box and shook her head. Sid agreed, these are enough. I don't need any more. By the way, have you taken your share? This guy did all the heavy lifting. Damon's wasn't as strong as him. I took them. I also found a bag of domino-like chess pieces in the supply box. It seems it takes 4 people to play. I heard it's a gambling game that originated from the Immortal Boat Alliance. Let's play after get off work. The only people who had time to play games were the 4 of them, the pure liberal arts students who came to help. The others took shifts watching the equipment, and after work, they just wanted to lie down and sleep. Anna had no objection. Even if she hadn't been able to play before, she could now. Being Silver Wolf's gaming partner was quite a challenge. Okay, bring dinner over later. Sid was addressing Anna. Boys weren't allowed in the girls' dorms, but girls could visit the boys. It was the unspoken rule. She nodded, and Phaeton happily carried the suitcase to find the unfortunate seniors who were injured and bedridden. The wounds left by the Antimatter Legion wouldn't heal easily. They needed to rest for a while longer. We have to meet again after recording the data. Sid's gaze fell on the meeting minutes. Professor Anax's means he'd be initiating a joint project with the Polymath Society. As Professor Lacho's student, you also be uploading your data and research. You can use the meeting minutes as a substitute, and it will be counted as academic achievement in the future. Anna understood what he said. She was really just following his professor's lead. I don't understand anything about the rest of the topic. Is this even okay? She felt like she was cheating. She didn't know if she felt guilty, but Anna rubbed her stomach, feeling a pang of guilt. Knowing she'd think that, Sid shrugged and jokingly said, that's wrong. You study and research precisely because you don't understand. What's the point of researching if you know everything? Professors don't know what will happen as the project progresses. They simply move forward resolutely toward a set goal. Besides, you capture the destruction factor. If the owner can't even join the project, that would be the ultimate injustice. Okay, you have a point. To live up to the professor's reputation, she had to take this course even if she didn't want to. She sighed wistfully. Let me check Star Online first. It seems compulsory education courses are free? Sid chuckled. Congratulations, you got it right. Furthermore, a significant portion of the standard compulsory education curriculum published by the Interstellar Peace Company is taught by Professor Lacho. In a way, it's true. True took him a moment to come up with. Anna blushed furiously and walked away, clearly furious. Being too diligent as a teacher isn't always a good thing. Even the slightest bit of laziness can create a heavy psychological burden on students. It's truly terrifying. Chapter 161. The elevator isn't repaired yet. When will it be? Lying behind a row of chess pieces resembling a city wall, Anna sighed, her chin resting on her hand. It's been several days. She couldn't just crawl like a spider along the station's steel structure to the platform in public to spy on the star train. With the Interstellar Peace Company's loudspeaker, the entire universe would know in less than 3 minutes that a pervert had appeared at First Truth University. It's not easy to repair. There are still some stragglers scattered in the main containment section. For security reasons, the station master has no plans to open this section at the moment. Phaeton threw a card, and Castorea followed suit. Is this the right play? I don't think the logic makes sense. Is the order wrong? Damon's glanced around, his mind a blur. Theoretically, It's possible to calculate who holds which card, but that's just theory. Sid was kicked out of the game to prevent someone from gaining too much of an advantage and upsetting the balance. I asked someone. Anna stood up, giving Perlucia her seat, and walked to the other side, opening the virtual screen of her personal computer. Her external devices had either been taken away by Silver Wolf or crushed to dust by the Void soldiers. Since the space station hadn't reopened yet, there was no place to restock. In the chat group, Silver Wolf was always online. Anna looked around and took a photo of the chess pieces and sent it to Blade, hoping to get some off-site support. Of course, she had to ask him about the games and people who had escaped from the Immortal Ark. After sending the photo, she closed the group and entered the community to search for images. Thousands of pages of guideposts popped up. Imperial Jade Card. Is this how it's pronounced? The synesthesia beacon translated a long string, so long that even a liberal arts student wouldn't want to read it. The group chat notification beeped, and Anna opened it and took a look. Mr. Blade had maintained his persona for 100 years, and it was Elio who spoke. The Star Corps Hunter's trip to the Black Tower space station went very smoothly. As a reward, Black Cat offered to grant a small wish for one of their own who had put in so much effort undercover. This job didn't involve salary, performance, or bonuses. The leader's reward was often closely tied to the next action. Without a second thought, Anna encrypted and sent him the information she had about Yvel. The Black Cat leader had a purpose for everything he did. He wasn't a generous cat. Coincidentally, she wasn't afraid of being exploited. After all, she wasn't a simple scholar who had lived in an ivory tower since childhood. As long as the exchange was fair, Anna wouldn't mind putting herself on the scale. I understand. I arranged for someone to do this. Kafka is glad to have the opportunity to repay you. Those walking the path of the world fear owing favors the most, but owing money is less of a concern. And the Star Corps Hunters were no strangers to exploiting the Interstellar Peace Corporation's weaknesses, handling the situation with ease. And have you found any help? Phaeton asked loudly from a distance. Anna calmly closed the conversation with Elio, copied the photo, and sent it to Real Name Online. When Mr. Blade was reliable, he was incredibly reliable. When he failed, he could be incredibly disappointing. He was the type of player who, even if you didn't expect anything from the start, would still be pleasantly surprised. Not yet. Keep playing. I looked up some guides for reference. The netizen was probably busy at the moment, so he didn't even read the message, let alone respond. Anyway, it's enough to roughly understand the criteria for winning. The rest will become apparent as you play. After several rounds of stumbling, everyone ended up in a tie, with no clear winner. Castorea and Perlucia vacated their seats for Anna and Sid. It was time for them to return to the lab. If the professor asks, we just say you're tutoring Anne in algebra and geometry. Don't let it get out later. She smiled and pushed her sister away. Anna let out a loud sob and threw herself on the card table. Why do I still need to study math? Why on earth? Neither her original self nor her current self had any relevant memories, leaving no room for error. It's okay. Math isn't that difficult. It's quite interesting to study it slowly and steadily. Although Sid studied natural theology, he had the best science grades in the dormitory. He spoke carefully, hoping to appease his roommate, who was feeling a bit sullen. Anna gave him a resentful look inside. Sigh. You don't know, I had to start over in elementary school just to understand the diagrams and equations Professor Lachaud had left on the blackboard. Others take 10 or 20 years to learn, but I only have a few months. While hard work can make up for shortcomings, I'm still lacking so much. Just thinking about it makes me despair. Don't be discouraged, and don't run away. I can study with you. Damons pushed down the remaining half of the wall in front of him. There was a clatter on the table, and the game resumed. He really wasn't good at math, but he didn't mind exposing his weaknesses to help his roommate build some confidence. I help you collect books and materials. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Phaeton rolled the dice, and the game began again. The next day, as expected, she received a new email from Professor Lachaud. Besides revisions to the previously submitted paper, it also included, as expected, a new reading list. Anna was recording the materials while cramming the elementary math materials Phaeton had found for her. Well, she's already in 3rd grade. So far, she's doing well, understanding both the basic and thinking problems. At this rate, she hopefully complete the elementary math curriculum in under 24 system hours, and victory in compulsory education is within sight. Vrida's Lachaud had appeared behind her out of nowhere. He couldn't think of anything to say as he watched the idiot student, biting his pen and frowning as she diligently studied the 3rd grade thinking problems. Not bad, at least she didn't give up. He spent about half a system hour studying until Fabric successfully solved all the problems, and began exploring the 4th grade math corridor, only to leave with his hands on his chest. I long suspected she didn't enter First Truth University through the normal means, but I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. So you never actually been to school? What remote star region could possibly have pulled off such a sham? A girl in her early 20s is actually illiterate? The person behind this must have fabricated an entire star region to trick the school's admissions system, tricking it into believing Anna Fabric was the only candidate there, and that her scores were among the best in the region. Of course, she was among the best, just like a long-distance race with only one participant, as long as you finish, you're first, no matter how long it takes. The Boise Academy has a policy of supporting enrollment in remote areas, so she was able to slip through this loophole and enter the school. This means that Fabric didn't have the right to impersonate others and affect their education, otherwise he might have expelled her from the school. After a while, he returned to watch. Anna was absorbed in the 5th grade. Seeing this, Mr. Lachaud found a seat with his tablet between his legs. He casually pulled out a sheet of blank paper and wrote out 6 problems in a row. From easy to difficult, they completely covered all the math knowledge taught in the 6 years of elementary school. Think of it as the elementary school final exam. If she could solve it, it meant she had truly mastered it. Congratulations to Anna Faber-Richter on successfully passing the exam and receiving a virtual elementary school diploma. Haha, so funny. Give this to Faber-Richter in an hour. Tell her to shut down her computer and solve the problems herself. Send the steps and answers to my email by tomorrow. Since his cheap apprentice, gifted free by the academic system, was still struggling, he gave the finished test to Sid for safekeeping. As much as he hated to admit it, Anaxer's nephew was indeed the top student in mathematics and physics in the philosophy department. Yes, Professor. Sid didn't dare ask what it was. Professor Lachaud's expression was incredibly sinister. Instinct told him to keep his mouth shut and be a good tool if he didn't want to die. Humph. The professor, his head in a cast, was furious and returned to the Polymath Society with the destruction factor sample. He wanted to find out where Anna Fabric came from. They couldn't even provide basic equality in basic education, and yet there hadn't been an uprising in such a place. There were still a dozen days until Anaxer finished his experiment. He hoped Fabric could complete her middle and high school math in the remaining time. The difficulty of the school curriculum fluctuated based on the average student level. He wouldn't slow down the teaching process just to make excuses for one person. Filling in any gaps was something the students had to figure out on their own. When you find yourself with a problem you can't solve no matter what, have you ever considered that the problem is most likely your own? During the afternoon tea break, Sid took the paper to Anna and pondered over the 6 questions over and over again. Each one was incredibly difficult. Despite using only elementary school math, Professor Lachaud's pen is enough to stump 80% of adults. Turn off the virtual screen on the computer while doing the questions, and then send the steps and answers to the instructor's email. Anna looked at the paper in her hand, and then at Sid's helpless expression. Professor Lachaud might as well have just let me choose a more comfortable way to die. This is something a human can solve. That being said, she still spread out the paper and painstakingly calculated. With a heavy heart, she took a photo and emailed it. I hope my mistakes aren't too drastic. My brain cells are almost dying. After submitting the exam, she lay dazed, her chin resting on the table like a melancholy black cat. The children of Pierpoint are truly pitiful. Either they can be happy little fools, or they have to learn such difficult things from a young age. Anna had no idea where Phaedon had found the information, and she didn't dare ask, leading to a misconception about the course's difficulty. She assumed every child could solve the problems, but in reality, only a handful of students made it through the screening process to attend. As for Professor Lachaud's test paper, sorry, most people, including Damon's, would have given up immediately. Sid silently offered her a bottle of California White, a drink from the supply bag. I mean, these problems actually have seemingly reasonable solutions? Chapter 162. After successfully completing elementary school math, Anna added 2 more courses to her remedial course load. That's right, math's best friends, physics and chemistry, have joined forces, tormenting convict number 0824131, who treated prison as a vacation, to the point of wanting to utterly writhe and sulk. She hadn't been afraid of having her brain dug out during craniotomy, but now, looking at the medical orders from Dr. Truth with a livid expression, she was left with a livid face. The intractable disease known as stupidity was truly difficult to cure. The doctor's advice was to increase the medication dosage. Since she made it into the graduate school of the First Truth University, she needed the necessary academic qualifications. Trying to get away with it by being an academic slacker? Forget it. Professor Lachaud spent the night reviewing the textbooks. As long as the idiot student didn't give up, he'd teach her. He could graduate when he passed, or at worst, keep her as his last disciple. The kind of last disciple who stood at the door, specifically to close the door on his mentor. This one's right. This one's right, This one's wrong. It's physics, Phaeton, ask someone. Sid sat nearby, helping with the answers. Phaeton switched on his external device and started calling people. Damon's was in charge of providing snacks and drinks for the guests. You always have to show some appreciation for taking up someone's time. 20 minutes later, a senior student stealthily knocked on the dormitory door. Phaeton stepped forward and warmly welcomed him in. Thank you, senior. Please sit down. Have some snacks and drinks. Which question do you have the answer to? Hurry and bring it over. I told him I was going to the restroom. Time's running out. The senior wiped away the non-existent sweat, and the paper and food were in place. He held up Professor Lachaud's exam in one hand and shoveled a snack into his mouth with the other, nodding as he read. I get it. Anyone who manages to get into First Truth University is invariably labeled a genius in their home star region. This place is full of academic geniuses, and the children of the powerful who donate lavishly. Anna is currently taking science classes under Professor Lachaud, and the professors Phaeton has brought in are naturally the most knowledgeable and experienced in their respective fields. This question tests the laws of mechanics. Why do you think this way? The professor glanced at the first few questions he had answered correctly on the paper, and didn't think Febrick couldn't grasp the core of this law. Anna looked innocent. Because I don't understand why the conditions in the question can't be met. They clearly can. She raised her hand, but Damon's immediately pushed her back. The conditions apply to ordinary people who aren't fate walkers, not considering the influence of star gods, right? Don't put yourself in that situation. So that's the problem? The senior adjusted his glasses. You activated Fate Walker? May I ask which star god? Her Hunter is the patrol. Sid rubbed his temple and answered. It's precisely because of Hunter that's so frustrating. There are so many unreasonable aspects of Fate Walker. The impact on speed directly undermines the foundations of physics. In some ways, Fate Walker's power is almost as effective as the law of causality. This refers specifically to the extremely unique summoning mechanism of the Sea Rangers, which is extremely useful in group fights, but would be a real pain in the ass for physicists. I see. The senior glanced at Anna. I suggest you begin by understanding the problem objectively. Fate Walkers aren't common, so they're generally excluded from discussions of axioms and theorems. Consider the meaning of this question. He spent 10 minutes solving the problem in a way Anna could understand, then happily left with a bag of cookies baked by Damon's. Got it? Phaeton seemed to be saying, if this person hasn't explained it clearly, I just bring someone else. Anna shook her head vigorously. I got it, I remember this lesson. I can't put myself in a discussion. The main reason she kept straying from the path of understanding was the disconnect between theory and practice. Her original self had learned a great deal at Camp Popuk. If she only considered application, she would have been a seasoned expert in the field. Unfortunately, slave training, which emphasized practical application, neglected the inculcation of fundamental knowledge, so even simpler things didn't resonate with her. The original self could pilot a mech and fly a starship, but she hadn't received a complete compulsory education. I passed this one, the next one. Sid checked each question one by one, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Congratulations, you finally completed what Professor Lachaud considers compulsory education. The experiment was nearing its end, and so were her tutoring sessions. Given Anna's current level, even if she applied to First Truth University in Pierpoint, there was still a gap, but it wasn't hopeless. She simply hadn't learned, not that she couldn't. A gap that could be bridged with time wasn't really a gap. Although everyone was curious about the unique circumstances of her hometown to have someone who could get into First Truth University perform so poorly in basic subjects, they all suppressed their curiosity and didn't ask any further questions. The universe is so vast that there are endless wonders. Only a few people can sit quietly in their rooms and read. Professors are often heard lamenting that the talents of children from war-torn star regions have been buried. Perhaps Febrick is somewhere between luck and misfortune. For those who are even more unfortunate, having clean meals and clean water is a luxury, let alone studying. Their biggest hope is that they won't be hit on the head by a bomb tomorrow. Those truly suffering don't see this, they have no chance. Anna leaned weakly against the edge of the table, her eyes glazed over. I have to revise my thesis this afternoon. It's so tragic, so tragic. Professor Lachaud's wisdom is unparalleled, and his severity is equally unparalleled. Febrick looked as if he would expire at any moment. Let's think about the thesis tonight. How about a debate with Professor Anaxes this afternoon? If we can hold out for 5 rounds, we get a high score. Combined with the usual comprehensive assessment, the final report card will be quite pleasing to the eye. Sid sacrificed his uncle without hesitation, causing both Phaeton and Damons to look horrified. Are you serious? Debating with Professor Anaxes is like committing suicide. Mr. Glass smiled shyly. Debating uses different brain regions than studying science. One part becomes active, while another becomes inactive. Isn't this a good way to relax? Phaeton, Damons, Look! There's a wolf mite. Nonsense. That's like pinching your thigh to dull the pain of a wound. Phaeton slammed the table. Show me your evidence. Damons wanted to slam it too, but he was afraid he'd break the table, so he forced himself to press his hand against the leg of a stool. While Little White and Little Green argued about this for half an hour, Little Pink listened for 5 minutes. Then, watching Little Black slump down on the table without warning and meet the god of sleep, she gave up resisting and followed him into her dream, elbowing her roommate. Phaeton, you bastard, take my spear. Anna slept until dinner time, when the food delivery drone dropped off some good news. Thanks to the help of a nameless, gray-haired guest, the station's elevators were finally back in operation. Currently, there are still areas of the elevators infested with void soldiers, except for the main control bay. Please proceed with caution if you wish to use the elevators. Since Professor Lachaud and Professor Anaxa have agreed to share the destruction factor with Ms. Black Tower, as the collector of the sample, Miss Anna, you may enter the artifact storage chamber and select any item as a token of friendship. The drone's voice was silent, save for the words Ms. Black Tower. After delivering the message, it dropped the box and returned to the main control bay along its planned route. Anna immediately decided to postpone her paper revisions until tomorrow morning. She wanted to see the dome first. No peeping allowed, but a chance encounter was fine, and adding friends would be even better. I'm going to the containment bay. What about you guys? Phaeton and the other two, clutching their lunchboxes, shook their heads in unison. Haven't we already visited? There's no point in going again. Besides, we all have to be on duty soon. Having spent the entire afternoon in the realm of the god of sleep, she had to catch up on her work tonight. Yeah. I'd be back soon then. Anna happily decided on her activities for the next system hour. She stood up to stretch her wrists and ankles, planning to clear out a wave of void soldiers for some pocket money as she passed the containment bay. Sid looked up and said, "Be careful." Although she didn't need this warning. This guy's thin arms and legs were really worrying. Yes, Febrick was naturally sharp-eyed and cold-faced, but he also had a good temper that would even dare to swat a stray cat. He must have been frightened by the antimatter army earlier, which made him act so ferocious under the influence of adrenaline. Yes, that must be it. How could I not know this, my biological roommate? Do you want me to help you carry your stuff? She walked to the door, and it swung open smoothly. Phaeton was tucking into his fried rice, finally swallowing a large mouthful. Just show us the artifact you found. It was because Anna was going to the storage bay to select artifacts that they excused themselves from going with her, using duty as an excuse. That was her well-deserved reward. The others should just applaud and avoid the clamor. Oh! The elevator ran smoothly, and after repairs, even the slightest vibration was barely perceptible. Returning to the storage bay, Anna's speed in clearing out the pawns was slowed by the loss of the piano wire, but it didn't slow her progress. Using her personal computer, she contacted Station Master Esther, who explained that the Defense Department had granted the guest temporary access. Anyway, the most dangerous star core in the collection room had already been taken by the star core hunters. Miss Febrick was free to choose any of the remaining treasures. If she didn't like any of them, she could give her a red envelope out of her own pocket. That wouldn't be the case, at least Anna didn't think. Alan, the head of the Defense Department, was always quick to respond. Within 5 minutes of hanging up the call, he tracked down the guest on the surveillance camera, confirmed she was alive and well in the containment section, and even helped clear out a wave of void soldiers. Let's just say, scholars from your Society of Knowledge usually exercise in the library, is that right? Chapter 163. Ms. Black Tower's collection is all-encompassing. As the 83rd member of the Genius Club, she's not content with exploring the laws of the ordinary world. After repeatedly exploring the boundaries of knowledge, she set her sights on the unsolved mysteries of the galaxy, hoping those distant mysteries will satisfy her curiosity. From this, One can imagine the vastness of her collection, now rejuvenated. She carefully selected each item after another. Anna, noting she wasn't so confident, stood in front of the management system of the curious object collection room, pondered for 5 seconds, and then decided to leave everything to the quantum fluctuations. To put it bluntly, it was all about fate and luck. With her Kakawasha-like low-probability physique, she could either draw a card during her lifetime, or go to hell. Either option was better than standing there and wasting time. She pressed the random view button and took whatever appeared on the screen. If I actually win a rare item I can't use, I give it to the Knowledge Society and display it at the entrance of First Truth University as a decoration, as compensation for the school's unwillingness to accept my illiteracy. A nearly blurry image flashed across the virtual screen of the computer. When it stopped, a projection of an antique wall clock, nearly as tall as a person, appeared before Anna. The accompanying instructions emphasize that the actual object is identical to the image, presumably including the dimensions. At every hour, the window above this ingenious contraption would pop open, and little figures would line up to blow trumpets, and cuckoos would fly out to sing the time. Everything looked so lovely, except for the clock's swinging hammer, which was stained with an ominous dark brown. Anna narrowed her eyes, and carefully read the densely packed instructions. The craftsman who made this wall clock was admitted to the hospital on the day he finished the work. Its first owner was happily standing under the clock to take a family photo when the swinging hammer hit his head. The second owner was blinded in one eye by a flying cuckoo. Since then, this thing has been passed down through the ages, and no matter who gets it, it will immediately bring some little bloody shock to the owner. For a time, Lady Black Tower had been fascinated by the ancient form of revenge known as curse. After destroying 5 Black Tower dolls, she discovered a pattern within them. She then dumped a pile of cuckoo clocks, each with a different degree of bad luck, into the warehouse and never bothered to care for them again. Anna, as expected of me. This luck is incredible. She chose retrieve. Authorization was granted, and a drone quickly delivered a storage box barely a meter tall. Considering the hassle of packing it up herself after hauling it back, she opened the lid in front of the drone. The massive cuckoo clock lay awkwardly face down inside. The back panel, where the mainspring opening had been drilled, was warped, bulging, and cracked, revealing the densely packed gears within. The beautiful pale gold shimmered as if it were breathing, hidden deep within the gears, like a treasure hidden in the ruins. Anna lifted the back panel of the cuckoo clock, revealing the tangled gears within, as if someone had slammed it with a hammer. That's a bit pathetic. Now, even if I didn't want to drag it back, I had to at least get it in a presentable state. The drone sounded urgent, a steady, rhythmic thump, then a continuous gurgling like a boiling kettle. Decide quickly, do you want me to transport it or deliver it to your dorm? She reached out and brushed aside the scattered gears. The gold hidden within the movement turned out to be a metal wire, which, judging by its location, should be the spring of a mainspring. So many of the parts covering it were chipped and warped, but this one remained intact, wrapped around the movement, and continued to work. Anna lifted the transmission gear and cover, and with her bare hands, she pulled out the wire, slightly thinner than piano wire. Her fingertips tingled as she realized it was more flexible and wear-resistant than piano wire, and surprisingly strong. A cut had been made on her fingertip, and crimson blood gradually seeped through. The pale gold, completely unaffected by the tiny amount of pigment, still shone brightly. She wrapped the wire around her arm and covered it with her shirt sleeve. The delivery location was set to be her dormitory at First Truth University. This nasty thing needs repairing. Leaving the curio collection room, Anna ran into a dazed virtual soldier. It spun in front of Anna, as if knocked unconscious by a wall. Its hands, sharp as blades, narrowly missed her throat. She tilted her head and thrust forward, punching the virtual soldier. The wire pierced through the sleeve, severing its head and limbs. The wounds were smooth and even, as if they had been specially repaired. Pa! Where did this unlucky thing come from? The automatic door to the collection room closed silently. Fortunately, she was quick, otherwise she would have been caught right in the act. Are you so unlucky? She raised her arm to look at the harmless metal wire. You're definitely on to the right guy. My luck isn't great either. The void soldier slowly vanished into black dust. From the far corridor, the sound of real footsteps could be heard. Anna paused, lowered her arm, and waited for the approaching person. In the lead was a short, dark-haired young man, with a cool, handsome expression, a copper-green spear wielded in his backhand. The pink-haired girl followed him, bow and arrow drawn. Leading the way was Cheong, dragging a baseball bat. Hey! Isn't that Miss Anna? What a coincidence! We meet again! March 7th looked at the void soldier, whose only leg remained, and smiled as he sheathed his bow and arrow. I'm so glad you're okay. I never expected the antimatter army to suddenly appear on the space station. I'm so glad to see you're alright too. Anna approached the three young, anonymous guests. Is everyone on the star train injured? I don't think I've seen this one before. She glanced at the gray-haired young man, whose golden eyes were calm and unfamiliar. He had completely forgotten his life as a Star Corps hunter. His name is Cheong, and he's our new companion. We don't know where he came from. He's lost his memory. March 7 nudged the gray-haired young man with his elbow, introducing him to someone familiar. Ahem. This is Miss Anna Richter, a scholar from the Society of Knowledge. He reluctantly lowered his bat like a child caught red-handed, then placed his hands on his hips. Hello, you can call me Galaxy Batman. This man didn't seem to have this somewhat abstract personality before. Perhaps it was because of the Star Corps? Hello, Mr. Batman. Anna tried to control her expression and answered him. March 7 took a deep breath and secretly pinched the gray hair with his backhand. Dan Hung glanced at the hand that had appeared on the newcomer's arm and silently looked away, pretending he hadn't noticed. It's getting late. I should return to the lab. Would you all like to take the elevator together? The support bay is located below the containment bay, and below that is the base bay. They could indeed use the elevator together. Yes, Miss Anna, please. Dan Hung and the others were chasing that virtual pawn. This escaped fish was knocked unconscious by Cheong's baseball bat and dodging the first but not the 15th, ultimately ending in disgrace. The tall, slender female scholar smiled politely and took the lead, heading for the walkway leading directly to the elevator. Her hair was short, and from a distance, she could easily be mistaken for a dashing, handsome young man. Cheong stared at her from behind, curious. He was certain he didn't know this woman, but subconsciously, he felt she was very friendly, like the older sister next door, who would pull candy and snacks from her pocket at any time to feed the children. You better look away. Be careful not to be mistaken for a pervert. March 7 tugged at the ribbon on his clothes. Cheong paused for a moment, waiting for her to catch up before continuing on, muttering under his breath, How is that possible? There's no pervert as handsome as me. Dan Hung, Brother, why do you sound so weird? Are you admitting to being a pervert or are you trying to boast about your handsomeness? Anna walked in front, clearly hearing everything behind them. It seemed Cheong had already made friends with the nameless guests. Embarking on a pioneering journey, he was about to embark on one great adventure after another. I was so happy for him. By the way, Miss Anna, we be leaving the space station for a new planet in a few days. I don't know when we meet again, so I'm saying goodbye in advance. Keep in touch. March 7th yanked Cheong back firmly, then scurried over to Anna's side, walking side by side. Okay, have you guys decided on a departure date? After this farewell, the world will be vast and open. Anna figured she'd have to bribe the train conductor again, so she have an excuse to inquire about the wooing guest's exact whereabouts. 3 days later, Dan Hung added. She turned her head to thank him. It seems I won't be able to see you off in time. I wish you a safe journey. Maybe one day we go to First Truth University and see what it's like. March 7th jumped up and down, his hands behind his back. Dan Hung held his forehead. Have you forgotten the mess we made in Pierpoint? The young, calm female scholar listened attentively to the nameless guest's banter. Finally, she lowered her eyes and smiled. As time goes by, so will we meet again. I just hope that when we do, we be friends, not enemies. The brief journey together quickly ended. The nameless guests disembarked from the elevator in the support section, leaving Anna alone in the car as it continued its descent. Back at the data entry corner, Phaeton suddenly appeared as if from thin air. Hey, what did you bring out of the curio collection room? Ah, a broken cuckoo clock. I packed it up and sent it back to school. We can fix it together then. She lied with her eyes wide open. For some reason, the spring hanging from the mainspring is missing, and the parts are scattered all over the floor. Oh, I picked it randomly, but it looks quite exquisitely made. Phaeton had no doubt, maybe someone stole it. A vintage cuckoo clock like this would be quite nice as a display. Classy. You're so lucky. Anna remained silent. Since he liked it, she could just keep it in the dorm for now. It would be better to give it to the school after graduation, saving them from having to carry such a large luggage back to the base. Chapter 164. Before the Starry Sky train left the Black Tower station, Anna sent a drone to deliver an oversized snack package to the nameless guests. She emptied nearly every snack from the space button and stuffed it into the package, but she remained silent, primarily fearing rejection. Overly attentive enthusiasm inevitably aroused suspicion. She shouldn't have publicly acknowledged the nameless guests, the newcomers to the Starry Sky train, and her actions must follow this principle. And what's wrong with you? Can't you understand this question? Sid put down his book. She had been staring at the paper for a while. This had become a common occurrence since the news of the Starry Sky train's impending departure spread. Did she really want to follow the nameless guests on their journey? Anna, regaining her composure, glanced up at him. No, I was distracted. Sorry. What was there to apologize for? She was studying diligently for her own benefit, not to offend anyone's pride or personal relationships. Besides, she was diligent enough. Besides classes and work, she devoted all her time and energy to the ocean of knowledge. That's what even the most studious scholars do. You? Sid shifted the book from his left hand to his right, then back again, feeling unsure what to say. It seemed as if anything he said would smack of accusation. She lowered her head, the tip of her pen scratching across the paper. The young man paused for a moment, staring at the hair that curled around her head. Then, like a snail that finally mustered the courage to emerge only to be poked, he quickly returned his gaze to the book. Morning's records. Damon's brought a box of the latest data to be entered. Sid stood up, as if he had been granted amnesty, and began to help. I do it. Just put it here. At first, one person was responsible for carrying and the other for cleaning. Later, they decided to rotate shifts. This way, across 4 shifts, each person would have 18 hours to do their own work. Phaeton, always inseparable from Damon's, held a notebook tucked under his arm. I have a class next. After class, let's go check on the egg in the room downstairs. It's been overly active since last night, Sid. Do you know what's going on? As for artificial creatures, some researchers like to shape them into various pastry shapes, while others prefer a more dignified and reserved appearance. This is absolutely no criticism of Professor Anax's eccentric aesthetic. Fool, that means it's about to hatch, Damon said, glancing at him. He placed the box next to Sid and said to Anna, Are you going? A proper rest will help you continue on your journey. He recognized this guy's perseverance and tenacity. With that kind of determination, he succeeds in whatever he does. Anna put away her stationery and papers. Okay, see you at the door later? She had classes coming up. The better she understood, the more she realized the difficulty of the course. The more she studied, the more she realized how far she still fell short. It wouldn't be despair, but I can only say that her ability to measure the weight of knowledge has become increasingly precise. 6 months ago, they couldn't even imagine it. What will the little one look like? Looking at Phaeton's expression, Sid and Damon's couldn't help but recall his horrible color palette. Fortunately, this guy was just a back-office clerk who couldn't touch a test tube. Otherwise, if he created a strange yellow and purple creature, it would have stained the manuscript paper. To protect the fragile embryo, Professor Anaxis hadn't scanned the giant egg since it hatched. No one knew what the creature inside would look like. It was completely edited by humans, but no one could guarantee it would grow into the shape the editors intended. After class, Castorea, who had already gone with her sister to admire the results, told Anna that cracks had appeared on the egg's shell. The little creature was strong and struggling to make its way into the world. Phaeton, who had also heard the news, was restless as if a thorn had grown on his butt. To avoid being annoyed by him, Damon's and Sid rushed to the entrance of the culture tank storage room to wait for Anna. Whitehair muttered to himself as he spun around more than 30 times. Anna appeared before them, rubbing her forehead. Was it hit by Professor Lachaud? Phaeton smiled at the sight of her. Professor Lachaud was the type who treated you with the utmost respect, but the more he treated you, the harder he would be. It was inevitable that you would get slapped with a digital pen in his class. Anna glanced at him without saying anything, continuing to rub her forehead. Luckily, this was a projection. Even if the cable was broken, they could easily recover. If they were sitting in a normal classroom, the professor's angry digital pen could send a frail student straight to the school hospital. He didn't really hit people often, but his behavior was so iconic that it was talked about so enthusiastically by people like Phaeton, who were eager for chaos. Why don't you go laugh heartily in front of Professor Anaxis? She lowered her eyes and laughed maliciously. Sid tilted his head, making a puff-puff sound. If Phaeton had done that, he'd probably have been put in a culture tank. Let's go! Damon's walked in front, swiping his badge. The automatic door opened silently, and the 4 of them filed into the constant temperature chamber. The oval egg lay in a large incubator. Below the air chamber, A bulging hole jutted outward, with several cracks running down the entire shell's surface. Something inside stirred occasionally, and occasionally a hint of damp, silky down could be seen. How cute! Sid leaned in closer, bending to take a closer look. Suddenly, a small tail jutted out from the gap. Let me see! Let me see! Phaeton pressed impatiently against Sid. If it weren't for the guardrail, he might have jumped in. Huh? This tail looks different from the original design. The original design had a thicker tail, primarily to balance the creature's center of gravity. But now it looked a little short. Unless the creature itself was shorter, there was no explanation. As long as it's alive, the tail doesn't matter. Damon's, despite his tough personality, was the most tolerant of the little creature. Although so many people had toiled over it for half a month, the child's safe birth was more important than anything else. Anna stood at the farthest point, observing cautiously. The little tail swung awkwardly, then with a whoosh, it retracted. The little creature rolled over and pressed its pink nose against the crack, sniffing greedily. It's definitely different from Professor Anax's design. Phaeton's voice was tinged with gloating. Damon's elbowed him. It show up in your research results, idiot. Yeah, is it a good thing that this little creature looks different from the design? Everyone would have to analyze the data from scratch, piece by piece, to find the cause of the difference. No one could escape. Oh! No! Whitehair was struck, his beautiful blue eyes quickly filling with suspicious fluid. I don't want to do data analysis. He performed with all his might, and while there was a risk of overexertion, he truly captured the essence of his desperation. His roommates had long since grown accustomed to his occasional outbursts. Damon's even clapped his hands twice, symbolically applauding. Clap! 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 Phaeton glared at his friend. Please don't clap so loudly, okay? The sound of the temperature-controlled room door automatically locking was clearly audible, preventing artificial organisms from escaping and causing contamination. Sid, Anna, Damon's gaze darted behind him. Would you like to carefully identify the source of the sound? Huh? He thought of a possibility, his eyes widening and his head snapping as he turned to look behind him. Ouch! A chubby, wet, meatball-like monster with big eyes crouched in the half-remaining eggshell, curiously looking at the white-haired youth. Huh? Don't imitate that guy. The Damons made a sharp, explosive sound, and Sid frantically alerted Professor Anaxa. Anna raised her hand, then lowered it, then raised it again. What should I do? It's out. Put it back in? How could it possibly be put back in? Uncle, help! Your chimera is out of the eggshell. What should we do? Sid had no idea what he was saying. Professor Anaxa, having received the signal, suddenly wanted to crack the child's skull open to see if there was any water inside. Calm down. He witnessed this scene from the lab. Anna! There's an isolation mat next to the culture tank. Wrap it and transfer it to the scale. Sid will weigh it, and Phaeton will record it. Damons, take the samples from the culture tank. The panic only lasted a moment. At least these four idiots managed to follow the instructions correctly. Soon, the chimera's initial weight, temperature, length, and other data were recorded. The fluid inside and outside the eggshell were sampled. Fearing he might mix up the samples and cause a disaster, Damons placed the test tubes on the rack with trepidation. Elsewhere, Anna had already wiped the mucus off the chimera's body. Like a newborn chick, it shivered against an adult's chest, clinging to the cold. This creature is completely different from the design. Professor Anax's design suggested it had 4 sturdy legs, a sturdy body, and a long neck. In reality, it had 4 short legs, a chubby body, and a barely perceptible neck. Its head resembled a cat, its limbs were articulated like a dog's, and its tail resembled a snake, but it had claws and pads. Anna wrapped it in a clean, new towel. The little creature's eyes hadn't yet opened, and it had the ferocious look of a newborn. Professor Anax's tests didn't stop just because the results differed significantly from the plan. After all the tossing and turning, the little chimera fell drowsy. Anna handed it to Damons, while Phaeton, clutching a small bottle, was inexplicably excited. This creature is dangerous. Be careful when approaching. She patted her clothes. The scratches from the scratches were noticeable. If it got bigger, a single claw could tear through someone's skin. However, the 3 fathers in the constant temperature room were completely dazed and lost their sense of direction. This warning was as good as nothing, having no effect. Chapter 165. The little chimera hatched, and the entire lab was bustling around it. Data to record poured out like snowflakes, and Anna, so busy she was running around, didn't even have time to feel melancholy about the Star train's departure. The nameless guests have departed? Yeah, I see. Good riddance. Will the pet milk powder be enough? Should I remind Professor Anaxa to order another box? The little creature was ugly on the first day, but on the second, its fur fluffed up, it transformed. Even before it even opened its eyes, it was already gurgling and croaking for food on its 4 short legs. Every 2 systems in the lab would engage in a fistfight, and only the winner would enter the constant temperature chamber to give it a bottle of milk. It could be said that the entire project team, with the exception of Professor Anaxa, who was completely baffled, was radiating pink bubbles, eager to carry the little chimera wherever they went. Even the students who stayed at school and couldn't participate in the experiment, only seeing photos, couldn't help but reach out their claws to touch its soft fur. How can this little creature be so adorable? Castorea, having triumphed over the others, secured this round of feeding rights. She placed the little chimera on her sister, Perlusia's lap. The frail girl, who rarely left the house, fondled its tiny paws. I hope it stays healthy and free from all illnesses. If only it could be raised at school, countless students would be madly infatuated with it, banging their heads against the wall. In theory, purely artificial creatures like these have a preset lifespan to prevent overpopulation and ecological impact. Furthermore, to prevent contamination of the genetic code of natural organisms, they are naturally incapable of reproduction. Professor Anaxa's experiment lasted a month, meaning the chimera's life had already begun counting down from its birth. Although cruel, it was necessary to ensure the safety of all outside the laboratory. A figure swayed behind the observation window above the constant temperature chamber, and Perlusia recognized it instantly. Castorea shoved the bottle into the chimera's arms, and it automatically opened its mouth and latched onto the pacifier, sucking furiously. Don't look at her expression. She cares deeply about the little one. She probably doesn't stay close because she doesn't want to upset him in the future. It's like raising a pet. For humans, it's only a few years or even decades, but for a small animal, it's a long life. Many people, after raising a pet once, never get back together again because the pain of parting is unbearable. Perhaps it's because of death that people cherish time and life so much more. Every parting in this world is sorrowful, so we learn to treat each other gently. Castorea bent down and hugged her sister, while Perlusia nuzzled her sister affectionately. Although I hope the beautiful sea of flowers will bloom forever and the joyful feast will never end, I also know that flowers will only bear fruit after they fall, and the next gathering can only begin after the music ends and the crowds disperse. Ah! Woo! The little chimera rolled on her lap, its eyeballs rolling back and forth under its membranous eyelids, a look of sheer energy and even greater curiosity. The sisters were instantly captivated by it, their minds swirling. They wanted to sneak it into their clothes and take it back to the dorm. But of course, that was impossible. So many people had tried that, and no one would succeed. On the 4th day, when the little chimera opened its eyes, a mysterious flood of pet toys began to appear in the constant temperature chamber. They ranged from small, shaped scratching posts to expensive, fully automatic, light and sound companion robots. Professor Anaxas was forced to order the students to remove any toys they had stuffed into the chamber, but toys of unknown origin continued to appear. Until Damon's and Phaeton intercepted Pepe, Station Master Esther's pet dog, outside the chamber. Don't dogs want pets too? For safety's sake, no one would swipe Pepe's card and let him play with the little chimera. However, the dog would always leave toys at the chamber entrance, and the unsuspecting students, assuming they were left there, would unknowingly take them inside. Pepe, do you know that the toy expenses for a little dog like you almost cover half of the experiment's budget? And have you seen the Star Network community today? As they distributed afternoon tea, the seniors greeted Anna with smiles, attempting to engage her in small talk. Go check it out. Febriket's diligence has spread to other departments, and some professors even use her example to lecture their students. If you could only be half as diligent as Febriket, or even a quarter, if you could only be a quarter as hardworking as her, you wouldn't have produced such a pile of academic garbage taking up my computer's memory. This guy, Veritas Ladio, has wasted decades of studying by these veteran scholars, and his students don't even leave a way out for others. It's simply too much. Oh, okay. Anna distributed all the snacks and tea, then found a corner with her own portion, and opened the virtual screen on her personal computer. The StarNet community at First Truth University was bustling with activity. Most people were taking a break at this hour, and the discussion was intense. Anna took a sip of her sweet tea from her cup. When the splash screen came into view, she couldn't help but spit out tea all over the table. What the hell was going on? Cough. Cough. The seniors laughed and teased amid her violent coughing. Don't worry. Professor Laisho won't mind you appearing on the cover of World Beauty Guide in his place. The previous photo of her and Sid leaving the classroom after class to look for a speedster had been replaced. A new one, ahead of Professor Laisho, became the splash screen, and the comments section was ablaze with blood and tears. The background revealed that the photo was from the lab. It had probably been taken a few days ago, while everyone was repairing lab equipment. Anna stared at the rapidly scrolling comments with a mixture of laughter and tears. She simply said there was no battle damage at all. The red liquid on her face was coolant. It had been sprayed on her body while disassembling the cylinder, and it had spread everywhere. Soon, many accounts with the little Chimera avatar and the IP Black Tower space station came forward to clarify the facts. Indeed, the junior girl could fight as a pawn and record data, and the afternoon tea she helped order was also incredibly delicious. The comments section was flooded with emojis. Anna immediately recognized Delaney, blending in with the crowd and posting ads for online snack shops. There was also someone with the ID of Incherin, who was incredibly active. Really active. Almost every highly rated comment had a follow-up comment from him. Aventurin? Aventurin? How could someone have a name like that? Aventurin, also known as Aventurin, resembles jadeite, but isn't it? It has value, but not high, and is usually used as a substandard substitute for precious jewelry. So what kind of person would give themselves such a vague and ambiguous name? They think so little of themselves, calling it both a substitute and a substandard product? I don't understand, but I respect it. Maybe they just like the cheap and beautiful nature of Aventurin. Well, no matter who took the photo, it's great. Don't take it next time. Anyone who opens Starnet and enters the community and sees their own photo prominently displayed would be embarrassed. She almost wanted to dig a second Black Tower space station with her toes. The seniors, eager to watch the fun, said, "Don't worry, no one on campus will disturb your life. The graduate school is small and busy, so they can only enjoy it for 5 minutes before they have no time to think about it again. Besides, just put your director's name on the profile, and even the undergraduates wouldn't dare come and watch. The fun is limited to Starnet. If there are any negative comments, we remind you to close your eyes and not look. Isn't that just a disguised reminder to go and see it?" Anna rolled her eyes, and good-natured laughter echoed around them. Exams are almost here, and the community will be flooded with requests to borrow notes and handouts. This thing will soon fade into obscurity. Seeing Feberket's awkwardness, everyone knew she was reserved and didn't like the spotlight, so they quickly offered comfort. This happens every year after the new students arrive. Not only us, but even Professor Laisho is used to it. Anna thought to herself, I'm not being reserved at all. I'm clearly feeling guilty. There's a wanted poster for me on the company website. What if someone recognizes this vest? How can I protect myself? 3.5 billion, prices are rising fast. Don't think everyone's talking about this photo right now. Maybe even more sensational news will appear in the next second to replace it. The Universal Beauty Guide is, frankly, a face-saving gesture from the school to the company. To keep pace with them in terms of publicity. After all, we can't expect Interstellar Peace to send someone to discuss academic matters with the Bougie Society. Harmless, non-academic exchanges are perfectly appropriate here. The senior who spoke smiled, then raised his voice, and called out to Phaeton, "Do you want to take a photo together and post it on the Starnet community?" "Yes, yes, yes." White hair ran over happily. "Take a picture that look amazing." Haha, the more exaggerated the better. The more exaggerated, the less recognizable you be. He had a point. The extreme contrast can be an unexpected form of protection. Sid. Damons. Come on. Phaeton waved his arms to call his roommates, and soon Anna was surrounded by 3 more people to join in the fun. What photo? Sid's voice automatically dropped as the crowd gathered. He asked quietly, and the seniors volunteered their external devices. Feberket made it onto the school's World Beauty poll. Your dorm is so hardworking. How come no one noticed? Sid, Of course he noticed, but he'd just been too embarrassed to mention it. Not bad, and you look great in photos. Phaeton stared at the photo for a moment, then suddenly realized, isn't this the day after the antimatter core retreat? Some equipment got damaged by those pesky things, and we all worked together to fix it. Yeah, Feberket's a little shy. Why don't you take a photo together and replace this one? The senior rubbed his chin. Take it as a break. How about a photo that captures the storyline? Anna, Something was going wrong. Chapter 166. The experimental project team had a cosmic beauty, which was like a new, relaxing activity to enjoy during the boring work. Feeding the little chimera was difficult, but the junior students in the same space were easy to catch. Considering that the more open and transparent you are, the less suspicion you arouse, Anna finally agreed to the seniors' proposal. The lab erupted in jubilation, so much so that even Professor Anaxa stood in a corner, secretly observing the excitement. What's the theme? This junior student was a bit naive, but diligent in her studies and work. While the Chimera's dress-up gameplay might not be feasible, it shouldn't be a problem for her. The seniors were enthusiastic, even dragging over a chair and standing on it to give their presentations, each hoping to realize their own aesthetic preferences. Suggestions were rife, and the deadlock led to a drawing of lots. Most people had low combat power, so reaching a consensus wasn't an option. It was likely the fight wouldn't end until tomorrow morning, so they just have to rely on luck. Come on! Write down your student number, crumple it up, and let the juniors draw. Whoever draws the number will follow their plan. Phaeton enthusiastically helped tear the paper, nearly dizzy from the outstretched hands. Faced with everyone's eager smiles, Anna sighed, shoved her hand into the overflowing wastebasket, stirred it, and randomly pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. Since everyone wants to play so much, let's play along. After almost a month of being cooped up in the isolated space station, the seniors really need to relax. Whose student number is this? Stand up and let us see. The senior unfolded the paper and read the number aloud. Castorea hugged her cheeks in surprise and looked at her younger sister. Perlusia, it's your student number. This one really couldn't stand out. After a good-natured laugh, the crowd ushered her to the front of the stage. The Dioscuri sisters, one skilled in writing and the other in painting, were in tune with each other, and they immediately outlined their general idea. We're at the Black Tower station, so it's best to collect as many props and costumes as possible for the setting. Considering Phaeton's request for a striking contrast, here's our plan. Suit thugs, what do you think? There was a moment of silence, then a burst of noise. Anna, are you guys going to howl like that? You're all scholars. Why do you always have a tendency to be aggressive? Is this how the Master of Knowledge teaches his followers? Great, great. Phaeton was the first to raise her hand in agreement. This way, all we have to worry about is lighting, and we don't even have to stage the scene. We don't even have to spend extra money on suits. We can just borrow a few from the staff at the Black Tower station. Then, Sister Dioscuri, continue to work on the details and the scenes. Let's make a list of what we need and get started. The seniors were each more enthusiastic than the last, completely committed. Not to mention Anna, even someone as socially anxious as Sid didn't feel comfortable quitting. Pelusia's cheeks flushed brightly as she pulled out her scratch paper and began drawing on the spot. Castorea sat beside her sister, occasionally whispering to her, her beautiful sentences unfolding under her pen. Inspiration is so rare. In a few days, the young scholars had scrambled to gather the necessary props and costumes. Professor Anaxes raised an eyebrow and granted them the use of the vacant observation room next to the constant temperature chamber. This room had a controllable light source, a small gesture of support from the project leader for the team members' entertainment. This harmless game didn't offend anyone, did it? As for Anna Fivericht, well, she begged so many seniors for help during her tutoring session, so she had to behave herself now. Turn off the surrounding lights. Leave only the main light on, and shine it in the middle. Just keep it there. Move the chairs, not the lights. Pelusia commanded the set with a powerful air, while Castorea and several seniors circled around the trembling junior, examining him. How many buttons are on his shirt unbuttoned? Senior A's lips flickered with suspicious sweat. Junior Damon's has a magnificent bust. It would be a shame not to show it off. Senior B, her partner, mumbled too. No, three amazing. Slurp. Young people are so well nourished. Next door, surrounded by seniors, Sid glanced around for help, but no one was available. The seniors, even trying to keep their voices down, couldn't conceal their frightening excitement. Loosen your tie a little? When Sid wasn't cowering, he looked like a young professor in axes. So why dress so sturdily? This wasn't a classroom. Poor Sid, his hands no match for the fists of the seniors, whimpered as his recently tied tie was ripped open. Loosen it a little more. The professor wouldn't dare offend his nephew. Anna didn't need any help. The moment she donned the black suit, her gangster aura was almost uncontrollable. Instead, the seniors around her blushed and giggled. Phaeton was the loudest voice in the room. He happily complied with the seniors' requests, making every expression and gesture they asked, like a warm and generous Samoyed. The resulting photo was quite impressive. Against the dim backdrop, a figure, and a building collapsed to the ground, the light focusing the composition on the face of the figure seated in a walnut and red velvet armchair. She leaned lazily against the armrest, her gray-blue eyes the sole bright spot against the dark hue. Her slender, bony white hand gently stroked a scepter. Behind her stood her loyal guards, and the shadowy figures of her subordinates. It was clearly just a still photo, but from the moment it caught my eye, it captivated my imagination, making me want to imagine a 100,000-word plot about the rise of the Dark Empire. Perlucia uploaded the photo on her personal computer, replacing the fake battle-damaged photo. The comments section was instantly flooded with monkey noises, with underpants and garbled text flying everywhere. It's true that only behind a mask can one reveal their true self. Black suits are something that can be worn with minimal attention to detail. The seniors had already been making noises during the photo shoot, but now they seemed remarkably calm and composed. Few people in the lab worry about their appearance. Everyone is so busy that they don't have time to dwell on it, nor do they dwell on who looks good or not. Anna and her roommate sat down in front of the set, and once Phaeton's gentle smile faded, a sense of oppression washed over them. Handsome, hard-hittingly handsome, truly handsome, a beauty that transcended gender boundaries, that struck the retina. Look at it this way, the Omic theme is also fantastic. The senior who narrowly lost the lottery felt deeply regretful. When Febriquet's face freezes, there's a cold rationality to it. Ah, I hate it. But Febriquet refused to take a second photo, so everyone could only respect her feelings and look forward to the next opportunity. The upside of this incident was that Phaeton's manipulation became even more reckless and frenzied. The downside was that Sid retreated to his dorm and spent a full 12 hours preparing himself before he could even come out to see anyone. Compared to his predecessors, who were still managing things, the StarNet community went completely wild. Anna hadn't bothered to follow the aftermath of this incident, but during the final days of the experiment, Silver Wolf sent her a Photoshop photo. She had replaced Phaeton and the others' heads with those of the Star Corps hunters, and the scepter in Anna's hand was replaced by the Black Cat Elio. The new script is ready. Your copy is in Luing's care. We all be going to Yepala Palace in a month, just in time for your summer vacation. I hope you can arrange your time accordingly. The super hacker left an emoji in the computer's chat room. Anna saw her own little mannequin pushing up his sunglasses with one hand and giving a thumbs up. Also, the photo is great. Elio said it's good. It fits the next script perfectly. Frantically cramming for lessons, She closed the chat room that popped up and continued watching the video course. Half a system hour later, she sent a Pam yes emoji in response. Silver Wolf immediately accepted the Jack-in-the-Box emoji and considerately didn't ask Anna to play games with him. In the Magnes backstage, she saw a series of online course records that would make even a hacker's eyes go dark. This guy didn't seem to plan on asking for help with his final grade. Excellent. Very ambitious. The Prison Star records sent by number 0824131 are extremely useful. They're enough to stir up a stir online and divert the company's attention. This way, the Star Corps Hunters' collective actions will appear particularly secretive because no one is paying attention. Elio wasn't a mystic by nature, but he and Kafka both enjoyed rituals. Silver Wolf wasn't impressed by them, but he didn't object, considering it a way to preemptively eliminate obstacles in their path. Of all the members, Luing reacted most strongly. She loathed the bombed-out research facility, and as a result, she paid much more attention to Anna than before. Of course, it's also possible that Cheong, now aboard the Star Train and no longer a member of the Star Corps Hunters, was having trouble adjusting and subconsciously shifted her concern to her new friend. Pop! The super hacker, playing games with his feet up, popped his bubble gum. Luing paused, wiping her mech. Is she okay now? Anna had a tenacity about her that fought to survive no matter where she was, and she loved it. Are you talking about the youngest or Cheongbao? Silver Wolf's eyes never left the external device's screen. She wrapped her bubble gum back up. Firefly sighed and continued wiping. Both, I guess. They're all fine. The youngest is doing a decent data load, and you know Cheongbao is traveling with the Star Train to Yalalo 6. That big ice ball has a Star Core on it. If it falls into the hands of the train crew, it'd save us the tiring trip. She shifted her legs and shivered. What are you worried about? Firefly's wiping the mech became increasingly forceful. Probably worried about Anna. She doesn't quite fit in with the Corps Hunter's values. I hope everything goes smoothly on this trip to Yepala. Silver Wolf didn't answer her question. She blew a giant pink bubble. No one knew the answer to this question until the day they parted ways. Chapter 167. Pierpoint. Lately, strange howling cries have been emanating from the propaganda department building. When colleagues from other departments come to conduct business, they often look puzzled, but when they leave, they often have bewildered smiles on their faces. The list of personnel and supplies requested this time. The young assistant had just handed the folder over when a wolf's howl erupted overhead. She glanced up, puzzled, and gave an awkward yet polite smile. It's been approved by the OA. Here are the archived original materials. I give them to. Ah! Miss Febricht, I'm your dog. A heart-wrenching scream cut her off mid-sentence. A colleague from the logistics department scratched the back of his head. Haha, don't worry. The publicity department upstairs does this every time the Global Beauty Guide is updated. You see, this assistant was new, and so was P46, the person she served. They weren't exactly parachuted in, but the strategic investment department was different from the rest of the company. Huh? The assistant paused. I remember that. Mr. Shahjeen seemed to have caught a glimpse of him when he knocked over his external device. She wasn't particularly fond of the handsome image of women, so she didn't pay much attention. Hee. The logistics colleague wiped the corner of his mouth, a suspiciously absent-minded smile playing across his face. Let me show you this. This round's winner is truly he. Her smile was so strange that the assistant cautiously tilted her head to examine her carefully. Are you okay? I never heard of anyone in the company going crazy from working too much overtime. Shouldn't that normally be a case of sudden death? The man didn't even use an external device, but rather intimately, pulled up his personal computer virtual screen to show her. He was inexplicably excited, eager to try, almost proselytizing. Out of courtesy, she glanced at the photo he was enthusiastically promoting, and then her eyes couldn't move away. Amid the dark ruins, the beauty sat in an ornate vintage armchair, and behind her stood three background figures, half hidden in the shadows, like guards. The most captivating aspect of the entire photo was the dark-haired beauty's gray-blue eyes, seemingly neither lowered nor raised. The light shone on her face, revealing her three-dimensional, sharp eyebrows and features in a play of light and shadow, imbued with a sense of mystery that beckoned her to explore. Behind her stood what seemed to be three men. Due to the lighting, only their chins and vague features were visible. Her open collar and low tie knot contrasted sharply with the tightly wrapped key of her face and hands. This is the best look. Anyone who admires this photo can hardly resist the urge to imagine. The prey she saw is doomed to be unable to escape, desperate to be seen yet terrified of the danger of being hunted. She wasn't stroking a scepter, she was clearly kneading my heart. Well, those scholars at the Polytechnic Institute are truly incredible. Is there anything they can't accomplish when they get serious? A colleague from the logistics department nudged their newly involved colleague. The young assistant, recovering from her shock, said with tears in her eyes, Who is she? This is so. It was so embarrassing, it made my legs ache. No wonder the howling and screaming from upstairs never stopped. A young scholar from the Polytechnic Institute's graduate school, majoring in natural theology. It's quite amusing. A colleague glanced at her name tag. This Miss Febricht is also named Anna, just like you. What kind of retro trend is this? Even funnier was that someone said she resembled a jailbreak on the company's official wanted poster. No kidding, what jailbreak would dare to be so high profile? And she's a top student admitted to First Truth University. Who else would be so high profile? If she could even get into First Truth University's graduate school, how could she have the time to break the law? There's no need for that. You're right. Miss Febricht is obviously a good person. People just look alike, nothing to be surprised about. The assistant's perspective was clearly distorted by her features. A colleague in the logistics department had a similar problem. Right. That's exactly what you said. I also think my chin bears a resemblance to Miss Mockingbird, but I'm tone-deaf, haha. The girls, who had successfully developed a common interest, spent 20 minutes discussing the new universal beauty before happily returning to their jobs to continue their work for the company. The assistant returned to the strategic investment department's office building with the receipt from the logistics department. Upon entering, she saw her senior colleagues, skilled at shifting the blame, gathered together, whispering. She walked straight into the elevator and headed for the top floor. As the doors closed, she faintly heard someone's sour, jealous voice. As luck would have it, her name overlapped with that of a scholar in the World Beauty Guide. You're quite classy for understanding Miss Anna Febricht's fatal allure. Inside the office, the boss, who hadn't been seen for at least 5.5 days a week, reappeared, now sitting in front of his computer screen, frowning in thought. Even Lady Emerald's test hadn't made him look so distressed. Could it be that the non-performing assets that needed to be liquidated this time were even more problematic than the mad cow case of Iamanika? The assistant lowered her head and filed the receipt. If the finance department had anything to say during the end-of-quarter review, this would be the most direct evidence. Employees aren't anyone's slaves. They should just deal with the facts and not overindulge anyone. The office door opened and closed, and Kakavasia knew it was his assistant bustling in and out. This young woman was as capable as Miss Lucy in a Velt prison. Was it because she was also named Anna? The photos that had been replaced in the Star Network community were replaced again. My sister was pretty, but the three behind her were annoying. The one with the drooping tie had mint green hair draped diagonally against his neck. It must be the green hair from the original photo. Who are these people? Why are they standing behind my sister? Do you have no clothes, or are your clothes damaged? They're all half covered, either showing their breasts or their collarbones. They don't look like good people. Can't they just focus on their research? He glanced up at the busy assistant with a guilty conscience, and was slightly relieved when he saw she wasn't paying attention. Otherwise, I'd better pay someone to Photoshop the picture, and forget about the last three. Mr. Shah-Jean, didn't you check the OA system today? The assistant suddenly called out, startling her boss so much that he almost fell under his desk. Thankfully, Evikin's acting was exceptional. He still looked confident and smug. Not yet. What's important? Of course. The assistant mentally screamed at the top of her lungs. Go give me a chance to collaborate with the Polytechnic Institute. I want to check in at First Truth University. As for how an executive from the Strategic Investment Department who's never been to school could possibly connect with academics, that's unimportant. What matters is that Miss Febrick is a scholar, and she only appears within the academic map. Nothing. When I submitted my list, the lady from the logistics department mentioned that Mr. Shuju seemed to be in contact with scholars from the Bougie Society, and that it might be related to the company's upcoming project. I'm laying the groundwork to get as much support as possible. I thought it would take some more effort to convince him, but unexpectedly my boss immediately opened the OA that she hadn't even glanced at since entering the office. Application for the First Truth University Graduation Ceremony and Alumni Association? Well, Edmund did go to First Truth University, and he's been bragging about it everywhere, even when he was in prison. What's wrong with not having gone to school? Is it because I didn't want to go? It's fine for my sister to go to school. I can earn money to invest in her. Spend it however she wants, and I pay for it. Humph. After some mental preparation, the young man decisively filled out the application and clicked submit. He didn't mention any educational background, only filling in the job title and income fields, confidently claiming to be illiterate. The Bougie Society's original purpose for issuing this ceremony invitation was to facilitate graduates' job search and attract investment. Even the credits in the hands of illiterate individuals are still credits, and the academic level of investors won't affect the scholar's creativity. The assistant heard the notification sound of the successful OA system application submission with satisfaction, and leisurely returned to her seat to attend to her work. If only Miss Febrick had chosen to join the Interstellar Peace Company after graduation. I really like to work under such a charming lady. Wouldn't every day at work be like a dream? What rest? I don't need rest. I love work. It makes me happy. Very loud, Kakavasia, ? Why did a blazing flame suddenly erupt from behind the assistant, and why did she seem so energetic? The reminders for her to-do list in her office computer were buzzing. Did she eat something wrong? During lunch break, a package arrived via drone. Kakavasia watched as her assistant pulled out a crystal stand from a box filled with inflatable cushioning columns, then a square artificial crystal block, and placed it on the stand. She pushed her lunch aside, carefully adjusting the angles several times, and then happily raised her external device to take photos, both horizontally and vertically. Almost instantly, a photo of the sealed crystal block appeared in the discussion group's moments. Good taste. The only problem is that those three guys in the background are too distracting. He looked down at his empty desk. Well, it wasn't exactly empty, but there was something missing next to the laptop screen, which was a bit off. After posting enough to moments, the assistant finally remembered she had lunch. With her external device in one hand and a spoon in the other, she stirred her lunchbox, watching and eating, occasionally stamping her foot excitedly. To be honest, Kakavasia really wanted to go over and see what she was looking at. If Fatesue hadn't suddenly sent a message calling for a meeting in the back office, he might have pretended to walk over quietly. It didn't matter. He was determined to accept the invitation from the Knowledge Society. Just a glimpse of his sister from afar would be enough. Just to make sure her life was going smoothly. No other thoughts, absolutely not really. Chapter 168. Has the experimental equipment been packed? Alright. What about the ones provided by the space station? We checked them all, wiped them clean, and returned them in their original condition. Where are the information and data? They already been sent back. Let me see if there's anything else. Please pack your personal belongings, and don't forget to clean up before you leave. The cleaning robot is working on it. Where's the little chimera? Fabricant and the others are trying to trap it with cat strips and a carrier. The month-long experiment was a complete success. Aside from a few minor discrepancies between the results and the design, every detail was flawless. Professor Anaxes believed the primary responsibility lay with those unruly void soldiers. Their intrusion must have affected the hatching eggs in the incubator. He was the only one who felt sorry for this unexpected incident. Everyone else thought it was a wonderful turn of events. A brand new type of pet, combining many characteristics of cats, dogs, and even snakes. It possessed a strong physique, a gentle temperament, and extremely high intelligence. With a little training, it could become an excellent companion and comfort animal. Making money from pets is much easier than anywhere else. Chimeras aren't naturally occurring creatures, meaning they're controlled from head to toe by humans, and from birth to death, they can be custom-made to suit the client's needs. Hair long or short, more or less, more cat-like or more dog-like, the choice is yours. This is just the one-time purchase of the animal itself. Add to that the necessary cost of survival and the extended health and aesthetic needs, and you'll be able to open a money-printing factory. Wherever there's the fragrance of money, there's the company's welcoming smiles. Professor Anaxes has no interest in further researching how to profit from the chimera. He's already agreed with the company's specialists to sell the technology to Interstellar Peace upon his return to the Polytechnic Institute. Rookie scholars involved in the experiment are busy packing up and preparing to return to school. Exam month is approaching. Graduate school doesn't have written exams, but they do need to submit course papers or related design drafts. If they don't want to stay up all night to meet the deadline, they need to return to school and focus on their studies. Anna stood speechlessly at the entrance to the climate control room, clutching the cage. She didn't have much with her, and she packed up when she needed more than one system. The difficulty lies with the little chimera. It's still alive and well, and Professor Anaxes has no interest in it, so Sid has taken over the responsibility of caring for it. He's currently trying to persuade it to come out of the recessed structure under the sink and into the flight case. Phaeton was blocking the left side of the sink, Damon's was blocking the right side, and Anna was blocking the door. Sid lay on the ground, slurping a catnip in one hand. Come on, it's delicious. We're going home, home. He blushed and tried his best to speak. The little chimera let out a mocking laugh. Phaeton turned his face to the left, and Damon's turned his face to the right. Ahem. Well, don't be angry, haha. Sid withdrew his hand and sat back on the ground, looking up helplessly at his two friends. Okay, sorry, let me try. Phaeton's conscience suddenly pricked. He squatted sideways and looked under the sink. The little chimera was hiding in a sunken groove, looking out calmly. Aw? What are you yelling about? Stop it! Get into the flight case quickly, or you'll be left here alone, or the cleaning robots will render it harmless. Verbal threats proved less effective than tantalizing food. The little chimera opened its mouth and said, Ha! Just take it out and put it in the flight case. Get out of the way. Damon's rolled up his sleeves and squatted down. The three grown men made the sink, which had previously housed the incubator but was now unused, look miniature. Watch out for scratches. Sid shook his head in disapproval. The little one's claws are pretty sharp. You want to go to the medical station for a shot later? The station doctors would definitely laugh at him. After a round of debate, the three men unanimously decided to make some noise to scare the little chimera out before attempting to capture it. What else could they do? They couldn't just dismantle the sink. Damon's reached out, pretending to grab it. Sid made way for him to escape. Phaeton looked around and slapped the sink connection. As expected, the little chimera was startled by the strange voice and the sudden arrival of the large hand. It rushed headlong towards the light. Sid? Ouch! Hurry! The little creature dove through several legs in a flash, its paws spread wide, and its tail raised as it ran. As it turned, the white fur on its belly was exposed. The door to the constant temperature room was right in front of it, and freedom was within sight. Ah! The little chimera flapped its hind legs and found itself suspended in midair, the skin on the back of its neck a little tight. It's a good thing you're guarding the door, and... Phaeton reached out and pulled Damon's and sit up. The three of them walked over to Anna and surrounded the little chimera, grinning mischievously. "Why don't you run?" The little creature cocked its round head, searching for answers. Suddenly, its ears, tail, butt, and belly were all being rubbed. Ouch! Why is this creature's fur so fuzzy? Damon's rubbed its ears to vent his anger. Pack it up. Save the cat food for the trip. Do you want a toy? Anna lifted the chimera by the scruff of its neck and placed it vertically into the flight case. The space inside was spacious and padded with soft cushions, enough for an extra distraction toy. Phaeton quickly stuffed a stuffed fish into the case. Anna immediately locked the door and said, "See you on the starship." Ouch! The chimera angrily shoved its rear end at her, its tail tip resting on the lattice door and being gently pinched. Despite its small size and impressive temperament, Anna calmly withdrew her hand. "I remember the draft design gave it only a 40-day lifespan," Sid said, taking the flight case from her. "After we take it back to school, it will be sent to the constant temperature chamber at the Polyscience Institute headquarters for further observation. If confirmed, the harmless company will promote this species as a living toy, and if it's cultivated further, it won't have a limited lifespan of just 40 days. Although, something seems a little strange. Can life be toyed with so easily? The starship will arrive at the platform in 4 systems. Do you want to go explore the Black Tower space station together?" Seeing that she wasn't in a good mood, Sid shoved the flight case into Phaeton's arms. "Let's say goodbye to some acquaintances. Maybe next time we host visitors to the station at First Truth University." "Yeah," Anna nodded, washed her hands, and headed for the elevator. She had already packed her things. If Phaeton hadn't called her over to catch the little chimera, she might have been revising her paper for the 11th time. From the proper use of punctuation to the differences between written and spoken language, from the fixed format of papers to the correct use of citations and annotations, Professor Lachaud had managed to hold back from throwing all this stuff in her face. It must have been a testament to his upbringing. It's not good for the teacher to be so responsible while the students are so lazy and only want to be useless. She first went to say goodbye to Station Master Estelle. After all, she had opened the curio collection room for her to draw a prize. Winning the cuckoo clock was her own luck, and she couldn't help but appreciate the kindness. Then there was Winshichi, the shop owner, Pepe, squatting under the billboard, Alan, the head of the defense department, and so on and so forth. Looking back, she had met so many people in just 1 month. The last stop was the defense department. Anna removed the photo from the temporary access card and handed it back to the staff. Alan immediately canceled the temporary card and opened a drawer, handing her another one. "This is a special message from Ms. Black Tower for you. It gives you permanent access to the Black Tower space station." That unrivaled genius in the galaxy had a bit of, well, hard to describe. To be remembered for more than 10 days was a privilege far superior to that of 80% of the station staff. Miss Febrick chose not to accept the job offer privately, instead handing the destruction factor to her mentor. Many people secretly mocked her for being a bit eccentric. But now it seemed her seemingly inappropriate honesty had won her favor. In the words of Lady Black Tower, it was not smart, but not stupid either. "For me?" Anna looked at the card with surprise. The only ladies Black Tower she had ever met were puppets standing in corners of the station. She had never greeted them, nor had any close ties with them. This gift came too suddenly. Why? Alan didn't know why. Lady Black Tower's message was that if Anna Febrick returned her temporary access card, the Defense Department would treat her as one of their own and grant her visitor access. As for what if this guest forgot about the access card? He didn't ask, and Lady Black Tower didn't say either. But he could guess that if she forgot, she would be just another ordinary person who came and went in the Black Tower station. Nothing. Many guests who have contributed to the station have the privilege to return at any time, like the Starry Sky train that just left. Well, what are your plans next? Alan tried to change the subject, his awkwardness making the other staff members standing nearby unbearable to watch. What are your plans next? Just get through exam month safely and avoid being expelled from school before finishing the first semester. Of course, she couldn't bring herself to say this to anyone, so she replied calmly, back to school first. Then I wish you academic success in advance. You're welcome to choose the Black Tower Space Station after graduation. The scenery on the Azure Star is beautiful. This was already the limit of his words. The dark-skinned boy lowered his eyes. The staff behind him was eager but reluctant to interrupt. Goodbye. First Truth University welcomes visitors from all over the universe. Sid, who had been trying to be less noticeable, returned his composure and joined in. Welcome. After seeing the guest off, the clerk sighed and said to Alan, Brother, The letter Mesta left for that young lady. Let's not give it to her in person. I have you run to the starship later and carry it on someone else's back. Alan had his reasons for this decision. The sudden attack by the antimatter horde had left many clerks on the station unfortunate, and Mesta wasn't the only one. Miss Febrick didn't even know his name. There was no need to publicly embarrass her because of Mesta's confession. He surely didn't want to see that scene. That young lady was as dazzling as a young star. Her admirers would only grow with time. Mesta had good taste. Chapter 169. The starship docked at the support bay's platform on schedule, and the scholars filed onto the platform, dragging their luggage. The little chimera and the remaining experimental equipment and materials had already been delivered. Anna, with her bare hands, helped Castorea push her sister's wheelchair, silently moving forward while listening to the seniors around her discuss the latest news in the Starnet community. A young man in a Defense Department uniform hurried onto the platform. He waited until everyone had entered the starship's hatch before sneaking in, finding his target. Like a thief, he slipped a letter into her hand and ran off. Phaeton, who had come looking for someone to pass the time with the Emperor's Jade card, blinked at Anna and smiled. Another love letter? How many have you got? I haven't counted. Anna found a seat, opened the envelope, read it carefully, and closed it. It was the young Defense Department officer who had claimed to have fallen in love with her at first sight. She couldn't accept his affection, but she had to show him basic respect. This little incident was quickly forgotten. Long journeys are tedious. As soon as the Imperial Jade tiles were set out, people gathered to watch. A little further away, seniors were playing poker, with several tables filled with different pieces. I researched the strategy, so let's first agree on how to determine winning and losing. Phaeton pressed one hand down on the table, holding the dice with the other, refusing to give them away. They were all scholars and students, so naturally they didn't gamble on credits, but without any real stakes, the game would inevitably be boring. Damon snorted, make it a little more challenging. The loser does push-ups, one for each point they lose. What kind of difficulty is that? Phaeton moved his hand away, becoming even more reluctant to hand over the dice. It's just a few push-ups, who can't do it? I'm not done yet. The loser carries the winner on his back. That's tough enough, isn't it? Damon's held out his palm. Give me the dice. Anna silently searched for help on her computer. She didn't want to carry either Phaeton or Damon's on her back for push-ups. Not that she couldn't do it, but it would look so awkward. I was lucky today. As soon as I opened my chat list, I saw a barrage of real-name internet access messages from Luofu Xianzhou. Opening it, I saw the other person was asking about the little chimera. It's hard not to like these little creatures if you love cats. Now proficient in the various functions of the optical computer, she immediately sent a photo of the card game. Which card? General Shinsu, who wanted a photo of the little chimera to attract cuteness. No, what kind of cards are these? No connections, no pairs, no support. Is their purpose just to make it harder for others to win? Such a hand is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even he had to admire it. Play a few cards first and change the cards. This is too fragmented. After all, he was an intellectual. Even if he hadn't attended First Truth University, he hadn't lived for 700 or 800 years in vain. He couldn't be defeated by a bunch of kids. Anna followed his instructions, and gradually offset the disadvantage caused by luck. In the end, she couldn't win, but it wasn't a loss either. After all, she didn't have to do push-ups. Damon's, who was terrible at math, narrowly defeated Phaeton. The seniors cheered, and waited to see the junior carrying the younger one, and making a fool of himself. This time, the netizens' off-site support was truly impressive. He reluctantly expressed his desire to see the newly developed pets of the Bashi Society. Anna, without hesitation, gave up her seat, and went to a separate room to photograph the chimera for him. Ah! The little creature, still grieving the moment this person pinched Fate's neck not long ago, swung its tail, turned around, and pointed its furry rear end at her. Yeah, got it. I won't pick you up again. She smiled and poked the tip of the tail sticking out of the cage. The chimera's furry back twitched from front to back, like a ticklish spot being poked. Thinking it was hidden, it secretly tilted its head to look back, looking like a small fur ball clinging to a large fur ball. Anna seized the opportunity to take several photos, and sent them to Real Name Online. They politely replied with a dozen photos of a small lion dressed in red and green. A dog. The kind netizen said this creature was called Di Ting, a very representative device of the Luofu immortal boat. Ingenious? Doesn't that mean mechanical creation? It looks almost alive, truly ingenious. Back in the multipurpose hall, Damon sat as steady as a rock on Phaeton's back amid the crowd. The white-haired young man slowly lifted himself up with his arms stretched out, accompanied by cheers and applause. "And, did you go see the little chimera?" Sid handed her a juice fresh from the bar. Anna took it, chewing on the straw as she watched Phaeton's excitement. "This guy is certainly quite capable. Damon weighs at least 200 pounds, and even with his own weight, he can still do push-ups with ease, fully deserving of the enthusiastic applause." Compared to the thrilling encounters on his 2 previous Starship rides, the journey back to First Truth University was remarkably smooth. There were no malicious pirates or drug-addled bounty hunters. When the flight attendant reminded everyone to check their luggage and not forget anything, Anna hadn't even realized the journey was over. Back at the Black Tower station, everyone had already added a circle of friends. After leaving the starship, they went their separate ways according to their respective locations. Professor Anaxa wanted to deliver the little chimera to headquarters for analysis by other scholars, so Sid naturally wanted to help. His roommates also lent a hand before returning to the dorm. The headquarters of the Polymath Society remained unchanged, with hurried scholars and the quiet gardens equally bathed in sunlight. Senior Cat lazily licked his paws beneath the bushes. A familiar scent gradually approached and then faded. Accustomed to seeing off batch after batch of students, he lifted his butt and stretched forward and backward, his paws puffing as he yawned. "Meow. The remaining materials and equipment we brought back need to be registered. Once we're done with this, we can leave." Sid had been here more than once. He was familiar with the process. He carried the items in with ease, and watched the staff member in charge of record-keeping put them into storage, and gave him a receipt before he relaxed. Go back to the dorm, or go out for a nice meal. The trip to the Black Tower Space Station was their first research project since entering graduate school. While it wasn't particularly related to their research, the professor leading the project was well known in the field, so it was a perfect start and worth celebrating. I think you should be concerned about Professor Anax's situation first." Phaeton pointed to the instructor, who was surrounded by several older scholars in the corridor. He was unarmed, and should have already sent the little chimera away. Judging by the numbers and the atmosphere, they weren't at an advantage. Sid glanced over there and said calmly, "There are only a few of us here. Who are you looking down on?" He didn't like talking in public, but his uncle wasn't like that. The more people he challenged, the better, the stronger his opponent, the better. Professor Anaxes was never afraid of debating, just as he was never afraid of encountering obstacles in his pursuit of truth. "Huh?" Phaeton was a bit confused by the unexpected answer. "Are those scholars bullying Professor Anaxes? It's enough for my professor to suffer from my wrath alone. Don't make things difficult for him. If you piss him off to death, who will I turn to for my thesis?" He rolled up his sleeves and walked forward. Damons followed silently behind. Sid sighed and looked at Anna. "They said we didn't need to go. Just to be the atmosphere?" That was all Anna could think of. She was better at action than words, and usually avoided debates at school, lest she lose the argument and get angry and take action to send the provocateur to see the star god. The two of them walked slowly behind, entered the corridor, and walked a distance before arriving at the venue for this impromptu small debate. Phaeton and Damon stood obediently, each one more than the other. Professor Anaxes spoke with such rapidity, momentum, and firmness that it was rare in the entire First Truth University. He extremely disliked being interrupted, so he naturally wouldn't interrupt anyone else's speech rashly. However, the older scholars surrounding him were soon helped away by their students, holding their chests and foreheads. One of them even started groping for medicine bottles, before he had even gone far. "See, I told you it's unnecessary. Our presence will only hinder the professor's performance." Sid patted Phaeton, and then Damon's thoughtfully. Professor Anaxes twirled his sleeves with a reserved air, and snorted, as he glanced at the 3 useless, idiotic students. Weakling, huh? The remaining student was Leisho's student. He had no control over him, so naturally, he wouldn't interfere. "I told you to read more and think more, so you know what to say when arguing with others. Did you listen? Did you do it? Did you do it right? Did you correct your mistakes? Do you understand what you corrected? Did you ask questions if you didn't understand?" His barrage of questions made the students dizzy. Anna remained silent, resolutely refusing to give Professor Anaxes any chance to scold her. 20 minutes later, Sid and the other 2 supported the pale and dying roommates. The 4 of them decided to go to the cafeteria instead of eating out. First, time was running out. He had classes the next morning. Second, he just made it to the cafeteria opening time. Third, Phaeton and Damons weren't in the right shape to go far, so a hot drink would be best to calm him down. I finally understand the true meaning of Professor Leisho's words. Phaeton sobbed, leaning against Sid's shoulder. One must learn to understand oneself correctly. I shouldn't have imagined I could help Professor Anaxes with this debate. Damons was simply implicated by him, but he always acted more than words, so Professor Anaxes had no expectations of him in that regard, and he wouldn't have said much. Next time you see someone assaulting the professor, go back, he finally managed to say. I'm more confident in that. Anna, standing beside him, nodded vigorously. That's right. That's it. Chapter 170. Generally speaking, returning to Earth from a space station requires a transition period. Even though today's space stations and interstellar shuttles are now equipped with gravity systems, humanity still spent hundreds of millions, even billions, of years evolving on Earth. Compared to the vast eons this species has already traversed, the interstellar era seems like a brief chapter. However, for Anna and her roommates, this generally speaking transition period was less noticeable. It took them a system hour to return from the cafeteria to their long-missed dormitories. Household cleaning robots swarmed over, blaring an extremely disgruntled alarm. Who set a large piece of mail in the communal living room? Hurry and remove it. Ah. It's my cuckoo clock. After someone ruthlessly removed its hairspring, and then spent 2 weeks trapped in a mailbag, the poor cuckoo clock was truly unlucky. If it could speak, it would probably prefer to rot slowly in the vast containment chambers of the Black Tower station rather than live this life of wandering. Cuckoo clock? Phaeton quickly found his memory of it. The wonderful item Lady Black Tower gave you. Sid and Damons knew about it, but they hadn't anticipated its size. The package was nearly as long as Anna was tall. Shall we unpack it? It was late, but there was no homework during exam month. Baimao's beautiful blue eyes flashed with eagerness. Anna nodded. Unpack it. If we didn't unpack it, the cleaning robot would emit a sharp blast. After Sid's modifications, it wouldn't tolerate anything left on the floor for long. So the four of them returned to their bedrooms, unpacked their belongings, changed into loose clothing, and quickly unpacked the tightly sealed package. A cuckoo clock, exquisitely constructed and ornately styled in a retro style, appeared on the ground. The cuckoo bird leaned against the small, powerless shutter, looking as if it had been tucked into a washing machine and tumbled for 800 times. The cleaning robot satisfiedly removed the student's torn packaging. Phaeton, without any tools, lifted the back of the cuckoo clock with his bare hands, startled by the clattering and shattering parts inside. Gods, how could it be so broken? It must have been delivered by a tyrannical delivery. There's nothing we can do about it. Damons held up a gear and examined it. It's quite hard, and the surface is plated with gold for wear resistance. The craftsmen who made it must have loved cuckoo clocks, otherwise they wouldn't have chosen such an expensive part. In fact, gold isn't the most wear-resistant material. How could pure gold be wear-resistant? Isn't this just for looks? Do I need to measure the broken parts and ask a classmate to make them custom? Sid had some idea of his roommate's abilities. There wasn't anyone in this dimension who could repair cuckoo clock parts with their bare hands. I have to. Phaeton picked up the cuckoo clock and shook it, sending gears, plywood, and drive shafts scattering across the floor. The cleaning robot screamed and rushed over, circling it. This cuckoo clock, reputed to bring bad luck, was open to the heart from the first sight. Anna rubbed the back of her neck, suddenly feeling a little sorry for it. It hadn't been like this when it was first extracted. After losing its only hairspring, it had also lost its dignity. It probably cries secretly. Damons found a cardboard box. He grabbed the cleaning robot, which had been rolling around on the floor, opened the back, and dumped the cuckoo clock parts it had collected into it. Let's clean up the house first. We talk tomorrow. It's really getting late. Review class during finals month. Are you dying to be late? The living room was immediately filled with the sound of chairs and tables being moved. Soon, the cuckoo clock and its parts were tucked away in a box in a corner. Phaeton clenched his fist and said, "We fix it. Perhaps you should set a time limit?" Sid found several artificial corundum bearings. Gold was nothing compared to them in terms of hardness. He tossed the bearings into the box, restarted the cleaning robot, and closed its back cover. The little guy circled around, seeing no more of the junk that was heating up the CPU. Satisfied, he returned to the charging station and huddled back in for a rest. I definitely fix it anyway, but I have a bunch of papers due this month, so I just go with the flow. Whitehair folded the cardboard box and covered it with a piece of clothing he wasn't going to wear. It looks like a small display stand, but it's a shame it can't bear weight. Anna, I'm sleepy. I think about this later. How to fix the cuckoo clock? She had no idea. Wait, her original body's memories seemed to contain some emergency repairs to mechas and starship power pods. Fixing a cuckoo clock shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, she yawned and went back to her bedroom to wash up and sleep. The next day, none of the four of them got up early. The Black Tower space station system time was different from the natural time on the habitable planet in the core star field of First Truth University. Jet lag was inevitable even in the interstellar age. Anna and Sid shared the same research area and had the same course schedule. The first class was Professor Lashow's logic. After a flurry of activity, the two of them rushed into the classroom before 8 o'clock, panting heavily. Sid was the one panting, but Anna was pulling him along, which was fine. The flying car wouldn't stop at the classroom entrance. From the open space outside the corridor to the classroom threshold, they had to walk about 50 meters. Intelligence truly experienced the speed of Hunter. Whoosh, whoosh, we better, whoosh, fix the cuckoo clock as soon as possible, whoosh. Thankfully, the classroom was full of desks, which prevented him from falling to the ground. At least its timekeeping function, whoosh, is quite useful. Is the cuckoo clock's revenge for everyone collectively forgetting to modify the timekeeping rules and the optical computers and external devices? Fix it, I find a way to fix it at noon. Do you want some water? Anna looked at Sid worriedly, afraid he'd suffocate and pass out in the classroom. Thankfully, despite his lack of exercise, his roommate was in good health and recovered after a while. The bell rang, and the projection came on. Professor Lashow had been away from the Poli-Science Institute headquarters for a few days. Watching his projection move around the podium gave the students a surge of security. The chalk thrown by the projection doesn't hurt, and hey, an hour and a half later, Professor Lashow's projection disappeared, leaving behind the message "Submit your paper within 5 days." A wave of desperate wails echoed through the classroom. Even the final paper could get you failed. Either hair or credits would be lost, something at least. Let's go! The next class is upstairs. You take your time. Anna was already numbed by her paperwork, and hearing that she had to submit within 5 days seemed like a good thing. Has Professor Lashow encountered something that made him happy? Such tolerance. She pulled Sid, who was slumped over the table like a mint green cat biscuit. The next class was Professor Anax's phenomenology. The scheduling system was quite tricky. Compared to Professor Lashow, who prioritized logical thinking, Professor Anax's was clearly the more intense type. Before get out of class ended, he shared 2 pieces of news with the students. The good news was that his course didn't require a paper, but the bad news was that the final grade would be based on a comprehensive assessment of the debate performance. The final debate was scheduled for 15 days later, in the open-air circular plaza. Anna, I might not be able to publicly refute my classmates, but could I knock them down? 1 second would be enough. Back in the dorm at noon, Phaeton and Damon slumped in their round armchairs, looking devastated by the professor's final year assignments. You're back after class? The white-haired boy whined, while the pink-haired boy remained motionless. Takeout? No matter how much one loves cooking, facing a mountain of exam material can be disheartening. Damon's, a history major, expressed a desire to strike. Takeout, of course. What are you eating? Seeing others more desperate than himself, Sid felt much better. It's good that the professors didn't ask us to turn in our papers tomorrow. We still have time, and it won't be too late. This solace only served Anna well. Phaeton said quietly, I dread to think if Professor Anaxer will let me off the hook 10 years from now, if one of my papers gets a B- or lower. Professor Lashow would repeatedly send back papers, demanding revisions. Professor Anaxer didn't have his patience. He would only escalate his taunts and scold students, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. Alas! 3 of the 4 sighed deeply. Anna was the only one who wasn't anxious. She'd been revising her final papers for almost half the semester. Thanks to Professor Lashow, the other professors thought it was perfectly acceptable to submit as a graduation thesis. This afternoon's elective class. Anna flipped through her schedule, took a screenshot, and posted it to her colleagues' group chat. 5 minutes later, Kafka replied, Ren said he knows. Yes, it was the class that Mr. Ren had taken while posing as a transferred scholar when he infiltrated the academy's headquarters. She had chosen it when she enrolled, haphazardly copying the classmate next to her. Although the substitute lecturer had long since departed, the lecture notes and self-study materials had been regularly delivered to students' email addresses. As a result, the school still hasn't figured out how the Star Core Hunter got in. I'm fixing a cuckoo clock. Can Mr. Blade give me full marks? Anna attempted to use her limited social skills to negotiate. Shortly after sending a photo of the cuckoo clock's parts, Silver Wolf replied, Uncle Blade said yes. He seems quite interested in it. 3 minutes later, A new message popped up on the chat page. Uncle Blade says if the repair is within a 5-minute error within 48 hours, you pass, and he give you full marks in all his classes from now on. Anna fell silent again after hearing this. So Mr. Blade hadn't deleted the fake username he used last time? He had the nerve to collect tuition fees without even attending class? So the Knowledge Society really doesn't make any demands on its faculty and staff? This guy's been absent from work for an entire semester. Is there no one to keep the Star Corps hunter in check? Chapter 171. It's proven that hard work never goes to waste. Every drop of sweat is rewarded. This semester, Anna had 9 classes, 4 of which were taught by Professor Veritas Ladio. Of the remaining 5, 3 were taught by Professor Anaxis, and 2 were optional. After submitting her thesis, the only thing she had to worry about were the final debate and repairing the cuckoo clock. Instead of trying to become eloquent, she opted to temporarily play the role of watchmaker. The cuckoo clock's internal structure was complex, but it adhered to mechanical principles. All she had to do was understand the transmission logic between the gears and patiently install it piece by piece. Measuring the dimensions of components didn't require extra practice. She'd gotten plenty of practice during the experiments at the Black Tower space station. Sid also took that class. With his repair experience, he was even more enthusiastic about tinkering with the parts than Anna. This thing wouldn't jump up and say something he didn't know how to respond to, like a human would. He could sit motionless in front of the cuckoo clock, lost in thought, for an entire day. Because of their majors, Phaeton and Damon's had a ton of final papers to write. Besides helping out with parts orders, they could only occasionally check on the progress during breaks. Whitehair sighed for hours about this. Cuckoo clocks are so fun. The hairspring must be made of a special alloy. The larger the clock, the more adjustments must be made to its width, length, and number of turns. Sid was a bit nearsighted. He normally wouldn't wear glasses in class, but now he kept a sight glass with him to ensure the accuracy of the cuckoo clock parts. Anna pulled her hand back guiltily, trying to hide the metal wire hidden between her wrists. "Ah, fine, you have the final say." Sid didn't notice her subtle movements. He happily installed the center wheel and eccentric wheel into the empty seat of the movement under Anna's control. Now he only had to wait for the hairspring to settle. The requirements for this device were very high. It had to have certain elastic properties, with as little elastic hysteresis as possible, and the coefficient of temperature influence as small as possible. It also had to be anti-magnetic and corrosion resistant, with a minimum electrical resistivity. Most importantly, during post-processing, the thread pitch had to be uniform, and the center of gravity had to be aligned with the geometric center. If any of these requirements were missing, the cuckoo clock wouldn't be accurate. It wouldn't even function properly. If the first few requirements addressed the material and forging process, the last 2 required human ability. Sid found a few rolls of ordinary wire to practice. Neither he nor Anna had ever done this before, so they used their brakes to roll a pile of scrap and tossed it into a cardboard box. The scattered parts dwindled, and the coils of wire grew. Upon seeing this, Phaeton joked that their creation looked more like a spiderweb than an Archimedean spiral, infuriating Sid so much that he nearly started a fight. The kind where he pulled out a gun. The cuckoo clock was now erected in the dormitory's common living room. Anna and Sid huddled around it, deep in thought. Phaeton and Damon sat in a distant corner, poring over their papers. Most of the time, they were silent, with the occasional distant exchange of words. Inside its open back, the gears were perfectly positioned, quietly awaiting the arrival of the heart. "I think this is almost there." "Then let's test it again." Anna tightened the inner end of her latest creation and, simulating the workings of a spring, gradually tightened the spiral wire. After releasing his grip, the wire relaxed regularly, and the measuring instrument displayed quite encouraging results. The even and steady rhythm indicated its practical value. At least there was no need to worry about it failing to move the cuckoo clock's rocker arm. "It feels quite good. Shall we try installing it?" The alloy material was still waiting in the materials department. The 2, eager to verify their results, pondered for a moment, and then agreed. "Install it." They attached their practice piece to the movement's bearings, giving the much-suffering cuckoo clock a temporary, inferior heart. The gears ticked cautiously as they turned, and Phaeton and Damon simultaneously looked up. "Wow! Fixed." Whitehair pushed aside his book and ran over, accidentally tripping on the wrinkled carpet and flying away. The transparent quartz cover on the front of the cuckoo clock hadn't been installed yet, and a tiny bolt flew out, aiming straight for his throat. "Be careful." The pale golden wire around Anna's wrist tugged him in the other direction, sending the fatal bolt tumbling deep into the wall. It wouldn't be a problem for it to make a small hole in someone's body. Phaeton rolled around and grumbled as he pulled himself to his feet. a bump the size of an egg protruding from his forehead. Dear Anne, thank you for saving my life. Anna, this thing carries a bit of bad luck. How about giving it to the school after you repaired it? Isn't it inappropriate for the dormitory? There's more than one cuckoo clock in the collection of the Black Tower space station, and I never heard of Ms. Black Tower having any serious misfortunes. So, if I give this thing to the school, the only thing that would be in trouble would be the principal. It shouldn't be a big deal. You're a philosophy student after all, even majoring in natural theology. Don't be superstitious. Damons approached and poked the cuckoo clock, which was still ticking slowly. It looked innocent and innocuous, yet strangely weak and pitiful. If it weren't for the hole in the wall made by the bolt, it would have been quite harmless. Ah. Anna sighed. That's because you haven't seen anyone who always wins at bets. What kind of luck could Kakavasa not achieve? If you bet against her when guessing the size, you at least make a small profit, if not a fortune. Have you seen it? Sid removed the hairspring and tried to make it, and the cuckoo clock fell silent. The bolt ejection must have had its reasons. As for Anna's belief that the cuckoo clock was plagued by bad luck, it was probably the Mandela effect, whereby group misremembering affects individual cognition. It's a psychological phenomenon, a scientific one, not a metaphysical one. I seen it, Anna answered decisively. It was luck that had endured life and death, and in a sense, it was a form of practical verification. Sid's hand paused, then he raised his head and said seriously, And are you sure you actually saw and touched him, and not just experienced him due to group psychology? I'm not denying your point, but we all know that in games of probability, even if both sides can ideally play fair, the mathematical model between player and dealer isn't an equation. I did see him. He hates cheating, but as long as he didn't place the same bet as me, he never made a mistake. We tried over 500 rounds, even after removing my interference, and the conclusion was always the same. Anna scratched her hair, walked over to Phaeton, and gave him a hand, then went to wake the cleaning robot to clean the wall. What if the bolt hadn't deformed yet? Dig it out and see if it works, then keep using it. Otherwise, I have to search the universe for bolts again. After the prototype hairspring was removed, it suddenly relaxed and expanded rapidly. Sid wasn't paying attention when it hit his hand, leaving a bright red mark. Ah! He instinctively flung his hand away, and the spiral of metal wire swung across the living room and crashed down in front of Damon's. Having never imagined that he might be among the casualties, the pink-haired girl watched in bewilderment as the paper manuscript she had just finished shattered. No, is this thing so resentful? He cracked his knuckles, the crisp sound making your ears ache. Just break it into pieces, and throw it in the viewing pond. The fish we keep at school are guaranteed to eat everything that falls into the water. The only thing more efficient than them is a swarm of insects. Those fish are also laboratory products. The researchers who created them originally wanted to design a super cleaner to remove waste from the water. But how effective are they? Their bright appearance is incredibly dangerous, and they can't be released into natural waters. The school can only clear the viewing pond to keep these long-lasting creatures. Anna had just pulled Phaeton up, and now turned back to see Sid. Her space button contained a first aid kit, complete with disinfectant, sutures, injections, gauze, and tape. It's a pretty big cut. She fished out disinfectant and poured it in, seemingly free of charge. After rinsing the wound clean, she coated it with quick-drying glue. Alright, now get dressed. I take you to the medical station for a tetanus shot. It wasn't necessary, but it was best. After all, the thing that had cut his finger was a coil of unsterilized, not quite clean wire. I go too, and take this thing to the fish pond. Damons came over, and patted the lid of the cuckoo clock. The gears, which had been so hard to assemble, fell apart again. For a moment, Anna suspected she was hallucinating the faint sobs of a baby cub. She moved her mouth with difficulty to plead for the cuckoo clock. Give it another chance. The teeth of those ornamental fish are almost as hard as artificial diamonds. The child is still young, and it's not worth it. Damons? ? I know people have some stereotypes about philosophy scholars, but you're not like that. So don't reinforce that stereotype, okay, Anne? You haven't seen or heard anything we can't touch, have you? The tables and chairs in the dorms and the space station can't talk, and the cuckoo clock is no child. He approached Anna worriedly, bending down to study her expression, as if trying to confirm something. I send it away as soon as it's fixed, seriously. I recopy your manuscript, and when Sid comes back from his injection, I move the cuckoo clock into the bedroom. Anna wanted to say that I wasn't crazy. Compared to her time in prison in Avelle, studying was nothing. At least students at First Truth University wouldn't be beaten to death by their professors if they couldn't learn the course. Ah, that's not what I meant. The manuscript doesn't matter. It's just a rough draft. Damons explained haltingly, shaking his head and waving his hands. He really didn't care much about the manuscript's completeness, but he was a little worried about his roommate's mental state. Relax. Are there still any strange noises? The philosophy department has been plagued by lunatics and maniacs for a long time. Being overly intelligent has its own barriers, and over time, stereotypes are reinforced. Anna, you should throw this cuckoo clock into the fish pond. I think your symptoms are more severe between the two of us. Damons, relax. Damons, Can I use my hometown curse words? Chapter 172. Until Sid's tetanus shot was finished and the cuckoo clock wasn't physically destroyed by being thrown into the fish pond, Anna and Damons, like two mentally ill individuals desperately trying to convince each other they were healthy, racked their brains. Unfortunately, neither of them was very good with words, and all they achieved was reinforcing their stereotypes. Ha. Phaeton nearly laughed himself silly. Exam month was like this. Everyone was acting crazy. Okay, you two should figure out how to handle the final debate. How about you two team up and get Professor Anaxis sent to the ICU the moment you open your mouth? Not that bad, Sid muttered, defending his uncle. Even sophistry is fine, as long as the logic is consistent. There's the regular score. Anna's diligence was well known, and her regular scores were high, so even if she performed poorly in the debate, she wouldn't be unable to graduate the course. Some people are naturally quiet. Professor Anaxis' professionalism as a teacher is unquestionable, and he wouldn't force everyone to be eloquent. The primary purpose of designing a debate as the finale is to test students' logical coherence and reaction time. Honestly, no matter the topic, anyone can come up with a few points given enough time. The difficulty of a debate lies in the extremely short time required to formulate a counter-argument, expounding one's own views while simultaneously setting traps and tripping up the opponent. A clash of ideas is nothing more than this. Under the watchful eyes of the public, with the opponent pressing hard and setting traps, the real excitement lies in how one must exhaust their wits to defend one's own views. This is no open-air performance, a simple repetition of repetitive phrases to get by. It's a mind-bending game that only the most intelligent individuals can master. With the real victim speaking, Anna and Damons immediately halted their debate, which was gradually turning into a challenge. From the entrance of the school hospital to the flyover, drones were pruning the trees and tidying the path. Numerous undergraduates were parked along the roadside distributing event materials. Phaeton, seeing this, deliberately moved to the inside of the road. He accepted all gifts. Graduation ceremony and alumni reunion? I almost forgot about that. He slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Graduation season for undergraduates is already here. I wonder when we'd be able to graduate. Undergraduate pressures of graduation and employment were absent, and Anna reached out and took a notebook of moderate thickness from his arms. I don't plan on participating in any entertainment activities until my thesis is approved. The cover of the notebook featured a large orange cat sprawled out. A closer look revealed a familiar look. He flipped open the cover and looked at the slogan on the title page. It was a promotion for a small Animal Protection Association seminar. Me neither, Damon said succinctly, taking a pen with a silicone lined cap. Phaeton spread the remaining gifts in front of Sid. Take your pick. Sid looked around but couldn't find the second book with the orange cat on the cover. He settled for a cat bookmark. The school is also very dedicated to its graduates. Every season, they work hard to attract investors. After all, not everyone chooses to go to Interstellar Peace Company and try their luck with the stone appraisal system. Students at First Truth University already have a greater academic advantage than the average young person, but even so, they still have to pass numerous entrance exams to secure a position, and then work like slaves for capitalists. It's perfectly normal for ambitious children to be unwilling to see their lives come to an end at such a young age. If they weren't ambitious, they wouldn't be teenagers. Naturally, the school is willing to make an effort to support them once again, as a gesture of care for their own children. Capable people don't waste opportunities. Damon pressed the lion's head twice, and a stumbling drone suddenly leaped out from behind the bushes, brushing past his legs and tumbling past, chasing the large orange cat on the cover of the notebook. Passing students stopped to watch the cat senior fiercely batter the drone. The four of them escaped before the crowd became too crowded. A few days later, the students from the materials department, who were earning extra income by taking orders, handed Sid their pre-rolled wire to him. Anna and Sid found time between revisions to their papers to inquire and research a lot of information. After repeated attempts, they finally managed to wind 2 coils of workable springs. After installing the hairspring and repositioning the gears and bearings, the cuckoo clock shrank from roughly the height of a person to a size just large enough to hang on the dormitory wall. It seemed it had a strong fondness for the person who repaired it, and was doing its best to avoid being sent away. Wound up the spring, and see how much the error is. If it's okay, I'd take a picture and upload it to the academic affairs system. Anna put down her tools, feeling incredibly happy. She enjoyed the sense of accomplishment that came from repairs, far more than killing or destroying them. Sid wound the spring as instructed and found a place to hang the cuckoo clock. The pendulum immediately swung back and forth like a cheerful little tail, and the rust-washed hands moved with ease. Perhaps there are indeed many creatures in this world that current technology still cannot understand. Anna tapped on the cuckoo bird's window a few times. It wasn't time yet, and no matter who knocked, the window wouldn't open. The cuckoo clock, quietly working like a good watch, looked quite adorable. Sid set the time on it, then, full of anticipation, packed up his toolbox and sat down at his desk to continue revising his paper. And, can you help me with this? It's common for friends to help each other review papers. People tend to unconsciously ignore biases shaped by habit, and exchanging papers is at least very useful for finding typos and formatting errors. After several days of frantic work, the entire dorm first successfully submitted the final papers for the semester before the deadline, then, in a chaotic situation, joined other students in being humiliated by Professor Anaxes in the circular square. They stumbled and succeeded in completing the test. Whether Professor Lachaud or Professor Anaxes, as long as the paper is submitted, it will be evaluated. If they are willing to give you a normal grade, it means you have a chance of completing the course. Papers that don't meet the requirements, contain spam, or are plagiarized will be immediately identified and sent back for rework. Papers rejected after the deadline or not submitted are considered submission failures. Failed submissions naturally receive no grade, and without a grade, the course cannot be completed, and without completion, no credits are awarded. These two absolutely refuse to bail anyone out. No matter whose student, even their own, they simply refuse to pass. No excuses or favors are offered. Failing the course in the first semester means delayed graduation is almost certain. Thank you, Damons. Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Professor Lachaud. Thank you, Professor Anaxa. Thank you, First Truth University. Thank you, Star God. I didn't fail the course. The moment Phaeton confirmed his successful paper submission, tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. He practically pulled out his incense burner and brazier and kowtowed to his roommates. Graduate school at First Truth University is incredibly difficult to get into, and even harder to graduate. Everyone must be prepared for the possibility of delayed graduation or even failure before entering. Here, everyone faces not only complex subjects, but also rigorous teachers with diverse personalities, who are ruthless in failing students. Conscientious scholars and teachers, like Professor Lachaud and Professor Anaxes, are not alone. Otherwise, the Polymath Society wouldn't have become a major academic organization under knowledge, rivaling the Genius Club. To be honest, when Phaeton and his friends arrived on campus, they were mostly thinking they'd graduate within 5 years. To their surprise, their first semester was a resounding success, with no failures at all. He always assumed he could manage to fail only 2 courses per semester at best, but the overwhelming pass scores on the transcript from the academic administration system left Baimao overjoyed. If he kept up this momentum, he could even dream of graduating in 3 years. Don't thank me, it's none of my business. Damon shook the goosebumps off his arms and pushed the guy away, his face beaming with youthful exuberance. It's a relief no one failed. Want to go out for a walk? There's no need to hang around the kitchen stove on such a beautiful day, the great chef spoke, and the others naturally nodded in agreement. Considering that the graduation ceremony was just a few days away, everyone unanimously changed into the uniforms issued by the school. While graduation for the graduate students seemed a long way off, there was no time to miss experiencing the atmosphere of graduation season. Has half the galaxy's population crammed into this star field? I never realized First Truth University could accommodate so many people. Phaeton narrowed his eyes upon exiting the speeder car. The auditorium, surrounded by Ionian columns, was packed. Black-clad bodyguards, hands behind their backs, formed a human wall outside the auditorium. It was rumored that an executive from the Interstellar Peace Company was giving a speech here, so the security was extraordinarily high. Do you want to hear the speech? I don't want to, Sid said in a voice as quiet as a mosquito's hum. Crowded places made him feel suffocated. Let's get going. Phaeton was just saying it. The Interstellar Peace Company executive's speech meant nothing to him except for fun. The white-haired young man immediately changed direction. Come on, I lead the way. Leaving the regular cafeteria, the campus was dotted with various small private shops. Anna hadn't liked to browse before, and hadn't had the time, but this guy had somehow figured out where to go. I can't eat much at this hour, so I might as well have some drinks and dessert. I'm planning to book tickets for next week. What about you guys? Book together? He simply turned around and smiled as his friends gestured. Damons nodded, Sid shook his head, and Anna remained noncommittal. I see what Professor Anaxis has planned to do for the summer, the mint green-haired young man said gently. The joint research on the destruction factor will begin next semester, and professors need to prepare in advance. And don't forget to upload the meeting minutes to the page I mentioned. Oh, okay, I got it. Anna was trying to figure out how to reunite with the Star Corps hunters when she suddenly noticed something unusual. Looking up, she saw the faint movement of curtains on the third floor of a roadside building. What's wrong with you? Seeing her stop, and the others following suit, Anna looked around. Nothing. Someone seemed to be staring at me, but they already left. Chapter 173. There are so many people. First Truth University. The assistant, dressed in her newly bought white dress and her beloved emerald brooch, followed her boss into the starship, the standard travel companion for executives, filled with longing and anticipation. Mr. Shaw-Jean had been silent and dazed from time to time today, a stark contrast to his usual confident self. Even Mr. Shuju's usual sarcasm was ignored, and he passed by without reacting. It was a little strange, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that she finally had the chance to go to the Institute of Knowledge and get up close and personal with Miss Fabriquette. Oh, I really don't understand. What would someone like you do at the Institute of Knowledge? Would you seek boredom or humiliation? The noble and elegant prince had always only glanced at this slave, who had just rolled out of the mud. If it weren't for Feitsue's strong recommendation, how could this guy have even made it to the Stoneheart 10? The company's biggest problem was being too lenient, even to the point of tolerating a lying Gypsygonian. Perhaps there was nothing they couldn't tolerate. Hopefully, the next colleague wouldn't be a criminal. He was tall and handsome, his demeanor unadorned, radiating a noble aura from within. The lavishly dressed Jean looked like a newly rich poor man in front of him. Although they were colleagues, their relationship was terrible. Forget sharing a table for dining. Mr. Shuju might have preferred to wear a fish tank over his head, and refused to breathe the same air as the latter. If I deliberately sit opposite this guy to eat, he will probably vomit it out on the spot. Shaw-Jean thought maliciously, and walked past his colleague without looking at him. He didn't have time to bother with him. He rather read a few pages of a book. Are you ignoring me, slave? Shuju narrowed his eyes, furious at Shaw-Jean's sharp response. This conman, barely even a civilian, had managed to wheedle his way into Interstellar Peace Company. Had he made any significant contributions to the company? It seemed he hadn't. Not only that, he even caused the company to lose a significant amount of investment. Now that this fox-like man had suddenly gone silent, he was even more furious. The greatest contempt for an enemy is silence. Was he being scorned by a slave? Cock of Asia chuckled softly as he walked into the lounge, leaving only his back to his colleagues. With the strength Anna had lashed out at him, even among the 10 Stonehearts, he could have beaten this nobleman to a pulp. But there was no point in doing so. Time was precious. He'd rather sit there all day, daydreaming about her current state, than waste a single second on an unpleasant colleague. The automatic door behind the slave slid shut, and even the green plants, trembling slightly in the draft, evoked a sense of mockery. Shuju ultimately didn't make the situation worse. He walked over to the viewing window, his anger simmering. Regarding the invitation to the ceremony from First Truth University, he even considered going with Tapa, but he hadn't anticipated that Gold Dust would intervene and snatch up a spot. This guy had never been to school a day, lacking synesthesia and barely recognizing a single word. To go to the universe's most prestigious institution to attend a graduation ceremony, wasn't that a bit of a revelation? Sir? The assistant was still waiting for his orders. Shuju waved his hand. It's all right. Go and get some rest. First Truth University is an offshoot of the Polymath Society. After disembarking from the starship, one must be alert and engaged with the scholars, which is no easy task. Yes. The assistant bowed and withdrew, but he didn't immediately return to the rest cabin. Instead, he went to the bar to prepare everything his superiors might need before disappearing. A few days later, the starship arrived at the star region where First Truth University was located. Upon exiting the ship and facing the receptionist sent by the society, Shaw-Jean, and Shuju showed no intention of being coy. Their itineraries, from route to time, overlapped perfectly. They were like plastic colleagues assembling a complete ship, and the students working on it twitched their lips. The personalities of executives at large companies are truly unique. Mr. Shuju is the kind of guest who strictly follows the rules. His action plan can be completely modeled after the distinguished guest sent by the company last year, the year before, or even 10 years ago. This is a good thing. It can save the school a lot of money. Strength. But the younger Mr. Gold-Dust was different. He smiled and said he wanted to wander around campus. That wasn't a problem. The school was happy to create more opportunities for its own students. The problem was that company executives above P40 fetched high prices on the black market, making security a challenge. Furthermore, Evakin's reputation was well known, and the school was a little worried he wouldn't be able to control himself and would prey on innocent students. Both men and women, after 20 years of studying hard to achieve their dreams or pursue truth, wouldn't be willing to be deceived and subjected to such calamity. The school welcomes investors and recruiters, but not anyone taking advantage of the situation to sneak in and seduce. But that kind of talk was a bit awkward. Graduation season is so busy on campus, and traveling alone is bound to lead to security lapses. The young lecturer, who had replaced the students and was leading the way, had a stern face. This dazzling, golden creature was like a peacock with its tail spread out. Who could be safe letting him wander around the campus? The assistant stepped forward and said with a smile, "Thank you for your reminder, but Mr. Shajin is a dedicated protection practitioner himself. We might be concerned about other things, but we always go easy on security. Don't delay me from checking in at the sacred places where Miss Feverick had visited, young lecturer. Listening to what you're saying makes me even more worried, okay? Guests are guests, and preconceived notions are not the way to treat guests." But he thought of a compromise. "In that case, please follow me. The dormitories are closed to the public. This is for the students' safety. I hope you understand. In fact, there's no closed area at First Truth University, except for the laboratories at the headquarters of the Institute of Knowledge." However, the young executive had never been to the university, and didn't know about this. Anyway, try to find him a place to sit, and stop him from running around. If that doesn't work, well, then we just have to ask for help. Ask the most difficult young professor in the entire school to come and deal with this guy. Kakavasia knew exactly why the receptionist was hesitating. The Evakin had a terrible reputation. In his 20 years, outside of his own family, he only encountered 2 people who had questioned their reputation, and one of them had died in a lie spun by the warden of Evere prison. "No problem. Lead the way, please." He chuckled and nodded, and the young lecturer breathed a sigh of relief. Why not go to the Ionan open-air auditorium near the graduate school? Professor Anax's final debate had already concluded, so the crowds were relatively sparse. Graduate students are more mature and less likely to be deceived than undergraduates. Most importantly, graduate students are very busy. The saying "a wise man never falls in love," and "a wily king pursues a master's," and doctoral degree applies precisely to them. Mr. Shuju happened to be giving a speech at the open-air auditorium. Since both of you are executives at the Interstellar Peace Company, it makes sense for you to act in unison. It's quite busy around the open-air auditorium today. Why don't I take you there to see the campus? If you're lucky, you might encounter a young scholar from the philosophy department giving a public debate, this ancient teaching method. When he talked about academic matters, he spoke non-stop without pause. Kakavasa barely understood, but he still perked up and pretended to listen attentively. Natural theology is a branch of philosophy. This reason alone was enough to convince him. If he just thought about it, he knew he would definitely meet Anna in the vast crowd. "Okay, then, let's find a place to sit near the auditorium you mentioned. I, who never had the chance to enter the school, won't bother these gifted students." He smiled generously, but a flicker of embarrassment crossed the face of the young lecturer, who had initially been wary of him like a thief. Prejudice isn't the proper attitude of a scholar, but he didn't think he was wrong to be wary of this Evkin. It's just that this person doesn't seem to have such intentions, which makes his pettiness look even more unpleasant. I'm so embarrassed. Cygania is located at the junction of 3 stars, and due to its unique geographical conditions, it is constantly covered in dust and sand. The people living there are extremely short of supplies, and educational resources are even more precious. It's not the fault of this young man that he lost his education. Ahem, he coughed twice, turning his head away. "Please!" He led the guests to the most elegant and luxurious cafe near the Ionia auditorium. Here, the service wasn't provided by machines, but by real people. Machines didn't need wages or days off, but humans needed both. Even in Pierpoint, only upscale establishments employed human workers, and within First Truth University itself, there were few such places. The cafe's third floor was furnished with individual rooms. Floor-to-ceiling windows, draped with layers of silk curtains, afforded a clear view of the proceedings in the open-air auditorium. The auditorium was packed with students, who had stopped to listen to the lecture. It had to be said that Mr. Shuju's demeanor more closely matched the stereotype of a corporate executive. On the walkways surrounding the auditorium, students, uninterested in the company's recruitment, strolled in small groups, books between them, chatting and enjoying the campus life. Graduate school is facing deadlines these days, and while some are happy, others are worried. The expressions on their faces reveal the difference. Those filled with grief, tears in their eyes, and dejected, face the inevitable failure of their courses. Meanwhile, those with light steps, relaxed expressions, and smiles on their faces must have diligently worked hard, and when the time comes for them to reap the rewards, they will naturally reap the fruits of their labor. Ah! The assistant tried to keep her voice down, but still managed to attract attention. She stood by the French window, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes gleaming brightly. It's Miss Favorict. Good. What luck. Encountering her up close and personal on such a fortuitous occasion, unlike the dark photo, Miss Favorict's features in her daily life remain sharp and cold, but she doesn't have that menacing aura. Turns out the underworld boss is actually a genius. What can I do? I'm even more tempted. Everyone, to some degree, admires the strong and despises the foolish. Miss Favorict happens to be both strong and intelligent. The assistant blushed. Is it okay to blush, feel your heart race, and feel your legs weaken at the sight of a young woman of the same sex? Mr. Shahjeen, who was talking to someone, shifted subconsciously. But he didn't go to the window to look down. Instead, he took a few steps into the room. Neither the assistant nor the accompanying young lecturer paid much attention. The young company executive wouldn't know a scholar from a remote galaxy who had been admitted to the First Truth University. He probably just didn't like being compared to others. After all, this woman looked, well, pretty, of the elegant sort. Chapter 174. I heard from Castorea that they have a new salted cream pastry that's quite delicious. Damons took the menu and asked his roommates for their opinions. Phaeton nodded trustingly. Then I have one of these. What are your choices? Anna chose the plump nun's puff, and Sid ordered a mint cake with a cream color that matched his hair perfectly. Everyone had many plans to discuss for the upcoming summer vacation, starting with course selection for the next semester. While major courses couldn't be changed, Anna was eager to continue slacking off in the electives. She watched Phaethon and Damons bickering over her white bone china cup when someone gently nudged the back of her hand. Sid had divided his cake into 4 pieces so everyone could have a taste. Are you allergic to mint? His voice was always low in public, and Anna had to lean closer to hear him. Allergic? No, I'm not allergic to anything I can think of. That's good, Sid smiled, pushing the divided cakes toward her fingers. The mint flavor is quite nice when it's hot. That's right, it has a naturally cooling flavor. Anna raised her hand to drag the plate toward her, slicing off a bit of the light green with a spoon and shoving it into her mouth. Not bad, but not particularly fond either. But she wouldn't refuse food. After slowly finishing it, she quickly pinched off a puff and stuffed it into her mouth. The paper had been successfully submitted, ensuring she wasn't at risk of failing the course this semester. The young scholars had plenty to talk about. Since Anna's unfortunate external device had completely vanished, the conversation turned to this matter. It's not the latest model, but it has good features. Miss Robin, a star of the Sky Ring tribe from Pinocchio, is the face of the commercials, and the feather pattern on the back cover is very popular. Damons introduced it across the table. Sid opened the virtual screen of his personal computer and asked Anna to look at the actual product together. As long as you don't ask Phaeton about this kind of thing, anyone can give a good recommendation. The joke about Bimal wearing a khaki top and eggplant purple skirt will probably never go away. I don't think it's necessary. I gotten used to using my computer directly these days. The full name of the external device is Personal Computer External Portable Device, and it's mainly used when it's not necessary or warranted to open the screen. Anna really thinks this thing is okay. A year ago, she didn't even have a personal computer, and she didn't develop the habit of feeling uncomfortable without looking at it for 5 minutes. But her roommates didn't think so. No, you always ignore the communication on the computer. It's so hard to find you when you're not in the dorm. Or are you having financial problems? Phaeton raised his eyebrows in confusion. Professor Anaxes may be strict, but he pays very generously. Are you in trouble? My previous work at the Black Tower station wasn't for nothing. The advantage of working for the professor was that he couldn't afford to withhold wages. Credit points had already been deposited into student accounts through the school system, enough to support novice scholars traveling or researching their interests during the holidays. If this topic were to continue, someone would probably immediately donate their external equipment. Anna quickly said yes. Okay, I buy one when I get home during the holidays. It's no big deal. Not to mention the professor's salary, I haven't even spent all the dividends Delaney gave me yet. Compared to the days of occasionally rummaging through garbage on Ghoul Island, she's incredibly wealthy now. Okay, the topic was successfully changed. Everyone put the external device issue aside, and Phaeton revived his plan to take his roommates back home for a visit. 60 days of vacation, and don't you have any plans for fun? Damon's and Sid nodded in unison. Yeah, even part-time workers need some downtime. Such a long vacation. However, Anna couldn't be sure how long the Galaxy Hunters operation would last, so she could only shake her head and smile in defiance. I haven't checked into that online store for almost 6 months. If I slack off any more, Delaney will probably burst into the dorm in a rage and denounce the irresponsible senior. That's really scary. Damon's picked up the coffee pot to refill his roommate's cups, then turned and jokingly said to Phaeton, "What's doing in your little place? Helping with the farm? Why not come to my place? The view from the cliffs is great. That's called pastoral style. You have such poor taste." Phaeton angrily declared that he would never ask a customer to help with heavy labor, and the two began arguing again. They always do that, Sid said, scattering his hands. Just as he was about to say something else, the cafe's waiter rang the bell at the bar and announced, "Today we're having a limited time promotion. All customers who place an order will receive a second gift. I hope you enjoy it." The shop wasn't crowded. The first floor was a bookstore, while the second and third floors housed the dining area. It was said that the third floor, divided into smaller rooms, offered more refined food and service than the second floor, though a service fee would likely be charged, so poor students wouldn't even consider going up there. Wow! So lucky? Today is definitely the luckiest day of my life. Phaeton applauded in gratitude, and Anna followed the crowd, clapping twice before lowering her hands. Rather than feasting, her attention was completely focused on this so-called limited time event. I didn't hear this shop often has events when we came in? I don't know, I never been here. Sid lowered his head to contact Castorea on his external device, but she didn't respond for a moment. Soon, the waiters filed in with the second dessert. The free dessert arrived on cue, even more than the original purchase, a truly pleasant surprise. The students in other seats were overjoyed, promising to return again. Anna and the others, staring at the extra cakes and puffs, choked in silence. It was delicious, but the excess was a bit greasy, and leaving it there seemed like a waste. I can't eat anymore. Anna glanced around, motioning for the waiter to bring some takeout boxes. Sid followed suit. I can't eat anymore either. Phaeton, can you please take this untouched cake to Castoria and Perlusia? He wasn't much of a dessert fan, and if it weren't for the majority's decision, he wouldn't have even set foot in this shop. Okay, no problem. It wasn't a big deal. Phaeton was planning to visit the Dioscuri sisters next, so delivering the mint cakes was just a matter of convenience. Take the puffs over too, so they can share, they're not heavy. The waiter had already packed up the cake and pastries, and Anna once again felt as if someone was watching her from the shadows. During graduation, the school was a hive of activity, so it was not surprising that a few bounty hunters had slipped in. It's just that those desperados were often reckless when it came to their actions. The concept of harming innocent people simply wasn't in their vocabulary. It was best to leave first and quietly resolve this situation somewhere less crowded. Thinking of this, she picked up the puff she ordered from her plate and ate it, then looked at the other three without a trace of surprise. I suddenly remembered I need to see Professor Lachaud about something. Do you want to come with me, or go back to the dorms? Who would bother approaching Veritas Lachaud for no reason? Phaeton and the others naturally shook their heads and declined. No, go ahead. We sit for a while, and then explore somewhere else. Okay, then I be leaving. See you later. She nodded and stood up, descending the stairs. The atmosphere in a room on the third floor was suffocatingly dull. The young lecturer accompanying the guests glanced at the external device in his hand every few minutes. He didn't want to call his colleagues right now, he just wanted to call the police. The blond young man sitting across from him lowered his head, his hair obscuring his eyes, his expression obscured. His assistant stood there, distracted, his thoughts etched in his mind, each one more peculiar than the other. Yes, he knew about the world's most beautiful woman poll on the school's Starnet community, and the photo of Anna Fiber-Richter and her roommates was still on the cover. But this was First Truth University, a place where young students sought knowledge and truth. External objects, like appearances, were merely momentary entertainment, and no one would consider this a major news event. The assistant was acting rather overzealously, like a fan chasing an idol. She never took her eyes off the dark-haired woman downstairs. But Fabriquette wasn't an idol. She was a diligent and brilliant young scholar who shouldn't be drawn into the world of entertainment, let alone prying eyes. Excessive outside interference would only hinder her pursuit of knowledge, something no faculty member wanted. Furthermore, if the assistant even remotely suspected of disrupting the studies of a promising student, Mr. Goldust would be the one to be kicked out of school. This fellow's face darkened terribly when he saw Fabriquette and Professor Anax's nephew huddled together, and he even conspired with the cafe manager to fabricate a limited-time event. His ulterior motives were clear. Thankfully, Fabriquette remained unmoved and simply packed up her belongings and gave them to her roommate. One who accepts favors will be grateful, and one who accepts favors will be less likely to be coerced in the future. Of course, the school wouldn't interfere in students' personal lives, but scholars and illiterates had nothing in common beyond the relationship of educator and educated, and it was foreseeable that their lives would become a mess. The young lecturer had seen many similar examples. Men and women, both men and women, were often more willing to seek spiritual resonance after their hormones had temporarily subsided. How could you expect a learned and intelligent scholar to empathize with a mere literate person? Besides, given the Evekins' notorious reputation, no family would be willing to entrust their daughter to them, let alone an exceptional one. What if this guy brought disaster upon them? No matter how rich he was, he wouldn't be able to do it. The Knowledge Society wasn't afraid of the Interstellar Peace Company. Chapter 175. And a walk out of the cafe. The lecture in the Ionia auditorium had long since concluded. She casually circled the auditorium, then reached the taxi stop, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the headquarters of the Polymath Society. At this point, the entire system housing the First Truth University was devoid of people, and the only corner that could escape public scrutiny was the headquarters. There were many laboratories conducting dangerous experiments there, and because of the previous robbery they had orchestrated with Mr. Blade, their security and response levels far surpassed those of the teaching areas. The taxi, following the designated route, dropped her off. Anna disembarked, traversing the solid ground, searching for a suitable route. A chat suddenly popped up on her computer. She opened the screen and saw Professor Lachaud asking for her coordinates. When did the professor return to school? For a moment, she considered making up a lie to get by, but the thought of the intellectual disparity between her and her instructor quickly dismissed the idea. Telling the truth would at most result in a call to the office to scrutinize the paper, but lying would have disastrous consequences. Like the last time I lied about having surgery, who knew I'd be confronted by the terrifying presence of my supervisor the moment I opened my eyes. I'm right outside headquarters, Before Anna could find a suitable excuse for her presence, footsteps echoed from the courtyard. Professor Lachaud, exhausted from travel, saw his idiotic student standing at the parking lot, scratching his head at the virtual screen. If nothing else, at least his anxiety settled. The lecturer who was meeting the company executive was very responsible. As soon as she noticed any suspicions of him having ill intentions towards a beautiful girl at the school, she immediately contacted her supervisor. The job of education is sometimes difficult to strike the right balance. Overindulgence is a definite dereliction of duty, while overinvolvement can easily infringe upon others' freedom. After all, very few minors attend First Truth University, and adults should have their own plans for their lives, both professionally and at home. From another perspective, this might be considered disrespectful to the person being guarded, but teachers often have to intervene, even at the risk of being scolded or blamed. I saw the paper you submitted. It's well written. 5 points. Febricite's bewildered expression revealed she wasn't aware she might be prey. Veritas Ladia resolved the situation by assigning her summer homework. Regardless of whether there were any malicious plots from the outside, it's not right to accuse your child of wrongdoing right away, right? There's no need to repeatedly emphasize something unfounded. Doing so could easily provoke rebellion in young people. As long as she had enough homework, she wouldn't have time to go out and play with the yellow-haired boy, and the chances of her being abducted and losing focus on her studies would naturally decrease. Besides, there are many things you can only truly understand through personal experience, and many life lessons can only be truly understood by truly stepping into that river. At worst, I could just put in some effort to recruit students in the future. Professor Lachaud is used to this kind of thing, and he's certainly not the only one he's managed. Ah, thank you, Professor. Anna was stunned for a moment before realizing that her professor had praised her thesis. This was even harder than taking down a star god's envoy. She was deeply grateful to this dedicated professor, and simply didn't know how to repay him. Professor Leisha had taught countless students, and a glance would reveal her inner thoughts. The more sincere and honest a student was, the more repulsive the yellow-haired outsider seemed. Continuing on the path you've chosen is the best way to repay me. Nothing else is necessary. He turned and walked towards the headquarters of the Polymath Society. Follow me. Through the corridors lined with white stone columns, the professor's offices could be located anywhere in the building. Thankfully, Professor Leisha had no such quirks. The area near the scenic pond was his domain. Not far away, the shaded office belonged to Professor Anaxes. Two of the most distinctive young scholars in the society occupied this space, and no one dared to approach without warning. Go in, and write down what you need to do during your vacation. He placed the tablet disguised as a slate on the table, and its reflection immediately reflected itself on the spotless surface. Anna didn't feel comfortable finding a place to sit down. As usual, she pulled out her new orange cat notebook and wrote a few words. She was still unaccustomed to using a laptop. While she could use it, her first instinct when recording events was always to write. This meant that Anna Fiber-Richter had never installed a personal laptop before entering First Truth University, meaning she was a person without an identity. Besides the fictitious surname Fiber-Richter, even her first name wasn't necessarily her real name. This student's origins weren't difficult to guess. The investigation was hampered by the question of who had instructed her before she was sent to Yver prison. Edmund Honoria quickly recounted everything he heard and seen on the prison planet. Regarding Fabriquette, he said she already lost her memories of her pre-incarceration years when they met. The Popok slave, whose starting bid was 1 billion credits, and whose company's VIP was worth 3.5 billion, was now bent over a table, meticulously writing down his summer homework. This sense of disconnection was truly refreshing. Her buyer wouldn't just leave 1 billion credits lying around. No organization or individual in the universe could be so wealthy. But with Fabriquette in her current state, even if her buyer suddenly appeared, it would probably be of little use. A person without hope and anticipation for the future won't be motivated to do anything, much less expend their energy on the exhausting task of learning knowledge. Veritas Ladio had a few theories. Based on Anna Fabric's post-amnesia trajectory, he could infer what kind of person she might have been before her amnesia. To command, or rather, to afford such a skilled slave, the person behind it must have had serious plans. Of course, the most likely scenario was a strife within the company's board of directors. Someone wanted to remove Osvaldo Schneider, so they sent the Popok slaves, whom they had privately purchased and raised, to publicly speak and organize rallies to protest certain radical actions in the marketing department, hoping to force Schneider to appear and appease the public. It's almost impossible to trace Anna's actions before this incident. Based on the few records that haven't been deleted, Miss Fabric was quite articulate before her amnesia. Given the right environment, she could easily have sparked riots and occasionally shocked the social leaders. She was completely different from her current quiet and docile self. It's more like she's become a completely different person than she's lost her memory. Have you finished copying? Then leave. I hope you'll be able to stay in class next semester. At least don't make me go to jail to get you out. Ah. Yes, Professor, I understand. Anna frowned at the amount of homework, deeply suspecting that Professor Leisho had no intention of letting her have a summer vacation. Social surveys, book readings, excerpts, reflections, and even a short essay? No, I just submitted one today, Professor. Any questions? Professor Leisho pretended to be clueless. The foolish student who trusted him so unconditionally scratched the back of his head and swallowed back the words on his lips. No, no. If you don't have any, why are you still standing there like an idiot? The instructor glared sharply at the student, and she scurried out of the office, her neck hunched and head lowered. Even then, the young lecturer in charge of reception began to urge Kakavasia back to the company's starship. The school never needs to provide extra accommodations for guests attending ceremonies. Inviting them into the system is already a great honor, okay? Don't think knowledge is cheap. Where else do you want to visit? Mr. Shuju has already left. Don't you two need to coordinate your itinerary? He was practically saying get out of here. The young executive didn't show any displeasure, maintaining a friendly smile. Friend, you seem to have a bad impression of me. Did I offend you? Or did I behave rudely and annoy you? Probably not. However, in the eyes of the lecturer, he was already a high-risk individual who needed to be escorted out of the school by security. Young, beautiful, wealthy, with a troubled past and a successful present, who couldn't be appeased. Mr. Shahjeen, you're joking. I have no problem with you. It's just that for the sake of teaching order and student safety, outsiders are advised to stay within the designated area. He changed his tone to a less offensive one. The main thing was that the way this guy just lied about his credit without blinking was so frivolous and dissolute. He really didn't seem like a good person. I don't know where he learned this trick from. It's almost like he has the word bad guy carved into his forehead. Trying to treat everyone to drinks and cake just to curry favor with a student is a bit corny no matter how you look at it. Even novelists don't structure plots like that these days, for fear of being laughed at by readers for being as old-fashioned as Tainai. Kakavaja knew the lecturer wouldn't let him move freely no matter what. He didn't want to cause trouble for Anna, so he smiled and politely escorted him back to the starship. The assistant followed him, her mouth pouting so much that you could hang your badge on it. The young man returned to the starship and immediately gave her a day off for the duration of the ceremony. It seems I'm not very popular with the teachers. Sorry to bother you. He took off his bowler hat and played with it in his hands, saying casually, go out and have fun. It's a rare opportunity to travel under the company's auspices. Staying on the starship all the time would be a real bummer. Don't forget to report back before the ship departs. Good luck, Mr. Golddust. Turns out to be a good man. The assistant was shocked and disbelieving at first, then bowed joyfully, and returned to her room to comb her hair and change her hairstyle. Although she didn't have a lover yet, she believed that even if she did, meeting someone she loved wouldn't fill her with more unbearable anticipation than meeting Miss Febret. The next time I see someone talking bad about Mr. Golddust behind his back, I scold them till they're lost. Chapter 176. Students who confirmed they hadn't failed any courses this semester only needed to submit a leave notice in the academic affairs system and pack up and leave. They simply had to return to campus on time before the start of the semester to declare their leave. The process was much simpler than the enrollment process. You didn't have to leave if you didn't want to. The dormitory area had no roof, and the doors wouldn't be locked just because of the holidays. The systems and machines were responsible for managing the area, and they didn't take holidays. That inexplicably chilling gaze hadn't appeared since she left the cafe, even if she'd taken the most secluded paths. Perhaps it was an illusion? Anna returned to the dormitory with a pile of homework. She first selected her courses for the next semester and submitted them to the academic affairs system as required. Then she contacted Luing to ask her where she should go to meet up with her colleagues. The galaxy where Yepala Palace was located, how could I describe it? It's even more chaotic than the porridge Phaeton had concocted on a whim. No one would go there for sightseeing, and scientific research was unlikely. Few of the factions under destruction have good tempers. You're going over there and brazenly claiming scientific research. Are you using the locals as specimens for observation? This kind of research, which is obviously not a good idea, might work in other star systems, but here you only end up with a full magazine of bullets. The quantity is generous, and there's absolutely no risk of resurrection. Luing quickly sent back the coordinates of a car-wash planet, but nothing else. Then Anna saw Xianzhou's real name online message asking about her holiday plans, and whether she wanted to visit Luofu. Yao Qing, a fitness enthusiast, invited her to join him for a 5-kilometer cross-country run. Zhu Ming, a quiet netizen with a special fondness for ancient art like sculpture, even spoke up to remind her to be careful about her safety when traveling during the holidays. Anything is fine, just don't get lost. Although there was a strangely kind tone in her voice, her good intentions were genuine. After telling her online friends that she was going out to work, she regretfully declined their invitations and booked herself a ticket online for a starship that would definitely pass by the car-wash planet. Just then, Phaeton and the others returned from outside, handing out all the cakes they had packed, and in return, they received a pile of snacks. Come on, pick first. Whitehair dumped the contents of his arms all over the table, wiping away the non-existent beads of sweat. Castorea and the others love those sweet treats so much. They get a lot of goodies for every penny they give them. The so-called goodies were simply the candies and instant foods everyone kept hidden in their dormitories, or space buttons to stabilize their blood sugar levels. The Dioscuri sisters' research was in life, and they often had to go on internships. Whether in the lab or on the operating table, they and their classmates would spend tens or even dozens of hours in the field, making these little snacks essential. You can't just abandon your critical research to go shopping for food, right? And you certainly can't leave an anesthetized patient in the operating room while you go eat, right? So these reserves will always come in handy. If it weren't for the end of the semester, Phaeton might not have been able to pull off such a haul. What are these? Anna picked up a palm-sized cylindrical box. The paper lid read, Ocean Flavor. Add hot water for 3 minutes, and you're ready to eat. Phaeton fondly picked up another box, rubbing his head against it. Without Damon's dorm, this is the only way to fill my stomach. So, isn't this just a bowl of instant noodles for my Suma? Looking back now, the importance of Damon's is self-evident. Instant noodles are fine once or twice, but eating too much is truly unpleasant, leaving you feeling sick from the stomach to the brain. Considering where they were going next, Anna grabbed a whole rack of mixed instant noodles and forgot about the other snacks. It's quite novel. I take it back and try it. I tried the others before, so you can share. She shoved the bowl of noodles into her space button and chatted about leaving school. I just contacted my family. There's a whole herd of cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks waiting to be taken care of. Professor Lachaud has given me a lot of homework, so I can't go anywhere. In other words, no matter who invited her, she wouldn't accept. Then we have to talk about it during winter break. Phaeton was alright. The universe was so vast, and it was rare for them to be together in a small dorm. If they didn't get the chance this year, there was always next year. If they didn't get the chance while they were still in school, there was always after graduation. To him, friend wasn't just a temporary term. Sid smiled and said, "It's okay. You can spend more time in our galaxy someday. It's quite interesting. Besides its own existence, there's also a chaotic reflection. Don't even mention that reflection. No one knows what's inside. Liu Guangying is always trying to get inside." Damons took 2 bags of candy from the table. No one would have guessed that the most burly and robust man in the dorm was actually passionate about cooking and had a particular fondness for sweets. His nickname on the Starnet community was also dessert. It's amazing how he maintains such a good weight. Okay, I definitely go see it someday. Anna thought that description sounded a bit like the product of Star Cores. Wherever there are Star Cores, there are Star Core hunters. Oh no, the Star Dome train has recently joined the Star Core collection team. Maybe they encounter the dome in Phaeton's hometown. It's a deal. It's a deal. Mr. Goldust, why is your jumpy assistant gone? Shortly after returning to the starship, Kakavasia ran into Shuju emerging from the lounge. The guy had finally changed out of his royal military uniform for a less tiring-looking civilian uniform. Oh! I think I heard a certain P45 was kicked out in disgrace. How's your face? The colleague spoke sweetly. Ever since the day he was promoted by Emerald to join the Stoneheart 10, buzzing incessantly like an annoying fly that couldn't be killed. Thanks to you, it's doing very well. I'm sorry to trouble His Highness. We still have time. Take your assistant and look for any strange peas or other things under the bed, so we don't disturb your rest. When it comes to sarcasm and innuendo, who could a man like him, a man whose family was destroyed, a slave, and even imprisoned, fear? Back when he single-handedly silenced the entire prison corridor with his scolding, His Highness was probably still learning long, complex sentences from his etiquette teacher that were both useful and useless. Shuju had never concealed his dissatisfaction with Sha Jin from the beginning. He was the kind of person who would openly express his prejudices and preconceived ideas. Stubborn and annoying, but not completely evil. What? Did that Miss Fabricate touch upon your heartbreak? When it comes to insulting others, especially those who are gold dust, Shuju always goes all out. TSK, 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 how pitiful. No one who truly helped you has ever met a good end. Those who benefited from you just sold you out. He lowered his voice with ill intent. Could it be that lady? Her name seems to be Anna, too. Count them, poor Evikin. You have several Annas around you. Aren't they sad? You thought you were promoted and treated well because of your abilities, but you didn't expect it was all for a name. You're truly strange and unique. A bounty of 3.5 billion, even if the company only redeems half, is still a considerable sum. Then take your guards and give it a try, the blonde youth said, flashing the same swagger he wore at the gambling table. I don't mind. Even if I'm wrong, I'm not the one to go down and apologize in disgrace. Hurry up. I'm just sitting around and want to see some fun. The more brazen and maliciously he instigated, the more unsure Shuju became. Judging from the outline in the photo, Anna Fiberrick did bear some resemblance to number 082411321. But the universe is so vast, and it's not uncommon for people to share similar names. If an ordinary person were to mistake someone, they'd be fine. The problem was, Fiberrick was no ordinary person. She was a young scholar at the First Truth University's graduate school. After investigating the academic system, Shuju discovered that she had actually passed the course assessments for Veritas Eladio and Anaxagras. This proved that she was a genuine scholar, no imposter with a head full of muscle. And assuming she truly was that Anna, Gold Dust wouldn't be dismissed with a few words. If he could be so indifferent to someone who offered him protection in dire straits, Jadeite wouldn't have made an exception to promote him. To simultaneously provoke two renowned pioneering scholars would make even company executives think twice. Especially since Professor Lachaud was surprisingly a hunter. Humiliating his student would likely lead to retaliation from experts, scholars, and industry leaders scattered throughout the universe. 52 demanding courses, with a 3% completion rate, carry a particularly heavy weight at this moment. To move against Anna Fiberit, one must have irrefutable evidence. But if he risked everything to embarrass someone with no connection, and a strong background simply to challenge Gold Dust, Shuji would have considered himself sane, and wouldn't have gone so far. Even if he disregarded his own reputation, did the family and citizens behind him have any shame? Don't let me catch you, slave. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to let the matter go. One side of the dispute had first stopped, but the other side wasn't willing to let him off the hook. Even if he was sitting peacefully in a chair, someone would pounce on him like a mad dog and bite him. If he didn't retaliate fiercely, he would be looked down upon. Kakavasia pulled out a chip from somewhere, toying with it between his fingers. He smiled at his useless colleague and said, "Honestly, I sincerely suggest you give it a try. 3.5 billion credit points should be enough to solve your royal family's deficit. I hope there won't be any more unexplained expenses appearing on the books, Your Highness. What do you think? You mock my origins, and I mock your great relatives. The goal is a mutually destructive situation, with no one gaining any benefits." You? Shuji was speechless, his defense broken. Seeing the two executives, who held the cornerstone and possessed some of the power of the Preservation Order, about to collide like fighting cocks, security and waiters rushed out, sending messages to find the two gentlemen's assistants and gently coaxing them into action. In short, if you two want to fight, don't do it on the starship, and especially don't do it in front of the Polytechnic Institute. We're all employees of the Interstellar Peace Company, and we need to keep our dignity when we go out. Chapter 177. The assistant was strolling along the path outside the Ionia auditorium, when her external device suddenly vibrated violently. She opened the message page and glanced down at it for a moment. The first message was from the security captain, telling the assistants to go back and persuade their superiors not to fight with their colleagues. The use of the word "them" was quite clever. Given Mr. Shajin's background and his skills, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a real fight, so he ignored it. The second message was from her superior, telling her to enjoy her vacation and not rush back. While following Mr. Shajin was bound to get some gossip, he had no bad habits, except for his penchant for games of chance. He never forced his subordinates to work overtime, nor did he interrupt others' rest with fake, heartwarming speeches late at night. On his days off, he was as quiet as death. He was generous and unrestrained with his orders for food and afternoon tea on weekdays, and he never shirked blame. Honestly, it would be hard to find another man as handsome as him in the entire universe. If Miss Fabriquet hadn't suddenly appeared, the assistant thought it would be hard not to fall in love with the Evkin. He's quite good-looking, too. She closed the chat page and found a clean stone seat. In the open-air auditorium, students busily removed the podium left behind by company executives for their presentations and dragged in a bunch of props, meticulously shuffling them around. A drama club activity? The students passing by speculated, and someone knew the correct answer. It's an impromptu performance. Aren't there a lot of alumni and investors coming to watch these days? Oh, what play? That was a problem. If it were organized entirely by non-acting majors, the show would inevitably be too academic and might not appeal to the general public. I heard the script was written by the mysterious playwright Xia Dai. The plot must be fantastic. They really invested a lot of money to showcase their acting skills. It can't be helped. When you're starting out in this industry, you have to find good investors. Russell, blah, blah. The performance was fantastic. The assistant, who had originally just sat down to rest and hadn't intended to watch the show, had unknowingly watched the entire improvisational performance, which took an hour and a half. It's true that First Truth University is full of hidden talents. Even young students who aspire to a career in the entertainment industry have acting skills far superior to many professionals who rely solely on their looks to gain recognition. After applauding the actor's efforts and feeling rested, she got up and went to the cafe she'd been to before to grab 2 takeout portions of Miss Favoric's Nun's Puffs. Then, carrying the packed puffs, she strolled slowly around the campus. Studying and working are 2 completely different stages of life. Even those who have only worked for a single day will sincerely miss the ease and leisure of campus life. After all, Academic pressure is generally not life-threatening, but the same cannot be said for work pressure. A group of female students, huddled together, walked by, smiling and chatting about test scores, favorite foods, admired people, and upcoming vacation plans. The assistant unknowingly followed them, listening as they turned a corner and came into view as enthusiasts dressed in theatrical costumes as popular characters, opening a new world for visitors. She saw someone had set up a chair in the open space, with 3 mannequins draped in black suits propped up behind it. Many young girls, and of course young boys, were among them. They took turns donning black suits, holding prop scepters, and sat on the chairs for photos. Then, blushing and smiling with a hidden joy, they moved on to the next stall to check in. I never thought you top students would do this too. I want to take some pictures too. In the evening, she found a hotel on campus and watched the sun slowly set. The ringing of the get out of class bell filled her ears, along with laughter and a few quiet complaints. Students hurried off in one direction, only to amble back in groups of 2 or 3, like sheep toward the shuttle bus stop. The next morning, the bell woke her early, and the assistant realized she had slept soundly all night, without even a dream. Even if she didn't meet Miss Fabrique again, it didn't matter. First Truth University itself was enough to erase that regret. She sat cross-legged on one of the many benches on campus, meticulously editing the photos she had taken yesterday, selecting the best ones to post on her WeChat moments. She soon saw Mr. Goldust, with a reserved touch, like every one of them. She had to leave First Truth University, and return to Pierpoint this afternoon. She hoped she'd have another chance to visit again. Undeterred, she returned to the vicinity of Ionia Hall. The assistant saw many students searching for temporary travel companions at the shuttle bus stop. Going home together after school? They were just like little kids. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. 2 men, standing out from the crowd, were carrying luggage, and between them walked an empty-handed young woman. She was listening intently to the white-haired young man, while the pink-haired woman next to her occasionally joined in the conversation with a few comments. She was quite tall for a woman her age, her back straight as a sword, her bony wrists half exposed from her shirt sleeves, a faint shimmer of light gold. They drew closer and closer. As they passed each other, the assistant felt her heart pounding, her breathing quickened, and her eyes inexplicably moist. One of millions of people is lucky enough to pass by you. Be careful. The tall Miss Fabrique clearly didn't look up at her, but just as her fingers loosened, she grasped the external device, which was about to make close contact with the ground. Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Her voice was a little cold, her brows sharp and handsome, and she looked at the assistant with a hint of concern. You don't seem to be a student at this school? It's okay. The school hospital won't refuse patients. Her gaze was cold but filled with pure kindness, even though the person she was facing was of unknown origin. Send this clip to my friends, who enjoy watching romantic dramas. Nothing else needs to be said. I am fine. The assistant felt a little breathless. She looked so beautiful. Really? There's still time. Should we take you to the school hospital? It's been so hot these days. White hair leaned forward like an enthusiastic dog, and the assistant suddenly woke up. It's fine, it's fine. Really? She raised her eyes shyly at Anna. Yes, I'm sorry. What could you possibly be sorry for? Anna tilted her head, a question mark forming in her mind. The strange young woman in front of her looked as if she was about to faint. Why was she even tilting her head? She was so good at it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. She was being sincere. She had never expected to run into Miss Fabrique again, or even to speak up close. Anna suddenly realized something, and said she'd been getting a lot of strange looks these past few days. It was indeed that photo. Ah, you mean the StarNet community vote? We were doing experiments at the Black Tower space station, and the environment was rather monotonous, so we organized an event. I hope I didn't cause any trouble for you. She returned the external device to its owner, who licked his lips nervously and whispered, Can we take a picture together? I won't post it publicly. If it wasn't posted publicly, it wouldn't be a big deal. Since she asked politely beforehand, Anna didn't refuse. Sure, is this nearby okay? I need to catch a starship later. He was rushing off to work as a Star Corps hunter, a summer job. Of course. It won't affect your normal life, I understand. The assistant nodded giddily and happily. Now, let alone where to take the picture, even if Anna asked for her personal computer account password, she would hand it over without hesitation. Phaeton, stifling a laugh, offered a suggestion. There's a beautiful reed backdrop over by the viewing pond. And, would you like me to lend you a fancy dress? Come on, Your khaki aesthetic is beyond praise, Anna quipped deftly. Are you cursed by the pure beauty star goddess Adrila? How could anyone think khaki and dark purple go together? That's truly terrifying. Miss Febrick is quite attractive in real life, too. The assistant blushed and whispered, anywhere is fine with me. Damon stood nearby, hesitant to speak, while Anna, rubbing her forehead, guided the way and advised her, you can't judge a person by their appearance. How can you be sure I'm a good person? Right now, everywhere on campus is crowded and relatively safe. If you encounter me on another planet, you better turn around and run. The faster the better. Don't ever say anywhere's fine, or I might sell you out. This time, both men burst into laughter, earning a sharp eye roll. Okay, here it is. Sorry for the intrusion. Anna walked to the reedbed. A riot of light green and gold reeds housed numerous birds. The water was clean, fish swam lively, and swans, flapping their wings and calling, gracefully stretched their bodies on the surface. Please extend your hand, the black-haired woman said with a subtle smile. The assistant instinctively offered her hand, but before she could react, the person before her crouched down. It was probably because there were really few people nearby, otherwise Anna would have just made a scissor sign. She knelt on the soft moss, straightened her back, and raised her eyes to look at the visitor, whose head was full of confusion. Around her, strange monkey-like cries, and the sound of snapping photos echoed. Warm breath brushed against the back of her hand. By the time she finally understood what was happening, Miss Febrick had already stood up, bent over, and brushed the moss debris off her knees. Her expression was as calm as if nothing had happened. Give me an email address to receive the photo? Phaeton waved the external device in his hand. The photo didn't even need any retouching. It could be used directly as a souvenir photo for a proposal. The assistant blushed as she gave him the email address on her laptop and watched eagerly as he sent the email, downloaded, saved, copied, and saved it, setting it as the background image on the external device screen, all in one smooth motion. I won't bother you again, she said, barely able to utter a word. Thank you. I wish you a happy life, and good luck in your work, miss. Anna gently walked past her. This young woman reminded her of Abigail. A little kindness could bring them joy for a long time. Simple, precious, pure happiness. The assistant had no memory of where they had visited that whole afternoon. She only knew that she periodically glanced down at the screensaver on her external device, feeling cheerful but confused, like a bee saturated with honey that can't tell east from west, spinning around and around, relying solely on instinct to finally return to the starship. Mr. Goldust teased her when she returned early to call it a day, but for some reason, he suddenly became unwell when she simply glanced down at the external device. His nose, eyes, and mouth wrinkled as if he'd eaten a bucket of lemons. Kakavaja, I asked you to take a vacation, not to seduce my sister. So, what kind of person is my sister attracted to? It can't be this scheming, but not overly simple type, right? It's too natural, and that's a little hard to act. Chapter 178. On the way from graduate school to the starport, Anna met a young woman who looked a bit like Abigail. She took a photo with her and waved goodbye. Sid wanted to stay and wait for Professor Anaxa, so Phaeton and Damons happened to share a car with her, using the remaining seat for their luggage. Haha, I didn't expect to have a holiday this early, and I didn't expect I didn't fail the course. Phaeton grinned like a bright and cheerful fool, his teeth showing all the way. After finally getting on the transit starship, this guy kept grinning, as if he was afraid no one would know he gotten a passing grade under Veritas Lacio. Anna fought back the urge to hit him, but it was only a punch from Damons that stopped this automatic embarrassment machine. If you need anything, contact me. He said goodbye to Anna, dragging the back of his white-haired neck. He spoke briefly, but each word was sincere. If you encounter any trouble, just ask. There's no shame in asking friends for help. Don't worry. Anna watched them board their homeward starship and waited for over half a system before her designated ship arrived. The direction was towards the Lyra constellation, but the destination wasn't Lyra, but rather the car wash planet, where they would make a resupply stop. On the way, she kept talking to Ms. Myatt to confirm the quantity of products to be supplied to Delaney during the holiday. After politely declining Ms. Myatt's invitation, she began to wonder when she could visit the Immortal Ship Alliance to see if she could find a stable delivery point there. The once marginalized and isolated herders on Boise 3 had been completely cut off from the Interstellar Peace Company's procurement channels. Delaney's online store alone could handle all their products. If they could find a delivery point in the Immortal Ship Alliance for consistent shipments, everyone in Lyra who didn't want to be exploited would have another option. The invisible hand of the economy is enough to overthrow a regime entirely reliant on agricultural exports. All the books she read at First Truth University weren't in vain. The starship arrived at Car Wash Planet as scheduled. Anna mingled with the passengers leaving the ship for a break, visited a few stalls, bought some specialties from who knows where, and then turned a corner and seamlessly merged into this chaotic place. The starship would leave on its own at the appointed time, and on such a cheap liner, no one cared if someone left midway. She changed her clothes first and found a second-hand store to buy an 80% new external device. Such places are mostly where thieves sell stolen goods. She walked in with a stern face, and the owner could lower the price to just underwear to send the devil away. Although it was advertised as 80% new, Anna suspected it was actually a free purchase. However, she couldn't leave traceable card transactions outside of her intended destination, so this small store was her only option. After connecting to her personal computer and briefly chatting with Firefly, she sighed and turned to look for a place to stay. She was too early. First Truth University doesn't have many suitable souvenirs for colleagues, but thankfully, Car Wash Planet has all sorts of unique finds. After a long stroll, you might even find some clues to Professor Lachaud's summer homework assignment. Social research, investigating Car Wash Planet is also a form of research, isn't it? Rest assured, sir. The houses I have are absolutely spotless, and the neighbors are all top-notch. We have options at all price points, so you're guaranteed to be satisfied. The real estate agent nodded and bowed, rubbing his hands. The new customer, dressed in a smart suit and taciturn, was hard to tell whether he was her or not. With his hat pulled low over his features, he didn't look like a good person. But we're not in the business of the good guys. What good guy knows the ropes, and can find a black market agent? Regardless of whether the client is good or bad, the credit points he holds are truly valuable, a panacea for the incurable disease of poverty. Anna chose this guy to introduce her to a house because he's informal and dishonest. With the money in hand, this kind of person won't ask for ID, and you don't even need to sign a contract to own a property where you can live peacefully for at least 3 or 4 days. This kind of agent isn't very tight-lipped, but they won't tell the truth to investigators either. In short, if you want to hide your tracks, this is the best place to go. We won't be staying here for long anyway, and my colleagues are rushing to join us. Let's hope their appearance isn't too ostentatious. Here it is. Look! What a spacious frontage. What a grand occasion. They chose a mid-priced top-floor luxury apartment suite. As the agent enthusiastically explained, they arrived at the apartment entrance. 24-hour security, attentive protection for your personal safety. The real estate agent's words can almost bring the dead back to life. Anna looked at the old doorman, whose eyelids were half-lidded and looked like he was losing his temper, and said nothing, remarking with great care. Relying on this security is worse than hoping for a thief or robber to slip and fall down the stairs and be punished immediately. 1 apartment per floor, fully respecting residents' privacy. So does 1 apartment per floor mean someone's got a pile of junk in the middle of the stairs, and all sorts of treasures found at the door are piled up? As long as you can't see the neighbor's front door, anyone can claim to have 1 apartment per floor. Ahem, hee, we can't just look at the outside. What's most important is what's inside the house. Since you're not staying long term, the house is clean and tidy, fully furnished, and even has appliances you can cook in. Of course, you pay for it yourself. A faint aroma emanated from the neighbor's treasure, but the agent's businesslike smile remained unchanged. He untied a set of keys from his waist, clicked open the metal door, which Anna considered useless, and darted inside to turn on the lights. Take a look. Isn't it clean and sanitary? Anna, The blood splatter on the ceiling hadn't been wiped clean, suggesting the tenant wasn't very skilled. How could someone kill someone in the house and pierce an artery? That would be a hassle for the caretaker, and it would be incredibly difficult to clean. She pointed at the dark brown bloodstains on the ceiling. Between lying and trying to retain the customer, the agent decisively chose the latter. As long as the house was rented out, he would have. Getting the money also saves you the worry and legwork. So, any apartment is fine. If you can't rent any, today's hard work will be in vain. Only those who know the math will understand. Oh, you're such a discerning customer. We have other options. Honestly, this one is pretty good. What a great value. Anna said you might have a point, but I didn't want to hear it. The agent had no choice but to take her to another apartment. At least this one has an elevator, and the neighbors aren't hoarding things. It looks a bit like a place for people to live. What do you think of this place? It's actually the most expensive one, but the upstairs tenants aren't very communicative, and they can't stand any noise at night. To be honest, If it weren't for this crazy couple, this place wouldn't have been able to get the price you chose. I still have to breathe at night. Will this noise bother the neighbors? Anna lowered her voice and joked, but the agent actually thought for a moment. Excuse me, you don't snore, do you? Anna, That question was indeed a bit presumptuous. The walls of this apartment were painted a visually appealing light blue. Including the living room, there were 4 rooms, plus a separate balcony, kitchen, and bathroom. The cleaner looked much more diligent than the previous one, which lived up to the agent's previous high price. How do I pay? Anna walked around the apartment. The so-called fully furnished and equipped, well, there was a wooden bed, a small wardrobe, climate control, and a refrigerator. Don't ask anything else. It's up to you, weekly or monthly payments, quarterly or annual payments. The longer you pay, the cheaper it is. Finally, this house next to the psychopath can be rented out. Even if it's cheaper, it's better than leaving it empty. Anna paid the agent a week's rent, took the keys, and sent him on his way. She locked the door, opened the window, and pushed the only refrigerator in behind it. Even she, who had no knowledge of locks, could kick the door open with one kick. She could only make do with this to gain a sense of psychological security. She chatted with Luing for a while, and learned that they would only need to stay on Car Wash Planet for 48 planetary hours at most. Then she lay down in her clothes. There was nothing to do anyway, so she might as well rest. Ah! A young woman pushing a stroller strolled through the elevator lobby on the first floor. A large person landed on her head, startling her. Anna turned and nodded to her neighbor, who had uttered a low, startled cry. Sorry! Under the brim of her black bowler hat, only the delicate lower half of her face bathed in the morning light. The morning breeze rustled the hem of her suit, leaving only a thin, tall, black silhouette. Even if Car Wash Planet is small, it's still a planet. There's a certain discrepancy between the size of celestial bodies and what we perceive as their size. Anna lived relatively close to the transit port, and the warehouse area further away wasn't quite like this. To avoid complications, she didn't go in too deeply, just briefly exploring the perimeter before hopping back to her apartment. The thought that she'd only be staying here for a day at most gave her an indescribable feeling. Perhaps it was because she'd been cooped up in school for so long that she felt a bit overwhelmed on her first day of freedom. Entering the elevator lobby, Anna encountered the young woman with the stroller again. She politely offered her the elevator, letting her wait for the next one. The elevator number indicated that the woman happened to live above hers. What did the agent say yesterday? The upstairs neighbor preferred quiet and disliked noise? Perhaps they had children at home and were afraid of the noise scaring them, which was understandable. Exiting the elevator, she discovered that the door lock had indeed been pried open by a neighbor from the outside. The large, fresh scratches were not at all hidden from view. She could probably figure out where the goods in the second-hand store came from. Looking closer, Anna spotted a small, silvery white metal strip within the brass lock cylinder. This indicated that the neighbor, frustrated after several failed attempts, had left her a little surprise. Now, no one could open the lock through normal means. Interesting. Chapter 179. Late at night, Anna, having climbed through the window back into her room, was awakened by a series of eerie noises. Gulyalu. Thud. Then came the rustling of a heavy object against the ground, a sound even a dead person wouldn't have missed. Gaw. Ah. The struggles of a child choking on fabric, followed by the hoarse cries of a child. Wow. The source of these noises was the upstairs neighbor, who was said to be extremely sensitive to noise. Of course, living in the same apartment building must involve a certain level of excellent matching besides fate. The surrounding neighbors responded with a variety of noises, and for a moment, Anna was confused as to whether she was living in a house or a tribe of primitive people. Some sang, some danced, and some picked up instruments to accompany the music. The intense beat brought the child's tears to a climax. With the harsh scraping and clattering of the metal door kicked open, this sleep-wrenching concert came to an abrupt end. The muffled footsteps fully revealed the simmering anger. They were probably going to exchange views with the person who had started the disturbance in the first place. Anna breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly the man stopped dead in his tracks. The door, which had been locked by a neighbor during the day, had been brutally attacked again, pounded on several times. Come out! You're disturbing people in the middle of the night. Are you crazy? Fugitive number 082411321. Honestly, brother, even during my time in prison, I never seen someone like you who's so blatantly picking on the weak, and yet, so aggressive. Besides the initial communication, the other party's conversation consisted of 1/3 curses, 1/3 insults, and the remaining third speculation about the new neighbor's life, career, and salary. If Anna hadn't been planning to sleep, she wouldn't have bothered to pay him any attention. She only had a dozen more planets to live on, and she wondered if she ever run into this precious neighbor again. This guy had imagined everything from the sewers to the red light district, his words so crude they were breathtaking, as if he was ready to break in if the other person didn't come out. He was incredibly noisy, like an enraged beagle. Records indicate that this ancient breed loves to bark loudly, earning it the nickname the musician of dogs. Sigh. Anna sighed and stood up. She didn't want to bother with a window for a human-sized beagle. Considering that the rent she paid the real estate agent would cover the cost of repairing the metal door, which was barely stronger than cardboard, she put on her hat, dragged the refrigerator out of the way, and with a little force, kicked the door. This kick, tinged with emotion, not only opened the door, but also successfully brought back the upstairs neighbor's long-lost sanity. "Can you quiet down now?" She slowly walked towards the man, who was crawling backwards on all fours. The muscles on his face twitched, finally twisting into an ugly smirk. "Yes, sorry, it's just a naughty child. I disturbed everyone." So, this guy knew exactly where the problem lay, but he thought the new neighbor might be easier to bully, so he tried to put his hand to it. "So you can talk like a human?" Anna was shocked, then waved him off. "If anyone in this apartment building makes any noise tonight, I can't guarantee your safety. If they want to start the fight over again, they can continue. The warehouse area is quite large, and they can easily throw a dozen bodies in there." The neighbor, who had come to vent his anger, finally vanished from the stairwell, crawling on his hands and knees. 3 minutes later, a woman's wails, mixed with insults, echoed from upstairs. The general tone was something like, "You're bullying me, and not giving me a chance to live." Thankfully, those who had actually been kicked knew who to offend and who not to offend. The cries and insults were instantly muffled. Soon, a boy, about 8 or 9, tiptoed down, carrying a bucket and tools. "Excuse me, sir." He held the bucket nervously, his feet shifting back and forth uneasily, shifting his weight. I help you fix the door." Anna was lifting a door panel and inserting it into the doorframe when she heard the voice and looked back down to see a grotesque-looking child. Compared to a normal child, the entire lower half of his face protruded forward. From the side, he looked like an upside-down, snail-shaped, retro hair dryer. From the front, he seemed a cross between a human and a deer, possessing the intelligence and language of a human, yet also the large eyes and drooping, slanted ears of a deer. It had to be said that suddenly seeing a child like that in the dim light was quite frightening. Compared to a true work, he wasn't quite as complete, but in the eyes of Homo sapiens, he was no different from a monster. "Oh, you can fix it?" Anna glanced at his comprehensive equipment and realized that perhaps it was because she had blocked the door with a heavy refrigerator that she had refused the little neighbor's visit, and the small piece of metal in the lock was probably just a prank made by the child in a fit of anger. Come to think of it, what adult would be so reckless? "If you couldn't open the lock, wouldn't you just tear the door apart?" The child looked away suspiciously. Yes, I'm sorry, sir." "Great, the case is definitely solved." She stepped aside, the door panel, warped by a kick, twisted and wedged crookedly into the doorframe. Imagine if that kick had landed on someone, the consequences wouldn't have been pretty. "Come in. You have all day tomorrow to fix this thing. You can't leave until you can't fix it. As for now, don't make any noise this late and disturb others." The door, which seemed incredibly heavy to the child, was easily pulled open and moved aside by the mysterious neighbor. He dazedly shoved himself into the space he had longed to see during the day. There was nothing there, except for the standard furniture and appliances that come with a rental house. It was so clean it didn't look like anyone had ever lived there. The little boy curled his lips, thinking he was unnoticed. How poor is this person? Doesn't he have anything? But when Anna casually tossed him a bag of dried fruit and vegetable snacks, he immediately changed his mind. This tycoon was incredibly generous, his gestures dashing and impressive. Just too impressive. The little guy put the bucket on the ground, sat barefoot on it, tore open the bag, and stuffed handfuls of dehydrated fruits and vegetables into his mouth. This kind of snack is meant to be savored slowly. Eating it too quickly is like chewing dry sawdust. It loses its flavor and can easily lead to choking. Anna, seeing this, had no choice but to pull out another bottle of juice from her space bar and leave it on the ground for him. She stretched, yawned, and walked to the bedroom. "Be quiet, I'm going to bed." Only after the strange, effeminate neighbor entered the bedroom and closed the door did the boy quietly crawl over to retrieve the juice. He checked the bottle back and forth, confirming it was completely sealed and hadn't been opened before immediately biting the lid, twisting it off, and gulping it down in one gulp. Carbon-based creatures can't resist sweet things. Sweet means energy, just like Onyx can't live without various types of fuel. He knew he liked this stuff, but unfortunately, he could only eat it all here, not take it away or store it. Slaves don't have the right to own property. They themselves are someone else's property. After eating and drinking, the boy cautiously craned his neck to observe the bedroom where the person lived. The door was closed but not locked, and the owner didn't seem to care much about the presence of a dirty little creature in his territory. There were no beatings, no verbal abuse, no venting of anger or outbursts. Here lived a clean, gentle, and powerful person. Huh? The little guy sighed in relief, curled up on the floor against his tool bucket, and quickly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Looks like he won't be beaten today. Half a planetary hour later, the door to the master bedroom opened. Anna sighed, picked up the sleeping child from the floor, moved him to the bed, and tucked him in, then sat down at the single hardwood chair in the living room. The star region affected by Pierpoint's radiation didn't ban the slave trade, so people naturally wouldn't openly discuss which family bred superior breeds from which source. Changing the names and explanations would reveal the truth. Most of those abducted and trafficked were women and children, though able-bodied men were also present. However, their target market wasn't families but farms, estates, and mines. Everyone was a victim in this matter, regardless of gender or age. Anna was completely unable to sleep. She opened the virtual screen on her personal computer, pulled out her orange cat notebook, and using the screen's illumination, she listed everything she had seen in Eve, Pierpoint, Boyce, and on this unnamed planet called Car Wash. If gods truly emerged from humanity's collective consciousness, then why can they so indifferently watch their followers struggle in pain? Can suffering bring strength? Perhaps, but more suffering only leads to numbness. From this, we can surmise that there's no dependency between star gods and their followers. Star gods are still star gods, whether they have followers or not. This is why they ignore suffering and disaster, and are even the embodiment of suffering and disaster themselves. Since human behavior has no impact on the star gods, can we also assume that the honor of divine right of kings doesn't exist in this world? They simply don't care, so why would they bother granting certain individuals the power to rule over others? Furthermore, without divine intervention, what force gave kings, wealthy men, generals, beggars, and slaves their different origins and lives? If it's not innate talent, then it must be human behavior itself that leads to these different outcomes. It's simply the consequences of behavior. So does it matter who the person doing something is, their parents? Does it matter who their grandparents are? It's not important. It's not a sufficient or necessary condition, it's merely an objective factor providing support. Princes, generals, and ministers aren't born that way. Slaves have the right to refuse to be slaves. After rubbing her sore eyes, and closing the virtual screen on her personal computer, she realized the sky outside the window had brightened. The morning sun shone through the clouds, gradually loosening the joints and muscles that had become numb from sitting for so long. Thinking clearly and logically about what to say felt quite good. When the deer-headed child awoke, the room was empty. He was surprised to find himself lying on a clean bed, covered in a soft blanket for warmth. The aroma of food wafted from the living room. He jumped out of bed and ran barefoot to see. On the table lay half a piece of food, left for him, still steaming. Huh? The temporary owner of the house had vanished without a single word. Chapter 180. It's nice to see you here again, Anna. Kafka loves collecting coats, and right now she's wearing a black coat of exquisite cut and fabric. Anna updated her on Chion's latest updates, glancing around. Nice to see you too. Where are Silver Wolf and Firefly? Mr. Blade stood not far from them. When Anna looked at him, the taciturn man spoke up for the first time. I saw the video of that cuckoo clock. It's a good repair. Repairing a broken mechanical clock is no easy task, not because the cuckoo clock is a rare artifact. Even if it weren't a rare artifact, its internal structure is complex enough that even a non-professional or beginner would be lucky to be able to put the parts in the right place. Luofu Workshop is full of idiots, who have spent centuries repairing clocks, and still have extra parts. So if you repair a dozen clocks, you can build a new one, right? I didn't do it alone, I had help. She honestly gave Sid's student ID number. Blade nodded, indicating that he understood. As long as First Truth University didn't expel him from the academic system, the student would definitely receive the 2 elective credits every semester. Luing and Yinlang will go the other way. Elio is also here. You come with us. Those two can go the other way, but the others haven't deviated from the normal carbon-based biological sequence. A black cat emerged from the canopy of a roadside tree, leaped up, and landed lightly on Anna's shoulder, its tail draped softly around her neck. "Good day, Miss Feverick." The cat's tail tip lifted slightly, and then gently dropped. "Are we ready to go?" It pointedly rubbed the light blue under her eyes. Anna curled her lips into a smile. "No problem, anytime." "Of course no problem. Who hasn't stayed up late to do summer homework? If you don't have to do it right after vacation, you have to finish it before school starts. It's better to do it during vacation, so you can finish it early and feel at ease." "Very good, then let's go." The black cat scratched its ears gracefully with its front paws, determined to perch on her. This subordinate might not ultimately agree with the Star Corps hunter's values, but she was trustworthy. "I promised you, and you see the results tonight." The three of them walked towards a small starship docked at a private port. Private, in fact, it was a remote stopover for merchants transporting more shady items. The Annihilators named the system they inhabit Yepera Palace, which sounds rather high society and luxurious, but in reality, it's a place where gangs run rampant, even more chaotic than Ever. Ever is terrible, but it still has a somewhat awful sense of order. Yepera, a place where the gangs have the final say, that kind of order is about as effective as Mr. Televizov's release order. The Annihilators forbid residents of the system from leaving and are extremely hostile to visitors. Their erratic attitude truly fits their role as villains. A famous stand-up comedian in a system near Yepera Palace once publicly quipped, "Good people in Yepera Palace are rarer than the tall men in Papicili." The next day, he was kidnapped, dismembered alive, and thrown into a pigsty. This isn't Anna's fabrication. You can easily find a ton of related videos in the Curiosity section of the Star Network community. Compared to the Antimatter Corps' pure antimatter creed, the Annihilation Gang seems to rely on violence and destruction to establish prestige and profit. Destruction is also a desire, but it's distinct from end. From a purely academic perspective, there's a very real possibility that one of these two star gods will one day tear apart the fate of the other and devour them. Ahem, off topic. The three of them, and the cat boarded the small starship. Blade, of course, was in charge of the piloting. Kafka found a spacious and comfortable seat and sat down, watching Anna as she assumed the posture of a close conversation. "Let's talk, dear, starting with that little thing you found yesterday." An elusive, gentle smile flickered through her glassy eyes. "I thought you'd take him with you, or perhaps buy him and set him free, like you did with the red-haired twins." But she did nothing. After giving the child a good night's sleep and 2 meals, she abandoned him. Anna frowned, trying to figure out how to make her point clear. She pondered for a few minutes before finally figuring out where to begin. "I can't take someone else's adopted child for no reason, can I?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Kafka suddenly understood. Many families claim to have purchased adopted sons and daughters, or even wives. The law supports such claims, and if you really look, you can find legal adoption and marriage registrations. But there is a big difference between Anna's view and the law implemented by Pierpoint. When your son, daughter, or wife can be purchased with money, their attributes are no longer people, but things, property. Because only things can participate in the economic practice of barter, and credit points are merely a form of thing, they perfectly support this view. A person possesses the right to dispose of, sell, or even destroy their property. Simply put, if someone paid for something, they can do whatever they want with it. The only difference is that they have purchased another intelligent being. This is property, a slave, not an adopted son, adopted daughter, or wife under the guise of legality. Therefore, people cannot be bought and sold. If they could, it would mean that the party unable to protect themselves would be doomed to exploitation and oppression from birth to death. The acts of exploitation and oppression themselves are class-based. The higher class naturally exploits and oppresses the lower class, and together they exploit and oppress the proletarians who crawl on the ground. What have the proletarians done wrong to deserve this? Layer upon layer of skinning, tendons stripped, bones ripped out, and marrow sucked out. Do those who possess slightly more assets than the proletariat also deserve to be devoured by those with greater assets? If we continue to reason this out, we will be surprised to see a world where the law of the jungle prevails, and the past billion years of human evolution have been in vain. Billions of years ago, I was scrambling to avoid being captured and eaten by natural enemies. Billions of years later, I'm still scrambling to avoid being captured and eaten by capital. So what have I been doing for these past billion years? Returning to the original question, Anna spread her hands and said to Kafka, "I can buy that child and take him away, or set him free." And then what? Let him believe that he's meant to be bought and sold, and that as long as he meets a kind person, being bought and sold doesn't matter. No, he should understand from the bottom of his heart that no one has the right to profit from treating his fellow man as a commodity. Otherwise, sooner or later, he too will be put on display, waiting to be sold. So I won't buy him, but I will find a way to make him, and every slave in the universe, know this truth. They can refuse the fate of being bought and sold. Just because no one offers justice doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It can be seized by anyone. She pursed her lips, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. But there's one thing I never understood. Back in Pierpoint, some people in dire straits chose to go to medical institutions and sell their healthy, fresh blood. Liquid. What's the difference between injecting blood into a test tube out of necessity and spilling it on the ground? Death accepted resignedly is the same as death in rebellion. Both are death, but the latter offers a chance of changing one's fate. Why haven't those who sell blood twice a week considered shooting the medical institution's owner and telling them that unless they leave enough room for survival, whoever becomes the new owner will be in danger? Kafka. Elio. No, sister, we probably understand where your dangerous endangerment of public safety conviction, punishable by 100 years to life imprisonment or even the death penalty, came from. You're not going against the Interstellar Peace Company, you're killing it. Well, a good teacher truly produces a good student. I wish Professor Veritas Ladai in good health and a good mood. I can't control this subordinate at all, Elio said, swishing his tail, his eyes glazed over as he lay flat on his front paws. I can only hope her mentor can handle her. As for her script, well, it certainly requires careful consideration. Otherwise, someone so ready to risk everything might actually break free from the shackles of fate and arrive at an unpredictable outcome. Just like that gray-haired kid. Ren. Suddenly, I had the illusion of running into a fellow countryman. It must be an illusion, right? Or is this a special kind of romance unique to hunting? The small starship shuttled through the narrow paths between the stars. Approaching System 0, Anna's personal computer suddenly announced that the Star Network community was overloaded and would shut down in half a system hour. Can this thing overload? Surprised, Anna turned on an external device. The network was still working, and communication and conversation functions were unaffected. However, the school's community portal did experience some lag during authentication. As is the nature of the human species, the more you forbid access, the more people tend to want to see inside. Entering the First Truth University StarNet community, the opening photo had been replaced by a countdown to its closure, but various analysis posts continued to pop up like a flood, and many people were repeatedly posting photos and screenshots. Upon closer inspection, they were all about news from the planet of L. Few people consider that prisoners should also maintain human dignity and basic rights. Everyone feels that imprisonment has nothing to do with them. But after seeing so many court rulings similar to Abigail's, they no longer think so. What's wrong with a minor acting in self-defense? What's wrong with the children of pregnant female prisoners? Or to ask further, how did those female prisoners get pregnant in prison? Who is the father of the children? No wonder the Interstellar Peace Company, which operates the StarNet, is shutting down the community. Any further discussion would overload not the StarNet, but the minds of the board of directors. Chapter 181. Silver Wolf will prevent the company from closing the community. She said you don't need to thank me, just take some time to play games with her. Seeing his subordinate's stunned expression, Elio felt much better. What's wrong with being so dazed? Dazed is so adorable. The starship slid smoothly through the gaps between the stars and successfully landed on a desolate planet. See that star cluster up ahead? Yapella Palace, right over there. Kafka pulled out black velvet gloves and put them on. Turning her head, she noticed Anna gazing out the window and smiled. What are you looking at? Or did you forget the script? The second sentence was pure joke. There were crazy, sick, and abstract star core hunters, but there were no foolish, dumb, or stupid ones. That's not the case. Anna simply thought the red hue tinged the star cluster was beautiful, and she wanted to look at it a little longer. I have a feeling it might not look the same once the script is finished. She used an external device to take a photo of the star system where the Yapera Palace was located, to compare it later. This was probably a new habit she developed after spending a few months at First Truth University. Ren had to be both helmsman and navigator, working alone for over 10 hours, and it looked like he had to keep working for another 10. Anna eagerly offered to take the starship, hoping her colleagues could get some rest. The taciturn man actually gave up his seat, dragged a chair over, and lay down next to the dashboard. I be your navigator. Can you understand coordinate parameters? This was a basic skill for the original Popok slave. She rolled up her sleeves and adjusted the seat height. Yes, don't worry. It doesn't matter whether you're worried or not. You can't kill me anyway. Kafka smiled, and Elio swung his tail leisurely. Someone's volunteering to work. Newcomers are just too motivated. Since the Annihilation Gang doesn't welcome any visitors, they didn't plan to enter the core of Yapera Palace through the normal route. The starship drew a graceful arc, skirting the patrol and the supply team, hovering lightly beneath a cliff that seemed to be ablaze. The surface temperature in this area is constantly close to 40 degrees Celsius. On one side is the desert, on the other the Gobi Desert. Through the starship's porthole, one could see an endless sandstorm. Yes, places affected by the intersecting stars often look like this. Without infrastructure or public facilities, survival depends entirely on the weapons in hand. I'd be waiting here, eager to hear your good news. Elliot jumped onto the black metal table Anna had been using as a coffee table. The black cat patted its paw pads and pressed a button, causing the table to crack open, revealing a variety of firearms hidden within. From shoulder-fired howitzers for individual soldiers to fruit knives that could fire bullets, all models were available, focusing on comprehensiveness. At this moment, the benefits of a black suit were fully demonstrated. You never know what might be hidden under the hem, perhaps anything. Anna casually picked up a gun and hung it on the lining of her jacket, and the matching magazine hung on the leg loop, so she had to add another piece of decoration. This place, even if you were wrapped in a tortoiseshell, you wouldn't be safe. The best way to greet people when they met was to briefly compare the calibers of each other. So, let's begin. Ren was the first to step out of the starship door in silence, the sweltering heat barely managing to lift a frown from his face. Kafka was the second to leave. Her play was dangerous and complex, but Anna saw no trace of fear on her face. The Yapera Brotherhood, old acquaintances. I miss them so much. A gentle smile seemed welded to her face. Let me think, where was the last time I ran into these old friends? Ah, Golconda. This incident was recorded in the Ecclesiastes database. The Golconda silence? Anna had been somewhat prepared, and Kafka was pleased to see her diligently carrying out her mission. Indeed, if the Annihilation Gang hadn't invaded the ring world of Golconda and spread the paradox virus to all the colonies, causing 46 million inorganic life forms to spiral out of control, we wouldn't have had the chance to recover the core. Do you find it cruel? Without their core, inorganic life forms were forced into silence. Kafka's initial conversation on the road had been intended as a subtle probing attempt to gauge whether Anna was gradually turning away from the core hunters. Unexpectedly, her questions had led to something quite troubling. Now seemed like a good opportunity to continue the conversation. Honestly, I can't empathize with inorganic life. Walking in the desert, it was difficult to focus on anything unrelated to survival. For the first time, Anna wondered why dark colors were so popular in suits. The darker the color, the more heat it absorbed. It made her feel a little foolish. From a human perspective, plunging all life in the world into a coma is truly an unbearable responsibility. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, and gazed into the distance. A faint, undulating outline appeared at the horizon. It wasn't that the starship couldn't make it past. Wasn't it that by approaching Yapera Palace rashly, she was trying to see if she could successfully intercept the anti-aircraft shells with the starship itself? But if there's a way to find a new energy source to reawaken them, then, well, it's not impossible. This was already her limit. There couldn't be a single innocent being among the entire world's inorganic life. If everyone was evil, she wouldn't mind helping to persuade them all to quit. But then again, just as there are always bad guys among good people, there are always good people among bad people. Screwstar's monarch, Screwgum, is working on this. And you must understand that relying on the power of the Star Core for survival will inevitably be completely destroyed by that power. Kafka stopped there. She didn't like to explain her own past, but she also didn't want her colleagues to let their own assumptions lead to problems at work. Anna understood this point. It's always a cancer growing in a person, never a person growing in a cancer. There's a reason the Star Core is called the cancer of all worlds. It has indeed destroyed countless worlds, just as Kafka said. Is the Star Core in Cheong really just to protect him? She always worried about others more than herself. Kafka had already gotten the answer she wanted, so she wasn't shy about elaborating on the question. The Star Core is a crucial item that Elio has emphasized repeatedly. We're capturing and recovering it. One day, the Star Core in Cheong will also be disposed of, but that will be a long, long time in the future. The two chatted as they walked, with Mr. Blade standing in front, mentally shielding the two women from the wind and sand. The outline at the horizon gradually became clear. The village, a secluded fortress, outside the gates of Yapera Palace, greeted the passing pedestrians with its grayish hue. The dominant ethnic group here is the orcs, with beast heads and human bodies. Don't act too surprised. Before entering the town, Blade turned back to give a rare explanation. This was for Anna's ears. He and Kafka had already seen countless bizarre-looking humans. She didn't respond, simply lowering the brim of her hat to shield her eyes and most of her face. I have to go back to school in 2 months. I can't have my instructors go to jail to get me out. This small town in the Gobi Desert has no concept of edge. From any angle, its core is visible. A kilometer or two behind the town is Yepala Palace. The residents make their living serving the palace, and for generations, the greatest aspiration has been to join the Brotherhood and rise to prominence. As for how to get ahead, don't worry, don't ask. By the way, Silver Wolf said some of the addictive substances produced in Avel are sold exclusively here, and the profits are lucrative. Kafka added, so, never eat anything given by strangers, whether it's food or drink. Anna, People often smile helplessly when they have nothing to say. Wouldn't Phaeton's friendly donation of instant noodles come in handy? The three of them walked into the dim town and headed straight for the intersection of all the roads, where a small tavern with a dead fish carved over its doorway stood. The creaking shutters at the entrance were slammed several times. The bartender hunched over the counter, chatting with a limping goat-headed man. Guests with various heads sat at a few worn, peeling wooden tables. The tavern's lighting came entirely from windows carved into the wall, the dim light effectively concealing the price and quality of the food. Kafka approached the bar. The bartender and the goat-headed man paused their conversation and stared at the purple-haired beauty with piercing eyes. Hey girl, you're not from here? Anna, conscious of standing on either side of Kafka as protective guards, couldn't help but think of the inventor of the synesthesia beacon. Geniuses are truly beyond the pale. How could anyone imagine turning a language translator into a vaccine for direct injection? This invention, the idea of wiping out an entire industry with a single shot, speaks volumes about how learning a language is more than just learning the language. Kafka skillfully exchanged a few secret codes with the bartender. They presented themselves as a mercenary group trying their luck at the Yepala Palace, and this bar in the heart of the city served as a hub for information exchange. Seeing someone using a very retro dial-type communicator, Anna suddenly felt a strange sense of unreality. Oh, it seems I was doing something similar not long ago. This is a big deal, girl. The bartender led the guests to another corner to talk. Kafka smiled at him. Unable to respond, the bartender pinned his hopes on Anna and Blade. Apparently neither of them were good at supporting roles, so he could only continue with a disappointed, dry voice. How about assassinating under fire Grand Duke Afrit? Pretty cool, right? When you're done, return with his extinguished head. The judge will give you an offer you can't refuse. He gestured with his hands, and Kafka said a nonchalant him got it, that's it. Of course, they wouldn't bother assassinating under fire Grand Duke. Mr. Blade could just forge the extinguished skull of the fire demon. Kafka would then take it with her into the Yepara Brotherhood. Chapter 182. People say little Benny is a deer-like boy, and they're not wrong. He has a deer's head, and even a deer's tail. Most people living near Yepala Palace look like this. Those with monkey-like heads and bare skin are the minority. Little Benny runs very fast. Even at his young age, he can easily climb fences and stiles like a deer, spreading his legs across the desolate Gobi Desert to deliver messages. The wealthy out there can already sail all kinds of ships across the stars, while ordinary people here still have to rely on physical strength to run errands and deliver messages. It's really bad news that makes people feel discouraged even when they mention it in the tavern. But Benny doesn't think so. He thinks it's a good thing. If he can't even work as a messenger, he doesn't know how he support himself and his little sister. His younger brother was sold by his parents because his head is not shaped properly, a bit like those monkey-headed people. Because of this, his father suspected his mother of being careless in her business dealings, and he'd been angry with her for a long time. It wasn't until his brother was sold that they reconciled and had a little sister. His brother ate more, his sister less, so for that reason, Benny didn't think it was a bad idea. No one knew where he was sold to. Only other children his age, envious and sighing, had vaguely heard that a big shot had taken him to Car Wash Star. What was Car Wash Star? A place full of cars? What was a car? He had only seen big shots from the Yepara Palace driving four-wheeled tin boxes and randomly shooting people along the way. It was said that these tin boxes were called cars. A place full of cars that needed washing wasn't something to be envious of. The moment the gun barrel was pressed against his forehead, he regretted it. With the money from selling his younger brother, his parents bought a piece of wasteland outside the city. They also spent some of their savings to hire someone to help build a house. From then on, Benny no longer wanted to talk to those children who lived in shacks with chamber pots next to the dining table. You know, his family's chamber pots were placed at the door. Only upper-class families could afford such extravagance. Little Benny, I got a great deal for you. Old Gru, the bartender at the Dead Fish Tavern, had a voice raspier than a billy goat in heat. He slammed the wooden door until it cracked. Benny, carrying his little sister on his back, walked over and angrily opened the door. If it weren't for this great deal, you'd be finished, Old Gru. Behind Gru stood 3 monkey-headed men, their bald faces covered only by hair on the top and back of their heads. One of them shyly wore a hat to hide his face. This lady needs a guide, and she doesn't mind a younger man. Benny hesitated. The woman in the leader's position filled him with instinctive fear. Her high gray burgundy hair, her dull eyes, and the elegant black suit she wore, the kind only the big boys could afford, all suggested this man had connections and power, and was no pushover. His biggest dream was to one day rise to prominence in the fraternity, so that his younger sisters could also enjoy the luxurious life of wearing skirts and drinking clean water, drinking one glass after another. He absolutely refused to die or get hurt, and refused all dangerous work. If I were you, I wouldn't hesitate. Old Gru, a master at watering down his drink, winked and said, 10,000 credits a day. Earning credits directly doesn't come around once in years. And you can definitely leave this lady on your sister's back. I don't think she'd mind, hee. He turned to look at the customer, who asked him to introduce him, his smile warmed by the credit points. I don't mind. As long as you don't lead the wrong way, and don't waste my time. The woman smiled and waved her hand back. Give this kid a little treat. The thin man in the hat behind her immediately conjured up a handful of white, lumpy objects like magic. Before the bartender could exclaim, great stuff, Cough cleared her throat, a helpless smile filling her eyes. Ahem, milk candy. Anna, you know, sometimes her actions are quite baffling. Which gang casually offered a handful of candy as a bribe? Ren, Benny had certainly seen milk before. Only the top bosses could let their families drink it freely. He hadn't imagined it could be made into candy. Here, white lumps and powders were usually assumed to be some kind of magic elixir that made people happy. The monkey-headed woman said it was candy. How could it be candy? Or was it just called a different name? The monkey-headed man in the hat tore open the packaging of the good stuff. He was incredibly fast, even faster than Benny, who was a skilled runner. The boy was still stunned when something sweet and fragrant suddenly appeared in his mouth. He smacked his lips twice, then lowered his head to spit out the candy. It was delicious. He should feed it to his little sister, lest she die one day without ever having tasted such delicious food. There's still plenty of candy here, kid. The purple-haired, monkey-headed woman spoke slowly. Her hand swung out 7 or 8 white objects identical to the one in her mouth, clattering like gold nuggets. Local custom dictates that anything served is meant to be exchanged. Benny's eyes widened. I do it. I do it. Anything you ask me to do. Why didn't you just agree to it earlier? Gru, the bartender, glanced at the pile of milk candies with envy, thinking to himself, if only these were magical elixirs, how rich would they be? Many people couldn't live without that drug. It was the only thing that made them feel alive. But the drug was firmly in the hands of the Brotherhood. Only those who devoted themselves wholeheartedly could receive a small weekly allotment. If you really wanted to indulge, you had to buy it from specialized vendors. And it was incredibly expensive. Then let's make a deal. Under the light of the benefactor, those who betrayed the covenant will be cursed by the blazing sun and die in the scorching sea of sand. The bartender took his commission and left. He had a whole tavern full of customers to look after. Little Benny had to share the news of his new customer. It would be enough to keep everyone talking for at least 2 or 3 days. After walking a few dozen meters, he glanced back at Benny's dilapidated wooden door, sincerely wishing the deer-headed boy good luck. The best room in the house is right here. Little Benny welcomed his distinguished guest into his home. His house only had 2 rooms. The larger one was the best, while the smaller one served as bedrooms for Benny and his younger siblings. But it wasn't a big deal. He could carry his sister and live in the storage shed. Money and other things probably wouldn't be a big deal. Do you want the local currency exchanged for 10,000 credits, or the supplies that 10,000 credits can buy? Anna handled the checkout. The boy struggled for a moment before finally understanding that the guest meant he could choose his own form of payment. Suddenly, his eyes burned with urgency. I need supplies. Any water? Of course I do. The co-owner of a snack shop he co-owns has everything he needs in his space button, so he definitely have food and drink. Anna immediately distributed several large buckets of purified water to him, each based on the purchasing power of 10,000 credit points. Today's prices are all here. Keep your mouth shut, kid, or this will be your grave. She left the water in front of Benny. The boy, with a black swaddle on his back, had a dreamy look on his face, eager to hug and rub each of the buckets. Okay, boss. No problem, boss. Even if someone gets their ass stabbed, I won't tell anyone a word. Anna, kid, that's not going to happen. Okay, I go check it out. Aaron, and you stay here and do what you need to do. Kafka raised a finger toward Benny, and as if an invisible rope were tied around a puppet, he was dragged out the door without even touching the ground. Only the errand-bound messenger knew what the interior of Yapera Palace looked like. As soon as they left, Anna buried her head in the space button, finally finding one of Madame Maya's signature spicy braised goat heads. This thing, with its ferocious appearance, was rarely eaten. After it was put on the shelves, it barely sold except in the Immortal Ship Alliance. Delaney withdrew some and gave them to her partners, then forgot to dispose of them because she was busy revising her final papers. By the way, was Grand Duke Afraid of Hellfire's head a goat or a sheep? The fire demons, a rare species classified as plasma lifeforms, were held in solitary confinement even on Evil. Anna had seen it when she was working as a cleaner, but that was just seeing it. The fire demon in the prison was barely alive, and its head wasn't exactly like a goat's. Every fire demon looks different. Ren had nothing to say to his old friend, but he was willing to talk more about someone he suspected was a student. But according to Silver Wolf's investigation, Afreet's head resembles a goat, but with two black, curved horns. Oh! Anna's final word. Wild goat. Then we have to choose one with a larger head. Mr. Blade, can you handle spicy food? Looking at the pile of packaged prepared food before him, Blade felt an urge to introduce the newcomer to his old friend. Don't always say we Xianzhou people like to play with our enemies' heads. That's clearly a common trait among hunters. I go find some tree bark that can be boiled into glue. The Zhuming people could certainly handle spicy food, but he didn't want to. We had the head, and the rest depended on the forger's craftsmanship. In the evening, Kafka returned from outside, carrying the young master of the house. The former was still elegantly dressed, while the latter's teeth chattered with fear. You're back? You worked hard. Do you want to eat? Anna handed over a plate of shredded meat. The fragrant and pungent flavor was irresistible. Benny swallowed his saliva. Although he was a deer orc, he also ate meat. Species with a simple diet had long been eliminated by the desert and Gobi Desert. Living in such a place, not being picky about food, was the key to survival. Kafka placed the little one on the plate and said, Eat. This is your reward. If it weren't for this little messenger leading the way, it would take a long time for a few unfamiliar outsiders to find their way around many places. Chapter 183. After a hearty dinner, Benny carried his sister on his back and moved to the utility shed. Since they had collected their belongings, they still had to show some basic service. A new pot hung over the burning fire pit, filled with a black, sticky substance. Anna activated her external device to examine the structure of a goat's skull. The cleanly scraped head fragments lay buried in the sand outside the house, and swarms of insects flocked to perform free artistic processing services. Mr. Blade broke off a metal stick and occasionally poked at the simmering food in the pot. His pale face reflected the flickering firelight, and the swirling black mist blurred his features. He looked like an evil wizard conducting his equally sinister experiments. How long will it take? Kafka leaned back in the only chair in the room that could accommodate someone. Blade gave her a time frame. It can be done tomorrow. That meant she could take the extinguished head of Lord Hellfire Afreet to Yapera Palace to claim the reward by the morning of the day after tomorrow at the latest. Of course, there wouldn't be any bounty, and that wasn't what she wanted. The Annihilation Gang and the Eternal Fire residents had been at odds with each other for a long time, but now the internet was swirling with reports of the massive scandal surrounding the Interstellar Peace Company. All other news had been blocked, completely silent, which meant the internet couldn't tell whether Lord Hellfire had been assassinated. Given Yapera Palace's efficiency, it would be too late for the judges to investigate the matter. Star Core hunters, naturally, hunt for Star Cores. 24 hours, okay? She tapped the table. Anna handed her external device over. Kafka opened the chat group, found Firefly and Silver Wolf, and informed them of the time of action. Tomorrow. The night after tomorrow. The operation was scheduled for nighttime, out of consideration for the newcomers. During the day, there were still many ordinary orcs living in the city, and she wouldn't have the heart to see them. But anyone still in Yapera Palace at night was at least a thug, and to say they deserved death was a mild punishment. Elliot's script left no leeway for the judges. To avoid future retaliation, They had no choice but to invest some effort now to completely wipe out this large-scale Black One gang. Star Corps hunters wouldn't normally be so kind as to clean up after their opponents, but this was different. Besides the newcomers being too soft-hearted, the Annihilation Gang was simply too annoying, more annoying than cockroaches. They needed to be taught a lesson. Oh, Anna nodded obediently. It was a summer job, so she had to obey her boss. Even the second-in-command was still a boss. Action time, code word, retreat marker, and action plan. After agreeing on these, everyone checked their own times, making sure their timers were set to planetary time based on the Yepera Palace. No interstellar jokes, like arriving early or late due to time zone differences. That would be incredibly unprofessional. The Yepera Brotherhood is already riddled with internal conflicts. Well, this is inspired by the Lyra incident. Once a power vacuum emerges, chaos is bound to ensue. In addition to taking the Star Corps, we must also eliminate all senior Brotherhood officials. This way, it's unlikely another large-scale mafia gang of this size will emerge in this area for another 100 years. As for what the situation will be like 100 years from now, scholar, that depends on whether your work has the intended effect. Kafka has been enjoying teasing Anna these days, like a spider that has found a firefly caught in its web, unable to let go of its new prey. Anna was still thinking about the sheep's skull. Her external device had been borrowed, and she was now fiddling with a 3D projection on her personal computer's virtual screen. Silver Wolf was busy on the Starnet, so she and Mr. Blade had to work together to create the sheep's head. She didn't know if her envisioned path would work. She could only carefully observe everything around her, compare, analyze, and think. And then exhaust her imagination to speculate on what the truth would be. Don't bully children. Mr. Blade spoke honestly and righteously, and Kafka burst out laughing. It's rare to see you so kind, Rin. Of course, that's because... Rin was stunned for a moment, his chaotic memory occasionally flashing back to scenes of chaos. Compared to those annoying people who didn't learn when taught, couldn't learn when learned, didn't practice when learned, made mistakes when practiced, didn't correct them, and even when corrected, refused to accept them, the child who diligently and steadily repaired the cuckoo clock according to the master's instructions seemed particularly refreshing and endearing. A girl in her 20s, in the eyes of the immortal boat people, who often live 500 or 600 years, is barely older than a baby. He fell silent, his gaze fixed on the dark, sticky mass in the pot. At 100 degrees Celsius, it would take at least until tomorrow morning for the gelatin to slowly precipitate. This was the only way to go in this shabby place. The next morning, the first thing Anna did upon opening her eyes was to go out and dig out the icy cold sheep bones from the sand. She had been extremely careful when disassembling them yesterday, so as not to damage the raw materials with her clumsy hands. She even dug for it once. Brother Benny was burping while eating the meat. The desert insects were quite powerful. The sheep's skull, which had still retained a trace of moisture yesterday, was now clean and crisp. Aside from the lingering spicy flavor, everything was perfect. Mr. Blade, is the glue ready? He seemed to have spent the entire night huddled around the fire. He was so exhausted, he might as well have died suddenly, but his mental state was understandably awful. The contents of the pot were completely viscous, their original form unrecognizable, but still a bit short of the desired finish. He sat before the fire like a stone tablet, poking a metal stick into the pot for Anna to see. Well, it's still a little runny. With Elio away, even Kafka was languid, leaving only in the mornings and evenings. She needed to pretend she was investigating the assassination, primarily investigating the Brotherhood's high-ranking officials' hangouts. Before noon, the head of the underworld Lord Afrit officially entered its intensive construction phase. Mr. Blade's judgment was always accurate, but his hands seemed to be failing, and the actual work had to be outsourced to a newcomer. Anna clumsily glued the bones together, either applying too much glue or getting the placement wrong. Sitting next to her, a colleague emitting a constant dark aura was truly terrifying. Luckily, Silver Wolf got you into the philosophy department at First Truth University. Otherwise, I can't believe who, you or your advisor, would have survived to see you graduate if you'd been in a mechanical engineering program. Just because he's quiet doesn't mean he won't complain. Anna awkwardly raised her glue-stained hand and grumbled, "You should be wondering when I was told to quit. There's no way I'm graduating." Absolutely not. Finally, a giant, deformed sheep's head, seemingly burned by fire, appeared on the ground. At first glance, it looked quite real, but a closer look revealed that the so-called burns were actually patches of haphazardly applied glue. "You're right about yourself." Rin sighed. "So be it. Kafka's goal is to be discovered and confront those who call themselves judges. Being too realistic would be troublesome, but this kind of overly novice work is just right. Thinking back, it was already unfortunate that the cuckoo clock, said to bring misfortune, fell into the hands of this repairman. It was just bad luck for him. The glued sheep's head was left on the sand pile in the sun until nightfall. The heat and dryness quickly dehydrated it, and a hint of resentment lingered in its dark eye sockets. Why do I keep getting the lingering smell of spicy marinade? Anna felt a little guilty as she inspected the results, but the two seniors said it was a good idea. It was large enough, and its appearance was twisted and miserable enough. Hopefully, the real Duke of Hellfire wouldn't burst into flames when he learned of this. Leave it to me, and then we see what the signal pattern is. I divided Yepala Palace into 4 areas, each with a specific target for elimination. You deal with any remaining problems while Elio eliminates the star core, then return to the starship and depart. Understood? Rim was used to it, and Anna obediently replied, yes, I see what the targets are now. Iver Prison has been turned upside down by the powerful StarNet users. Without Pinocchio, the Interstellar Peace Company can't afford to lose it again. To protect the profits of other industry chains, the board of directors has assembled an unprecedentedly efficient investigation committee and entered Iver. It's said they're carrying out a thorough overhaul from top to bottom, from the inside out. With so many people watching, the Interstellar Peace Company, which prides itself on its ideals of preservation, will inevitably take a firm stance in governing Iver. This will allow them to leverage the power of publicity to launch a counteroffensive. Their PR was always excellent. If the situation weren't so serious and the evidence so strong, they would have easily dismissed the incident. Elliot fulfilled his promise, and Anna was happy to work. She opened the file uploaded by Kafka and proactively selected the most complex and dangerous area. Oh! This area? We must secure the pass and prohibit the judge's trusted personnel from entering or leaving. A trap beast's fight could kill people if we're not careful. The purple-haired beauty lowered her eyelids and smiled gently. Can you hold it? She had originally intended for Blade to handle this area, since he wouldn't die anyway, but she hadn't expected Avel, the fugitive, to turn around and turn inward. Is that okay? Anna zoomed in on the map, examining it from different angles. She needed to determine not only the direction of the roads and buildings, but also the best garrison points for firepower, and any blind spots that might be missed during the subsequent cleanup. You have to root out the weeds. Her former self's military training at Camp Papa proved invaluable, and she quickly found a position that satisfied her. I figure out the weapons myself. Just tell me how long to defend and who to kill. Anna closed the file and looked at Kafka. Are there any areas that require extra attention? Be cool. Silver Wolf can record the screen, but that's all. This young man was truly amusing. Kafka couldn't help but chuckle. Don't forget to protect yourself. Hunting Patrol's combat prowess was always strong, and it looked like this scenario would be easily completed. Chapter 184. Kafka set out first, with Blade and Anna following from a distance, watching her slip past the guards at the gate as if she were in a safe place. Does she always take risks like this? Anna didn't find infiltration that difficult, but seeing others pull it off made her worry even more. What if? What if? What if something goes wrong? What if? Blank glanced at her speechlessly. What's the catch? Do you think this is a final exam at First Truth University? Kafka doesn't need you to worry about her. He secretly rolled his eyes, becoming visibly more lively. The second person to enter Yepala Palace was Anna. She had no control over her opponent. A golden thread flickered between her fingertips, and the heavy machine gun mounted on the wall toppled to the ground. The guard's attention was instantly diverted, and a gust of wind seemed to blow overhead. After they rearranged their weapons, cursing and swearing, only Blade remained outside the city. Well, the new guy is quite skilled. Kafka needed Anna to guard the entrances and exits of the Yepara Palace Tribunal. No one could enter and disrupt her manipulation until the judges had completed their own trials. Each judge was the face of the Yepara Brotherhood, with a large following and a force that could rival an army. But there's good news. With a commitment to justice and fairness, Hunter dared to strike down the flames of destruction. Anna turned on her external device and took a look. When she arrived outside the tribunal on time, the trial inside had already begun. Under Kafka's control, the judges loudly read out charges one after another. Kafka was so nonchalant, she almost yawned. These bizarre individuals weren't even as entertaining as the youngest, and as prey already caught, they seemed somewhat unworthy. The Brotherhood members outside the Inquisition quickly realized something was amiss. The judge readily revealed matters handled by the gang, often kept secret. They grew restless, suspecting the purple-haired woman of witchcraft. Alas, if one doesn't learn anything, they encounter all sorts of witchcraft wherever they go. Led by their core members, the gang members grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the Inquisition. They had to put an end to it before the judge could reveal something even more terrifying. But this raging, turbulent, multicolored river was abruptly blocked outside the Inquisition. Before the ornate, gilded, and carved wooden gate, a man in a black suit and a black top hat raised his weapon. "Stop or die." "Bah!" "Brothers, follow me." Cadres eager for credit and promotion are long accustomed to bullying others. No one on the entire planet dares to oppose the Brotherhood. This guy with a monkey's head must be incredibly daring. He dares to act so recklessly here. He should be hung on the city wall, sun-dried to death, and then thrown to feed the sandworms. The seemingly surging muddy yellow tide crashed against the massive rock standing on the seashore. Perhaps decades or centuries from now, the results envisioned today would be achieved, but now, the first wave of hot-blooded gang members, eager to vent their violence, fell to the ground like rice grains caught by a sickle. Those who followed, no matter how foolish, knew to weigh their own weight before deciding whether to continue charging forward. The trial in the courtroom continued. Past actions were not irrelevant simply because someone else had been blamed. A flurry of gunfire erupted, and Anna watched coldly as the fraternity members below the stairs slaughtered each other. Some wanted to escape, others wouldn't. The brotherhood that had united them just a minute ago now looked more ridiculous than the garbage strewn on the ground after the water receded. "What are you afraid of?" "Kill him. This guy looks rich." Loyalty hadn't worked, so it was time to turn to money, the prize everyone wanted. A new voice quickly rose from the crowd. "This guy gave little Benny buckets of water. He has water. He has supplies." The gang members' courage was bolstered. They had never been braver and more desperate. Eyes of all colors finally fixed on the bright red light. The crowd shouted for water and supplies, eager to kill and tear something apart. A dry, hot wind blew from the depths of the desert. The opponent stood alone on the steps, the door behind him unreachable. Many saw only a faint golden flash before fading into the eternal night. The closest they came to success was just to lift the man's hat. Beneath a black bowler hat, a pair of gray-blue eyes held an unwavering resolve. "It was you. It was you." The judge's trusted aide, having escaped the disaster by using his subordinates as human shields, was horrified. For years, every night, he dreamt of those same eyes staring coldly at him, as if returning to the moment when the web had come crashing down upon him. No, this time, it wasn't the web itself that was bearing down on him, but the needle that had spun it. Anna remained unmoved, knowing that one day she would be affected by the legacy of her former self. But the question of whether to recover those memories had to be weighed against the present cost. For example, right now, she felt it wasn't worth letting this evildoer learn what had happened, betraying her companion's trust for something so insignificant. So what if I lose all my memories? As long as I'm alive, new memories are created every day to fill the gaps in the past. A person can only live in the river they're currently in. The bodies lying at the foot of the stairs created too many obstacles for those who followed. It wasn't that everyone refused to move forward, it was simply out of their control. Those who fell were brothers, close friends, and loved ones. Now look at the opponent. Oh, the brim of his hat is up. This monkey looks pretty good. And then what? The disappearances in the Trova system, the Lore 15 nuclear incident, the hacker attack on Screw Star, the Pierpoint invasion. The judge's confessions continued, totaling 40 or 50 crimes. Interestingly, the ones claiming to be judging these cases are the mafia gangs who see the entire galaxy as their preserve, wantonly ravaging it. So, on what basis do those who trample on the law have to convict others? But, I admit it. The woman's languid, elegant voice seemed amused by the orc's seriousness. She admitted the guilt without hesitation, as if fooling a child, then gently reminded, "But it seems you missed one. Yapera rebellion case." The thread snapped, and the Star Corps hunters stationed outside the Inquisition, and on all sides of Yapera Palace finally received the signal to attack. The Inquisitor's guards at the steps, having been eliminated several times, were no longer able to organize an effective attack. Kafka took action inside the Inquisition, while Anna happily followed the map she had memorized, pushing forward and back again, forward and back again. Excellent. Every single person on the list was included. Blood-red flames rose in the distant sky, a hellscape created by Firefly's mecha Sam. Yepala Palace was a hell, just like the swaddling clothes carried by Benny. As long as they were kept closed, his little sister would lie inside, waiting for her brother to succeed and grow up. A skinny orc boy, whose parents never showed up, and whose sister, unwilling to give up, needed neither feeding nor cleaning. Even the stench of that swaddling clothes had completely dissipated. Ah, what a touching story. Kafka, do you need help? The biggest loss of the day was accidentally knocking a piece of hair off the tip of his tail. The elusive Elio appeared on the wall. The black cat combed its fur gracefully, busy for a while before jokingly reminding its right-hand man to restrain himself. Mecha Sam appeared with Silver Wolf, who, for once, wasn't chewing bubble gum, a slightly disinterested expression on his face. Not enough fun. Kafka, you better stop playing with your prey. It's hard to imagine Firefly piloting the Sam. Okay, I see. She spoke with the same casual air. Just a few ordinary people. Thank you for your concern, Elio. To facilitate her movements, Kafka removed her black coat, which seemed welded to her shoulders. She stood by the gap in the wall Anna had created, gazing down at the burning Yepala Palace, somewhat pleased with her performance. When will we retreat? The black cat remained silent. It looked up at the other four men. Anna held up a piece of paper covered in red crosses. Do you want me to drag the bodies over? She was completely killing people one by one. Newbies are naturally enthusiastic. No need. I know you've done an excellent job. Elliot glanced at Firefly, then at Silver Wolf. Give the company a few more days of headaches on the StarNet. Don't let the Avel Star incident slip away so easily. A good kid who studies and works diligently deserves a bonus. The hacker girl raised her hand to make an okay gesture and said to Anna, play games with me. I know you're on vacation. As long as you finish your summer homework. The person who had just been physically killing everyone was now a coward. Who wouldn't be cowardly before finishing their summer homework? As Elliot received the Star Core, he also drove the starship over. Never mind how a cat could drive a starship. The transportation appeared so sleekly before everyone. No need for a desert off-roading trip. Everyone was delighted. Retreat. Black Cat leaped from the wall onto his subordinate's shoulder once again. With the Star Core in hand, the Yapera Brotherhood was on the verge of destruction, and this time the story concluded perfectly. Once back inside the starship, the good temperature control civilization immediately took effect. Anna took off her hat and shook it, sending sand tumbling to the floor. Cleaning robots swooped out with a shriek to clean up. Luing folded up her mech, her face pale. Kafka and Silver Wolf, seemingly oblivious, each found a comfortable spot. Are you okay? The moment the starship took off, she nearly fell from the acceleration. Anna reached out to steady the girl in time. Is the desert heat too much for you? It's okay, thank you. I go for a while. Luing gave her a grateful look. Even if the staircases below her were filled with corpses, she still considered Anna a good person. Chapter 185. Xiong emerged from that giant ice ball on Yalo 6. These words suddenly echoed through the Lyra base, and everyone appeared in a flurry. Even Elio, who had claimed to be processing the Star Core, slumped over the table, his tail twitching. Oh! Looks like his pioneering journey is going well. Anna glanced down at the chat bar. March 7 was a lively girl, who could hardly hold back her words. A simple cute emoji was all she needed to get her to recount the events of Yalo 6 in detail. Looks like she's been bullied, Kafka said with a faint smile. March 7's little figure first angrily denounced the Great Guardian's cunning and treacherous behavior, then lamented their pursuit and flight, finally sympathizing with his brother, who had risked his life to take a sword blow. In short, he'd been caught unawares by Creeper's glance. In Anna's experience, a glance from a star god is indeed that easy. But that's not important. What's important is that little gray hair had never been this embarrassed before he changed his profession. Well, it's not so bad, she cleared her throat. At least now, the wanted notice, and the bounty on him are gone. The current leader of Yalo 6 has publicly declared the Star Train a friendly partner. Elio, do you know where they're going next? The Immortal Ship Alliance. Black Cat said firmly, no matter where their current target is, they must go to the Immortal Ship Alliance's flagship, Luofu. The base was silent for a moment, and Kafka's voice echoed through the underground space. Aaron, listen to me. The soft voice seemed to have a demonic quality. The suddenly agitated person, like a puppet on a string, obediently closed his eyes, and fell unconscious on the table, almost crushing Elio. It's okay. Whenever Aaron thinks of his homeland, he gets a little, well, excited. She smiled gently at Anna. Don't worry about him. He'll be back to normal when he wakes up. Memory, sometimes, can be a burden. Outside the Yepera Palace courtroom, the child gave up the chance to pursue his past memories in order to keep his promise. Silver Wolf's screen recording showed everything clearly. Okay. Anna looked at her senior with regret at her decision to give up. Mr. Wren's size meant that most people couldn't move him. It would be better to lay him on the table. That would probably be more dignified and respectable than being dragged around. The men who might have caused damage went to catch up on their sleep. Elliot changed his position and continued, I'm writing a new script, Anna. This time, you won't be involved. But if you want to go, don't forget to clear your autumn vacation. She would take the initiative to go to the Immortal Boat Alliance, but not as a Star Corps hunter. Oh, okay. I just happened to have an invitation from an online friend. It has to be Luofu. Yupchin, isn't it? Anna was somewhat curious about her boss's ability to foresee what would happen in the not-too-distant future. The black cat looked at her calmly. It has to be Luofu, dear, if you want to minimize casualties there. Don't stare into the abyss, it advised her. When you stare into the abyss will find you. The investigation report on Avel prison is out. Silver Wolf broke the sudden silence at this moment. Wow, that's incredible, man. You're a genius. Over the years, the prison administration system has accumulated a list of unnatural deaths totaling over 100 pages. The number of missing persons remains uncounted. It's unclear whether they escaped, died, or what happened. Number 0824131, who had successfully escaped with a trail of baggage, blended in with the rest of the group, sporting a strikingly unique style. She was the only known and notable prison escapee. According to company regulations, such reports are typically declassified after 100 or so years. Unfortunately, firstly, it incurred public outrage, secondly, the indictment by Patriarch Inolia had only recently been filed, and thirdly, the Immortal Boat Alliance sat on the sidelines, watching the commotion. The most unacceptable reality for the public is that some exceptional individuals can live their prison sentences like a vacation, while, in contrast, prisoners, who, out of simple morals and values, hope for lenient sentences and punishments, are forced to perform arduous and dangerous labor, unable to escape their fate of being sacrificed on the assembly line until their death. This is horrific. A seemingly fair trial resulting in an extremely unfair outcome is something no creature with normal intelligence and emotional orientation could tolerate, whether carbon-based, silicon-based, or plasma-based. Compared to this incident, the Star Corps Hunters' complete annihilation of the Yepera Brotherhood, a branch of the Annihilation Gang, was hardly shocking news. After all, those desperate criminals, each worth over 3 billion credits, have always pursued the Star Corps, unlike Avel Prison, where people are sent there to be turned into tools and products. How could the Interstellar Peace Corporation, which boasts freedom, democracy, civilization, and advanced technology, actually operate such a heinous operation? A sweatshop or a slave plantation? Even the scholars closest to the company at the Polytechnic Institute struggled to find an appropriate description. To restore its precarious corporate image, the company, while increasing its bounty on the hackers involved and the woman who successfully escaped, was forced to release its investigative report and announce an immediate response to the court case files left behind in Pierpoint. The families of the victims can file a lawsuit, and the company will compensate them according to a certain percentage. Choose the lesser of two evils and focus on the compensation received by the families of the prisoners, and stop focusing on the drug factories and underground laboratories. Especially terrifying is that laboratory. Its connection to immortality and its unethical practices nearly put it within the scope of the patrol crackdown. Number 0824131, who filmed the evidence and then escaped, may not understand the intricacies of this, but a discerning eye will see traces of abundance throughout this technology. It's because Xianzhou has always been aloof from meddling in other people's affairs, and the two giant organizations have signed a non-infringement agreement on intellectual property rights. Otherwise, they would have launched an attack long ago. This is also why the laboratory was located on Avel. If the matter were to be exposed and attract the attention of the Star God Lon, the victims would be serious criminals. However, things have now taken a turn. Many of these serious criminals aren't truly serious criminals. Some are even minors, who were sent there for reasons unknown to the company. At times like this, it's difficult to dispel the suspicion of shifting responsibility, and the Xianzhou Alliance has protested the matter. Some protests are like farts, meaning it doesn't matter whether you listen or not. Other protests, if you don't listen, you'll be punished the next time. Well, in short, the situation is very difficult, and the company has no choice but to cut the Gordian knot and sacrifice one pawn to save the king. This is the best way forward for now. After all, many of the people in Avel prison are truly guilty of heinous crimes and deserve death. Public opinion is not something that can be easily manipulated. Too much is as bad as too little. Silver Wolf pulled out a game console and waved it at Anna. The innocent will be found, and as long as there are still surviving relatives, they can apply for compensation. Unlike previous cases that dragged on for eternity and remained unresolved, this one is too large and too devastating for the Interstellar Peace Corporation to handle. And then? Anna knew what she meant and pulled out an external device to play games with her. At least it wasn't holographic, and Silver Wolf had already taken good care of her. And then? Then Avel Private Prison went bankrupt and reorganized, and the Polymath Society would intervene to make up for the negative impression it had left. After all, most of those torturous designs were the work of the society. Even if the scholars claimed they hadn't anticipated the warden, represented by Teldazov, would pull off so many outrageous moves, it was useless. The situation now was that anyone who touched Avel was like spitting shit. The stink would spread far and wide. Ah. I hope it doesn't get to Professor Lachaud. That would be hell. Anna clutched her head and uttered a faint cat-like whine. The professor would probably take his students to the prison to teach the prisoners. Education is fair, right? Why can't prisoners learn something? For example, why did you get 20 years for murder while he only got 8? It's terrifying to think about it. Silver Wolf glanced at her sympathetically. Given Professor Veritas Ladio's personality and style, it was quite possible. Poor number 0824131, finally escaping, only to have to run back on his own initiative. Well, I'm leaving for Boys 3 tomorrow to prepare. What if the school suddenly tells me summer vacation is over early? I won't be so flustered and leave a strange record. She looked dejectedly at Luying, who sat smiling beside her. How about you please put me in Lyra tomorrow? Sure. The girl smiled gently. I can take you directly to Boys 3. With a flick of her hand, Anna's in-game character took a powerful attack from her opponent with her face, collapsing with depleted health. Let Luying and I stay on Boys 3 for a few days. The natural environment on the agricultural planet is well preserved, which is good for recuperation. The company has invested a lot of money and effort in this area in the early stages, and the herders have strictly adhered to it for their long-term livelihood. While waiting for the game to respawn, she nudged the tip of Elio's tail with her elbow and searched through the message log to inform Ms. Maya of her plan to stay for a few days. The external device was instantly frozen, filled with the love and care of a mother. Ms. Maya seemed to treat her like her own adopted child. When she heard that her child was finally going home after her vacation, she was so excited that she didn't know what preparations to make. The chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep were all called out, as if Anna was going to slaughter any she liked and eat them fresh. Huh? So you're not inviting us out? Kafka teased the youngest, and everyone, save for Blade, who lay unconscious on the table, waited anxiously for the fun. Surprisingly, the honest man tilted his head and thought carefully. So, are you going? If you go together, we take the starship. I let Ms. Tamaya know in advance, so she can book a room. Bringing friends and colleagues home for fun is normal. Kafka, this kid is really kind. Then let's go together. Elliot moved his tail away, not surprised at all by this outcome. What's wrong with the Star Corps hunters? Can't Star Corps hunters take vacations? Even if Star Corps hunters don't, cats should take vacations too. Chapter 186. Returning to Boys 3 6 months later, the planet has undergone significant changes. First, the scattered churches have become much fewer. Second, there are many more agricultural product purchasing stations. Finally, the Church of St. Clipper in Asturias City, abandoned for months, has become a complete ruin and is currently being demolished. Inmate 0824131, who escaped from the interstellar prison of Avel, slaughtered all the priests and fathers in the church under Clipper's nose in revenge. She even spared the Senate members, who came to observe the Harvest Festival. This brutal act still affects Boys 3 to this day, to the point that clergymen would flee as far as possible when they see adorable children. After several battles in the Senate, the vacant seat remains undecided. The lives of the herders are quietly changing. Someone has legally purchased many cheap labor tools produced by the Interstellar Peace Company through extraterrestrial channels. Animal husbandry machinery, agricultural product processing machines. Robot dogs and sheepdogs trotted together to drive the flock, and spray equipment washed the pigs in the pen clean and tender without human intervention. The traces of mechanical civilization are becoming increasingly evident here, and labor has been liberated, allowing middle-aged women like Ms. Maya to manage an entire farm single-handedly. Ordinary people are like ordinary plants. If they are not treated harshly, they will soon regain their vitality. Dear, I miss you so much. The small starship landed on the pasture during the off-grazing period. The grass seeds for replenishment had already been sown, and the land, watered by drones, was moist and fluffy, with the sound of insects chirping incessantly. Anna jumped down the starship's ramp, and Maya, her husband, and their children rushed to greet her. She habitually wiped her hands on her apron and stepped forward to give a firm hug to the other daughter, who had just returned home. Little Remus had grown considerably taller. He no longer needed to worry about anyone or anything at the church. Anna shared the elementary school compulsory education videos she had used with him and Rosemary's twins, earning them childish wails. But the parents loved the videos. Rosemary had sent a message praising Professor Veritas Lachaud, calling him unparalleled in wisdom. It was too much, really too much. Sister Anna. The young boy learned everything from his parents. His innocent sister had transformed into a beautiful gem, lying silently in a velvet-padded box. It was a pain the whole family could not escape. Good boy, good boy. Anna petted his furry head and turned to introduce her colleagues. They helped me a lot. I invited them to come on vacation. She was so open, and Ms. Maya was delighted. Okay, I saw your message. Welcome, welcome. Come anytime. She counted the guests back and forth, wondering, where's that spirited young man with gray hair? Why can't I see him? At that moment, Xiong was probably busy with Yalalo Lu's museum. He's busy helping others somewhere else. Anna smiled softly at her. Maya stopped asking questions and took her with her, greeting the others back to the farm. I didn't book any hotels. As you know, the hotels here cater to the farmhands, who come to buy agricultural products. They treat other guests poorly, and the food is terrible. We have plenty of space at home, so you can live wherever you want. We have robots to do the chores. Abigail's father walked cautiously at the back, leading the children. It was a habit he developed after a lifetime of herding sheep. After walking a short distance, a large gray and white dog ran over and fawned over its owner, wagging its tail and rump. Little Remus quickly grabbed the dog's collar and gave the visitor a shy smile. The dog was beside himself with excitement. Meow! Elliot made a rare cat-like sound. The dog stared at him with shining eyes, occasionally looking up to ask his owner's opinion. Can I pet it? Can I keep it? I think so. Ha ha. Go away. We're guests. Stay away. Maya laughed heartily, stretching out her arms to shoo the dog away. They love cats. They love everyone they see. They gone to the next ranch and brought the neighbor's cat home countless times. You mean more than one? The neighbor's cat is unlucky. MMM. The dog made a sound of grievance, slyly glancing at Elio, who had moved to squat on Blade's shoulder. This was definitely the day the Star Corps hunter leader was closest to danger. Its name is Elio, and he's my current boss. Anna explained promptly to prevent the Maya family from treating the black cat as a pet. If it were a pet, it could certainly be kept with the dogs, but it wasn't. The bounty on this cat alone exceeded the bounties on all his subordinates combined. The Interstellar Peace Company even added a line to the bounty notice. Do not harm the slaves of fate or deprive them of their ability to think for themselves. So, for the dog's sake, let's be clear right up front. Oh wow! Awesome. Ms. Maya didn't know what was so powerful about the black cat, but Anna said it was her boss, and it was. We keep the dog leashed farther away, the man added softly, and the children chimed in, promising not to let the dog scare the cat. Considering rest and other considerations, everyone decided to stay on the farm rather than in Asturia. Living outside the city made it easier to escape, since every member of the gang was a wanted criminal. I also said it's more comfortable to stay on a farm. Now's the perfect season for camping and barbecuing. You can pick any cattle or sheep from the corral and eat whatever you like. Maya's eyes narrowed into slits as she led the guests into the already clean courtyard and pointed to a door embedded in the wall. We live over there. There's a door here. If you need anything, just come over. The door in the wall between the two courtyards opened toward the guests, and had a new lock, fully respecting their privacy. Yes, thank you, worthy lady. Elliot let out a rather affectedly mature voice, and Madame Maya was startled. Oh my god. Can this cat actually speak human language? Wasn't the man it was holding on to using ventriloquism to trick her? As if sensing her confusion, the black cat leaped from the man's shoulder and gracefully squatted against the wall. Of course I can speak. I have my reasons for appearing in this form. Oh. Well, thank you for taking care of my child. Please sit down, take a seat. She nodded repeatedly, looked at Elliot with awe, and then said goodbye to her husband and child. The world outside is so different. Cats can talk and even run their own businesses. So shocking. I quickly killed 2 chickens and stewed them for a delicious meal. The courtyard gate was locked. The sound of a large rooster struggling unwillingly could be heard from next door. Elio watched for a moment, then contentedly jumped down and walked around. This place is truly unique. The natural environment is excellent, and the agricultural and livestock products produced are of extremely high quality. It's a shame that the Interstellar Peace Company had the heart to bully these ordinary people who had never traveled far, purchasing them at prices so low that even a cat would cry out in dismay. Disband and rest. Everyone's worked hard, the leader said, and the Star Corps hunters chose their favorite corners to hide in. Kafka and Liu Ying discussed finding time to go to the market. Ren and Anna were captured by the Silver Wolf to play with them. At noon, the aroma wafting from the neighboring courtyard was so strong it made Silver Wolf restless, unable to concentrate on his game. Lil Remus went out for a walk, gently knocking on the guest's door and announcing lunchtime. The super hacker was the first to throw away his game console and head for the door embedded in the wall. Thank you. I never seen anyone with such impressive cooking skills. Amazing. In this regard, even the uncrowned king of Punchlord, who never conceded defeat, had to admit he was slightly inferior. Really just one step. Liu Ying covered her mouth and chuckled. She loved this vibrant, busy yet leisurely life. It gave her a genuine sense of being alive. Silver Wolf shook her hair and raised her chin high. Of course. In reality, among the Star Corps hunters, only the newly professed Qiong and Blade could produce human-type feed. The others? Well, they just have to order takeout. Don't be shy. Just go to the stall and choose whatever you want to eat tonight. Madame Maya displayed her skills, conjuring up a table of delicious dishes. Agricultural machinery had helped them open up over 100 acres of land, rotating them between pasture and fruits and vegetables. The animal manure, once fully composted, became excellent fertilizer, saving them money on waste disposal and expanding the product offerings for Delaney's online snack shop. Most families, once ostracized by the church due to their marks, now lived in this way, their lives a world of ease compared to their past. Considering the guests had come from far away, Madame Maya prepared some easily digestible food for the first meal. She set aside a small table for Elio, with the cat sitting on a stool and little Remus standing nearby, helping him with the meat and vegetables. The child, chosen by the church to atone for his sister's sins, had spent several years as a priest apprentice. While he hadn't had time to learn anything else, he had thoroughly mastered the art of caring for others. After the guests enjoyed themselves, Anna stayed to talk with her. She wanted to know Madame Maya's attitude about Abigail's case, whether she was willing to overturn her case. If her case is overturned, Abigail's name and her past will inevitably be discussed and debated online. Many conservative communities are particularly harsh on women, and it's foreseeable that such negative comments will be a double trauma for a mother who has lost her daughter. The dead are important, and so are the living. Has that abominable hell finally been uncovered? My Abi is innocent. Maya looked around blankly, eyes wide open. Her husband, who was directing the household robot to wash dishes and clean, was silent for a moment before turning and saying, "Overturn the verdict. Our daughter was the victim. Anyone who thinks the victim is guilty isn't a good person. They can't say anything good. Just ignore it." After all these years, someone finally spoke up for Abi. Should she still be blamed for everything she did for Abi? Chapter 187. Just as the Interstellar Peace Company's public relations department had finally managed to use the news of Pinnacone's upcoming concert to slightly dampen the heat of the Ever prison torture case, the escaped convict, number 0824131, who had made the whole thing public, reappeared in the Starnet public community. She wore a company uniform she had stolen from somewhere. The pulled-down brim of her hat and the dim lighting made it difficult to discern her features. Her voice was also encrypted. As soon as she appeared, the company's cybersecurity department launched a full-scale attack, attempting to locate her hiding place in the real world. However, as if unaware of the danger, number 0824131 revealed her prisoner code and told a story to people in every corner of the universe. It was plain, quiet, and tinged with a weary languor. Like the mumbling of someone just waking up from a nap, this story spanned Boys 3 in the Lyra constellation and the interstellar prison of Ever. Number 0824131 was calm, while the listeners were furious. The calmer she was, the more thoughtful her thinking became, and the more credible she became. In that prison, which supposedly punishes sin with unforgiveness, lie innocent girls and children. What is sin? Is resisting abuse a sin? Is being born in prison a sin? Is being forced to entertain others in order to survive a sin? Or is the very cause of all this a sin? The PR and publicity departments were practically going crazy. Number 0824131 spent 10 minutes telling a story, and the hard work of everyone working day and night until they were bald was instantly wasted. Now it wasn't just a minor issue of baldness, some employees had grown skeptical of the company. No matter how hard capital tries to equate money with self-fulfillment, there are still those with a romantic nature willing to sacrifice their own interests in pursuit of justice. The universe is vast, and Interstellar Peace isn't the only company recruiting talent. After all, it's impossible to climb the ladder of promotions, so what's wrong with accepting an offer? This is far more terrifying than directly attacking the company. Countless ordinary employees are insignificant, yet crucial. Like the materials beneath the Amber King's hammer, they form the subspace barrier that shields against collapse. They are also the cornerstone of Interstellar Peace's endurance. Disconnect the network. Disconnect the network. Double the reward for number 082413121. Are those guys in the network information department just sitting there doing nothing? They haven't located the location in all this time? The head of the PR department blushed, his neck clenched with veins. If he could navigate data streams like a punk lord, what he most want to do now would be to strangle number 0824131. Is this guy trying to kill himself? He brazenly showed up in the StarNet public community, insisting on a bloody battle with the Interstellar Peace Company. What the hell has happened to the company? No, the network information department can't locate the coordinates. It must be the hacker Silver Wolf behind this. We can't shut down the signal unless we unplug the server. Unplug the server? Hilarious. Why not unplug the director's oxygen tubes? The employee in charge was completely indifferent. Even attacking the identity of escaped prisoner number 0824131 would be useless at this point. First, she shattered the stereotype of a Vel star being impenetrable. Second, she decided to escape to publicize the innocent victims. Finally, she truly took the risk to expose the matter. How to criticize? Netizens will only say how cool it is for her to dare to go against the company like this. Anything more would be counter-promotion for her. As for the typical case mentioned in number 0824131, the church massacre on Lyra Boyce 6 months ago is easy to track down, and now it's been completely revived. A Clipper priest molested a young girl, and the Lyra Senate threw the underage girl who resisted into an interstellar prison specifically for violent and serious criminals. If the person had been released alive, this situation might have been manageable. But he died, deceived by Ever's warden, Teledazov, under the pretext of release from prison, to provide entertainment for a playboy on a vacation, leading to his death. How could human language possibly exist in such permutations and combinations? The last time I heard of such a thing was in a description of a genocide case. Let's go back to number 0824131's criminal record. Would anyone dare to make it public? She orchestrated numerous illegal demonstrations in Pier Point, demanding, to no avail, that Oswaldo Schneider, head of the company's marketing department, appear and explain numerous cases of genocide linked to the company. He was subsequently arrested and imprisoned. Threatening public safety in a dangerous manner carries a sentence ranging from 100 years to life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. Oswaldo Schneider didn't dare confront her publicly, so how could the PR department dare? In the past, she only protested, marched, and demonstrated. After visiting Avel, she joined the hunting patrol, and now she's become a Star-Corps hunter, unwavering in her actions. Isn't this just some fun way to deify the Interstellar Peace Corporation? Aha's followers clutched their melons, their eyes sparkling. They all exclaimed, "What a spectacle!" The revenge hunt was truly fascinating. If it weren't for the enormous amount of credits required to support scientific research, the Genius Club and the Society of Knowledge would have already renounced their ties with the company. Intelligence is no fool. The story slowly drew to a close. 0824131 earnestly pleaded with the Interstellar Peace Company to seek justice for all those lost to the Avel prison. Then, she politely thanked them and left the company. The heads of PR and publicity knew their careers had come to an end. She wasn't crazy at all. The image wasn't AI generated, so what could they blame? Blame her for repeating the truth? You completely committed a feud with the company. Do you regret it? Silver Wolf, chewing his bubble gum, turned back to look at Anna, who had taken off her hat, changed her clothes, and was about to help Ms. Maya catch sheep. She looked cheerful, unfazed by the prospect of being hunted down by the universe's greatest power. Why should I regret it? Will you, having helped me, regret doing this? Will Elio, having accepted me, regret it? You don't regret it, and I certainly don't regret it either. She rolled up her shirt sleeves and shrugged casually. My only regret is probably having to change my style in the future. Humph. Silver Wolf sat back down and pulled out his game console. Go play with the sheep, and take Firefly with you. The sight of the white, round, soft sheep scattered across the ground made his eyes nearly pop out. He couldn't understand why anyone loved animals so much. She waved her hand impatiently, the corners of her mouth curling up. Anna poured her some water, set aside some snacks, and quietly walked away. Silver Wolf kicked the wooden post in front of the rocking chair, causing it to rock rhythmically. Playing games, accompanied by the intoxicating gentle breeze, was even more fun than usual. In the end, besides Firefly, Blade, and Elio went to catch sheep together, with Kafka following from a distance, watching the fun. Oh, there's not much work to do, actually. Go play with the lambs over there. There are machines. Maya dragged a half-grown ram away by the horns. Boss Cat looked at it several times, and so tonight's roasted whole lamb was decided. Me? The sheep seemed reluctant, but no one cared. Large-scale livestock farming requires regular and timely vaccinations, otherwise an infectious disease could easily lead to annihilation. Today, the ranch's task was to herd the sheep into appropriate pens for vaccinations. The dogs barked happily behind them. The injection drones were already in place next to the narrow, specialized pens. The herders only had to put the purchased vaccines into the feed slot. The dogs and robots took care of everything else. The lambs are in another pen. They won't be reunited until the ewes are vaccinated. Little Remus ran over to lead the way. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. One curly-haired lamb after another was perched on the wooden fence, staring at them. Wow! Lu Ying was overjoyed. The bleeding lambs looked even cuter, their pink ears wagging as if they were about to take off. Lambs need vaccinations too. The only person actually helping out was Mr. Blade. His bandaged arm scarred and bruised, he walked into the pen, picked up the lamb that was bleeding the most and leaping the loudest. Where are we sending them? Me. The lamb desperately called out for help from its mother, its legs kicking. Me. Me. Ah. Mr. Blade. Lu Ying ran after him, her hands folded. Be gentle. Don't get hurt. No, be careful not to get kicked by the lamb. Blade, Thank you. At least you found a new way to say it. Elliot chose the fattest, whitest, and woolliest lamb and lay on its back, squinting in the sun. Kafka, holding Lu Ying's external device, smiled and took photos. Little Remus ran ahead. This is fine. Lambs aren't as obedient as the older ones. He reached a platform, where a robotic arm was already at the ready. Normally, a specialized machine would hold the lambs and give them injections one by one, but since the guests were so interested, it wasn't impossible to let them try. Meh. A flock of curious lambs followed Mr. Blade, watching where he was sending the unfortunate creature. They weren't exactly bright. Any animal with a brain would have turned and run, but they pressed forward, as if they were following the leader. A few particularly mischievous lambs even lowered their heads and tried to butt into the man's legs. Rin had to constantly turn back to chase away the foolish sheep, his face as dark as if he had seen an apprentice from the construction department attaching a golden man's arms to his legs. Puff! Lu Ying couldn't help herself, a smile streaming down her beautiful eyes. The sheep bleated, the dogs barked, and friends nearby struggled to hold back their laughter. From the sky rang the clear chirping of a skylark. So this was what it felt like to be alive. Chapter 188. So, this matter ultimately fell to the Strategic Investment Department, but there's no final conclusion yet. Is that how I understand it? The blond young man hummed, fiddling with the chips in his hand. He glanced at his friendly and loving colleagues with a half smile. If there's no final conclusion, we can discuss it. So let's discuss it. Ding dong. The round token struck out with a pleasant, crisp sound. This gambling tool, which everyone scorned and mocked behind their backs, is the embodiment of power. Amber King, your walls aren't as strong as you might think. Ha ha ha. The previous head of the propaganda department had been transferred to develop the Fringe Galaxis, and the new one, judging by his hairstyle, looked very capable. He chuckled dryly, occasionally stroking his shiny forehead. Surrounded by powerful figures, he felt a tremendous amount of pressure. But not coming here was necessary. The plan he had finally devised needed someone who met the requirements to execute it. Well, the requirements were a bit high. The Evocan are truly a rare breed, rare in the world. In this moment of crisis, who cares what their past was? Slave, prisoner, even if they were once the most famous beauties in the land of wine, it doesn't matter. They can use this beautiful face to make their presence felt, to at least distract from the Avel Interstellar prison. Emerald reclined in her armchair and smiled. Kakavasa's child truly desired very little. With her ample funds, and no loans to lend, she naturally had no reason to persuade him. The young men pecking at each other like fighting cocks was quite amusing. The excitement was quite enjoyable to watch. Ahem, the company needs a positive image to step forward and help turn the tide. Please, geniuses, don't refuse. The newly appointed head of the publicity department spoke with his tail between his legs, not even daring to raise his head. The strategic investment department is the most unique of the many divisions within Interstellar Peace's wage operations. It has no set requirements. Regardless of education, background, age, or even skills, anyone can be recruited as long as they can demonstrate enough strength to convince the leader, Diamond. Thus, this department has both the lowest average education level and the highest average appearance, and the staff are unashamed to use any means. If you round it up, you can say they're all pretty villains. That's great. Special times call for special measures. Those who are too proud or lack good looks won't do. Slave, isn't that exactly what you're made for? Wagging your tail, fawning and flattering. Go, go! Shuju is the type who feels uncomfortable if he doesn't damage gold dust for a day. Dragon Crystal and Amber appear unmoved, but their eyes are practically flashing with static. As for Topa, let her go. A lovely girl and a cute pet, they fit the bill perfectly. Cock of Asia understood the man's intentions and wasn't about to simply agree to the propaganda department's request. You want to send P45 for free without paying anything? You people only care about yourselves. Lil Yelena went to Yalolo 6 to collect on her debt. I thought you knew about this? Jade nodded at him, to prevent things from getting out of hand. Gold Sand snorted again in that annoying voice. A loan company that was useless hundreds of years ago had the nerve to send someone to collect on her debt, including interest. Isn't it just because they think the current leader of Yalolo 6 is young and easy to bully? Xianzhou Yaoqing has also borrowed a lot of money, so why hasn't anyone dared to collect on her? The phrase taking advantage of someone's misfortune has always been perfectly executed by the Interstellar Peace Company. Then let the prince go. That's enough to fool the young ladies. I'm from the evil kin, and we have a bad reputation, you know? Cock of Asia calmly flipped the chip in his hand, and tossed it over, and over on the back of his hand. Shuju's eyes glared. Are you insulting me and my kingdom? Alright, boys. Emerald reminded him a second time, and the only Onyx present, Shinju, calmly said, the company wants you, Gold Sand. Pointless arguments won't change the work schedule. Cock of Asia didn't ask why. Everyone here knew he was from evil too. Just who brought him out? No one in the company dared mention that codename these days, and the thought made him laugh. Sister, such a gentle young woman, had become a you-know-who within the Interstellar Peace Company. Ah, everyone is noble except me? He hummed softly, and beads of sweat were unnoticeable on the forehead of the new head of the publicity department. You're my ancestor, okay? Don't mention it. Absolutely not. Why do you say that? He moved his lips with difficulty, racking his brain for something pleasant to compliment the young man. The reason we invited you is mainly because you look the most suitable. The company originally wanted to invite the most voted beauty to help out, but unfortunately, it was summer vacation, and Miss Febret was doing a social research survey. Her advisor, Professor Veritas Latior, declined our invitation. This publicity thing should have been done with the Bourgeois Society. The friendship between the company and its allies is unbreakable. However, after the incident involving Avel Star and number 08241321 broke, the Bourgeois Society was deeply dissatisfied with the company. They kicked the female scholar out without even meeting her, forcing them to select a suitable candidate from within. This director Sha Jin was chosen for the new cover of Universal Beauty purely because of his good looks. He's also a person with a story to tell, with a complex connection to Avel Star, which could also hint at the company being wronged. He's just a perfectly good prisoner. We already released him, so how can you say the company is heartless? The company still values humanity. As long as they create enough value, prisoners can also reach high positions. What excellent publicity material, Cock of Asia, Should I thank Professor Leisho? If he hadn't refused, my sister's summer job might have encountered a lot of trouble. The Star Core Hunter who thrashed the company, and the scholar known as the beauty of the universe were the same person. What a brilliant disguise. Who could have guessed it? The momentary vacant expression on his face was immediately seized upon by Shuju as an excuse to elbow his colleague. Oh my goodness, you brought up a certain gentleman's heartbreak. He offered to treat the scholar to some snacks out of kindness, but she didn't appreciate it at all. He was even suspected and expelled from the school because of it. TSK, Director Sha Jin, it seems there's always an invisible barrier between you and the word academic. Stop this useless back and forth, Sha Jin. State your terms. Oprah was growing weary of this tug-of-war. This Evagen was asking for his own price. He wouldn't cooperate without some incentives. Cock of Asia ignored Shuju's provocation and flashed a confident smile before the hand. Everyone knows what I want. The Stoneheart 10 of the Strategic Investment Department, also known as the Non-Performing Asset Recovery Experts, were essentially debt collectors. Their salaries and commissions were tied to the amount of money they recovered. If there was a good project, everyone was willing to go. Who said credit points bid you? Humph. Shuju's face fell. He knew he once again lost the game to Shah-Jin. Penacony. As expected, the Evocan mentioned this name, which had appeared repeatedly on the documents, without any surprise. I'm looking to acquire Penacony. I need a well-known but not particularly relevant assistant, and 2 cornerstones as leverage. Your Highness, purple is a noble color. What do you think? Emerald intervened before the table was smashed. What are you going to pawn for my cornerstone? You need to convince your colleagues about the remaining one. Except for Tapa, who wasn't present, even the colleagues who had been projected into the meeting concealed their symbols of the 10 stone hearts from Shah-Jin, fearing he might make unreasonable demands. He, Cock of Asia smiled, lowering his eyes. You will handle the subsequent acquisition of Penacony, Ms. Emerald. Is that enough sincerity? As for the remaining cornerstone, I better consult Yelena. Even if it was just the aftermath, the profits were enough to keep P46 on edge. If my sister were sitting here, she'd probably just toss the cornerstone over without a second thought, letting him do whatever he wanted with it. But that's impossible. She's not a protector. The meeting is over. Shah-Jin will be temporarily transferred to work with the publicity department's filming plans. He also be assigned the Pinocchio recycling project. That's all. You can go make your preparations, Shah-Jin. Even if everyone wasn't entirely happy about Shah-Jin's involvement in the Pinocchio recycling project, they didn't want to be treated like a decorative vase, tossed around to please the general public. So, when Opal announced this decision, everyone frowned, but no one objected. What if this gambler couldn't pull it off? Picking up a bargain isn't impossible. After the meeting, the head of the publicity department smiled dryly and walked over to Cock of Asia, waiting for him. The blond young man lost all of his previous sarcastic and aggressive demeanor. He smiled at his tormented colleague and said, "Please take a nice picture of me later, thank you. Oh, by the way, I remember that at the end of each natural year under Pierpoint time, the company invites the most sought-after beauty of the year to gather for a grand celebration. Please place me next to Miss Fiberricht. He would be jealous of anyone standing next to Anna. To protect the guests' lives, it would be best if he was the only one." Read the quantifier carefully. 1. The head of the publicity department was practically cursing out an 800-word essay. You, a gambling-addicted illiterate, dare to covet a female scholar from First Truth University. Do you really think there are no laws in this world? Miss Fiberricht's advisor is Professor Veritas Lachaud. Just wait for your digital pen to smash you into a hornet's nest. Okay. We mediate when the time comes. He didn't dare speak his mind, mumbling incessantly throughout the entire journey from the Strategic Investment Department to the Logistics and Publicity Department. Miss Fiberricht would slap you. Chapter 189. After devouring all of Madame Maya's chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep, the Star Corps Hunters' week-long vacation concluded successfully. They packed their bags and prepared to depart Lyra's Boys 3. An investigation team would soon arrive to investigate Abigail's case, and a clash between the two would likely be extremely awkward for the joint investigation team. As highly valued and self-aware members of the company's wanted list, they happily decided to let the incoming experts go for now. To outsiders, it looked like Maya's family had hosted a group of alien guests inspecting the ranch. Now that the inspection was over, the guests had made ample room for the investigation team, leaving no room for suspicion. Furthermore, their 2 oldest children had indeed gone to the Central Star Ring to develop their careers a few years ago, so no one cared which one was brought back this time. Of course, a key factor in Elio's decision was that Anna had finally received a letter from the First Truth University's academic affairs system. In light of her mentor, Professor Veritas Lachaud, requesting to be involved in the Everstar prison investigation, Miss Fiberricht, her student, will be temporarily serving as an assistant professor. Anna, in response, expressed 6 points. As for this support, which one do you prefer? But joking aside, upon receiving the letter, she immediately booked a starship ticket back to the Polymath Institute. Cleaning up the mess she left behind is no big deal. The Everstar prison investigation can be done perfunctorily or not. Her involvement as a witness and eyewitness might be good news for the innocent victims, and those whose crimes do not deserve the death penalty. Abigail wasn't the only one devoured by that place. Many others lay in the incinerator, silently awaiting justice and righteousness. Nothing much to explain. Just don't break your vest. If you do, remember to call for help. That's all. Silver Wolf bit into the dried meat jerky and rocked back and forth. She truly loved this rocking chair. Beneath the purple-tongued flowers, the breeze and the fragrance would soon lull her into a sleepy slumber. Mr. Blade said nothing, but took out a space button and handed it to Anna. A mother worries about her child even when he's far away. Ms. Maya's overwhelming maternal love had nowhere to go, and one space button wasn't enough. Oh, thanks. Anna gathered the snacks that had nearly buried her, packing them left and right, until she was left empty-handed. Before leaving, Madame Maya had a dress made of a special bois fabric for Anna. She then solemnly handed her the pink sapphire, saying, "Abigail is free of the charges those people have brought against her. Please take her with you to see the world beyond." As a child, Abigail had often imagined what the outer world would be like, whether the stars would dance, whether Kazan and Avika could sing. Before she had a chance to grow up, she was sent to the Interstellar prison, where she waited out her sentence with the hope of protecting her family and redeeming herself. Maya's eyes welled up as she reluctantly searched for the traces her daughter had left behind. Finally, she let go of her daughter's hand and sent her off to a distant land once again. If she were recognized by those investigating the old case, it would be difficult to explain, but Maya couldn't bear to keep her locked up in the dark closet. Abby loved wandering through green meadows and running freely under the azure sky. She was like a playful star, a mischievous little bunny, never quiet for a moment. Go see the best university in the universe, meet the smartest people, and see what lies beyond our wildest dreams. The pink sapphire, tightly wrapped in hand-woven lace, was transformed by her mother's skillful hand into an exquisite BLO tie, a perfect match for her new outfit. Anna, without a word, took the box and changed into the dress Maya had tailored. The simple white shirt and ultramarine knee-length pleated skirt effectively softened her sharpness. Adding a pink gem, her harmless image was a stark contrast to her previous appearance in a black suit, embracing bloodshed. You're always out and about, so you're bound to run into some very discerning people. It's hard to recognize you like this. Maya grumbled, pinching Anna's hair, which was unevenly long and neglected. Luing stood up and volunteered, "I'd do it. I just give it a trim." Not everyone has the courage to expose themselves to the public community of Starnet. It was precisely because number 0824131 took the risk that her accusations were widely accepted. However, the company wasn't one to suffer in silence. It would inevitably try to retaliate in other ways. It would be safer to keep number 0824131, representing the identity of a high-ranking prison escapee, separate from Anna, a scholar. Some adjustments to her appearance were inevitable. Dress up? Me too. Silver Wolf slowly put away his game console and emerged from the rocking chair. Kafka rested her chin on her finger and examined Anna carefully. She suits the orange-pink color scheme perfectly. This Padparadska is perfect. Wait! Realizing something wasn't right, Anna took a step back. Maya, Kafka, and Firefly's Silver Wolf were closing in on her. Don't run. You said you weren't going to run, and you're really not? You're kidding. Anna raised her legs and tried to slip out the door. Kafka smiled. Anna, listen to me. Sit back in the chair. Number 0824131, having failed to escape, obediently walked to the chair and sat down. She watched the whole thing, her eyebrows raised, her face silent. "Huh, you said you were just arguing with Kafka for no reason. Who could possibly win over her?" "Well, my hair and eyebrows need a trim. Not as short as before, but not too long either." Firefly raised her scissors excitedly, and a chill ran down the back of number 0824131's neck. Too long or too short would appear on the wanted poster, leaving Anna with limited hairstyle options. "Want to dye it? I can help with a permanent ether dye." Silver Wolf pulled out his spray paint, eager to try. Maya pondered, what colors are young girls going for these days? Is it trendy or does it look good? What do you like? Anna, forced to remain silent, said, Does my opinion even matter? Ren took out his fragmented sword and began polishing and maintaining it. Finding something to do would justify his position. He pretended not to hear his colleagues' excited whispers, so he could play dumb when they asked for their opinions. Elliot collapsed into a furry puff, ignoring his men's pleading gazes. This is the price he has to pay, number 0824131. A day later, Miss Anna Febrecht, who had inexplicably softened, returned from her vacation aboard the starship back to First Truth University. As soon as she left, her part-time colleagues also took their leave. The remaining time was enough to fade the memory of a visitor to Maya's house. Forget about those old acquaintances from Avel prison. Even Anna herself felt a genuine sense of strangeness when she looked in the mirror. She was clearly the same person, just with a new hairstyle, new clothes, and a pair of plain glasses. Why did the final effect look like a completely different head? Who am I? Where am I? Have I switched to another world line? With these questions in her mind, she stumbled back to the starport in the system where First Truth University was located, waiting to reunite with Professor Leisho and the other students. She waited and waited, but no one showed up. As the scheduled starship departure time approached, a call from Phaeton popped up on her external device. Where are you? Where are you? The starship is leaving soon. If you're already in the waiting hall, head straight for docking station A8424. I'll be waiting at the hatch. Your ticket is with me. Anna decisively hung up the phone and headed for the designated location. Luckily, she wasn't carrying any luggage, otherwise her movements would have been hampered by the clattering and banging. Docking station A8424 was about 800 meters from her current location, and she nearly ran for it. It wasn't a thrilling time to catch up with the starship. Sure enough, standing under the hatch was a tall, white-haired figure, his head perked up, peering around. Phaeton? Anna almost reached him, but then turned back and waved her hand in his face. The white-haired young man was so shocked that he instinctively leaned back, his head slamming hard against the starship's metal door frame. Ah! Anna? There's only one N, not five. It seems the new image his colleagues helped create is truly deceptive. This guy stared wide-eyed, but he still didn't recognize it. Phaeton majored in law. Last time, Professor Anaxa transferred Anna to the Black Tower station for assistance. This time, he was assigned to Professor Leisho to help out, focusing on the principle of neither owes the other anything, and neither borrows for nothing. Gods of the stars, are you? Are you in love? A classmate who usually wears nothing but her school uniform, making the boys in her class look so handsome, suddenly changes her clothes, dyes her hair, and puts on light makeup. Who would believe you if there wasn't something going on? I really admire your boundless imagination. Anna followed the attendant's instructions and headed inside the starship. Phaeton followed her clumsily. Not in love. Hey, what kind of job are you doing this summer? The contrast is just too great. Stop talking nonsense. Where are your seats? Where's Professor Leisho? Since everyone was rushed from all corners of the universe at short notice, there were bound to be some communication issues. Phaeton was particularly curious about Anna's new appearance, and he couldn't get enough of it. He paced back and forth, grinning. The company needs your help with something, and they have quite a few requirements. They like to bring in a relatively well-known scholar who isn't closely tied to their business. The professor said he'd be in Pier Point for a day or two, so we should go to Yver to investigate. Do you know how to get there? Anna, I know. How could I not? I know it all. Not only do I know how to get in, I know how to get out too. Chapter 190. Where did you dye your gray hair? You're so skilled. It's so natural and shiny, just like your natural hair. Hey! Do they look like brother and sister? Phaeton held up the front camera of his external device and leaned over to Anna to show her. One with white hair, the other with gray, and both with blue eyes. They did look a bit alike. But Phaeton was more like the bright rising sun, while Anna looked a bit cold and gloomy. Entering the rest cabin, the two unfamiliar seniors and the Dioscuri sisters remained in the room. The team heading to Yver Interstellar Prison to intervene in the investigation was divided into two parts. One, led by Professor Leisho's student, Miss Febricht, departed from the First Truth University starport. The other, following the professor, departed from Pier Point a day or two later. This third-party monitoring team would eventually reunite on the prison planet. Wow, and you don't look like a man at all now. Pelusia's hand was itching to draw. Anna, at 1.75 meters tall, looked beautiful in any outfit. The white and ultramarine combination was fresh and elegant, and with her glasses and biello tie, she perfectly matched the stereotype of a scholar. Castorea, with the eyes of a fandom expert, surveyed her and nodded. You could add another accessory to your wrist. The light gold twisted wire bracelet on her right hand was a bit plain. Perhaps she should consider a vintage timepiece with a mother-of-pearl dial. No more accessories. Why was everyone so keen on playing dress-up with her? Anna let out a faint, cat-like cry. Please spare me. Ha ha. No one missed the starship, and the journey began in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. As the young scholars chatted, the topic shifted to the recently hotly debated Yver Star prison abuse case, which they were about to investigate. Without knowing the full story, it was difficult to prejudge a position, but the facts that had already been established were met with outrage. Let's not even talk about the innocent people who were wrongly convicted or misjudged. Even if the sentence was appropriate, the prisoners had only made a mistake, they were still human. Even pets can have a dignified death, but their fellow offenders cannot. Relatives and bereaved families are even required to pay an additional fee to redeem their ashes. If no one redeems them, the bodies are frozen, divided, and then sold for profit. The thought of it is chilling. Is this something a human being could do? Everyone is equal before death. Judicial institutions, based on sound laws, render fair judgments and appropriate sentences. This is a respect for human dignity. Ordinary people, grounded in simple values, often agree with this collective punishment mechanism. But we can't say that anyone who breaks the law deserves the death penalty. Should a starving person be put to death for stealing a piece of bread to fill their stomachs? This isn't some pink website where the death penalty is the first choice. Evil's tragedy clearly extends beyond the prison's management and operations. Many prisoners shouldn't be there in the first place. Several scholars understand that the greater problem lies with Pierpoint, but as for the Interstellar Peace Company, the Institute of Knowledge can only issue risk warnings, and it's the board's choice whether to listen or not. Back to the prison situation. The judge clearly gave a fixed-term sentence, so why did you commute it to the death penalty when it came time to carry it out? Anna remained silent, thinking to herself, perhaps you don't yet understand how chaotic things are on an island where serious criminals live freely. The company had been forced to disclose the investigation within the prison area to conceal a more horrific secret. Who now remembers the initial reports about drug factories and illegal laboratories? Everyone's attention has been drawn to the prisoner abuse incident. What a cover-up. Let's wait and see what happens when we get to our destination. Perhaps the facts don't match the descriptions. She didn't comment, she already expressed her opinions enough in the interim. Prisoner 0824131 committed a serious crime and is on the run. She has a motive to lie. Much of the current information regarding Yvel Star is her own version of events, and it's insufficient as testimony. From an objective standpoint, this is the situation. That's why a neutral third party is needed to ensure a fair and valid outcome. You're right, but I still feel so sorry for the little girl mentioned in case number 0824131. Everyone chatted about Abigail's case, wishing they could dig up that unremembered priest and give him a beating. Using their position as a priest to violate an underage girl is unacceptable, regardless of whether one believes in a star god or not. I feel like a building, and the case number 0824131 is a starship hurtling towards me. Phaeton's grief was like a gray veil. Anna patted his shoulder. So we were heading to Yver this time to seek justice for countless victims like him. After arriving at the edge system controlled by Bill Point, the scholars found the starship Yvel had sent to pick them up. This was also Anna's old acquaintance, and the bright red carpet looked like still-dried blood. If I spill the luminol, there shouldn't be a large fluorescent reaction, right? This is a starship, haha. Everyone had a stern expression upon boarding the starship, and a senior tried to lighten the tension. The entry point he had chosen seemed problematic. As the silence deepened, he scratched his cheek awkwardly and huddled up. I'm not being abstract anymore. Sit down, Phaeton said, helping the Dioscuri sisters carry one suitcase, while Anna helped them both carry the other. Casalatoya pushed Perlusia's wheelchair to a spot near the window with a view. No one was in the mood for conversation. The starship lacked even a rest area, so passengers had no choice but to sit all the way to their destination. It would have been fine if the distance had been shorter, but a longer journey of 20 or 30 systems would have been unbearable. You couldn't just open the hatch midway and let the passengers drift off into space for some fresh air. The entire journey felt like torture, but it was a great privilege for the scholars. At least they weren't shackled or hit on the head with gun barrels. 29 system hours later, the starship safely arrived on the surface of the Yver Star Sea. The scholars were completely exhausted and speechless. But this was just the beginning. The average surface temperature of the planet was low, and upon exiting the starship, Perlusia sneezed several times. Ha! 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 The black ocean, shrouded in white mist, visually conveyed a sense of cold despair. The sky was gray, the sea was black, and aside from the bright colors on the scholars' clothing, there was no sense of hope here. The greeters weren't armed guards, but members of the company's investigative team, who had been stationed at the prison for some time. Welcome, scholars, it's incredibly cold here. Sorry, let's go to the dorms, and have some hot drinks first, and then discuss the investigation. The middle-aged man didn't say much. Professor Lachaud, who had the final say, was distracted by Pierpoint. These rookies, who hadn't yet left school, weren't worth his serious attention. The prisoners in the prison are still serving their sentences. After all, there are indeed quite a few criminals here who have survived thanks to the abolition of the death penalty. I don't recommend you approach them directly, especially delicate women. The man's words were unpleasant, even tinged with ulterior motives, but his meaning wasn't particularly malicious. Ordinary scholars, weak and vulnerable, really shouldn't approach prisoners easily. As they spoke, they arrived at their accommodations. The company's investigative team, who arrived first, took a room on the top floor of the volcanic cone, next to the warden's office. The scholars who arrived later were assigned to the medical station's spare dormitories. The rickety elevator made Phaeton frown. There's only one way in and out. No fire escape? Yes, for ease of management and to prevent escape, said a member of the investigation team. The deeper the prison floor, the heavier the sentence. This place is packed with talented people, kid. Never underestimate the evil hidden in the human heart. Even so, someone still escaped. Phaeton, in a rare confrontation, confronted someone. The middle-aged man glanced at him, threw down the key, snorted, and turned away. Young people always overthink things. They learn their lesson only through hardship. I checked the profit statements published by the Interstellar Peace Company over the years. Although Iver Prison wasn't well known before, its revenue is actually incredibly high. They must be upset to be forced to dismantle such a golden goose. Two seniors stepped forward, patting the white-haired young man's shoulders to comfort him. Casalatoya looked around and said, "Don't worry about what those people say. We just need to have a clear conscience. Now the question is, which way should we go?" Anna had never been to the guards' quarters, but she knew the medical station was an open structure, allowing prisoners to easily infiltrate through the corridors of the detention area. And Iver indeed held many dangerous prisoners, so if we weren't careful, harm could happen. Let's go inside and find the prison staff first, they definitely know. She pushed Perlusha's wheelchair into the medical station. The office, whose door was always open, was now locked. The incinerator was hidden at the end of the corridor, which was not clearly visible. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Phaeton nervously tried to shield everyone behind him. He shouted a few words into the dark corridor, and the door to the office near the middle opened. Who's outside? The young female doctor peered out, startled by the sudden appearance of the scholars. Hey! A group of prisoners escaped? We are third-party supervisors sent by the Institute of Knowledge. Are the dormitories assigned here? Phaeton's voice softened when he saw that it was a woman. Upon hearing his introduction, the female doctor immediately asked for their ID. I'm sorry, I haven't received any reception instructions. We need to confirm your identities. Iver Prison is sealed off from the outside world, even today. The guards and doctors had a vague idea of what was going on, but it wasn't much. The investigation team sent by the company only said they were investigating the escape of prisoner number 082413321, and mentioned little else. It's no wonder the staff were suspicious. Isn't it a bit of an overreaction to even alert the Polymath Society over a fugitive? Stella licked her lips nervously, not daring to look at the scholars dragging their luggage. The investigation team hasn't yet found any evidence that the report she issued for number 082413321 was falsified. Yesterday, she thought a bunch of laymen wouldn't be able to figure it out, but today, a group of professionals arrived. If only Pierpoint could be this rigorous when sentencing people. Chapter 191. Ever since number 082413321 escaped from prison more than half a year ago, Stella has been worried. She was either worried about someone discovering she had falsified the diagnosis, or that number 082413321 would identify her after being apprehended. Before leaving Avel, she blew up the elevator connecting to the rooftop garden, causing the special detention area to crash into the sea. She also killed the warden, Televizov. Thank goodness the warden was dead, otherwise she would have been captured and tortured. It wasn't until a month ago that vague rumors began to trickle in. Number 082413321 hadn't been caught by the bounty hunters, having successfully evaded the company's pursuit. Logically, at this point, the fugitive's story should have ended with him finding an unremarkable fringe galaxy and living out his life in peace. The universe is so vast that finding someone deliberately hiding is nearly impossible. Furthermore, they are all ordinary, short-lived creatures, unlikely to live for 70 or 80 years before being forgotten in 20. But 082413321 didn't do so. She personally appeared on the Starnet community and revealed many of the secrets hidden within the Iver prison. She intended to completely turn the Iver Interstellar prison upside down, just as she had blown up the rooftop garden. Stella felt a mixture of emotion and a certain bitterness. She sincerely hoped that 0824131's operation would succeed. Not only would they save the people who had been insulted and harmed, but also her, the quack who had issued the false diagnosis. At this very moment, the company's investigation team arrived at Yver prison. They harshly reprimanded every guard and treated every prisoner with extreme hostility, as if Yver were a source of toxic pollution, and that anyone who even glanced at them would be met with disdainful glares. It seemed things weren't as simple as she imagined. Stella's mood was once again tangled. She had already submitted a transfer request to Miss Lucy, even saying she considered resigning if she couldn't get a transfer. The arrival of the investigation team halted all normal administrative procedures on Yvel. Not only could she not leave, but she had to endure fear and panic as they subjected her to endless questioning. Questions like 0824131's condition, how long could he live, had he told her where he wanted to go? How could she know all this? The suspected discarded biochip in 0824131's brain might be even more indolent than its implanted owner, unwilling to move for at least a century. Is this answer acceptable? Shouldn't the person who should be asking this question be the Evican who's tailing number 0824131? I had thought the investigation team lacked medical expertise, and that I could get by with just denying the fake images and reports. But fate had played another trick on Stella. The Polytechnic Institute sent scholars to act as third-party overseers. Who doesn't know that Polytechnic Institute and the Interstellar Peace Company have an investment and partnership relationship? These two organizations are clearly in the same boat. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, the report will be inspected. Stella felt a wave of despair and weakness. If the report was found to be false, she could prepare herself for a more pleasant cell. Only after being in this place could one truly understand its horror. Without the skills and abilities of number 0824131, an ordinary woman would be better off taking her own life rather than being thrown into a Yvel prison. At least she could avoid suffering many minor offenses. Are you okay? You look a little unwell. A gray-haired female scholar, wearing wire-framed glasses, stepped forward and held her arm. Stella turned sadly and looked up at her. Her gray-blue eyes reminded her of number 0824131. She was undeniably a kind person. Even though Stella regretted having fabricated the report out of pity, she never regretted helping her. There were clearly more ways to help number 0824131, but she chose the one that would most likely cause trouble. Back in school, Professor Veritas Ladio had called her muddled, and she cursed him behind his back. Now that she thought about it, she really wasn't thinking straight. I'm okay. Stella averted her gaze. This unfamiliar female scholar was even about the same height as number 0824131. Perhaps this was her last bit of luck. If you don't mind, can I stay in the same dormitory with you? Anna lied under Phaeton's admiring gaze. Professor Lachaud and the rest of the team won't be arriving for another day or two, so there might not be enough rooms available. If Stella hadn't been so upset, she'd have jumped up and started a fight if she hadn't said there weren't enough rooms without even looking. She really didn't have the energy to dwell on it right now. She'd just accept whatever the guest said. She didn't have many days left to endure it anyway. It doesn't matter. See for yourself, she cried, hugging Professor Lachaud's thigh. Could she ask him to help her get transferred to another prison? Her mind was in a tizzy. The scholars sorted out their rooms, and the strange female scholar even helped her directly into the prison doctor's quarters. The senior who had previously lived with her was seriously injured in the chaos caused by the prison break 0824131. He was transferred to the top floor of the Volcano prison block on this pretext, and naturally moved in with Miss Lucy and the others. Please do as you please. I have work to do. Unexpectedly, the female scholar locked the door and took off her glasses. Stella, you didn't recognize me? Huh? Isn't this the number 0824131, the one whose name can't even be mentioned within the company these days? Are you crazy? Why are you running back? She looked around frantically, only to feel slightly relieved when she remembered she was alone in the dorm. The people at the company are going crazy trying to catch you. They don't intend to leave you alive, you. Just find an excuse to leave right now, hide in some inconspicuous corner, and you get through life smoothly. You're looking for death by coming back. Miss Stella was a plain-looking woman with average medical skills and average everything else. The only thing that set her apart from her colleagues was her naturally rich kindness and empathetic softness. This kindness and softness might seem clumsy, but at Yvel, they were a rare warmth. Falsifying medical reports and diagnoses is a criminal offense. Revoking your license is a basic requirement if discovered. If your employer insists on it, you could even be fined. But if everything is true, then there's no problem. Anna bent down and stroked her fuzzy head. You must be scared, but you don't have to be. I handle this matter. But, Stella blushed. Where did number 08241321 go for advanced training? It's killing me. No buts. My name is Anna Fiber Richter. Nice to meet you, Miss Stella. She stood back and put her glasses back on. The intelligent and elegant scholar was completely different from the lazy and powerful prisoner. Stella, she was so handsome. This time, tears actually fell from her eyes. Tomorrow, I will recommend that the supervisory team review the medical records. You don't need to do anything. Just continue your duty as usual. As soon as she received the notice, Anna fully prepared for the necessary journey back to Avel. For others, creating a genuine brain tumor imaging film of number 08241321 would be a fantasy, but for the super hacker Silver Wolf, it's easier than dyeing his hair. Okay, I leave it to you then. Stella wanted to tell Anna, I'm counting on you for the rest of my life, but that was a bit too ambiguous. In the end, she just let out a deep breath. I will never, ever do anything as foolish as this again. Why didn't I think twice about it then? I thought it was perfect, but it was actually riddled with holes. Everyone makes mistakes in their lives. Some are harmless, while others have far-reaching consequences. Although, I still want to thank you. Anna smiled softly and walked over to the empty bed to arrange her belongings. I see dark circles under your eyes. I guess you've been through a lot these past few months. Get some sleep. I'll be here for you. I left Avel in such a hurry, with so many things I wanted to deal with but lacked the skills. It's nice to be back to sort things out for myself. The next day arrived in a flash. Anna, as expected, suggested that since they were staying at the medical station, they should investigate whether the patient was receiving the medical care they deserved. The company would likely agree, as the medical station did have extensive records of medical examinations and treatments, and presenting them in a report with detailed information would be very convincing. We're new here, and the professor isn't here, so we shouldn't clash with the company's investigation team. Her words made sense to everyone. If they ruined relations with the locals on the first day, their subsequent work would be difficult. Besides, everyone had just arrived in Hiver, so it was hard to say whether they favored one over the other. As a third-party monitoring agency, they should just record and reconcile everyone's actions. There was no need to make things difficult for themselves. The medical records themselves provide indirect evidence of torture at Hiver prison, and we could be of assistance in issuing an investigation. The Dioscuri sisters exchanged glances. Let's all come together. Okay. Phaeton immediately stood up with renewed energy. Are you still looking for the female doctor who led the way yesterday? I always felt she was a little unnaturally nervous, and her expression was a bit odd. As they say, honest people can't do bad things. Anna cleared her throat. As for her, she was still resting when I left, so I guess she was on duty the whole time. Being a doctor isn't easy. A little madness now, and then is good for your health. Out of trust in her, the others agreed to let the matter drop. Chapter 192. Anna quickly resolved the fake photo. After all, she only had to replace the fake film with the real one she had prepared. The rest of the medical records and other documents were written in a standard manner. Stella's expertise in this area was unquestionable. Even the seemingly competent Castorea could not find any abnormalities. As a member of the third-party monitoring organization, she had the right to access any information within the medical station. She opened the medical record for 08241321, closed it, and passed it to the next young scholar for examination. The film that had tormented Stella for so long was easily removed. Hey, is that the film? Anna handed the grainy film to Stella to reassure her. The young woman's eyes lit up. Yes. That's it. Huh? Saved. You took it down right away? She couldn't believe her eyes. How could it be so fast? This is too fast. No need for careful planning. Or anything like that. She was truly traumatized by the past few months of fear and anxiety, and she was a bit overreacting. Anna smiled and slipped the fake film into the remaining gap in the space button. There aren't so many subtle clues in the world. The more complex and meticulous the operation, the more likely it is to be exposed by some unexpected incident. Destroying evidence is like picking up a stray cat. A moment's delay is always a good strategy. Don't get involved in what happens next. Just go back to work and be confident. Finally, I'm free. Stella stared blankly, taking 2 steps back and leaning against her bed frame. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. Finally. I regretted that day ever since. She smiled frankly, tears welling up in her eyes. I hate my own cleverness, I hate your decisiveness, I hate the pressure from the higher-ups on my transfer application, I hate the endless questioning from the investigation team. I'm going crazy. I really want to destroy all of Avel and perish together. Fortunately. Stella didn't explicitly say what fortunately meant, but Anna understood. She was just an ordinary staff member, suffering from the price of a moment of weakness, enduring pressure that others could never imagine. I'm sorry, she said, a little ashamed. I shouldn't have been so lazy, and so openly accepted your sympathy. I should have at least found a way to save both of us. One needs to read more. Right now, she's thinking a lot. Before leaving, she searched through all the relevant laws and regulations, preparing for the worst-case scenario. Luckily, Miss Stella hadn't gone down a path of no return, and Anna still had time to fix the loophole she left. No, I can't blame you. Stella held her hands up in front of her face, shaking them back and forth. I was a little confused back then. Maybe I've been working as a prison doctor in places like Yver for so long, I always have a sense of superiority when facing the prisoners. If it weren't for the protection of armed guards, how could these doctors, who were powerless against the most severely convicted criminals, truly be superior? She took a deep breath. After the investigation team leaves, I resign. I go somewhere more hospitable to human life and diligently serve as a primary care doctor. This place is definitely not suitable for a long-term stay. Anna opened the large orange cat notebook she carried with her and wrote down the question. I write this up in the report. Prison staff haven't broken any laws, so why should they spend years living with the prisoners on this despairing planet? You really are. Stella couldn't find the right words. Number 0824131 was truly a strange individual. She could tolerate Avel's bizarre rules and regulations, lazily treating her cell like a resort hotel, and even risk her life for a complete stranger. The blonde Evican, the red-haired twins, the white-haired bunny girl, who among them were her long-standing friends or relatives? None, she had never even met them before entering Avel. Yet she was willing to help them escape Avel, becoming the company's most hated fugitive. And now she's back again, to save an insignificant prison doctor. How could you be like this? Stella complained, wiping away tears. You're leaving no one else a chance to live like this? You make us all look like idiots, fools, and villains. Anna looked away, clenching her fists in front of her face and laughing. How could that be? Professor Lachaud's digital pen often makes me dizzy. This time, I just happened to be there when you needed me. I'm not as noble as you think. I just happened to have an opportunity, and made a choice I won't regret. That's it. She grabbed the dried berries that Madame Maya had forced upon Stella from her space button and placed them on the table in front of Stella. Eat something and relax. It's human nature to avoid danger and protect oneself. I won't blame anyone for this. She knew she had a way to break free, but Stella, a mere mortal, couldn't. Having a choice and not having a choice were the fundamental differences between them. Stella muttered, "That's too much," snatching up the dried berries and falling back onto her bed, covering her face with the quilt. I must look awful right now, she thought, rubbing the fabric vigorously. Who wouldn't want to look their best in front of number 0824131? This guy, damn it, why is he always trying to look cool when no one's watching? Is it fun to make a lady cry? Bad guy. Anna shook her head, grabbed another handful of dried berries, and placed them where they belonged. She opened the door to rejoin Phaeton and the others to continue the review. Is number 0824131 a critically ill patient? Scholars were naturally curious about the most popular person in the universe right now. Phaeton dug through all of Anna's past records in the infirmary and carefully examined them. Casalatoya looked at the film and then the diagnostic report. Perhaps it's because she knew her life was coming to an end that she's willing to expose everything. What else could someone care about when they don't even care about their own life? The record showed that number 0824131 had no family or friends. In that respect, she was unbeatable. The person who had just returned from a sneaky escape was suddenly attacked. Anna gritted her teeth and dug out the other files to enter them into the system. The original paper files looked enormous, but after scanning them, they were actually quite small. Compared to the permanent population of Avel, the thickness of these files was laughable. The next corridor is pitch black. Why would there be such a place in the medical station? Do you think you could find a way to sneak in and take a look? Phaeton briefly compared the information Anna had entered with the data provided by the company's investigation team, and the result left him hesitant to speak. Here I take back a Damon-style curse word from home. Then let's go! The next corridor ended in the crematorium, something Anna knew all too well. Only there could one truly uncover the inmates' death records, something even the company's investigation team probably hadn't anticipated. The people who maintained the prison after Warden Televizov's death weren't united. Miss Lucy's interim title hadn't shown any signs of being removed, so it was only natural for others to want to improve. Some people were businesslike, while others didn't want the report to be too embarrassing. The latter coincided with the investigation team's sentiments. After over a month of arguing, some still hadn't even figured out the structure of Avel. It wasn't surprising at all. No matter what they found, the investigation team wouldn't go to jail. On the contrary, if they did find anything, every employee in the company would be humiliated. They calculated the situation meticulously. So, it's a happy decision. Let's go in and take a look tonight. Phaeton was full of confidence, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He thought it was a sealed data room, perhaps hiding secrets. That wasn't wrong, but... Anna kept her mouth shut for a moment, scratched her hair, and sighed, "Well, I go with you. Don't scare your roommates, or you have trouble explaining it to them and Professor Anaxes later. We stay in the dorm and cover for you." Prolucia was unable to move, so Castorea, after careful consideration, decided to stay behind to act as a lookout. The other two veterans, who were truly powerless, nodded in agreement. "That's right. We make some noise in the dorms, and you can go ahead and do it without worry." The scholars, who had never been in trouble in their lives, were quite overly enthusiastic. Anna shared this sentiment, but seeing them so excitedly planning to uncover the secrets of the incinerator, she felt as if a husky had pounced on her face. So, after all, only I, theoretically the most reckless prison escapee, was the most cautious. Didn't you even do a basic survey of the environment before embarking on your plan? What are you worried about? Phaeton habitually placed his arm on her shoulder. "It's okay. I'm here, so it's safe. Even if we're caught by the prison staff or the investigation team, it won't matter. We're a third-party organization responsible for oversight. We have no restrictions on our movements within Avel. We can lash out at anyone we please. Don't worry. If I were a member of the investigation team, I have you killed on the first day and thrown into the detention area. Avel holds so many serious criminals, the blame could easily be placed on anyone." Anna threatened her roommate with a fierce glare. Phaeton slowly withdrew his arm and lowered his head in obedience, under her seemingly tangible gaze. "I almost forgot this place was an interstellar prison for serious criminals. Everyone must pay attention to their own safety. Never leave alone. No matter what clues you discover or where you investigate, you must record them and move in groups." As she spoke, Caslatoya offered a notebook with a butterfly on the cover. "Write it here. From the moment you board the starship Avel has sent to pick you up, everyone must record their movements. All future actions must also be recorded in writing. Even if Professor Lachaud arrived, this would still have to happen. At least if something happened to anyone, everyone would know where to find the victim." Chapter 193. In Iver prison, there's no concept of day or night. Time is determined entirely by personal computers and external devices. Other than that, life is governed by the rhythmic ringing of various bells. After the bell rings for the lockup, only guards are allowed to walk around the prison area. In theory, this should be the safest time in the prison, and the least likely time for misdeeds to be discovered. Phaeton stealthily approached Anna's dormitory door and raised his hand to knock, but the door was pulled inward. Anna slowly emerged and then slowly turned around to close the door behind her. "Why are you looking so awful? It's unclear where this guy got the black cloth to cover his head, but he's so tall, it's hard not to notice." Baimao, trying to hide something, lifted a corner of the black cloth and peeked out. "Isn't this just a little disguise to avoid detection?" After a suspicious pause, Anna looked at Phaeton like he was idiot. "You know this is an interstellar prison, don't you? There are hidden surveillance rooms installed in every corridor. Basic prison equipment, right? The people watching the surveillance aren't stupid. Do you think you'd be more easily discovered this way?" Phaeton, Stop it, stop it. I can see your hands are shaking. This is a sign of a dark side, not a bright side. Well, mainly, I never done anything bad before. This is the first time in my life, so I'm a little excited." He lifted the black cloth to reveal his snow-white hair. He scratched his face, shifted his feet, and then scratched the back of his head, trying to keep himself busy and less awkward. "So what should we do? Do it tomorrow?" "Put the cloth back. I wait here." Anna gave him a rare Kafkaesque smile. Phaeton, tail between his legs, scurried back to the dormitory, then quickly returned. "All right. That kind of beauty devoid of humanity is unacceptable. Soon, two figures approached the bottom of the adjacent corridor. Phaeton, seemingly regaining his confidence as a third-party inspector, was the first to approach the door for a closer inspection. What the hell is this place? There are obvious scratches on the doorframe, yet the lock is so new, the protective film isn't even removed. He subconsciously lifted a corner of the brand new protective film and was about to pull it off when a slight sound came from inside the door, as if someone had accidentally knocked over a cup on the table. Anna squatted down. Is the door locked? At least the crematorium wasn't locked when she left the prison area for the island. The cleaners were more diligent than ants, moving bodies several times a day. Locking it up would just add to the prisoner's workload. What if someone slacked off? The bodies wouldn't be fresh anymore, and the price would drop significantly. It doesn't matter if it's locked. As long as it's locked, it can be opened. Just move aside and watch me. The man pulled a screwdriver from his pocket and, using his makeshift badge, ripped the lock, which looked as new as if it had just rolled off the production line yesterday, to shreds. While you and Sid were fixing the cuckoo clock, Damon's and I weren't idle either. We couldn't help much, but we watched. Those who managed to get into First Truth University through genuine merit were definitely not fools. Cuckoo clocks, like electronic locks, aren't the kind that can withstand physical damage. Phaeton removed the lock and gave it a hard push. This one is really new. I'm afraid it's just to keep us out. Humph. Ding, dong, roll, roll. A cylindrical object rolled to the door, gently hitting the corner of the open door. The dull sound of metal reverberated through the dim and silent corridor, and the renewed air brought a bone-chilling chill. The white-haired young man swallowed. And, did you hear anything unusual? No. Anna looked down at the terrifying cylinder that had made her hair stand on end. It was just an empty bottle of wine. Don't scare yourself. Before she finished her words, objects overturned in the dark room again, and even an eerie ho-ho-ho sounded. And don't be afraid, Anne. I go first. He was so frightened that his voice was shaky, and he pushed forward like a cat trying to inflate itself. Anna pushed him away. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. A crematorium isn't a morgue. Bodies brought in are immediately burned to ashes. There shouldn't be a smell of rotting protein. She turned on the external light and hurried to the source of the noise. Phaeton! Contact Castorea and prepare for rescue. In less than a minute, she emerged from the darkness carrying a humanoid figure. The dim light made it difficult to see the details, but the figure's limp, drooping arms were a foreboding sight. Phaeton, are you really not afraid? It's right inside the medical station, where first aid equipment and medicine are readily available. Not only Castorea, but even Stella, having heard the commotion, rushed out to help. After everyone had managed to stabilize the unfortunate figure, she peered through the crowd of scholars to see his face clearly. Ah! Isn't this the prison guard in charge of the incinerator? How come he looks like this after not seeing him for a few days? The current assumption is that he's been locked in a room at the end of the corridor. There's no food, but there are a few bottles of wine. Frantically focused on saving people, Phaeton didn't have time to carefully examine the interior layout. He shared his suspicious findings with his teammates, and I opened the door. Anyway, there's something strange about this place. Since I already decided to resign, there's no need to keep any secrets for the company, right? Stella whispered. You mean the bottom of the next corridor? That's the incinerator, and this guy is the incinerator guard. Castorea wasn't used to assuming the worst. Incinerator? Incinerating what? Huh? Incinerating bodies? The missing death records you're looking for are in there. No one knew the exact number of deaths in this place every day better than Avel's prison doctor. Stella's expression was a little awkward, realizing she acted before her brain could function. Never mind, it's just the last month's salary. Castorea, Perluja grabbed her sister's hand, and the twin sisters huddled close together. Isn't it the whole point of us being here, to see if the truth is the truth? Don't be sad, sister. The lock is new, which means this person has been locked in the same room with the crematorium for days. No wonder the room smells of feces. Phaeton felt a little uneasy. If he hadn't suddenly thought of removing the lock, if Anna had been lazy and waited until the next day to check again, would this person have died in despair in the medical station, just one step away from rescue? This is murder. Who would do such a thing? The scholars finally realized the gravity of the situation. In Evere, human life is worth less than a feather. Stella threw herself at the wall. Don't put my name in the report. I can only say that the crematorium was locked 4 days ago, and the secretaries upstairs have ordered no further mention. The investigation team, and those who didn't want the truth to be revealed all chose to falsify the data. While their methods varied, their purpose remained the same. First, export the data, record it, and back it up. We handle the rest once the professor arrives. Anna warned, Interstellar prison is dangerous. Right. Preserve the evidence first. The two seniors reassured, Castorea, you and Perlusia stay here to guard this witness. We go check it out. Is venturing into the crematorium in the middle of the night a fun game? Of course not. But the seniors, trembling with fear, followed their juniors into the darkness without hesitation. I'm afraid, but I'm a scholar, and I use my knowledge to redress the victims. I can't be afraid. On the morning of the third day, Veritas Lad Island and the remaining young scholars arrived at the Interstellar prison. They arrived just in time. Anna Fibericht, who was temporarily serving as an assistant and teaching assistant, and her companions discovered the hidden crematorium deep within the medical station, and the crematorium worker locked inside. The crematorium's incineration records couldn't be falsified. After a night of hard work, Anna and her team successfully compiled a list of the dead, far more numerous than they had imagined. Thanks to successive wardens, every prisoner who benefited from fire therapy received a card attached to a small box, along with a copy of their ID card, to collect payment from their families. This card, along with a copy of their ID card, was also kept on file, making it easier for the supervisory team to verify their identity. Professor, not only are many ordinary prisoners burned here, but there are also some whose names I occasionally heard of in the news. Explaining the situation as briefly as possible, Anna handed Veritas Lacio a record sheet, which, despite its length and thickness, shouldn't be used to record names of those burned. This thing could be used to string together and hang all the wardens from streetlights. Professor Lacio's first order of business upon arriving in Yver was to find the few students who had arrived earlier. Thebrick was a regular here. She knew and could protect innocent peers and seniors, so there was nothing to worry about. He was more worried that this person might be provoked by past events. If he got into a fight, the person who got beaten up would be in danger of his life. Fortunately, Thebrick had managed to calm himself. Now that he arrived at the scene, he didn't have to worry about where to go to retrieve the students if something went wrong. Well done, very well. He didn't say anything like 5 extra points or 10 extra points, as he did in class. He took the paper list and put it away. This was original evidence, irrefutable, ironclad proof. The faces of the newly arrived young scholars paled. You have to remember that this thing records people's names, ages, genders, places of residence. Line after line, all of them were once living people. We received help from some prison staff member, Stella. She hopes to change her job location or leave Yver safely. Anna tried to bargain with the instructor, and Professor Lacio quickly thought of some brainless idiot who had called the elected professor. I think I know who you're talking about. Perhaps the First Truth University's hospital will consider helping a former student and letting her write her own application. After all, they were once his students. He definitely wouldn't help them if they failed a course, but if they failed themselves, he'd still step in to save their lives. Whether they can learn or not doesn't matter to those idiots. Only when there are enough idiots will a genius win the genetic lottery, right? Chapter 194. Thank you. Stella walked openly with Anna, carrying a plate of food. Since they shared a dorm, it was only natural for their relationship to improve. She had already decided to resign, giving up her salary and benefits, so it was only natural she didn't want to do anything wrong. Professor Lacio had reminded the graduates that they could apply for positions at the school's hospital. Anna had already relayed this information to the prison doctor, and Stella nearly burst into tears again when she heard the news. Thankfully, all those hard work and late nights spent studying were truly worthwhile. The benefits at school won't be as high as at a company, but the work will be a bit less demanding, and the allowances won't be as high as at the Interstellar prison. Be prepared. Anna, holding a bag of sweetened soft drink in her mouth, spoke to her as they walked. It tasted terrible, but every once in a while I miss it. People are truly strange creatures. The prison staff cafeteria was completely different from the inmate cafeteria. There were no loans required to eat here, and the variety of food didn't make life feel hopeless. Swipe my card. Stella volunteered, pulling out her employee card and ordering 2 standard meals. She placed her square plates within the marked box, and the chef's spoon swished dang. Dang! Dang! Doing. The overflowing plates were pushed out. Prisoners' food comes in 2 types, paste and natural. Even the natural meals are prepared by a cooking robot, so it's pretty standard. The guards have a specially hired chef, and the administrators have their own special kitchen. Amidst the gazes of her colleagues, Sometimes surprised or obscure, she meticulously explained her knowledge of Iver prison to the supervisory team. The head of the company's investigation team looked at her with a murderous glare, and Stella instinctively ducked behind Anna. So the food supply isn't a big problem. Anna nodded businesslike. Her words sounded quite convincing, and her stance seemed to shift in favor of the company. The investigative team members nearby softened their demeanor, and some even raised their hands to greet the scholars. "I'm so scared." Stella patted her chest. The two of them picked up their plates and found a seat. Scholars from the Polytechnic Institute quickly gathered around them. The floor-to-ceiling windows on one side of the staff cafeteria had one-way transparent glass, allowing one to clearly see what the prisoners were doing in the cafeteria while eating. At lunchtime, most prisoners were working elsewhere, so few came to eat. They slouched in groups of 3 or 4, looking quite listless. Stella stole a glance at Anna's face. She'd been sitting in a similar spot the day the Evicans were beaten, anticipating a lively fight with her colleagues. Thinking back now, outside of her role as prison doctor, she shuddered at that anticipation. If Ivel's serious criminals start fighting, someone could die. "How's the negotiation going between the professor and Miss Lucy?" Phaeton put down his plate and sat across from them, smiling at Stella with a familiar air. Anna introduced her. "Phaeton, our legal advisor, a first-year graduate student." "Hello, hello, hello." As a teammate, his height and build made Stella feel safe. Miss Lucy can't make the decision about management alone. The professor will probably have to negotiate for a long time. She glanced at Anna subconsciously. Ever since the Televisive warden, died in the line of duty, the company hasn't sent a new warden to take over. Management is being temporarily handled by the former secretaries, headed by Miss Lucy. Even if Televizov were still alive, wouldn't the secretaries be the ones doing the real work? They only spend a little time dealing with the board of directors, and the rest of their time would be spent tirelessly developing new revenue streams. "Well, Professor, we don't need to worry about you." Anna pulled out her external device, as if she didn't recognize Televizov. "When I disembarked from the starship, I happened to record the Avel prison rules from the scrolling electronic screen. See if there are any issues." The scholars weren't walking through the prisoner admission passage, so naturally, they didn't see the documents provided to prisoners. The execution rules provided by the investigation team were completely different from what Anna knew, so she woke up early and sneaked from the medical station into the detention area to search. Finally, she found a scrolling screen in a very inconspicuous corner that hadn't been removed. With a ding-dong, the data was successfully sent. Phaeton ate a few mouthfuls of food and opened the email to examine it. His frown deepened as he read. "What the hell is this? Arena rules?" Puff. The senior sitting diagonally across from Anna nearly choked on his drink. "Huh? Let me make a backup." He clicked a few times on his external device, and simply sent the message to the supervisory team's public chat room. Soon, 6 neatly arranged dots, representing silence, filled the chat room. Anna followed suit, and sent 6 dots as well. Professor Lachaud suddenly appeared in the chat room. "You guys have a lot of free time?" The withdrawal time had expired, and those 6 neatly arranged dots looked more innocent than the last. "Castoria and Perlucia will remain at the medical station. The others will continue to review administrative records throughout Ivern after lunch. Febricht, come see me in the warden's office." The professor vanished after leaving these words, and flames instantly ignited behind the young scholars. Time to get down to business. "Stay with Castoria. Don't leave them. I told them about your situation. Everyone on the oversight team will do their utmost to protect your safety." Anna instructed Stella, quickly shoveled the food from her plate, and stood up. The cleaning robot chugs over to pick up the items before anyone else can react. Entering the warden's office at the top of the volcanic cone, Professor Lachaud had just finished negotiating with the secretariat when the door behind him opened. Fiberkite slipped in and stood beside him. "Professor, is there anything I can do?" "Vrida's Lachaud. You better say we're dealing with the situation, not the person. Not long ago, she and her colleagues had caused quite a stir in Yapera Palace. The Yapera Brotherhood is now defunct in name only. If the excitement at Iver Interstellar Prison hadn't been so overwhelming, the Star Corps hunters would have dominated the social scene this year. No, why are you everywhere? From today on, you be coordinating work arrangements with the secretariat led by Miss Daisy." He wasn't the least bit worried about his clueless apprentice being recognized. Not to mention these guys, who couldn't even take their prison photos. Even he himself had almost failed to recognize them earlier. It seems the Star Corps hunters have experts within their ranks, saving them a lot of effort and trouble. Anna stepped forward and added Miss Daisy as a friend. Her gaze shifted for a moment, Then she quickly regained her professionalism. Good day, Miss Febricht. I hope we can enjoy working together. Someone familiar, but I couldn't place who they were. It must have been a coincidence. A young scholar from the First Truth University would never have had anything to do with the Iver Interstellar prison. Hello. Anna's performance in matters of the heart was always remarkable. She possessed both intelligence and acting prowess, never once showing a guilty conscience. She confidently returned to the professor after completing her socializing, further allaying Miss Luce's suspicions. Also, please ask the Iver authorities to ensure the safety of the scholars. This is to avoid any embarrassment for both of us. Professor Lachaud concluded his conversation, briefly nodding to Miss Lucy, who stood by the window, before saying to the hurriedly arriving student, "Follow." Of the young scholars he had brought with him, Phaeton was responsible for explaining legal matters to his companions. The Dioscuri sisters provided medical support, and the others' tasks primarily focused on processing large amounts of data in a short period of time, something he hoped the students would learn through this practical experience. As for Febricht, she was a local, primarily serving as a guide. Miss Lucy watched Veritas Lachaud and his apprentice leave, her gaze shifting from the man's back to the woman. Miss Febricht had a boss who was so capable of controlling his emotions. How enviable, from a distance, the master and apprentice could still hear their hushed conversation. Professor Lachaud glanced at Miss Febricht with a hint of disappointment. Have you finished your holiday homework? Going out with a gang to wipe out the Black One gang is better than being kidnapped by a yellow-haired man, provided you remain diligent. Anna was at a loss for words, but she quickly gave him a decent-sounding answer. The social research and the essay are almost done, but the reading notes are still a bit behind. I have to study first, then I can take notes right. Send me the essay back. Leaving the warden's office, a strange smell filled the circular corridor. Professor Lachaud activated the signal blocking device and, without turning back, addressed the student following him. Do you have anything to say? Miss Febricht, or Student 0824131. That wasn't Anna's student number at First Truth University, but a number now widely hated within the Interstellar Peace Corporation. After observing Veritas Lachaud for a whole semester, he confirmed that student 0824131 wasn't a lunatic. She knew exactly what she wanted, and what she was doing, and her character was unexpectedly simple and kind. He stopped. The student behind him didn't glare at her, didn't raise her weapon, and didn't panic and speak incoherently. She calmly pushed up her slipping glasses. What do you want to know? The professor had risked his trust in her, clearly not for the staggeringly long incineration list. Anna knew her disguise was useless in Mr. Lachaud's eyes. A truly intelligent person could quickly ascertain the truth of an incident simply by associating with it. They didn't even need to know every single detail. Sooner or later, he would see through her. She was surprised not to have her professor slam her digital pen into the Pierpoint tribunal. So the professor was such a pushover? What about those students who rather give up on the course and leave? Are they blind or are they clueless? First of all, how did you get into First Truth University? Professor Lachaud tapped on his tablet to draw the student's attention back. With her previous level of near-illiterateness, she had struggled to get into even the community college in Pierpoint, let alone the university run by the Institute of Knowledge. Huh? Anna hadn't expected him to care so much about this. After a silly interjection, she confessed, I changed my place of student registration. The school has a policy favoring those from remote star systems. Just as she imagined. I appreciate your honesty. Now, let's discuss the second matter. Veritas Lachaud turned and lowered his gaze to Anna. What exactly do you truly want the entire universe to know? She took a breath and raised her gray-blue eyes. Professor, Iver Prison is more than just this volcanic cone. It's also within the icy waters, the dim mine tunnels, the dusty workshops, the islands rising from the sea, and even the sky. It's all prison territory. The prisoner's blood, sweat, and tears generate staggering profits. Under the guise of punishment, the true face of Iver Interstellar Prison is a persecution devoid of fairness and justice. It's impossible to describe it in words. I can only lead the way and let him see it for himself. Chapter 195. And what have you been up to with the professor lately? Finally catching up with his roommate, Phaeton, his messy white hair ablaze with curiosity, asked, I hardly seen you guys these past few days. What do you want to talk to me about? Anna quickly stuffed her food into her mouth without even looking up, looking overly satiated. Phaeton said decisively, we thoroughly investigated the death list. The data from the crematorium is more reliable than the data provided by the investigation team, and I won't elaborate on that. But we also need a missing prisoner list from the warden's office. What happens when there are missing prisoners, but no records? Evel prison has been stagnant for so many years, and the only successful escapee was prisoner number 0824131. Could it be that the remaining prisoners, missing alive or dead, simply vanished into thin air? Prisoners are regularly sent in every month, but no one in this place is released after serving their sentences by the Star God. Even someone as brave as him, brave enough to play horror games late at night, wouldn't dare to imagine further. Anna choked, stretching her neck to swallow her stamina snack. I discussed this with Miss Lucy. She won't give up easily. You have to wait. The most important thing is that Lucy probably won't give it to us. Then we have to search Leviathan's stomach. That thing is a modified organism, a machine that retains biological characteristics, capable of memorizing and executing commands. Records of all the erasures must exist. Only prisoners who were killed by Leviathan or other defensive equipment and left no corpse would be recorded as missing. Comparing the list with the list provided by the investigation team and adding the number given by the crematorium would be the actual death toll in the detention area on Evel Star. Yes, only in the detention area. Those who died on the island are not included. I have something else to do this afternoon. I have the list of missing persons for you tomorrow, the day after tomorrow morning, at the latest. She hurriedly filled her stomach and pointed to the bathroom. Phaeton nodded in understanding and said goodbye. Professor Lachaud was always very efficient. The busyness and hardship of working with him were minor issues. The mental pressure and the pressure to push one's abilities to their limits were the most painful. Who wouldn't want to just sit back and relax in bed? If you need any help, just ask. We can always find time. He made a point of saying this before leaving. Anna, clutching her changing clothes, waved him off. It took several days of back and forth between Professor Lachaud and the company's investigation team to break down the responsible person's psychological defenses, forcing them to acknowledge the existence of scattered islands and rooftop gardens on the sea. It turns out that the rooftop garden was busted by number 0824131. The now vacationing dignitaries' leisurely and luxurious lives on the island haven't been affected. Anna's current mission is to borrow the power of the enemy to act as a guide and record everything she learns. The supervisory group needs a wealth of witnesses and physical evidence to support their review. Relying on the investigation team. Well, that's just hope. The investigation team has always believed that the scholars can't uncover much without direct contact with the prisoners. Since these scholars are so passionate and have nowhere to go, they might as well give them some outlet. Just add some random fabrications to the death list, and it's enough to deceive the island's drug factories and laboratories. Once the scholars leave, satisfied, the farce at Yver prison will finally come to an end. With the review report from the Evangelical Society, Pierpoint could have made some concessions and offered a few scapegoats to put the matter to rest quickly, and everyone would have been happy with the promotions and raises. They didn't realize that the most vindictive prisoner was currently in the supervisory group, and the person in charge, Veritas Lachaud, wouldn't have to interact with the other prisoners at all. Over the past few days, Anna had led him around obstacles and brought him into contact with several of the female prisoners Rosemary had mentioned. Their common trait was beauty and fragility. After some bargaining, all the female prisoners agreed to cooperate with the Evangelical Society at all costs, provided the cubs were safely released from Evel and received access to the universe's top educational resources. There are virtually no restrictions on violence against prisoners in Yver prison. Everyone is stratified and labeled upon arrival. The vast majority, if not 100%, at least 90% of female prisoners are assaulted, and the unlucky ones become pregnant. The medical center, in compliance with the Pierpoint Act, refuses to perform abortions, regardless of whether the mother wants to give birth to the cub or not. As you can see, the living conditions here are not very good. A normal adult would have to work day and night to have any hope, let alone a pregnant woman. The situation wouldn't improve after the birth of the child. Due to maternal instincts, most female prisoners will eventually accept their cubs, but the burden of supporting themselves and their children is immense. Many are forced to commit suicide, sell their bodies, or become prostitutes in the special detention area. New inmates die in large numbers within the first 3 months of their arrival. Some are used as performance bonuses by veterans, some are driven to despair by the assaults and can't survive, and of course, some are eliminated due to accidents during work. Standing in the corridor, watching the children, who couldn't even walk properly but were imprisoned, Professor Lachaud calmly said to his students, "Record, group them, and preserve the evidence." "What are you standing there for?" "Oh." Anna sealed the video footage one by one, as if she hadn't spoken the words just now. "When will you take the children away?" The woman, her chest soaked, gripped the metal bars of the cell door tightly. She was still breastfeeding, and the hem of her gray linen prison uniform was stained with blood. Her eldest son was already old enough to work as a child laborer in a handicraft workshop, along with his younger brother. Her youngest daughter had only been born a short time ago. Hurry, hurry and take them away. She pointed at the baby girl being washed in the sink. Can you take her too? If not... The woman lowered her head, not wanting the neatly dressed, cold-hearted man outside the cell to see her expression. I can't bring myself to do it. Please buy her, or give her a quick death. A capable woman would struggle through the mire, gritting her teeth and plotting a way out for her child. She didn't have that skill, but she didn't want to see her daughter fall into the same pit as herself. Charge, crime, name, age, starfield of origin. Anna glanced at the baby girl lying on her back in the metal sink, happily blowing bubbles. It was obvious that she was as beautiful as her mother. Beauty ruined in such a place was even more terrifying than drawing a joker. She didn't even bother asking who the child's biological father might be. She just assumed he was dead. Even if he wasn't, it didn't matter. If he dared show up, she'd give him a free one-way ticket to meet the star god. We agreed to take the children away. You can't break your promise. The woman lowered her head and spoke mechanically and numbly. Anna took notes, while Professor Lachaud checked the files in the system on the spot. She was the last witness who could be found. Some female prisoners had already disappeared, along with their children. Have Phaeton and his team review all the prison records and identify those who don't meet Avel's incarceration requirements. Also, identify those whose crimes differ significantly from their sentences. The professor's assignments were always unexpected, and the students who had just checked the death list felt somewhat pitiful. Anna pulled out her external device to send a message, her fingers practically leaving shadows as she clicked. Only when Avel found the victim would the Pierpoint District Court have no rebuttal. By this time, he had already read through the woman's electronic file, closed his tablet, left a note saying, "Notify the society to send a starship," and headed for the elevator. Don't worry, your children will all escape safely, including her. One of them had to shoulder the burden of comforting the witness. Forget about expecting Professor Lachaud to be affectionate. Anna offered the woman a token word of advice, then hurried to catch up with her mentor. After recording the final testimony, they would depart for various locations on the island. The island was resource scarce and extremely dangerous. She had to get the professor up and back safely without disrupting classes for the next semester. What kind of person is Warden Televizov? Anna heard the question over the clatter of the elevator. She tilted her head, thinking for a moment. The late warden? I heard he came from a legion in a frontier system. He was suspicious and had trouble controlling his emotions, his moods often flaring up. A defeated opponent wasn't worth scorning, but the professor's question demanded an objective answer. Britas Lachaud said nothing more. He knew the weaknesses of the secretaries in the warden's office. The elevator dutifully carried the guests to sea level. The head of the investigation team and 2 assistants were already waiting for them on the starship. Noticing the scholar's late arrival, he glanced behind him. The middle-aged man who had shown Anna and Phaeton the way suddenly stepped out and said, "Professor Lachaud, you're really late." Anna looked up at her instructor, but he didn't even bother rolling his eyes, and simply put on his plaster head sculpture. Excellent, that meant there was no need for further discussion. For the sake of her scholarly guise, she followed behind the teacher, keeping quiet. Let's go and check out the special detention area. The head, arguing he had the upper hand, proudly directed his men to work. Veritas Ladio led his apprentice to a seat away from the idiots. The foolish apprentice's only sign of respect for his mentor was to pour him a glass of water. Then, the master and apprentice each occupied half of the table, opening their laptops to organize the data they had recorded during their visits over the past few days. Many atrocities in this world can be excused by those soft-hearted gentlemen and ladies, but the cruelty inflicted on children is unforgivable. While these children are still young, they can put an abrupt end to their suffering right here and now. Contacting more professional legal experts, contacting the company's publicity department to discuss charitable and fundraising matters, and contacting the myriad orphanages in Pierpoint, Anna was scrambling to the limit. Chapter 196. The starship traveled all the way, and Anna was shaking people along the way. Professor Lachaud couldn't possibly handle everything he saw on Avel alone, but Patrol's specialty was shaking people, or star gods. He had many students, and even more of them were successful. Even after graduation, his professor still offered them research projects, moving everyone who was shaken to tears. "Professor. You are my godfather, Professor." The head of the company's investigation team was in a constant good mood. Veritas Lachaud kept his mouth shut, not daring to argue with him, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Which island has the largest population? Leaders are generally slow to calm down. If they don't exercise their authority and give orders, who would know they're the ones in control? The member of the investigation team in charge of driving answered from memory. Ghoul Island. It's the largest, and has the highest population, according to statistics, but before he could finish his but, the complacent leader waved his hand and made a decision. Go directly to Ghoul Island. Those scattered islands and reefs around it are difficult to find a place to stay. What's the point? Eat sand or see sandworms? Anna twitched her ears and slowed her movements slightly, only to be tapped on the head by Professor Lachaud with his tablet. Are you distracted again? She immediately returned to writing her email, occasionally soothing her wailing classmates in the chat room. It wasn't that they complained about the workload, but rather that they couldn't understand the decisions in certain cases. The absurdity of these decisions far exceeded scholars' understanding of current Pierpoint law. Far away, the investigation team members were doing their best to dissuade their boss from making a sudden, unnecessary decision. What kind of combat power do you have? You're going to Ghoul Island? Just the name doesn't sound like a good place. Couldn't you just stick to the original plan and wander around somewhere deserted? Why did you have to arbitrarily increase the difficulty of the mission? Upon arrival at Ghoul Island, the system's timing matched the dimming light of the stars. As night fell, the investigation team couldn't help but fumble for the weapons hidden under their suits. Didn't I just tell you to notify the island's guild to send someone to pick them up? Where's the person? Did you notify them? The person in charge, regardless of the number of people nearby, scolded his subordinates without giving them any respect. Anna pinched Professor Lachaud's sleeve with 2 fingers and tugged it back, signaling him to stay away, to avoid blood stains on his clothes that would be difficult to wash. The middle-aged man, half bent over, was being scolded profusely. Professor Lachaud whispered to the idiot student, "See? If you don't study, you end up following a boss like this." Anna, that's truly miserable. Every day, I have to suppress the urge to assassinate my boss at least 10 times. I suspect the guild they're talking about is actually a violent organization formed spontaneously by serious criminals. There are 3 major factions at the head, and there are so many smaller factions I can't quite recall. I haven't been involved in it, so I don't know much about the details. You have to ask Edmund and Kakavasa for details. Whether it was Edmund Enolia or this newly emerged Kakavasa, Professor Lachaud's initial impression of them wasn't very good. Mr. Enolia wasn't among the 3% who completed the course, so it was understandable that the professor disliked him. As for the unfamiliar name, it was purely Edmund's fault. No need to ask, I have eyes. Oh! Okay. With nothing to do, the professor flipped through a book while the students stood on guard. After a short wait, they heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. The head of the investigation team proudly let go of his spitting subordinate, who quickly stepped back and wiped his face with his sleeve. Humph, what's wrong with these people? They're so late and so confident. The silence of Veritas Lachaud and his students along the way gave him great courage, and he even resorted to indirect criticism. Anna glanced up and gently tugged at the professor's sleeve again, asking him to move away. This guy has a mysophobia, and if he gets covered in blood, he'd probably explode on the spot. On Ghoul Island, there's no speed limit for the self-made land vehicles. As long as there's a road, you can drive as fast as you want. Experienced residents will know to move aside when they hear any noise, while the inexperienced will just have to be more careful in their next life. Clearly, the responsible officer had no experience in this area. Just a minute earlier, he had dismissed the nearest subordinate. Not only that, he stood proudly in the middle of the road, his chest puffed out, giving him a certain air of superiority. And then nothing happened. The scholars were already far away from the start, and the subordinates weren't quite as far away, but they were too late to rescue them. The other car was so fast it could have taken off on the spot with wings, so they gave the man a ride and let him take off right away. This place is a bit dangerous. Anna's assessment was quite pertinent, and Professor Lachaud rolled his eyes. No wonder this guy had been pulling him away several times. It turned out he was waiting here. Revenge was swift. The man in charge was scattered all over the ground, and the strangely modified car didn't even slow down as it continued to drive away, leaving the 4 people staring at each other in bewilderment. Should you report this to the company? Now that the man in charge was gone, Anna calmly faced the 2 innocent workers, or contact the local authorities to find out what's going on. The local authorities were certainly not very polite, but she didn't want to bring these 2 burdens along with her. The 2 of them only just realized what was happening and jumped to their feet to report the situation to the gang. Their voices were loud, and Anna tugged at Professor Lachaud's sleeve for the third time. The master and apprentice hid in the shadows cast by the low-lying houses on the roadside. The gang probably won't eliminate all the members of the investigation team. These two can't be of much use anyway. It might be safer to hold them hostage for now. At least they have enough food and shelter. Otherwise, with the decrepit physical condition of these two middle-aged men, they might not be able to see the stars tomorrow morning on Ghoul Island. It was clear she was truly eager to slack off. Professor Lachaud turned and walked away without a word. If not now, when, after escaping the company's clutches, the journey went remarkably smoothly. Grandma Agate, who lived near the black market, and her adopted street vendor, Xiao Mu, were fortunately still alive. A damaged Omnic could be found near the mines, and Dr. Marble's plastic surgery clinic was also a stop. Of course, the most important thing was the drug factory and underground laboratory. I saw many orcs using this illegal drug at Yepala Palace. The Brotherhood distributed this stuff as military supplies. The entire galaxy is rotten. She didn't even bother to hide her intentions, leading the head of the investigation team straight into the drug dealer's backdoor. A warehouse overflowing with poisons awaiting shipment, and assembly lines humming day and night. The remote islands are being developed for planting and breeding, including sandworms and other high-value commercial species. Don't even ask what they're feeding them with, or what about the number of missing people that is Phaeton baffled. Next up is the laboratory hidden within the hospital. Or more precisely, a laboratory with only half its foundation left. I'm sorry, I didn't have a clear understanding of the bomb yield Edmund provided at the time. This is all I have to go on. This kind of place won't be closed, it'd just be moved to a more secluded building to continue processing. The buyer's market is unimaginably large. You know, when people act foolishly, they're always more motivated. Professor Lachaud has seen plenty of fools throwing money around to buy lives. He likely knows more about cell repair agents and gene repair agents than everyone on Avel combined. Pharmaceuticals produced by formal research institutes are subject to numerous restrictions, and the lifespan extension period is clearly defined. Small workshops like these, daring to produce drastic results, are the most favored by the powerful, completely unconcerned about the consequences for others. The gentlemen, kind-hearted and unable to bear witness to the tragic scenes, chose to shield their eyes with clean silk handkerchiefs from their pockets. Let's go! The remaining matters will take at least 5 or 6 years to resolve. With the current efficiency of the judicial system in Pierpoint, demanding the company payout is more troublesome than asking Clipper to put down his hammer. He spoke of the difficulty, but his actions showed no sign of retreat. Even amidst his busy schedule, he continued to assign homework to his students. I read your paper. It's better than last semester's. Iver, Car Wash Planet, Yepala Palace, and even the star system inhabited by the Bapuks can all be included in this discussion framework for comparative analysis. You visit many more places in the future. Observe carefully and reflect patiently, then write down your thoughts. I consider this your graduation thesis, and I hope you take it seriously. Oh my God! Anna rubbed her cheeks. She had never imagined she could possibly graduate from First Truth University. She hadn't even dreamed of earning a diploma. Why don't you stay with Granny Agate first, while I look for a new location for the laboratory? You have a point. The company's board of directors even sees the profits from selling ashes and Tel Viziv. There's no reason they miss out on such a good deal. She wasn't quite ready to give up. After all, the photos and records from the past were a thing of the past. This underground research center was a shady business. Unless the culprit was caught red-handed, it would always resurface somewhere else. Snap. Professor Lachaud closed the protective cover of his tablet, which had been rubbed to the point of being almost reflective. I go with you. Don't leave alone. The rules the students had established were very useful. Never leave alone, never go alone, and leave written records wherever you go, effectively reducing the risk of accidents. It could even be said that as long as the students remaining in the detention area followed this rule, the probability of encountering danger would be minimal, and they could definitely come and go safely. But Anna touched her nose, looking away guiltily, her voice trailing off unconsciously. You're too conspicuous, and you're a little well slow. Should she drag the professor around Ghoul Island at night? Just imagining Professor Lachaud being dragged around makes her feel guilty. Vrida's Lachaud, Does this student's mind occasionally wander depending on the situation? Chapter 197. Regarding Professor Veritas Ladios' movement speed. Anna knew, of course, that he was a hunter fate walker, often appearing and disappearing suddenly during class, known for his quick-witted nature. But how fast could someone on the podium move? He wasn't like Professor Anaxa, the type who laugh and walk off in the middle of class. He was quite disciplined during class. My own mentor was steady, so steady that it often made people forget he was still young, which in turn gave his students a stereotype about speed. After an awkward exchange of glances, he helplessly tapped Anna's head with his tablet. Is there water in here? Remember to bring an umbrella when it rains. Anna, okay, Professor, no problem, Professor. Then I take you to Granny Manju and Xiaomu's place, shall I? The black bear-like man was named Xiaomu. He was clearly neither young nor gentle, and even a little timid. Alas! Even the stern and impartial Professor Leisho could only indulge her slightly when faced with a cheap, foolish student given away for free by the academic system. Take out your external device. Personal optical computers have this function. When a user encounters danger, they can use the optical computer and its accessories to request help from a specific person, either actively or passively. This function is usually used by minors and their guardians. Although Fabric is an adult, she will soon be traveling alone in the Ghoul Island confinement area of the Avel Interstellar prison. The danger is no less than that of a minor with pocket money walking through the food court alone. Parental supervision is essential. Unfortunately, she had no guardian, so the teacher had to take over the position temporarily. Giving the students a temporary buff to help them find someone, they finally reached an agreement. Professor Leisho was sent by his disciples to accompany the old woman whose yard was filled with wooden figurines. The old woman disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is little Anna back? I knew she couldn't let go of us, those of us who were counting the days of suffering. She would definitely come back, sooner or later. Hee hee, I'm a tight-lipped old woman. Don't worry, I won't tell you. Grandma Agate's eyes were even more cloudy than they had been 6 months ago, but her hands were still steady and strong. Within 20 minutes, a lifelike wooden figurine of the professor sat on the highest tree trunk, gazing out with a stern face. I want to learn more about the culture and history of the Bopuk people. Do you remember? Since I'm just sitting around anyway, I might as well listen to something. At this point, the stall owner had gone out to sell goods, leaving only the two of them in the courtyard. Leisho felt no regret or lingering attachment to a vanishing culture and ethnicity. Their decline and decay indicated they were ill-suited to the new era. Adapt or disappear, it was simply a matter of choice. The main source of his curiosity about Popuk was Anna, that exceptional student. That girl was like an arrow on a bowstring, her eyes fixed on the target, determined to shatter into pieces. She was unlikely to pose a significant threat to her mentor in her lifetime, but she could easily go further than anyone else on the path to an audience with the star god. Perhaps it was because of her single-mindedness. Bopuks? Yes, most of them are stubborn, foolish people who insist on following a single path to the bitter end. Generation after generation, they rather commit suicide than surrender. Grandma Agate finally found someone willing to listen to her stories, especially this young man who was very good at asking questions. The old woman reminisced with great enthusiasm. They turned some of the tribe into commodities, and sold them at exorbitant prices. However, the Bopuks who left the Rumi system never fought or attacked each other, even if their masters forced them to do so. Each one served his own master, but within the same tribe, they didn't fight or confront each other. Anyone who dared to force them to do so would be killed, and the loss would be tens or even hundreds of billions of credits. She cited several names she knew, and Leisho recalled them. They were indeed prominent figures in recent galactic history. If that's the case, why haven't they achieved independence yet? The scholar was silent. Because Rumi is located on the edge of the Interstellar Peace Company's radiation range, its existence holds special strategic significance. The company deliberately left numerous destabilizing factors along the border, using these star systems as shields. If these minority groups were living comfortably, would they still obey the company's orders? No, even a digital pen can tell you they wouldn't. They prospered thanks to themselves, not the company. Maintaining a polite and courteous attitude is already a gesture of respect. What more could you ask for? Besides, the Rumi star system, especially the small star systems mentioned by Granny Agate, has an exceptionally favorable natural environment, making it ideal for development into a sanctuary for recuperation and vacation. The company is eager to see the natives wiped out, so it can claim ownership. Similar cases are common among the revenues publicly available to the Market Development Department. These include instigating wars between different regional factions, cultivating agents to remotely control colonies, or simply pretending that certain reserves are uninhabited and using this as an excuse to directly decimate them with laser cannon fire. The Liuguang Yiting's memoirs are so well worth the effort, I'm afraid they've broken several of their pens. All records are accessible to the Boise Academy. The vast technological gap, coupled with various invisible yet intangible barriers, is the company's most gentle tactic. After countless setbacks, the Bopucks have found a strange but workable approach. They sell themselves and achieve their goals by influencing the buyers. This stubborn people refuse to abandon their homeland. Give it enough time to develop slowly, they might one day flee with their planet, just like the Xianzhou Alliance did. What an interesting national character. Leisho closed his slate. Anna, who had been out wandering for most of the night, and returned only at dawn, panted slightly as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Professor, what's interesting? Nothing. While it's not my primary research topic, the natural beliefs fostered by various ancient civilizations are certainly fascinating. He leaned over to examine her, then, seeing she was unharmed, left her alone. The natural pantheon is completely different from the universally recognized star god system. It is a deity invented by believers based on their daily needs, and more in line with the arguments of natural theology. The Bapuk people worship the tree mother, a symbol of life and wisdom. Anna Febrick had clearly forgotten all of this. As she walked along the hunting road, she didn't even react to the existence of mist, and there was no such deity as the tree mother. Those fanatics desperately pursuing a glimpse of the star god would probably be pissed off. I suggest you take some time to travel the Immortal Ship Alliance. Perhaps you gain new insights to incorporate into your thesis. He changed the subject and looked at his student. Anna still respected her teacher in this respect. Seeing he didn't want to talk anymore, she stopped asking, "Oh, okay. Maybe we can arrange a trip to Luofu during autumn break. There's no need to visit every ship in the Immortal Ship Alliance. Just go to the flagship first to see if the aura is right. If it is, there will be another trip. If not, there will be no future. Have you found the lab? The Immortal Ship Alliance is still relatively safe. The only danger is that going out at night can easily lead to weight gain." Professor Leisho raised his hand and pinched his brow, half wanting to carve out his plaster head. This kid is honest, which is good, but he's a little too honest. It gives me a headache. Found it. Anna was speechless when she mentioned this. It's underneath the rebuilt hospital, hidden in the same structure, not too far from the original. They didn't even bother to give me a proper explanation. I ran around for nothing, and nearly scared Dr. Mabel to death. She clenched her fist and swung it out, but before she could even straighten her arm, the man fell to the ground, his eyes rolled back and foaming at the mouth. This was probably how Anna felt at that moment. Mabel specialized in plastic surgery, and his sensitivity to the skull and facial bones was extraordinary. Given his inability to keep any secrets, Anna never appeared before him. Invisible forces moved around her, back and forth, leaving Dr. Mabel trembling all night. She searched every suspicious-looking building on Ghoul Island, only to find the answer was within 800 meters of the problem. After hearing this, Professor Leisho stopped pinching his brows and started rubbing his forehead. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. That's it. Could he possibly beat her to death? Rest. I go collect evidence tonight. He lowered his hand, but couldn't resist pulling out the plaster head sculpture and putting it on himself. Stupid as hell. Out of sight, out of mind. Night fell again, and the Mutual Aid Association's newly built clinic was brightly lit. It was rare for it to be dark. Lately, business was tough, and there were several daily clashes between different gangs, struggling for territory, resources, and money. Today, the Mutual Aid Association was blocked by the Sea Demon Gang and several other small gangs. They were trying to seize the 2 hostages they had kidnapped. This month, the Interstellar Peace Company sent an investigation team into the volcano cone control area to investigate something. Somehow, a few people had the audacity to come to the island. How could they be spared when such a fat sheep came their way? Everyone was happy to see the cesspool of Yver cleaned out, except the gang leaders. Without such a beautiful place, where would they go to continue their current, all-powerful lives? They couldn't leave Yver, but they had an entire planet to walk on. Many people in the world never left their birthplaces. The outer world wasn't as beautiful as imagined, so what good would it do to leave? What if they encountered a more powerful gang? The best approach would be to detain these 2 people and negotiate terms with the company. Either withdraw the investigation team or delegate some of the warden's power to the gangs. Mr. Televizov had been dead for so long, and no new warden had been appointed, nor had there been any major unrest. This proved that Yver prison didn't need a warden at all. These locals could easily replace the warden and manage this planet. They would continue to pay back the same profits they had paid in the past, without missing a cent. As for the 2 who sneaked away, daring to run means they're pretty tough. Find them, kill them, and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. That's no big deal. The minions, armed with all sorts of sticks, howled and screamed, harassing people along the street. Their target was now standing outside a clinic the size of a hospital, staring at each other. "Professor, are you just going to go in?" Anna was worried that the clever, cheap tutors given away by the school's academic affairs system would be turned to mush by gangsters. They were already serious criminals, and it was no secret they'd done this before. Every inch of Ghoul Island's ground would be stained with blood. These people simply didn't dare to mess with number 0824131. Chapter 198. The master and his disciples stood in a shady alley across from the clinic. Lying on the ground were a bunch of guys looking for a quick buck, looking to pick up a few stunts. In terms of appearance, Anna's current appearance was clearly less intimidating than in her black suit. Professor Leishow's arm muscles might have been convincing within the Polymath Society, but this was Ghoul Island. The sudden appearance of two neatly dressed, well-mannered individuals on the island was more conspicuous than a light bulb turned on in the middle of the night. Especially the young woman, with her thin arms and legs and glasses, who would surely burst into tears if threatened with obscene language. They had calculated everything, even tailing the person all the way, to select such a perfect spot for their attack. And then nothing happened. A thin, pale golden light seemed to flash before their eyes, and everyone involved, young and old, fell asleep. "Professor, are you just going to walk in?" Anna wiggled her toes in her shoes. She already said it was tough to move freely with Professor Leishow. Who wouldn't be nervous in front of a teacher? Especially when you're doing something bad, and the homeroom teacher stands there with his arms folded, silent. Just thinking about it makes a faint sense of despair linger in her heart. TSK, nervousness can make you a little heavy-handed. Luckily, it didn't make things too awkward. "There's no need to be so nervous. I'm not your elementary school teacher." Professor Leishow looked at the clinic's exterior, glaring under the spotlight, unconcerned about the various humans sprawled at his feet. "I never mind my own business. Education isn't limited to the classroom. Being educated by society is also a form of education. I hope these people won't try to make extra money next time. After all, not everyone is as willing to show mercy as Febret." Anna gestured and began to describe the clinic's structure and dimensions in detail. "To avoid alerting the enemy, I didn't sneak in to investigate, but I can deduce the approximate dimensions. 2 floors underground, 3 above ground." After gesturing, she looked at Veritas Ladio with some concern. The professor was such a meticulous, tidy person. It wouldn't be a good idea to just cut a bloody path for him to walk through. Would the professor be angry about his dirty shoes? Although she had never seen him angry, she felt it was best not to let that happen. "Miss Febricott, may I remind you that you are not currently at First Truth University. Students' behavior outside campus during holidays has nothing to do with the school. Conversely, the school has no responsibility or authority to supervise students during this time. Neither does the faculty." He traced a perfectly round circle in the air with his bare hand. A dark shadow seeped in and spread, eventually forming a door. The coordinates of the destination, the internal structure of the building. With all this data, is it difficult to open a portal through space? Hunter's power isn't just about the speed of its legs. Causality also plays a role. For example, that digital pen that no student can escape from. Because I wasn't using my brain in class, the teacher used physical means to remind me. It makes sense, right, Anna? Sorry, Professor, I'm so ignorant. The foolish student, head bowed, followed his instructor like a tail through the door, from the dark alley to the even darker underground laboratory. After the devastating explosion, the petri dishes in the newly built laboratory were even more densely packed than before, and the embryos suspended in the nutrient solution were even more diverse. This scene was like a silent display of bragging, and one could only imagine the sheer arrogance of the person presiding over it all. Having participated in Professor Anax's research at the Black Tower Station, Anna was no longer the table-turning, building-shattering number 0824131. She expertly sampled, photographed, and exported data, preserving samples and evidence even more meticulously than before, keeping track of every debt. To completely eradicate the recurrence of such inhumane laboratories, simply resorting to brute force would be futile. There were always those who needed them for various reasons. Where there was demand, there was profit, and those with profit dared to risk the gallows and trample upon every law. She needed more direct evidence to convince those who paid for their lives that this laboratory wasn't about selling endless life. Professor Leishow paced between the petri dishes. He retrieved a few tattered pages from his desk and, upon closer inspection, saw that the writing style was almost identical to the formatting requirements of the Polymath Society's thesis. It seems this matter isn't as simple as imagined. Perhaps 0824131 isn't the only person on the supposedly impossible escape planet of Avel, free to come and go. Anna, come and record the contents of this note. The underground laboratory has 2 levels, and this is only the first. He left a door open as a backup before heading down to the bottom floor. A dense forest of culture tubes held the equipment needed for embryo splicing and purification in one corner. In another, an operating table sat. The pungent smell of Lysol was both pungent and irritating. The topic of reshaping life is nothing new to scholars, but treating life as a toy and manipulating it so recklessly is somewhat over the top. Moreover, the entire laboratory's layout was so compact it could be described as cramped. It seemed the investors weren't very generous, and their cost control was truly meticulous. From a scholar's perspective, the guy in charge of the underground lab wasn't much better than his clueless student upstairs, especially in terms of rigor and prudence. Information was scattered everywhere, test tubes were stacked in a chaotic manner, and there were even leftover bread crumbs on the floor. If any student dared to be so perfunctory in his lab, he guaranteed they would face more than just a digital pin. Genetically contaminated organisms in culture tubes and dishes were unnecessary to keep. They must be promptly disposed of when the laboratory was closed. While pitiful, there was no other way. Allowing them to roam free would be a cruel devastation to the ecosystem. The marine life resources of Avel are extremely rich. If these messy genetic sequences, tangled like a ball of yarn, were to enter the natural world, it would likely take more than just 1 or 2 laboratories to be cleaned up. TSK. At the end of the assembly line, tube after tube of restorative agent, shrouded in white mist, was being placed by a robotic arm into a liquid nitrogen tank for storage. Vrida's Laisho bent slightly to observe more closely, when a sudden cold wind blew from behind. A hidden door, hidden behind the curtain, had been blasted through by a large hole, yet the attack continued unabated. The circular space door instantly activated, and the scholar appeared calmly at the corner of the laboratory. I advise you not to do anything you will regret. The answer came from a bullet. This newcomer was far more high profile than the master and apprentice, making so much noise that even the dead would be disturbed. Holy crap. Before she could finish her words, a faint golden light flashed through the reserve portal. The attacker attacked silently and swiftly, golden threads and bullets flying. After several rounds, Anna distanced herself, the metal threads glaring against the green light. Back off. Hey sis, I almost didn't recognize you in all that attire. It was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. The cowboy touched the brim of his hat with a smile. Excuse me, is this your job? Anna glanced guiltily at Professor Laisho, retracted the wire, and took a step forward. Let's talk somewhere else. Humph. Vrida's Laisho opened the portal. Looks like someone we can communicate with. Are you a Sea Ranger? My friend, you have a sharp eye. Is there something written on my body? This man chattered away, but his movements were impulsive. Passing through the circular portal, the 3 of them emerged into Granny Agate's courtyard. Damn it, is this magic or what? Professor Laisho glanced at the clueless student, who didn't even dare to look up. If you don't study, everything you see is magic. Ahem, Podio, why are you in Avel? Got caught flipping your car? Blindly avoiding the problem wouldn't solve anything. Anna didn't dare raise her voice at her mentor, so she spoke more casually to the cowboy. Flipped his car. The cyborg waved at the bewildered Granny Agate. How are you, old lady? Then he plopped himself down on the round stone table. In our line of work, always remember to ask for good luck. I heard the roads here are a bit rough, so I came to see if there's anything I can do. I only been here a few days, and I noticed something strange about that shabby clinic. Hey, just as I forced the door open, I ran into this guy. Hey, who are you? Professor Laisho immediately donned a plaster head sculpture. An acquaintance? Take care of it yourself. He opened his tablet and sat down at the farthest spot to read. Anna watched the teacher walk away, then turned to Podio. Can you please be polite when speaking to my teacher? Huh? The man brushed aside his hair, revealing his eyes. Are you working with the core hunters? So this is my teacher. You can think of him as my parent, if you like. Any questions? She emphasized some of the words, and the cyborg blinked. Got it best. Your father's children look quite young. Podio teased without hesitation, his teeth bared. Where are the 2 little ones? They were taken to a safe place with their mother. This cyborg was unrestrained and unfussy, but he always had a unique patience and kindness for children. Anna and her friends relied heavily on him when they successfully escaped the bounty hunters in Pier Point. The Sea Rangers are hard to find. According to the records of the Society of Knowledge, they have been silent for a long time, since they killed an envoy of the Order of Destruction. From time to time, news of the Rangers performing heroic acts spreads, but no one can clearly tell where they come from or where they hide. If you really count, Podio is one of the more active ones. Anna has encountered him twice in the past 6 months, and his exposure rate is far higher than that of his peers. Chapter 199. The current situation is that there are 3 hunters sitting in the same courtyard. Coincidentally, their goals are roughly the same, so it seems they can collaborate. Oh my god, sister, are you serious? After a brief exchange of information, Podio's eyes widened, question mark surging from his stark black and white head. You're really good at sitting still and studying. That's great. You can do it. He raised a thumbs up, his sharp-toothed smile spreading across his face. We still need to learn something. Anna took out the notes she'd written at the Yepala Palace and analyzed them with him. We have to find a way to solve the problem at its root. Otherwise, it'd be like this lab that treats people like jigsaw puzzles and then squeezes their juice into medicine. I blew it up last time I ran away, leaving only a pit. The pit is still there. It's reopened just a few months ago, and it's still operating as it should, even bigger than before. Asking people is a brilliant mechanic of hunting. If you can't find the answer, look back to the sages or draw on the wisdom of knowledgeable people from all over the universe. Even if the road ahead is uncertain and the future is uncertain, there must be a way. There must be a way to resolve these injustices. Sister, you're this. Pocio wiggled his metal finger a few times. If you want me to fight, fine. But if you want me to sit there and study, I'm afraid I need to change my mind. But it's good that someone can do it. In this world, everyone is responsible for their own actions. Just understand what I mean. Don't ask me if this is correct. Anyone can become a Sea Ranger. Status, blood, race, and so on distinguish one from another. We become half-brothers and sisters if we share the same ideals and respond to each other's call. When they arrive, they're awe-inspiring constellations of stars. When they depart, they transform into a sky of fireworks, their achievements and fame hidden within. A single cry for help can send them across thousands of mountains and rivers to draw their swords. The sword in my hand is not without its sharpness. Anna narrowed her eyes and smiled faintly, the night breeze causing her graying hair to ripple. The central area of Ghoul Island was bustling with activity. The sampling is complete. I asked the teacher about the arrangements. Should we blow up the lab today, or keep it as a trap for a few days to catch the mastermind? Go! Just go! Pocio had already realized that the burly man was, in fact, a world-renowned genius. He couldn't say he was instantly in awe, but at least the nagging sense of guilt and breathlessness characteristic of a poor student facing a genius took over. In reality, he couldn't be called a poor student. He simply, like Kakavasa, hadn't had the opportunity to go to school. The Interstellar Peace Company denied him an education, nor did it grant his people and family a chance. Oh no! The cowboy sat on someone else's round stone table, legs stretched out, rubbing his teeth and tilting his head, thinking, if my girl were still alive, she'd probably be like this girl now, wearing a little skirt and dyeing her hair when she feels like it, sneaking into a clean classroom to sit and read and write. She can write. That's amazing. It's worth promoting. Even if the neighbor's dog doesn't know about it, it would be considered that he didn't praise his girl enough. The surface temperature on Prison Planet is low, and the nights are even colder. The constant gusts of wind couldn't cool the smile on his face. It was as if he had really seen the short-legged girl grow up to be a dashing young woman on horseback, whipping the whip. Oh my god, this place is so windy. Anna walked over to Veritas Lad Island and explained in detail how she met the Sea Ranger. After listening, the professor silently sighed that the automatic matching system at First Truth University was quite impressive. If this guy had a more traditional mentor, the school would have been completely overturned by her by now. No wonder she dared to run around with a 3.5 billion bounty on her head. Such audacity. No, her bounty has increased to 6 billion. It seems this attack had a weak point breaching effect with a critical hit, and the company was clearly furious. Tell me what you think first. He closed his tablet and waited patiently for the student's response, just as he would when asking a question in class. Anna lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then composed her words before saying, I think it's best to keep this lab for now. The commotion Mr. Pocio just made is enough to alert the investors behind this illegal operation. They definitely send someone to investigate, tighten security, and eliminate any potential insiders or outsiders on the island. Following these people, we can uncover the true identity of this conspiracy, track down the buyers, and even the lab director, those organizing production and sales, the injection service providers, and the still undiscovered route. I have to ask you to take the blame for a few days, Professor. Professor Lachaud is the head of the inspection team, and he can't really get away with it. The Avel Interstellar prison claims to never allow prisoners to escape, though her very presence proves that claim is far from reality. But what about those who can come and go freely and enjoy unlimited lifespan loading packs? If you have an idea, try it. If you can't figure it out, then find a way to do it yourself. Professor Lachaud nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Miss Febrick was no longer the foolish, pretentious newbie she'd been when she first enrolled. Now she learned to use her brain, and her instructor was pleased. He already taught her everything he could about methodology, and as for values, she wasn't a child. She naturally had her own set of principles. As for his assessment of this student, who could tell until the grave closed, Anna walked across Grandma Agate's courtyard again, whispering to Podio for a while. Podio nodded vigorously, indicating that since someone else was using his brainpower, he could save some effort. Hey sister, I often run into the standard 3-person shortage situation at Pierpoint. If you have time, could you come and lend a hand? He certainly wasn't afraid of working alone, but when it came to brainstorming, it was better to have a few more people to help him think. It's always okay if you don't work during the holidays, but you need to ask for leave during school. Anna didn't promise anything, but instead carefully showed him her schedule. It depends on how urgent your situation is. If she wasn't in a rush, she could slowly prepare and lay the groundwork before leaving. If she was, she could just ask for leave and go. That's great, it's settled. Podio didn't mind Anna's job as a Star Corps hunter. According to the Sea Ranger News Network, the Star Corps hunters were ruthless, but generally held a high standard of morality and integrity. They might disagree, but they wouldn't draw their weapons on sight. Of course, the most important thing was that Anna herself hadn't done anything that crossed a line. Even though she had just helped her colleagues eliminate the Yepera Brotherhood, if the Star Corps hunters hadn't taken action first, the Rangers might have gathered over Yepera Palace in a few years. With the two of them, along with their friends from the Starnet community, Professor Lachaud had to return to the prison ward to deter the scoundrels in the warden's office, granting Anna and Podio greater control of their operations from a management perspective. As for the latter two, they were to run errands and mobilize personnel. This time, no one would be spared. Let's make a feint first. While the island's attention is focused, we go to the clinic and publicly destroy the drug factory. After we're done, spread the word and don't let the company shut us up. This is to loosen up some people, making them think no one is watching, and they feel free to circumvent the system. Then, following them will allow us to fully uncover the entire network and eradicate the threat. Your answer is long. It's up to you. Podio's mobilization was as fast as the bullets from his rifle. Soon, someone replied, asking what they could do. He obtained evidence from Anna and sent it to the chat group. More and more people responded. In less than an hour, everything was arranged. A friend and I are going to complete a big deal. Seeing the fireworks going off signals the start of the operation. The cyborg typed a long string of words, heavily involving Wobo and various treasures. After the people who responded to the operation confirmed their participation, he put away his external equipment and pulled a retro-style revolver from his holster. Come on, girls, let's be heroes of the night. What suspense could there be with two hunters taking down a drug factory? After finding the location, Porsche was in charge of creating chaos while Anna cleared out the drug dealer's warehouse and vault, grabbing a few repair tools. She paused for a moment as she passed the production workshop. Using the scraps of mechanical knowledge she learned in Professor Anax's lab and from Mr. Blade, she painstakingly dismantled the factory's assembly line equipment, extracting evidence from every step. She wasn't good at building or repairing it, her expertise wasn't there, but dismantling it and disabling it so she could wait for rescue was absolutely no problem. Surrounding this point would result in an endless supply of casualties, a preview of the underground lab operation. The drug workers rushed for the only exit, only to be unsurprisingly beaten and bundled to the ground by the waiting cyborgs. The drug dealers, upon hearing the news, desperately tried to get back inside to save the goods in the warehouse. That was good, as they soon found themselves facing double punishment. Many people followed to help. Anna had no idea where they had come from. Their clothing styles, and even their species were vastly different. It was as if a stranger who had just passed by suddenly lifted up their suit and transformed into a godlike figure, descending on a rainbow cloud. Yvel may be isolated from the outside world, but at this moment, no matter how high-tech the company's shielding system is, it can't suppress people's calls for fairness and justice. The report may be falsified, but the evidence from the scene and the people poisoned by addictive drugs will not disappear into thin air. The hot topic in the universe, which had shown signs of stagnation, has exploded again. As long as it's a carbon-based life form, who in their right mind doesn't hate and fear addicted drugs? Calling them drugs is purely glorified. Aren't they just poison? Just look at the distant past. How many people in the Pierpoint plane have had their lives ruined by these things? For example, Anna, who is currently using the identity she once was an ambitious young person who was bathed in the aura of genius since childhood in her home galaxy. Now, even second-hand dealers can't figure out her whereabouts. A place used to imprison and punish criminals is actually engaged in a vicious illegal trade. Is there still justice in this world? Is there still law? Is there still fairness? Chapter 200. The Interstellar Peace Company's public relations and propaganda departments could never have imagined that, following the events of 08241-321, another group of people would dare to openly dissent. The sea patrols have entered Ever. This news is even more troubling than the Zerg's resurgence. Facing the Zerg, the company could naturally resolve any problem physically by deploying heavy weaponry. But those people are sea patrols. Forget about whether they can defeat them. The question of whether they can actually defeat them is still a matter of debate. Unless we can enlist the support of the Amber King, those hunter followers, we better stay out of the way. Longjin, revered by the immortal ship people as Emperor Bao Siming, will be summoned to respond with bows and arrows, but Kripo will surely ignore them. The sea patrols, who spontaneously rushed to the Ever interstellar prison, discovered a drug factory hidden on the island. According to the information they released, these contraband items are being sold to dozens of star systems, effectively an official sales outlet. It's hilarious. The PR and publicity departments received their information from an outsider's StarNet community page. The internal investigation team hasn't been able to return any useful information yet, just cries for help. It wasn't until Professor Veritas Radio, the head of the monitoring team, helped patch the situation and informed them that the head of the investigation team had tragically died in the line of duty that Pierpoint realized just how turbulent the chaos on Ever could be. But Anna Febret, a young scholar, and also a student of Professor Veritas Radio, filed a real-name complaint with the Pierpoint District Court, accusing Zitian, EP131 level manager in the company's traditional business unit, of undeniable responsibility in the Ever interstellar prison abuse case. Ah, isn't this the cosmetic beauty from before? Couldn't she have stayed at First Truth University to study, or entered the entertainment industry to take more photos and amuse the leaks? Why would a good scholar have to wade into this mess? Strictly speaking, no, there's no need to be strict. Her argument is perfectly valid. Operating a private prison is a branch of the traditional business unit, and the primary manager, Mr. Zitian, should be held accountable for all operational activities within the unit. But reality often differs from theory. Just as Oswald Schneider never publicly addressed any opposition, Zitian wouldn't respond to a young scholar's accusations, even if she was right, but she didn't have the judge's hammer. Suing the company's pillar in Pierpoint County Court, girl, have you become stupid from reading so much? Anna is certainly not stupid, and suing Zitian wasn't some random decision she made out of boredom. This is Phaeton's reminder that justice in the world can sometimes only be achieved through personal effort. At the very least, let's keep a record on that old man. With a criminal record, we can deal with him later when we have time. The Pierpoint District Court may not hear or even file a case, but a record of this matter is essential. It's like a bomb that won't explode for years to come was successfully delivered to the Interstellar Peace Company headquarters today. In response, the publicity and public relations departments worked overnight to prepare no fewer than 100 blackmail notices. If we can't deal with the Sea Ranger in 08241-321, can't we deal with you, a young man with no background? The local gangs on Avel are looking to negotiate terms. We discuss it once news of Miss Febreck's unfortunate death reaches us. Hey girl, you're being a little hard on yourself. Poshio bit his bullet as he counted his accomplishments. This was their 5th day on Ghoul Island, and since yesterday afternoon, gang members had been popping up from all angles, trying to target the young scholar. Anyone who charged forward was doomed to fail. To those who didn't know, they'd be screaming and clamoring to take down a boss, their blood boiling. If we hadn't known each other for so long, I have thought you were such a scoundrel that you have sores on your head and pus on your feet. Anna leaned back under cover, her eyes closed, resting. The pale gold wire around her wrist had turned rose gold, a bloody hue that couldn't be washed away. Yeah, she closed her eyes in response to the cyborg's teasing. The first person to blow up the manure pit is bound to get covered in shit. What's so strange about that? I never heard of a drastic change without bloodshed. Someone has to pay the price of blood to awaken the others, who are still sleeping soundly. That price could be anyone, including me. She was incredibly calm. If she really couldn't continue this game, she might as well overturn the table and smash the chessboard to cause a huge mess. Poshio almost choked on the oil. Not really, not really. Relax, sister. We're here with the Sea Rangers. Anyone who wants to make a move should first ask the stars of the patrol if they agree. Damn it, those company dogs are so bullying. She's just a young girl, and yet he's been slinging rumors, hurling insults, and saying such foul things. Even someone with a modified synesthesia beacon couldn't stand it. It doesn't matter. No one dares to jump in front of me and say anything unpleasant. As soon as she finished speaking, she slid out of cover. A familiar modified car slammed into her from the other side, its front end punching a large hole in the wall. The person sitting in the back, unconcerned about the presence of innocent bystanders, fired a single shot after another. That bitch. She was tired of hearing this level of abuse. Suddenly, 7 bodies were lying on the ground. I think it's about time. How's the signal base station? Anna calmly stepped over the bodies, not insulting them for their unpleasant remarks. Poshio gestured, "Don't worry, girl. The equipment grown in the desert is incredibly useful. It's durable and cheap. In critical moments, we still have to rely on our own patrol people." Overnight, numerous base stations capable of breaking through the company's signal shield appeared in the desert islands of Avel. The signal strength was strong enough for half the universe to tune into the live broadcast. One could even say that the kind-hearted people who built these devices created a separate network architecture just for Avel. Wow, what a show. We start work at dawn. Once smoke rises from the sea, the sisters and brothers watching over the underground lab will have to take action. With a stockpile of space buttons from the drug factory, if they don't find a way to destroy it, are they going to have to take it out of Avel and resell it? Luckily, she studied hard at First Truth University and learned something, so she didn't end up setting everyone in Avel on fire. This is definitely a big event for his beloved. Anyone who didn't come will regret it for the rest of their lives. Poshio couldn't help but snort as he thought of the various dirty tricks the indignant scholars had thrown at number 0824131. It seems people need to go to school. Those who've been to school are quicker to think up bad ideas than those who haven't. His external device beeped, and a voice automatically played. "Sir Silver Spear Shura, we have repaired the castle tower for Sir Golden Thread Ninja at the tidal wave, ready to destroy evil and reveal righteousness at the hour of dawn. We have ingenious mechanisms in place, and we have gathered young and old. If any evil ninjas attack, we will resolutely carry out our original aspirations and uphold the principles of bloodshed." The voice sounded young, and spoke well, though it was a little difficult to understand. "Anna, huh? The uniquely encrypted voice of the Rangers? Ahem." Poshio chuckled. "It's a good friend of mine. As soon as she heard about this illegal experiment, she rolled up her sleeves and came right here. She meant that the drug disposal pool you requested is already ready, the live broadcast and audio-video equipment are set up, including security, so it's all set up, no worries. When the time comes, you have to wrap up your cover tightly to avoid being exposed. We do the hard work. The most powerful rebuttal to the Interstellar Peace Company's slander would be to let the entire universe see firsthand what's going on Avel." The other students in the monitoring group were temporarily under Professor Leisho's watch, forbidding them from venturing onto the surface and committing suicide. However, everyone had their own personal computers and external devices, allowing for unrestricted communication. What kind of person is Anna? Even if others don't know her, they know her. This person, like her mentor, is always ruthless, leaving no one behind. Unexpectedly, this time, to defend an innocent person, she's so stubborn as to dare to confront the company. We may not have the courage to risk our lives, but that doesn't stop us from speaking up for our own people. Didn't the company turn the tables and accuse you of spreading rumors and slander, and even send a lawyer's letter and an indictment? Let's just do a live broadcast and don't save face for them. Within the volcanic cone confinement zone of Iver prison, there's no concept of day or night, though islands above sea level can be bathed in the radiance of the stars. The universe is teeming with countless galaxies and planes, each with its own distinct timescale. However, ever since a message leaked from the First Truth University Starnet community, everyone following the Iver Interstellar Prison abuse case has subconsciously found a timer and adjusted it to Iver Interstellar Prison standard planetary time. The young female scholar, whose image was distorted beyond recognition by the company, said she would let everyone witness everything that happened on Iver when the surface temperature was at its highest and the lighting conditions were optimal. No matter how many people hurled insults and slander online, she remained unfazed, like a statue cast from steel. Under the company's deliberate manipulation, the almighty internet even dug up a childhood memory of her stealing a classmate's breakfast, flooding the internet with Photoshop memes like an avalanche. However, nothing could deter her from her plan. Even after countless deletions by the company, the link would mysteriously resurface again and again. Some say her payout on the dark web has reached a figure comparable to that of a wanted criminal. Others say there's a massive force behind her, manipulating this. Regardless, everyone is betting on how long this young woman, who's only seen her in photos and never in person, can hold out. Gossip can melt gold, and constant criticism can destroy a person. Can this fragile young woman withstand the barrage of criticism?